Launch. Part 1 of the New Horizons series. An MBP Press production. Second edition. A note from the author. To read this is to know the person I was and the way I viewed the world in January of 2015. As I learn more and more, there are bits which already make me wince a little, and all too soon there will be parts which elicit an outright cringe. Although in this edition I correct minor errors and make small wording changes, I leave the content intact and honest to what it was when it was written. An encapsulating snapshot of the mind I was during one singular point in space and time. Enjoy. Thanks and acknowledgements. Carl Sagan, Gene Roddenberry, NASA and the New Horizons spacecraft, Neil deGrasse Tyson of Star Talk, Michael Shermer of the Skeptic Society, Bill Nye of the Planetary Society, Kiki Sanford, Justin Jackson, and Blair Bazdovich of This Week in Science, Dan Carlin of Hardcore History and Common Sense, Philip Adams of the Australian Broadcasting Corporation's Late Night Live, Seth Shostak of Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, Molly Bentley of Big Picture Science, Fraser Kane of Universe Today, Pamela Gay of Astronomy Cast, Phil Plait of Bad Astronomy, Bob McDonald of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation's Quirks and Quarks, Leora Dahl of Okanagan College, Dale Donovan of Okanagan College, John Pugsley of Okanagan College, Manuela Ungurianu of UBC Okanagan, Zach Walsh of UBC Okanagan, James Paley, and Joyce Kunzelman. New Horizons by W. Ross White. It's just a ride, and we can change it any time we want. It's only a choice. No effort, no work, no job, no savings of money. A choice, right now, between fear and love. The eyes of fear want you to put bigger locks on your door, buy guns, close yourself off. The eyes of love, instead, see all of us as one. Here's what we can do to change the world right now to a better ride. Take all that money that we spend on weapons and defense each year, and instead spend it feeding and clothing and educating the poor of the world, which it would, many times over, not one human being excluded. And we could explore space, together, both inner and outer, forever, in peace. Bill Hicks. Part 1. Launch. Alas, the time is coming when man will give birth to no more stars. Alas, the time of the most contemptible man is coming, the man who can no longer despise himself. Behold, I shall show you the last man. What is love? What is creation? What is longing? What is a star? Thus asks the last man and blinks. Nietzsche's Zarathustra. Prologue. 10 years ago. How about Tau Ceti? It's the closest G-type outside Alpha Centauri. No. See? Metal poor and... Yeah, I thought I'd read that. It has a heavy dust cloud. There'd be too much meteoric bombardment. Right. And Alpha Centauri itself doesn't have an appropriate planet. But Delta Pavonis looks good. Sure does. That's why the Catholics chose it. They should be well out of the solar system by now. Obviously, it would break our protocols to go where our mission was already headed. Right, I knew that. Okay, 82 Eridani, no terrestrial planets. Eta Cassiopeia looks good, but of course that's where the Mormons are headed. What about Sigma Draconis? Earth-type planet, right in the sweet spot. No indications of complex life. Yeah, I'd say it looks perfect. It was a warm Mediterranean evening in Alexandria, Egypt. It was early fall, and seated around the modest table were some of the most impressive human beings that Earth had to offer these days. They were collectively referred to as the Famous Four, and would become ever more so in the coming years. Master Siddhika Sengupta was a technological wizard, a born engineer who in her adolescence had become captivated by biochemistry and microbiology. Combining these passions, she had, over the decades, become an industrial giant in the perpetually lucrative biotechnology industries. She had always been, and continued to be, the nominal head of Brahma Biotech, the synthetic biology and genetic technology company she had founded after completing both her microbiology and biochemistry PhDs at only 23 years old. What exactly is meant by no indications of complex life? Ever concerned with detail and the exact meaning of words, Kim In-soo was the soul of their little group. The Korean-born wordsmith was one of the most accomplished and revered linguists and authors in contemporary Earth society. He spoke 8 languages fluently and had a long resume of poetry, novels, and translations to his credit. Words, and their precise meaning and usage, were very important to him. Well, that is actually pretty hard to say, Neil Sagan admitted. He was the exoplanetary scientist of the group. It was his team which had pioneered much of the research that had been done into what planets in the local stellar neighborhood might be habitable for humans. The long-retired NASA Terrestrial Planet Finder had identified many such planets, but studying the light and spectra coming from them was challenging work. It was, however, a field in which that hard work usually paid off. Technically, all it means is that the spectra reveal abundant free oxygen in the atmosphere. The only way we know this to be possible is if the oxygen is continually being produced. We think that would indicate prolific plant life, with sufficient animal life to consume that oxygen, and create carbon dioxide for the plants to consume in turn. It's the cycle that exists here on Earth. Why does it have to be continually produced to be there? In-soo asked. Well, because free oxygen is fairly unstable. Once in the atmosphere, it's really easy for it to find something to react with. As a result, oxygen levels shouldn't be able to get to any substantial amount unless it's continuously being put into the atmosphere quicker than it's being burned up in reactions. The only natural mechanism we know of that does this is the photosynthesis of plants. In-soo nodded his understanding. No indications of complex life also means, Neil continued, that there's no indications of industrialization like chlorofluorohydrocarbons in the atmosphere. We don't know of any natural process that can put them up there. Of course, there's a humongous gulf between the emergence of animal life and the development of industrialization as we know it. I mean, people looking at Earth today the same way we're looking out into the universe would only have found these indications as recently as 600 years ago. Modern humans have been around much longer than that, though. In-soo considered. That is quite a gulf. I'd hate to see a repeat of what happened to the Americans here, especially to be the cause of it personally. I wouldn't worry about that, Sadika suggested. We are aware of those risks, and we will have strict protocols. They will orbit the planet and send hermetically sealed research teams and simulants down for some time before they actually land themselves and spill out onto the planet. Unlike the Europeans, we will be aware of the risks and will actually take care. They. Sorry. Spilling out onto the planet. What a powerful image, In-soo mused. Look, I know this is kind of esoteric, Wee-Ramu offered while shifting in his seat. But what exactly is the cutoff point for us between intelligent and non-intelligent life? I mean, of course, we don't expect to find, chimps and bonobos out there, but what tips us off to say, hey, that's intelligent life? The hard science of the mission was usually over Captain Wee-Ramu Tynes' head, but he knew enough and was smart enough to ask the right questions. This had taken him far in life. He'd seen a lot, and been faced with an array of novel ethical quandaries in his 35 years in the Trade Corps sailing all over the solar system. Any such distinction would ultimately be arbitrary, Neil answered abruptly. All we can say at this point, is that any signs of industrialization at all in the spectra of an atmosphere would rule out a candidate planet for colonization, if such signs were detected. He then added, "Of course, we've never seen such signs anywhere but here." Weirmu harumphed. It's not a very satisfying answer. Insu smiled at him. The most interesting questions never have one, So, he continued, turning back to Neil, how far is Sigma Draconis? 18.8 light years, Neil replied after consulting with his scroll. Weirmu whistled slowly over the sides of the distance. That sure ain't a vacation hop, is it? Let's see. He reached across the table to the napkin dispenser and withdrew one, then started scribbling some calculations on it with a pen. What the thrust engineers claim the next generation ion engines will be able to generate if we used 4 of them on a ship the size we're talking about. We should be able to achieve an effective acceleration of around 6.2 centimeters per second squared. That doesn't sound like much, Insu remarked. No, but over 20 continuous years of it, Weirmu explained. It's enough to get us all the way up to 13% of the speed of light. He flipped the napkin over and did some further calculations on the other side. Given that, from orbit to orbit, I figure it'll take about 160 years, give or take. Really? That long? Insu asked, surprised. Well, it's really, really far away, Neil retorted with a chuckle. Besides, you already knew that none of us would actually get to arrive there ourselves. That's just part of the deal, he pointed out. Yes, Sidika chimed in, as she put her hand on Insu's. But what a legacy. He nodded his agreement. Captain Tynes leaned in with a slightly more serious tone and asked, So, are we serious here? I mean, like really serious about this? 2 years ago. Ready? Okay, fire up the primary accelerators. What makes a life worth living? What is the good life? And for that matter, what is this progress you are all so fond of speaking of when discussing either an individual person or a society at large? Is there any endpoint to human potential? Is the absence of suffering a sufficient goal for humanity? What if we have reached that goal, but we have created a new kind of suffering, a deeper, more existential hunger, which is as hard to define as it is to feed? Sidika, Insu, Neil, and Weirmu were on board Orbital 1, overseeing the initial startup of the New Horizon generational starship's prototype fusion core. The New Horizon project had for a few years occupied a large office block on the station, and they were now conducting tests from the operations room they had constructed for situations such as this. It was their mission control until the ship was completed and self-sustaining. The ship's orbital construction was approximately 80% complete, but all crews had been evacuated during these initial startup tests as a precaution. It was a big day for all of them, an important milestone for the project. The New Horizons fusion core was the most sophisticated shipborne power system ever constructed by human beings, and this was to be its first full power test after being installed. There have been a variety of answers to this puzzle throughout our history. The ancient Stoics believed that the healthy life was one lived in the center, ideally moved neither by pain nor passion. They taught that one should be a creature of reason and at peace with the order of the universe and one's place within it. Similarly, the ancient Taoists, Confucianists, and Buddhists all preached a fundamental acceptance of the world and one's place within it. They believed that personal and societal peace was only achievable through being in balance with the natural order of the universe, and that disunity with it was the ultimate source of all human suffering. All that was available to the technicians were instrument readings, since there could be no direct video feed of the reactions themselves. The interior of the thick-walled reactor was far too hot for any kind of camera. Inside the donut-shaped reaction vessel, powerful magnets began dragging hydrogen atoms along at ever faster speeds and pressures to create plasma so hot and dense that the protons would fuse, releasing tremendous amounts of energy in the process. Inside the reaction vessel, the plasma swirled hotter and denser as more and more energy was being dumped into the system to achieve fusion. Once the reaction began, its energy output could be looped back into sustaining the reaction, with tremendous surpluses of energy left over to power all of the ship's systems. Such was the marvel of fusion technology. The Hindus, however, believed in a perpetual cycle of creation and destruction, death and rebirth. They believed in karma, and the idea that one could, through their perpetual incarnations, evolve beyond what they are in the human material world, and into a being of pure thought and light. Beyond that stage, no one could know, but it was understood that the idea of an ending was a human illusion, born of our terrestrial mortality. This is certainly a noble and appealing idea, but sadly a metaphysics not supported by science. Nonetheless, the idea of perpetual improvement with no specific definable objective or destination was an important idea. There were tense moments as the engineers and contractors from Bolin Power Systems checked the indicator panels and power readings, looking for any dangerous anomalies that might require a precautionary emergency power down. These drives were modern marvels, but their initial startup procedure could be very difficult, especially with a new prototype. It would be much easier to maintain the reaction once it was initiated and stable, though. All of the variables had to be balanced just right, but once running smoothly, the controls could be locked down and the reactor run continuously for as long as the hydrogen fuel held out. No such anomalies were found, and eventually the lead technician from Boland gave the all clear. They had just given birth to a miniature artificial star. In the last half millennium, Western culture has infused the idea of perpetual improvement into their technical proficiency. The end result has been the virtual elimination of war, poverty, hunger, and disease. But with our bellies full and our lives extended, the ever-increasing ease of every aspect of our life is smothering some unique spark in humanity, which I fear becoming lost to us forever. We have a stable fusion reaction. Good work, everyone! The room erupted in cheers and a spontaneous round of hugs. Even Insu, typically so reserved and avoidant of physical contact, was swept up in the moment. Congratulations all around, people, but we're not done here. Please settle down. Magnetics, how are the fields looking? Rotation and compression accelerators are nominal, one of the technicians answered a few moments later after tapping intently at his work screen. A different technician reported the status of the magnetic fields generated to keep the plasma properly swirling in place with the correct geometry. Superconductors, nominal. Frequency and shape, nominal. Temperature is in the green, he reported after intent investigating of his status displays and system monitors. Magnets were crucial to the mission for two reasons. Not only were they central to how the fusion reactor itself worked, but they were also essential to using the energy produced by the fusion core to generate the ship's own protective magnetosphere. Much like how the Earth's magnetic field protected life on its surface against high-energy radiation from space, the ship's powerful artificial magnetosphere would likewise protect the crew from solar wind generated within star systems. More importantly, given the nature of the ship's mission, though, the field would also protect the crew from the silent and invisible high-energy cosmic rays which endangered all organic life out in the void of deep space. The lead technician turned to the famous 4 leaders of the project. With your permission, we're ready to test fire the engines. Weirmu gave an acknowledging nod, at which point the technician swiveled his chair back to his desk. Engine team, go on Engine 1 power up. From Orbital 1, the largest space station in orbit around Earth, people were gathering at the windows of the floor of the habitat ring to see the big event. Orbital 1 shared a parallel orbit with the New Horizon, which allowed a wonderful view of the ship being built from the station. Barely perceptible at first, the eerie electric blue jets coming off the first of the 4 massive ion engines appeared, and then grew brighter and brighter, until a long pale blue jet could be seen at the back of the engine. Elemental xenon was being excited electrically, until one by one the atoms were allowed to fly out the back of the reaction vessel, imparting a minute acceleration onto the giant generational starship. Being an ion drive, the light was much more impressive than the thrust, which by design only aggregated over time. Abraham Maslow first coined the term self-actualization as being at the very top of his pyramidal hierarchy of human concerns. His idea was that we can only commit our attention to our higher concerns once we are satisfied with our lower concerns. At the bottom are our physiological needs, for which we all now find ourselves satisfied with our abundant food, water, heat, and shelter. Then comes safety, which has been satisfied by effectively eliminating war and crime through abundant resource distribution, and compassionate concern for those who do violate our laws, or quarantine for those who are unable to understand or follow them. Engine 1, full thrust. Power readings, steady. 0 warning signals. System nominal, the head of the engine team called out. Excellent, the chief technician answered. Okay, power down Engine 1, then go on Engine 2 power up. The bright jet of Engine 1 diminished more and more until it was entirely gone. Then, just as imperceptibly at first, a faint blue jet began to emerge from the rear of Engine 2. A loud alarm suddenly filled the control room, accompanying flashing warnings on many of the screens. What is that? Weirmu asked. Fuck. I'm sorry, sir. That's the earthbound solar flare alarm. The directions in which solar flares burst were quite random, but this particular one just happened to be aimed straight at Earth, thus triggering the alarm. What's the ETA on the particle wave? Weirmu asked. Network reports it's a fast one, sir. Only 33 minutes. Fuck indeed. Oh well, not much we can do about it now. Power down the reactor and lock all the New Horizons systems into safe mode. We'll have to call off the tests until the weather settles down. Solar flares were a known danger in space, but one which could usually be mitigated with early warning systems and artificial magnetospheres. Although the New Horizons field was scheduled to be initiated later that day, Orbital 1's powerful magnetic field had already protected everyone from the photon burst and would likewise protect them from the proton wave when it struck. It was fortunate that crews had already been pulled off of the New Horizon during the fusion core startup procedure. But even if they had not, they would have brought a portable field generator with them regardless. After some bad accidents earlier in the spaceflight era, it had become a new Commonwealth workplace mandate that nobody was allowed to work naked to radiation exposure in space. If our physiological and safety needs have been satisfied, we then become able to turn our attention to our needs for belonging and love. Most humans today exist as a single collective, with safety and a sense of belonging stemming from sheer safety in numbers. When so few of us are in any appreciable way different from those around us, it is hard for us to avoid a sense of belonging, and our inherent predisposition to love ourselves is likewise extended to those like us, which has effectively become everyone. And then we stop. We have a global civilization which has become stuck here and is stagnated from any further growth leading to self-actualization. Why? I said shut down the core. Shut down the core now, Weirmu ordered, frustrated at the delay. The technician tapped at the screen a few times before pleading, I can't. There's something wrong. I think somehow our electronics are... Oh no. What? Weirmu asked. The technician stood to face him. The system is locked into an over-regeneration cycle. I can't shut it down. This meant that more energy was being looped back into the reaction than was needed to sustain it, leading to ever higher temperatures and pressures. Son of a... The captain stated, half in anger, half in disbelief. The controls are completely unresponsive? Yes, Captain. We have instrument feeds, but the ship's computer isn't accepting any remote commands at all now. It appears to be a cascading failure, most probably caused by the initial radiation burst. Either way, only... The technician turned to Weirmu again, looking very pale and distressed. 28 minutes until it breaches if we can't shut it down. Weirmu put a reassuring hand on the technician's shoulder and asked him to keep trying to access the New Horizons systems anyways. He then turned to his friends. Sadika, Insu, Neil. A word, please? It is because the next step can only come as a result of being challenged, of having obstacles in your way and learning about yourself in the process of overcoming them. Maslow described the next level in his hierarchy as esteem needs, as one's sense of individual and personal achievement, as well as the perceived acknowledgement of those successes by others. Somehow, in our lack of any real need of anything, we have forgotten that we need a sense of individual achievement, that we need challenges to overcome in order to discover our inner strength and value. This is the only way to find your path to self-actualization, or enlightenment, or whatever you wish to call it, by whatever philosophical school suits you. The four huddled together outside of earshot of the technicians. We have a serious problem. We're getting uncontrolled regeneration in the core. They project it will detonate in 27 minutes. There was silence as they pondered the grim reality of the situation Weirmu described. What can we do? Insu asked. This problem was so far out of his realm that he could only hope one of his friends knew enough to figure a way out of this for all of them. Well, the captain replied, ordinarily it wouldn't be a problem. We'd just send a crew over to physically sever the connections which loop the reactor's outputs back into its own power systems, but the proton wave will catch up with them and be lethal to anyone who goes out there to make the repair. Neil realized out loud. Either problem alone we could deal with, but together, if we try to wait it out, New Horizon will detonate. A strange, unidentifiable noise escaped from Insu after Weirmu said the word detonate. The idea of so abruptly losing the ship elicited a reaction he couldn't quite contain. Exactly. And what would we do then? We just don't have the resources to just start all over again, he added. At the moment I'm more concerned about the lives on Orbital 1, Sadika pointed out. If New Horizon goes, Orbital 1 would be at great risk from the blast. No question, Tynes confirmed. Is there nothing we can do? She asked. Yes. There is a way. But you're not going to like it. They all looked at him expectantly. I'll take a shuttle to manually shut the reactor down myself. I'll physically sever the pathways. I'll destroy the whole regeneration system if I have to. Sadika shot a worried look at him. You can't, she uttered with growing anxiety. You can't, she said again, more defiantly. Send a droid, or Sim. Be damned if I'd trust a droid to do such an important job. Besides, that proton wave will disrupt their electronics just as effectively as it will DNA. Somebody's gonna have to die today, Sidika. And you know it. It has to be done. And you know I can't ask anyone else to do it for me. You don't have to ask. I'll do it, Neil declared. The other three looked at him, stunned. Maslow himself once said, "It is quite true that man lives by bread alone, when there is no bread. But what happens to man's desires when there is plenty of bread and when his belly is chronically filled? At once other and higher needs emerge, and these, rather than physiological hungers, dominate the organism. And when these in turn are satisfied, again new and still higher needs emerge, and so on." Neil, what are you talking about? You're not even qualified. Something in Weeramoo already knew how things were about to unfold, but his mind had yet to accept the inevitability. We can't lose you. You're invaluable. I'm not. You can find a new captain. This is my job, Neil. I can't let you do this. Weeramoo was too seasoned to betray any panic, but he was desperate for an alternate solution. No one is good. And besides, you can talk me through it. How hard can it be to sever a power conduit? The other three were looking at him with incredible dread. My friends, look. I've already accomplished what you needed me for on this mission. My task is complete. I have found you your haven beyond the horizon. Now please let me do this. Please let me die for what I believe in, and let us all resolve to do whatever is necessary to launch this mission. I'm dead already. The mission is all that matters now, and you all know it. You know that this is the only thing that matters. Insu seemed positively paralyzed with fear. Sidika's eyes were wide and on the verge of tears, but Weeramoo's steely expression betrayed only an acceptance of Sagan's argument. Finally, he declared, "I'll walk you to the shuttle and explain the job on the way." "No!" Sidika cried out in agony despite herself, her emotion momentarily overriding her usually implacable reason. Weeramoo turned and glared at her, and in a stern voice he reserved for issuing orders simply stated, "Don't." At that she quieted down, and Weeramoo led Neil out of the room. Insu slumped down onto the floor and started tearing up. He wanted to completely let go, but he knew that he couldn't in front of everybody. At the moment, everyone in the room was sharing a collectively pooled resolve and composure. He couldn't sabotage what little was left of it. Sidika knelt down, gave him a firm and lingering hug, and whispered in his ear that it would be okay. She then stood up and turned to address the technicians. "All right, people, listen up. Here's the plan. You are all young, and hopefully you still have some desires left burning somewhere within you, which your society has yet to snuff out. You probably are not close enough to the void of time yet to really understand the message I'm trying to impart on you today. But I implore you to find those burning passions and to do whatever you can to feed and nurture them. These are your most precious possessions. I encourage you to never be satisfied with satisfaction, to never decide that enough is enough, or that things are good enough as they are. I promise you that the day you have nothing left to want for will be the day that you are dead. Or worse." You know I wouldn't let anyone else do this, right? That this is going to haunt me forever? Yes, I know. And I can't thank you enough for bearing that burden for me. I know how much easier it would be for you to just do it yourself. Weirmu and Neil had arrived at the shuttle airlock and were speaking their last words to each other. The emergency had left the normally bustling microgravity departure bay eerily deserted. Remember, it isn't that complicated. The shuttle will dock with the ship autonomously. He pulled apart the medium scroll he was holding and displayed a schematic diagram of the core room on the unfurled screen and zoomed in on the relevant part. If you can get the terminals to accept inputs, I can talk you through the shutdown. Otherwise, cut here, here, and here, he said as he pointed out locations on the scroll. If it comes down to it, though, here. Old school. Weirmu held an axe out to Neil and he took it. I know it's low tech, but, well, unfortunately it'd be the right tool. I understand. Good luck. To both of us. The two men looked at each other understandingly, and then Neil suddenly looked sternly and demandingly into Weirmu's eyes. You take care of that ship and crew, you hear me? Weirmu nodded somberly, at which point Neil nodded back at him intently, as if to confirm. He then turned back around and headed through the airlock. It closed behind him, and he never looked back. Find something worth throwing your life into with every gram of your essence. Find something worth dying for, and you will discover what it means to live. Thank you. Good luck, and congratulations, class of 2162! Chapter 1. Please secure your belongings, sir. We'll be departing in a few minutes, the drone pleasantly requested as it floated down the aisle of the shuttle. The voice synthesizing was pretty good, but he thought he could tell by the sound that it was artificial. It had a slightly hollow quality to it. He wondered if it might just be his imagination, if knowing that it was an artificial voice made him project that quality onto what he was hearing. Oh, don't worry, I'll be ready, Marcus Boland replied back with a warm smile. He knew enough to know that mechanoids neither required nor appreciated his kindness, but it made him feel like a kind person to behave in a kind way. He imagined that if he allowed himself to be mean and dismissive towards them, he might find himself behaving the same way towards humans. The white spheroid drone moved on to make the same request of the other passengers, with cartoonish facial features displayed on its side. On Earth, it was kept aloft by a powerful central fan which allowed it to hover, and whether hovering on Earth or maneuvering weightlessly in orbit, it propelled itself about with puffs of compressed air. Although orbital insertions, or orb-ups, as they'd come to be known, were quite common these days, accidents still did happen. The drones were charged with the endless task of ensuring that all safety protocols were being properly observed, just in case. This particular orb line had the best safety rating in the business to show for their efforts, and it was for this very reason that Marcus always chose to orb with this company. As a general rule, he liked to leave as little to chance as possible. Nervous? His best friend Hugh Nye asked him. Hugh was much thinner than Marcus, but they were both tall, about a decimeter shy of 2 meters. They were both of European descent, but Marcus was even paler than Hugh was. His lighter skin accentuated his light freckling and short auburn hair that darkened in the winter and lightened in the summer sun. Hugh also kept his hair short, but his was more of a darker, dirty blonde. "Oh no," he replied. "I've done this dozens of times, so have you." Hugh had a warm climate body, and was the kind of person who could eat as much as he wished and never gain any weight at all. The trade-off was that he was perpetually cold, since he didn't have the insulation Marcus did, who, by comparison, was something of a bear and often overheated. Neither had ever been particularly athletically inclined, but if they'd been raised as athletes, Marcus could have been best conditioned for short-term bursts of incredible strength, while Hugh would be much better suited to endurance training. No, I mean, about where you're going. About not coming back this time. He took a moment to contemplate that these really were his last moments on Earth. Never again would he breathe free Terran air, or feel a gravity which was just right in that indescribable way. These thoughts left him a little sad, which he hadn't really anticipated. It was a sharp feeling, and it left him thinking about all that he was going to miss. There were people, products, and indulgences he would miss, but that is not what stung the most. It was the sense of leaving one's home, one's very locus of existence. It was something he hadn't felt in so succinct a way before. You should be excited. I'm certainly excited for you. I'm jealous. Hugh had always been the more adventurous spirit. A little thin on the follow-through, but he thought big, which was a welcome counterpoint to Marcus's perpetual seriousness and passivity. You're like one of those early European pioneers setting sail for the unknown lands of the Americas. They knew they'd never see their home again either. Never breathe air that was quite the same as home ever again. The analogy could only be taken so far. In any case, joining the New Horizons mission had always been Hugh's idea. On a lark, and only with Hugh's urging, Marcus had applied along with him to one of the 50 available wildcard positions. Marcus had won a spot, but Hugh had not. It had taken some work for Hugh to convince Marcus to agree to go without him, insisting that the opportunity was too precious to deny. Marcus still didn't really understand, but Hugh had been very persuasive. They had already begun moving, but it was only now beginning to be detectable. Modern electromagnetic accelerators increased speed so subtly that it was often difficult to nail down exactly when the acceleration begins without a highly sensitive accelerometer. The bulky twin craft lumbered down the massive underground corridor towards a distant point of light. Imperceptibly, powerful electric magnets rapidly switched on and off, imparting acceleration onto the joined craft, which steadily gained appreciable momentum. Metal strips down the side of the mother craft's fuselage remained in contact with the launching apparatus down the launch tube, giving the accelerators something to act against. The 8 mighty jet engines hanging under the long wings of the aircraft were already at full throttle. The linear magnetic accelerators alone had the capacity to launch the crafts at sufficient velocity for flight, but with safety always in mind, the engines were throttled up in time to both conserve energy by increasing overall launch velocity, but also giving the computers a chance to detect any anomalies in the engines and related systems. If such anomalies were found, the magnetic accelerators could be reversed, clamping down on the ship and aborting the launch. Both crafts were completely reusable and nothing was wasted, which is why this system was so popular and had become the standard mode of passenger orb-up service for over a century. Most modern terrestrial and atmospheric transportation relied on batteries alone for smaller applications. Larger vehicles, and more demanding applications though, required mass-produced small fusion cores which, while compact, were very powerful. Jet engines and liquid-fueled rockets were some of the few applications for which an electric alternative had yet to be found, and for which volatile fuels were still a necessity. Electricity-based engines on Earth could, in principle, be as powerful as they were required to be, as long as they were appropriately engineered and had a solid, liquid, or gas to work against, but all three were effectively absent in the vacuum of space. Ion engines were most commonly used once up there, but they were too weak to work inside the atmosphere. As a result, both stages of the orb-up process still required the burning of liquid fuel. Most terrestrial aircraft used battery and propeller systems, but no configuration of this method was able to generate speed sufficient enough to achieve orbital velocity. For that, ultra-powerful jet engines were required, which burned a synthetic petroleum substitute. While these engines still emitted carbon dioxide, the amount was only a fraction of that produced from the use of conventional jet fuel. For the final orbital insertion, just as the original NASA shuttles were nearly 200 years earlier, the final orbital insertion was powered by carbon-free liquid hydrogen and oxygen rockets. The mother aircraft component, which carried the smaller shuttle up to its launching altitude, simply glided back down to Earth unpowered after releasing its daughter craft, usually landing back at the same orb port to promptly be paired with a new orbiter. After the two craft separated at the appropriate altitude, the three liquid rocket engines protruding from the rear of the orbiter would take over, only igniting once the mother aircraft was clear. The shuttle served as a deorbiter as well, and it had the requisite ablative tiles on the underside of its hull to take advantage of atmospheric braking, usually coming down as an unpowered glider. Sometimes weather conditions would require them to light their engines on a deorb though, in which case the emergency fuel given them in orbit could several times launch them into a much higher altitude so they could abort to an alternate orb port or attempt another glide down to the same one. The atmospheric braking method used by the deorbers was such an energy-efficient and reliable form of returning to Earth that it had been used for centuries, since the very beginning of the space age. Orb liners operated both the orb-up and deorb services, which provided a generally reliable two-way commuter service available to the public. While daily commuting to orbit wasn't exactly practical, if only for the travel time involved, it was convenient enough for people to work days or weeks in orbit and then return to Earth for their days or weeks off. Their acceleration within the launch tube was very smooth, and the best indicator of it was not his sense of motion, but the lights on the side of the launch tunnel passing by his window with gradually increasing speed. Just at the point where it was hard for him to distinguish between the individual lights and what increasingly appeared to be a continuous stream of light, the cabin became bathed in a much more powerful kind of light, the unadulterated brightness of the midday sun. Marcus was momentarily blinded and disoriented by the sudden explosion of sunlight as the orb upper erupted from the launch tube and continued accelerating, turning skyward in preparation for separation and orbital insertion. "Fuck," Marcus muttered to himself while rubbing both of his eyes with his right hand's thumb and forefinger. "Every fucking time." "Got you again, did it?" Hugh asked. Marcus didn't answer. He really should have known better. After all, he was no stranger to orb-ups. In fact, he'd already been up several times this year. Try as he might to remember not to, he seemed to manage to blind himself every single time. Or so he bitterly imagined. He blinked furiously, and his eyes eventually adjusted so that he could see the blue sky above them and the outline of the Vancouver Lower Mainland coastline beneath them, gradually getting smaller. It was 25 years ago to the day that the first generational starship had launched, but the idea only truly materialized after the initial deep space planetary surveys in the 2010s and 20s, pioneered by NASA's Kepler mission and then later the follow-up Terrestrial Planet Finder mission. Before this time, there was no way to detect planets around other stars, but when they did, they discovered a galaxy littered with planets. In time, some nearby planets were identified as likely to be habitable, and it didn't take long for the first GSS mission to launch. The idea was a pretty old and simple one, really, and one that would seem to be built pretty deeply into human instincts. the place you're from isn't working out for you for one reason or another, so you move somewhere new and wild where neither law nor traditions nor any other aspect of home can reach you. From the earliest human migrations out of Africa in our distant prehistory, to the seafaring explorers of the great European age of exploration, one thing or another has always compelled some humans over the horizon. All of the earth had been explored now, and with no undiscovered country left, human attention turned to its local neighborhood, from the burning, cooking, crushing, and crunching atmosphere of Venus, to the thin-aired and thoroughly irradiated barren red wasteland of Mars, and to all of the comets, asteroids, and moons which littered the solar system. On these bodies, humanity found a near infinite wealth of material resources, but no new home. Small permanent settlements could be found on places like Earth's moon Luna or on Mars, and more recently even some of the moons around the outer gas giants. While there was a human presence in these places, these facilities were typically either research stations, tourist destinations, or peacekeeper bases, and they were all either subterranean or under a dome structure on the surface. These settlements were littered all over the solar system and were supported by the Trade Corps' efficient and reliable shipping network across the system. True off-world self-sustainability, though, appeared to remain an unrealizable dream anywhere in Earth's own solar system. This also helped to set the stage for the first generational Starship mission.
Attention passengers, please be prepared for final insertion. Please secure yourself as well as your belongings. We are approaching the point of separation.
Marcus and Hugh sat up straight in preparation. Coming up was the most physically demanding part of orb-ups, but it was not usually too traumatic in and of itself. The swarm of flight attendant drones quickly made their rounds, looking for possible projectile hazards, and double-checking that everyone was properly strapped in. They then puffed their way to the front and docked themselves into their alcoves. Chapter 2. One of the most important developments of the last 2 centuries' biotechnology revolution was the ability to engineer custom microbes capable of replicating just about any process which occurred naturally. These technologies allowed, among other things, the creation of algae which consumed carbon dioxide at much higher rates than plants alone naturally would, as well as the removal of other greenhouse gases and pollutants from the atmosphere. Individual plastic bags 10 meters squared and filled with these microbes made up vast multi-kilometer fields which floated atop the open ocean. The bags were constructed of a material durable enough to survive the worst recorded hurricanes, but also microscopically porous enough that water and gases could slowly pass through the material while microbes on either side could not. Inside the bags, great teeming masses of laboratory-engineered green algae sloshed about, absorbing vast amounts of carbon dioxide and excreting oxygen in the process. When an individual bag reached the point at which it contained far more dead algae than living, its contents were simply sterilized and then released into the water. This way, all of the dead algae simply fell to the bottom of the ocean or were eaten on their way there, once again sequestering back to the earth all of the carbon they had consumed while they were alive. Another revolutionary biotechnology solution were plastic-eating bacteria, which were released into the sea in order to consume all of the finely beaded plastic which had been blighting the oceans for over 2 centuries. Since plastics effectively never degrade, they had instead just been breaking down into smaller and smaller pieces until tiny beads of the material had become totally omnipresent in Earth's oceans by the 21st century. Naturally concerned that plastic-eating bacteria could become gravely destructive to civilization on land if they ever got out of control, they were engineered to be unable to replicate. As a result, vast quantities were produced in massive industrial-scale bioreactors and then unceremoniously dumped into the oceans at strategic points where large-scale currents would carry them all over the world. They gorged themselves on whatever plastic they could find, except the algae bags, which were specifically constructed of a material impervious to the plastic-eating bacteria, until they had absorbed all the plastic they could, or could no longer find any, and then died and sunk to the bottom of the ocean. It had taken time to develop technologies such as these, and to implement them on an industrial scale. While atmospheric concentration of carbon dioxide was now far less than it was at its peak, it was still well above pre-industrial levels. Climate changes slowly, and the planet was still in the middle of the still worsening effects of a changed climate. Humans adapted to it as they do, and it was stoically understood that it took several hundred years for the damage to be done, and that it would likewise take at least several hundred years more to undo the damage, if it could be undone at all. Extreme weather of all kinds were more frequent and severe than ever in recorded history. The Earth's biodiversity was still suffering a mass extinction, and invasive species were a serious problem the world over. Much of the Earth's equatorial region had been devastated by drought, and the ocean coastlines of the world had advanced inland, leading to a mass exodus of people living near the equator or the ocean, either north or inland, respectively. While severe weather events could be terrible, they were nevertheless occasional, unlike the 1-meter rise in sea level, which was a more constant and unforgiving disaster. It was believed that the water level had finally stopped rising further, and there was optimism in the world for the first time that maybe, things had finally stopped getting worse. No one knew how long it would be before any reversals of things like the ocean level could be measured, but there was a sense of validation that efforts to date were beginning to pay dividends. It was often lamented how bad it never would have had to have gotten, and how reversals could already be occurring, if only their grandparents and great-grandparents had taken appropriate action when the problem had first been identified. Modern communications technologies were an equally important development in recent centuries, now allowing effortless communication between any points on the globe. This made it ever harder to isolate oneself and avoid exposure to and immersion in all of humanity's common culture. Now more than ever, media, communication technology, and information were completely ubiquitous. It became ever harder for parents to instill and maintain in their children any scientifically preposterous worldviews which had been taught to themselves as children. Science-based knowledge was ubiquitous and readily accessible to anyone at any moment, which made the maintenance of blatantly unscientific religious beliefs incredibly difficult. This is the tension which led to the conception, construction, and launch of the first generational starship. At first, the smaller, less popular, and less insular churches slowly faded away or simply lost their doctrinal focus, and became more focused on fostering a sense of community and togetherness. The more emphatically dogmatic, however, devolved into ever more insular and fundamentalist communities. This trend continued until the larger original institutions were able to reconsolidate their influence in a sort of reverse Reformation. The two richest, most organized, and most powerful religious organizations in the world were the Old Christian Roman Catholics and the New Christian Mormons. But even these mighty institutions found recruitment increasingly difficult as most jurisdictions in the world had instituted early childhood education in critical thinking and introductory science programs in elementary school. These policies were originally conceived and instituted to elicit a generation of scientists to tackle the challenges of climate change. But the ancillary spin-off effect was a tremendous infusion of scientific literacy into the public discourse. The Mormons were the first to go, and since he was raised Mormon, it could be a touchy subject for Hugh. His parents were on board the first GSS when it left, and they were now out there somewhere distant, silently sailing through the void. It was only a modest leap of faith for the Mormon true believers. They were, after all, a people who already believed that their God came from the stars, and that heaven was a planet which a starship could take them to. A couple centuries into the space age, the Mormons and the Catholics were the only organizations on Earth with sufficient resources and motivation to pull off a generational interstellar colonization project. From the Mormons' perspective, they were abandoning their home in search of a new one, and in their position it no doubt seemed the only reasonable option left available to them. It was, after all, a part of their culture, given their historic exodus to Utah. Once the Mormons had taken the initiative and shown that it was possible, though, the Catholics soon followed suit and used their even vaster fortune to build and launch another, even larger GSS project. With that, the only two major centralized religions left the earth altogether and forever. They gathered their remaining flock and headed out into the stars. Marcus was looking out the window and enjoying the view as they gained altitude, while Hugh was working on his medium scroll. Scrolls were the standard portable computer interface and consisted of two narrow rod-like cylinders which could be tucked into a pocket when not in use. To use the scroll, one simply pulled the two rods apart and unrolled the flexible display screen. Once unfurled to the desired size, the screen went rigid at the prompting of a small electric current flowing through it, and the user could display whatever they wished on either side of the screen's surface. Hugh was currently only using the side of the screen facing him, but if he chose to, he could display a duplication on the reverse side, or a different display entirely. The device itself was only part of what made it such a wonderful companion. The other part was the Earth General Archive system which it tied into. A descendant of early internet search engines and online encyclopedias, the archives effectively knew everything which humanity collectively knew. Questions from as simple as what the current time was, to as difficult as how the Roman Empire fell, or what was happening in the world on a specific day 400 years ago, could all be asked of the archives with coherent answers available at a customizable level of depth and complexity. It also allowed the browsing of a detailed map of the world with any kind of informational overlay and temporal slider, which together made it easy to view changing political maps or human population distributions over time, across the whole world or in narrower areas. The archives were also the repository for all publicly available music, video games, educational lectures, and audio or video entertainment programming, with newer content available for purchase through the same system. This was all, of course, very useful for someone like Hugh, who was a history professor specializing in the nuclear tragedy of 2042, and who, during the flight up, was using the system as he worked on a new lesson plan for his introductory course on the event. The nuclear tragedy was one of those large pivot points in history, like the great wars of the 20th century, an event for which those who lived through it believed everything changed as a result. Hugh was one of many academics who researched in detail this time of great geopolitical change. More than a century ago, without warning, and on a deceptively peaceful spring morning, Tel Aviv and its surrounding areas were completely obliterated and disappeared from the map entirely. In the initial aftermath, it was believed that someone, or some group, had somehow smuggled a nuclear bomb into the city's port on a ship. This assumption had devastating repercussions in the hours that followed, and was made all the more tragic by the natural nature of the original disaster. It was later determined that the explosion had been caused by a meteor over 30 meters wide slamming straight down into the Earth's surface with full force. Studies in the aftermath revealed it to have had an explosive force in excess of 10 megatons as measured in TNT equivalents. The object had not been spotted on its approach since it came towards Earth from the direction of the Sun, and insufficient resources had been dedicated to spotting these most elusive potential impactors. The immediate mystery of the cause and source of the explosion were in part responsible for the senseless additional horrors which ensued in the following hours. "I've been researching," Hugh suggested in getting Marcus's attention, "how people felt in that short hour between Tel Aviv and the retaliations, when nobody knew anything about what had just happened. The social media archives reveal a lot of interesting insights. Most of it was just people asking if anyone knew any more about it. Some seemed to understand exactly what was about to happen in response, though, and I was surprised at how many people made postings which were actually, well, I'd have to say rejoicing. I mean, this was long before the first GSS. There were still a lot of people in the world who thought that it was the beginning of Armageddon, he said, shaking his head. They were excited that it was the end of the world. They thought it was the fiery ending which they believed was the whole point of all existence. That is positively disturbing," Marcus answered thoughtfully. "Yes, it is," Hugh responded, quickly sinking back into his work again. While Israel was in a confused panic after the attack, one high-ranking military official launched a retaliatory strike on Iran. There was, of course, no evidence of their involvement, but he was unable to communicate with his government and assumed the worst. As the captain of a nuclear ballistic missile-armed submarine, he was among a select few military officials who had been authorized to launch a retaliatory nuclear strike on their own initiative in the event of the government being destroyed or disabled, and unable to give such an order. The suspicion that Iran was responsible was not entirely without merit given the political tensions of the day, but it was a suspicion entirely without evidence. When Israel launched nuclear missiles east, warning systems alerted the government of Pakistan. The more reasonable elements in the Pakistani government were doing all they could to keep the fundamentalist hardliners at bay after the Tel Aviv detonation. But once Israel launched, the Pakistani military deposed their civilian government and launched a full nuclear strike of their own against their enemies. They launched missiles against Israel, but while the chaos permitted them the opportunity, they struck at India as well, their bitter old rival. Delhi and Mumbai were hit around the same time Iran was being hit by Israeli missiles, and India was shooting back at Pakistan. And somehow, for some reason, that was it. Delhi, Mumbai, Tehran, and essentially all of Israel and Pakistan were completely destroyed in only a few hours. The mature nuclear powers of the world, namely those on the United Nations Security Council, had long ago war-gamed out every possible outcome of getting involved on either side of such a conflict. Whether on principle or merely to exploit the situation, they found no way to involve themselves which could yield any positive results. They could only make things worse by taking sides, and they knew it. Together, They instead unanimously and unconditionally offered aid to survivors across the entire conflict zone, to whoever would accept the offer. In less than 3 hours, 223 million people were dead, and another half that again over the following weeks, months, and years due to the radiation. At first it was feared that this exchange would only entrench and inflame the old hatreds. But instead, something miraculously positive came out of the nuclear tragedy of 2042. You know, it's amazing, Hugh reflected, remarking on his work to Marcus. How as a species, sometimes we have to go through horrible things. For good things to happen? What funny creatures we are. Marcus got the impression Hugh was largely just talking to himself, so he let the comment go without a response and resumed his gazing out the window. Peace began again, as it always must, with talk. The collective will of the survivors to forever avoid the same nightmare in the future led all parties to work together towards picking up the pieces in the region. Opposition religions, blessedly, were not generally held responsible as it was feared they would be. Instead, Sunnis, Shiites, Christians, Jews, Sikhs, and Hindus the world over came to see their absolutist dogmas and arbitrary hatreds as the true and ultimate cause of the disaster. It was a moment which forever changed all facets of the Muslim faith. Never again could ordinary Muslims just trying to look after their families and live their lives in peace have any patience at all for the violent extremism which had fed the toxic political climate and led to the tragedy. Every one of them had been a bitter witness to the only possible ultimate result of such attitudes and beliefs. In one fateful morning, all of Southwest Asia learned the importance of a clear separation between politics and religion. Going forward, Islam the world over came to put less and less emphasis on the literal truth of its mythology, and instead focused more generally on the messages and motifs in the Quran, which could enrich people's lives as it gradually let go of its more poisonous elements. It was in that moment across the world that automatic deference and respect for religions in general suffered a fatal blow from which it never recovered. Jerusalem was rebuilt again, but this time as an exercise in peace, in symbolic cooperation between all peoples who held the site sacred and who were formerly so bitterly divided. The Western world stopped imposing their interests on the region, finally understanding that their help only ever made things worse. The callous claimed that the Western world only stopped getting involved in Southwest Asia when fusion technology began to come into its own, and oil ceased to be the primary geopolitical driving force in the world. Whatever the reason, finally leaving the area alone was the most helpful thing the West ever did for the region. Hugh once suggested to Marcus that it was a historical and doctrinal irony that from a certain point of view, the Armageddon prophecies of the monotheists essentially came true. The fiery war took place, many were taken to heaven, and afterwards it now seemed as though there would indeed be a relative peace on earth for 1,000 years.
Attention passengers, separation in 3, 2, 1.
With a jolt, Marcus could feel the shuttle drop as the clamps from the aircraft section released the daughter craft the two were sitting in, at which point the mother craft quickly popped back up into the sky after abruptly losing most of its weight. It then banked off to the left to avoid the bright and growing trail of burning rocket fuel. It lit up the sky behind the shuttle and they began accelerating, with none so subtle an acceleration this time. The G-forces increased more and more until the passengers were eventually subjected to between 2 and 3 Gs for about 12 minutes. Most people found this to be the more distressing part of orb-ups. Not being terribly familiar with adrenaline or the thrill of intense sensation, they found it an unsettling and uncomfortable feeling. The fascination with especially dangerous sports had declined over the last century or so, and was now considered almost vulgar. Those who skydived, raced high-speed land vehicles, or liked to travel the open ocean in a small craft were nearly universally considered undesirably eccentric and foolhardy. Marcus had never been such a person, but he wondered if it might be in him somewhere, buried deep down inside. He'd certainly never pursued such activities or sensations deliberately, but he was only mildly stressed by moments such as these. Like most things in his life, he simply experienced whatever happened to come his way. He certainly never went out of his way to seek out such extreme sensations, though. Not like Hugh. Hugh was indeed just such a thrill-seeker, though. It certainly didn't consume his life, but on vacation and in his free time, he enjoyed anything which caused adrenaline to flow through his veins. When on vacation together, Hugh was always the one pushing the safety limits of whatever activity they were engaged in. He often made Marcus worry, and would only pull back at the point he did on account of his friend's fearful pleading. Hugh particularly enjoyed skydiving, and the feeling of being totally at mercy of forces on a scale far beyond himself, and which made him and his body feel totally insignificant, or so he tried to explain to Marcus. Hugh grinned at the sensation of the acceleration and the thought of the monstrous forces being expressed mere meters away, while Marcus was gripping his armrests increasingly tightly. On many occasions he had tried to explain to Marcus what he enjoyed so much about extreme sensations and situations. He tried to explain how it somehow made him feel more alive. But in response, Marcus could only ever blink. Chapter 3. Marcus and Hugh stared out the shuttle's window contemplatively. The sky darkened into a deeper and deeper blue, then purple, and then altogether black and transparent as they cleared the bulk of the atmosphere. To their left they could see the stunning view of Earth from low orbit. Marcus had seen the sight many times before, but it somehow always felt as though he were seeing it for the first time. There was something about it which could never be adequately captured in an image. The shuttle's main engines reduced their thrust as smoothly and steadily as they had initially come to life, and then finally cut out altogether. All sense of acceleration in any direction completely melted away. Once the engines were fully disengaged, Marcus and Hugh were again confronted with the challenge of readjusting to the feeling of weightlessness and bumping back and forth in place between their seats and shoulder straps. Marcus enjoyed the sensation immensely, but he always found being confined in one's seat while weightless somehow undignified. The fuel for their ascent had been provided by a smaller shuttle-light craft mounted belly to belly against the passenger shuttle. This obscured and protected the ablative underside of both crafts during the ascent. The tanker shuttle was significantly larger than the primary shuttle, but instead of passengers it carried only fuel and was effectively a highly sophisticated reusable fuel tank. When mounted together, the two crafts were together shaped like a barrel with one end pulled out into a pointed nose and mirrored wings extending out from the rear half of the craft. Both crafts had two tail fin control surfaces which created the effect, when both crafts were seen together, of looking like the earliest conception of what spacecrafts would look like in the earliest days of rocketry, when the only model was Nazi Germany's V-2 vengeance weapon, except shaped somewhat stubbier than that ancient terror weapon, and with large wings which such rockets never had. With its fuel now spent, the tanker shuttle broke off from the passenger shuttle's belly and jetted away before a short engine burn began the process of it falling back down to Earth again. Fully autonomously, it would guide itself back through the atmosphere, slowed by its ablative belly, and guide itself back to the orb port, where it would be refueled and reattached to a fresh shuttle which would then be mounted under another jet-powered altitude launcher. Marcus and Hugh were in orbit now, and soft accelerations could be felt this way and that as the autopilot adjusted their orbital attitude in preparation for their approach to Orbital 1 on maneuvering thrusters alone. Craning their necks to look up through the window, Marcus and Hugh watched as the gigantic 2-kilometer-wide space station came fully into view as the shuttle rolled over during its approach. The large rotating wheel was in every sense the primary hub of all activity in low Earth orbit. The station was shaped like a hollow cylinder, and within its 20-floor thick, half-kilometer-wide walls, people worked, lived, and played. Extending inward from the interior of the cylinder were struts which held it securely to the central hub section of the station. The outer shallow can part of the station rotated to simulate gravity, while the inner section counter-rotated, which preserved the overall rotational stability of the station, as well as providing a safely stationary docking port. Marcus watched as another shuttle like his detached itself from the central section and drifted away from the station. Once at a safe distance, a few seconds of main engine thrust slowed its orbital velocity enough for it to begin falling back down to the planet. Most of the other docked ships were like the shuttle he descended in, but there were also smaller private crafts as well as large industrial vessels and long-term ships which traveled to the outer solar system. On the far side of the central section there were a few large ships in the middle of construction, ships which were never meant to enter a planet's atmosphere, and were thus built in orbit. Orbital 1 was also instrumental in planetary and system-wide communications. It was the primary radio and laser communications hub for the entire solar system. Radio light was still the preferred means of communication between a planet or moon surface and anything in its orbit, but concentrated laser light had become the standard for communication from one such body to another around the solar system. It was a far more efficient means of transmitting photons, but one's aim had to be far more precise than with radio. Orbital 2 and Orbital 3 looked very much like Orbital 1, but were scaled-down versions. Each was only half a kilometer wide. Orbital 1 had been built first, as the first part of the 3-station plan. It had the same dimensions of 2 and 3, but was much larger. This allowed the construction of a much larger habitat which served a wide array of functions from fueling station to holiday resort destination. Most importantly for the New Horizon mission, though, its larger size also allowed it to serve as a platform off of which to build large new ships. Orbitals 2 and 3 were open to the public as Orbital 1 was, but they were filled primarily with the orbital offices of transnational corporations, microgravity research laboratories and medical facilities, as well as peacekeeper operations centers and auxiliary orbital traffic coordinators. The 3 stations traveled in the same equatorial orbit and remained equidistant from each other, forming a triangle around the planet. A series of drone stations operating autonomously and on a variety of different orbits networked with the 3 stations to allow real-time keyhole camera and global positioning systems to every point on the planet. The primary function of the satellite network was to serve as the main communications infrastructure for the whole solar system. Not only could they together communicate with every point on the planet on demand, but the configuration they used allowed them to also be in direct line of sight for laser communication with anywhere in the system at any time. The outer section of the station rotated at an appropriate speed to create the perception of gravity towards the interior surfaces of the cylinder, with up being towards the center of the station and down being out and away from the station. The interior of this outer cylinder was colloquially referred to as the habitat ring. This artificial gravity effect resulted from the centripetal forces arising from the habitat ring's rotation. Objects like people always want to continue whatever motion they have in a straight line, So when sitting on the interior of a rotating cylinder, their motion wants to carry them in a straight line away from the station at a tangent, but the floor's surface is perpetually in the way. The effect of this is the floor pushing the inhabitants towards the center of the station, simulating the effect of gravity pulling down from the axis of rotation. Orbital 2 and Orbital 3 had only 8 floors in their habitat ring, and each were only 200 meters wide. Being smaller, they had to rotate faster than the larger Orbital 1 to simulate the same degree of gravity. Their inner decks had a bit less than one standard Earth G, while the outer decks had a bit more, but in general the difference was barely detectable. People are good at comparing things against each other simultaneously, but not very good at comparing things presented sequentially, and someone could only ever be on one floor at a time. Where the shipyard was located in the central section of Orbital 1, the smaller stations only had space for docking ports and shuttle parking. The docking procedure on all 3 were the same, though. For larger ships, there were 4 long curved horns which could reach an approaching ship's airlock without bringing the ship and station dangerously close together. The horns were structurally sound enough to hold the ship in position relative to the station, while allowing crew to pass through the hollow interior of the horn. On rare occasions when no large ships were docked, the 4 horns looked like a long 4-pronged claw, waiting to strike out and snatch any prey which happened to pass by. Small crafts, like the regular passenger orbiter Marcus and Hugh were riding in, were by comparison small enough to come right up to the central section of the station after maneuvering past the horns and any large ships which happened to be docked at them at the time. The orbiter's airlock was located in its nose, and the craft ever so gradually crept forward towards the complementary airlock of the station. The 2 men felt a gentle nudge forward and were held back by their shoulder restraints. They could feel some minor vibrations through their seats and restraints as electric motors winched the shuttle firmly down to the station, and pumps began filling the intervening space with atmosphere. Here the craft would remain until it was again boarded by another group of passengers returning to Earth. A lot of research had gone into figuring out how to keep the human body healthy in a low-gravity environment, but the efforts were largely abandoned. It was ultimately realized and accepted that the expense of creating appropriate gravity for people living in space was just another built-in expense of operating in space. Theoretical physicists still claimed that it should eventually be possible to create artificial gravity by other more fanciful means, but they still didn't know of any way to actually go about it technologically. The principles were understood, but the technology to put those principles and equations into practice didn't yet exist, much like the few proposed methods of traveling faster than light. Such things were believed to someday be possible, though, and some even mused that the GSS missions were a waste of effort because of it. They speculated that with how long it would take to travel to another star using conventional propulsion, technology would inevitably be created in the meantime to get people there far faster, which would allow them to arrive long before the painfully slow GSS missions, even if they left long after the original mission. Elsewhere in the solar system, people did live in low-G environments where it was entirely unavoidable. This was generally regarded in the same way as was exposure to ionizing radiation. Both were considered cumulatively hazardous to one's health, and something which should be avoided whenever possible, but especially for long durations of months or years on end. There were exercise machines which people could use to stem the decay of their bones and muscles, but it was only ever a stopgap measure. It was just a known law of physiology that it was always easier and safer to move from a higher gravity to a lower gravity, but difficult to adapt in the opposite direction. Orbital 1 was much more than just a transportation and communications hub, though. It was a city in its own right, and the unofficial cultural and political capital of the solar system in an orbit which varied between 350 and 400 kilometers above the Earth's surface. It housed an alternate conference center which could accommodate the new Commonwealth or United Nations official meetings and ceremonies, but it also housed system-renowned restaurants, arboretums, and sports facilities. To much controversy relating to the travel expenses involved and the possibility of variable gravity, Orbital 1 had even hosted the 2116 Summer Olympics to demonstrate the brand new station's facilities, back when Marcus was a small boy. Imagination was the only limit to the usefulness of this wondrous station. Hugh caught sight of the impressive new starship first and pointed it out to Marcus. There she is. GSS New Horizon was hard to miss as it came into view. It was one of the largest spaceships ever constructed by humans. Orbital 1 was the only facility capable of constructing the New Horizon, and even so, only certain preliminary stages could be completed while docked with the station. After primary construction was completed and its interior atmosphere was established, the ship was disengaged from Orbital 1 to initiate its own gravity spin and facilitate construction of the ship's interior. The original generational starships were of an entirely different design from this new one. These earlier vessels were each required to accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. Fortunately, the religious authorities commissioning the projects commanded massive economic resources, and their more brute force approach was to capture an asteroid several kilometers across and gently bring it into a high Earth orbit. They then set construction drones to work hollowing out the interior, harvesting liquid oxygen and hydrogen from the water they found in it, sorting out the other raw materials they would need on their journey, and jettisoning the rest into an ever-growing waste bag. Steadily and surprisingly quickly, the tireless drones successfully hollowed out the asteroids while leaving a sufficiently thick outer wall to shield the interior from dangerous cosmic rays, a perpetual silent hazard in space. Their task complete, those drones then returned to dock in their control satellite and patiently waited to be commissioned for some other project. At this point, a different set of construction drones, designed to work alongside humans, all detached from a different construction satellite, and approached the work site. These drone teams set to work building an exterior docking port out of the hole the first drones had originally dug through and traveled in and out of while hollowing out the interior of the asteroid. After constructing the docking port, establishing a stable atmosphere inside the asteroid, and giving it a gravity spin, the drones and human crews began constructing the interior living spaces of the ship. Later on, the asteroid ships were each supplied with a bank of 12 of the most powerful fusion cores commercially available. 6 of the cores were dedicated to keeping the humans alive on board, while the other 6 each independently powered their own ion engines. While the New Horizon used advanced prototypes for their power core and ion engines, these earlier missions merely used the most powerful mass-produced systems available at the time. The high-capacity ion drives were essentially just bolted onto the side of the outfitted asteroid, and a single liquid rocket engine was installed at the rear of the ship in order to use up all of the volatile fuels harvested from the asteroid during construction. This allowed them to start their interstellar journey more directly than the New Horizon could. Without a liquid rocket booster, the new GSS would instead need to use its weaker ion engines to expand its orbit around the Earth wider and wider. It would then boost its orbit away from the Sun on an escape vector out of the solar system, while maintaining their orbital velocities and getting a gravity assist speed boost from Jupiter, Uranus, and Neptune. The earlier GSS vessels could instead just point in the direction of their target star, and light both their liquid rocket engine and their ion drives, then continue on under ion power once all of their volatiles were used up. This allowed them to get a jump start on their great lumbering out to the stars. The New Horizon was an entirely different animal, though. Small and purpose-built, every component was precisely engineered. Instead of hundreds of thousands, it was only built to accommodate 100 people at launch, and up to 300 by the time of their arrival. It was built from scratch, using advanced prototype technologies instead of off-the-shelf components. The blueprints of Orbital 2 and 3 were the original basis for the New Horizons design. It was about the same size as the smaller stations, but with obvious and significant differences. Although the exterior of the outer ring was matte gray just like the exterior of the space stations, there was one particular section which caught Marcus's eye. It was a strip of the inner surface of the rotating habitat ring, which glimmered with reflected sunlight. He didn't know what was causing the effect, but at the right angle of reflection that glimmering could be positively blinding as it reflected the full might of the sun. Instead of a docking port in the middle like the stations had, there was instead a stubby cylindrical module which housed the large prototype fusion power core, which Marcus's family's company had designed and constructed specifically for the mission. Extending from there were 4 long cylindrical casings arranged around an obscured central access tube. Most of these long and narrow cylinders were taken up by the cold storage tanks which held either deuterium fuel for the fusion reactor or the liquid xenon fuel which powered the ion engines. Although the hydrogen isotope deuterium was easily harvested from heavy water on Earth or from asteroids and meteors in space, the liquid xenon fuel was a commodity only made widely available after widespread use of ion engines made it economically feasible to begin harvesting it from Jupiter's atmosphere. Beyond the storage tanks, and situated at the far tips of the long tubes, were the currently powered down yet extraordinarily powerful prototype ion drives. Chapter 4.
Attention passengers, please remain in your seats while vital checks are made before transferring to Orbital 1.
Marcus looked around at his fellow travelers and wondered what their stories were. He found himself wondering if any of them were New Horizon crew like himself. He saw the usual tourist types as well as some less excited-looking professionals on a regular commute, figuring the latter were probably engineers and EVA, or extravehicular activity, technicians, returning from vacation, or service people working for one of the station's onboard destination resorts. He wondered if there would be anything which would tip him off that somebody was New Horizon bound, if there could be any dead giveaway. He similarly wondered if there was anything about himself which would likewise give him away. No one stood out, and nothing came to mind, except perhaps for him probably looking somewhat contemplative, quite serious looking.
Attention passengers, welcome aboard Orbital 1. Please be advised that until you are in a lift and begin moving towards the habitat ring, you will continue to experience microgravity. If you require any assistance, or if this is your first time in microgravity, please feel free to stay in your seat and a droid will promptly be along to assist you. Otherwise, please make your way to the airlock at the front of the cabin and into one of the lifts waiting to take you up to the main habitat ring. Once again, thank you for orbiting with New Commonwealth Orbital and Interplanetary, and please enjoy your stay aboard Orbital 1.
You know, it's funny, Marcus remarked to Hugh as they both removed their shoulder harnesses. It takes so much energy to escape the hold of gravity, and then we put so much effort into recreating it all over again, Hugh chuckled. The two waited as the passengers ahead of them slowly made their way down the central pathway of the ship and towards the airlock. The two watched amused as a couple who were very obviously either total microgravity virgins or very near to it, clumsily and indignantly bumped their way down the aisle. They occasionally attempted to swim through the air as novices often do. For some reason it was always one's first instinct in microgravity. Perhaps it was because the feeling of buoyancy was the closest analog on Earth to the sensation of weightlessness. When it was their turn, Marcus and Hugh expertly made their way down the aisle with their experienced technique, almost showing off to the rest of the passengers. Once across the threshold of the forward airlock, there were the usual series of moving handrails leading to the area where one entered the 6 awaiting lifts. The two friends each grabbed a handrail and allowed it to take them to the second lift on their left, and used the handhold on the ceiling to make their way through the door. Each lift ran back and forth along one of the 6 spokes which ran between the station's central module and the habitat ring. Using handholds inside the lift, they made their way to their intended seats and once again strapped themselves in. This lift was the one which would take them closest to the New Horizons Orbital 1 office, where Marcus had been instructed to check in once he'd arrived on the station. After strapping themselves into their seats, they waited as some more people from the shuttle joined them in the lift, and after a few more minutes the door slid closed, and the lift began its 800-meter trip up to the habitat ring. The lift accelerated at a rate of 9.8 meters per second squared for a little while, pushing Marcus up into his seat harness and making him feel like he was hanging upside down on Earth. After a few minutes, this acceleration eased off gradually until it was altogether gone, and then began to return on him in the opposite direction as the lift slowed down on the second half of its trip. Now he was feeling himself pushed down into his seat, with a force which would increase until it felt like normal Earth gravity, and they arrived at the habitat ring. Seamlessly, the effect of gravity shifted from being a product of the lift decelerating to being entirely the result of the station's rotation. The lift doors slid open again onto the station's two-level central main floor. If the station was a city, this two-story section running all the way around the center of the habitat ring would constitute its downtown core. Like a shopping mall, there was an open central area with access to the first-level businesses on the main floor, and second-level balcony providing access to the upper level and a look out over the main concourse below. In this place, there was no way for the senses to betray that they were hurtling through orbit around the planet, instead of safely indoors somewhere on the planet below. Being in the very center of the station's habitat ring, there were no windows to betray where they really were, and the gravity closely matched that of Earth to such a degree that a person's senses were unable to discriminate. The outer sections of the station which were able to have windows were very much prime real estate on the station. They had a view which slowly but constantly cycled between the Earth, open space, the New Horizon, a variety of other ships in the area, and when the orbits were right, Luna and its continually shifting phases. On both levels of this central area, there was a rather wide array of businesses, including gift shops, food markets, restaurants, and other services. Marcus and Hugh, both having been on board Orbital 1 many times before, walked confidently out of the lift and turned left towards the New Horizon office. "I'll walk you to the office for check-in, and then we can spend the evening together, all right? In the morning you can board your shuttle to the ship. How's that sound?" Hugh asked. "One last night out on the station?" Marcus nodded his head in agreement. Ordinarily they would have went directly to the hotel district to check into their rooms, but this time they instead headed straight for the New Horizon office, where Marcus would register and check in for his shuttle over to the ship in the morning. There was no rush to get there, though. More than a week ago, he'd sent ahead to the ship most of the things he'd be taking with him. Everything he'd need in the interim was carried with him in his pockets or in his travel bag. Now that he was in orbit, he only had to check in with the New Horizon office once, and then he could come and go as he pleased until the launch. Marcus had seen many pictures of the New Horizon, but he was still very eager to see it in person, to actually walk its corridors, to see his suite for the first time, and to tour all the interesting areas of the ship. It was, after all, the place where he would be spending the rest of his life. The office was only a few hundred meters away, and after their fellow passengers disembarked, Marcus and Hugh walked off and the lift doors closed behind them, no doubt back to retrieve the next batch of new arrivals. There was a bustle in the main corridor today, and not just with people. There were any number of real and simulated pets, both common and exotic, accompanying their owners, as well as personal assistant and security drones of a wide variety of sizes and designs also zooming about over their heads, the former on individual missions from their owners, and the latter keeping a watchful eye. The security drones' primary function was station security, but they also served as station ambassadors and help desks for anyone who needed directions, dining recommendations, or language translations, really just about anything. Other flightless drones moved about on the ground, autonomous maintenance and service drones working at tasks bequeathed to them by the station's computers. Some of the smaller ones could get irritatingly underfoot, while others lumbered about, matching their scale and pace with that of the human traffic. It was midday for Marcus, but that didn't matter much on the station. Officially, the station ran on Greenwich Mean Time, but this was arbitrary. Any time zone could have been chosen to be the station's official time. Since the station was constantly flying in and out of the sun, people on the station had to artificially maintain their own circadian rhythm by darkening their rooms during their night and brightening them during their day. The common areas of Orbital 1 were lit at all hours of the day to facilitate everyone's schedule, and for the most part, people just operated on whatever schedule their lives obliged them to. If just visiting the station, for example, people tended to stay on whatever sleep cycle they had come to orbit with. The main corridor was a large and diverse marketplace, but truth be told, it was probably the ultimate tourist trap in the entire solar system. It was a great place for avid observers of human nature like Marcus and Hugh to do some thorough people-watching, though. They came from all over the solar system and interacted here in a way which they couldn't anywhere else. From the hated smell of curry that blasted Marcus's face as he walked past a traditional Indian restaurant, which ruefully always caught him by surprise, to the Irish jeweler next door to it and the Northwest American art studio across from it. The place was a true global bazaar in orbit. They passed by one of their favorite places on board, the Space Outback bar and casino run by a couple of Australians. They then moved on into a section that consisted of more traditional office spaces with the usual amenities. They passed gift shops, a dentist, and a travel agency, with a sign advertising tours of the Martian and Jovian systems. Neither Marcus nor Hugh had ever been married, nor had they any children. So, over the years, they'd both had the opportunity to travel a great deal. They had done most of the tours that were offered across the solar system, and in the process, Marcus had learned a lot about their local neighborhood. He'd climbed Mount Olympus on Mars, the highest peak in the solar system, as well as the ice cliffs of Europa and atmospheric surfing on Venus. As a hobbyist, he was a fully certified shuttle pilot, and this allowed them the extra adventure and latitude of renting private shuttles in many of the places they'd visited, doing some pretty extensive independent exploring of their own. It was on these excursions that Hugh could really push the limits, and he usually found them in Marcus's stress levels. At 48 years old, both of them had found that there wasn't much new left in the solar system for them to do or discover. While Hugh always had more to discover about the past in his academic research, Marcus had lately been lamenting the field of research he worked in, and that his specialty had by necessity become ever more narrow and granular over his career. It was a common complaint of researchers such as himself, that the more was known about a subject, the narrower and more specific any further investigations into the area had to be to expand our understanding any further. Lately, he had become nostalgic over his undergraduate years. He remembered having very big questions after being exposed to very big ideas, and that feeling of exponential growth in intellect and perspective. Now, in order to break new ground scientifically, he had to ask very small and finite questions, which were certainly important, but were far less exciting than the broader research areas which could yield equally broad results. He had learned a lot already in other subjects he was curious about, and while there was always more to learn, always more to question, his really big questions had ultimately been answered a long time ago already. At least, that is, the big questions which had answers which could be discovered scientifically. He sometimes lamented how similar it was to the way in which the older someone got, the less they could fundamentally change the kind of person they were. He sometimes daydreamed about how different a person he might have become if long ago his life had taken him down any given zig instead of the particular zag which it had. Before being confronted with the possibility of joining the New Horizon mission, at his age it had felt as though all of his choices took him down nearly identical roads. Good or bad, It was undeniable that leaving on the ship forever was a definite zig amongst all the zags previously available to him. Most of Marcus's friends and relatives, with the obvious exception of Hugh, had had a hard time understanding Marcus's decision to go on the mission. It had, after all, taken some effort for Hugh to convince Marcus to apply in the first place. Originally, he'd only applied for one of the New Horizon wildcard positions because Hugh did. And it was an impossibly wonderful idea to think about them both being chosen. The odds were clearly in favor of neither of them being chosen, though. It was, after all, a lottery. It instead turned out that Marcus had won a spot, but Hugh had not. And it had taken some work for Hugh to convince Marcus to go on the mission without him. It was a frightening proposition for Marcus to go alone and without Hugh. Marcus was, after all, in a very real way, going over the horizon forever, and never to return. Although he would lead a rich, full life as far as any physiological metrics were concerned, people in his life saw his decision and what it would mean for them as tantamount to him committing suicide. For them, he would simply be gone forever, and before long, forever beyond any practical communication as well. For him, he was simply going along with what his life had put in front of him. Chapter 5 18 months ago. Marcus, you have to go. Hugh stayed a little distantly, looking deep into the night sky. Why would I? I mean, I only applied because you did, and only on the wild chance that we might both win a spot. I never had any intention of going if you weren't. It was always your idea, your dream. Not mine, Marcus answered. They hadn't talked about it much since it happened, but a few days earlier the results of the lottery for the New Horizon wildcard spots had been announced. Marcus had won a spot, but Hugh had not. The two were on their annual retreat to northeastern Alberta. The purpose of their trips had changed over the years, but whatever their motivation was today, it had become an unbroken tradition between them for almost 30 years now. This was a sad anniversary, though. Last year's trip had been when Hugh had originally explained what the New Horizon mission was all about. He was excited about the first secular GSS and its straightforward mission of establishing a permanent off-world colony in another star system. At first Marcus was dubious, though, about either of them entering the lottery at all. There had come to be a distinct stigma surrounding the previous GSS missions, a stigma of which Hugh was acutely aware. After all, the only two previous missions were religious refugee ships seeking to escape from the secular and rational world which Earth had become. Hugh had tried to explain how the New Horizon mission was something wildly different after attending a talk given by Master Siddiqa Sengupta, one of the famous 4 principals involved in the project. He described how moved he had been by how raw and boundless her passion for the project seemed to be. Hugh insisted that while the previous GSS missions were about escape and denial, this one was instead about exploration and discovery, about creating a concentration of all of the best which humanity had to offer, and then spreading it out into the galaxy. This way, she'd explained, humanity could be expanded and cultivated. Most importantly, though, it could be preserved. I don't get it. Why would I go? I mean, I only applied to minimize the risk of having to see you go without me, on the wild chance that I would get selected as well if you were. Why would I go now only to watch you stay? Why would I do that? It doesn't make any sense. Besides, you're not the only person I'd be leaving behind. I sure hope you're not talking about Amber. Hugh muttered reservedly. Really? Still? Let it go. Hey, I'm just parroting back to you what you said to me. You complained to me about her way more than anything I ever say about her, Hugh insisted. She's bad for you, he added pointedly. It hasn't been like that for a while. I think she's finally really accepted that I'm never going to want anything more with her. Yeah, I've heard that before, Hugh scoffed. He had. It was a very old argument between them. Hugh had always seen Amber as a negative influence in his life, mostly because he tended to be the first person Marcus would complain to when she was being difficult. Well, still, who else are you worried about leaving behind? Your brother has his own family to worry about. Your mother has your brother for support. I really don't see what's keeping you here on Earth. Gravity. Marcus sighed heavily, and then laid back down on his back. He meant it as a half-hearted joke, but his answer landed more poignantly than he'd intended it to. Lying on his sleeping bag, he contemplated the clear night sky and all the lights which he could see. Some of the larger satellites could occasionally be seen slowly making their way across the sky, and right now he could see the somewhat brighter light which was unmistakably Orbital 1 out towards the southern horizon. This was all set against the majestic background of a dark sky littered with stars too numerous to count. They always timed their trips to coincide with the new moon to get the darkest skies possible. The absence of light pollution in the region was one of the reasons why the two loved this spot so much, and what kept them coming back year after year. It wasn't the area itself, it was the kind of place it was. So much of the world was absolutely lousy with light pollution, but here up north, far away from any city lights, it was a great place to find truly dark skies. It always seemed worth it to find their way back up here every year, if only for the view. Over their head, backdropping the near satellites, planets, and stars, hung the majestic and expansive Milky Way galaxy, stretching almost from horizon to horizon. The air was sweet and warm, even at night, but that would soon change with the seasons. Marcus and Hugh always came out at the end of summer, before the beginning of the new school year. They were both university professors, and this trip always gave them the chance to recharge somewhat, and mentally prepare for the school year to start all over again. Hugh had been lying down on his back on top of his sleeping bag as well, but he now propped himself up on one elbow with his fist under the side of his head as he turned to face Marcus. Do you know how many people applied for the wildcard positions on New Horizon? Well over 1 million, Marcus reflected, his eyebrows rising somewhat at the thought. That's right. Over 1 million people who all wanted the chance that you've been offered. 50 spots. That's all that were available in the lottery. The other 50 positions were filled by the best people they could find anywhere in the solar system for the specific jobs and positions on the ship. That's right, Marcus answered back. And when I decline a spot, some other very lucky and very qualified person will take my place instead. They drew an extra 100 names specifically to replace dropouts. Hugh looked down, sadly. I'd give anything for the chance you've been offered. Don't you understand what an insult it is to me, to all the others, but especially to me, if you decline? You have the chance to be part of something that is unparalleled in all of history. You have the opportunity to rub shoulders with the best and brightest this planet has to offer. The chance to be a part of maybe the most important thing that human beings have ever done in the entirety of their history. What all of that history has ultimately been leading up to. My God, Marcus! If you walk away from that, I'll never be able to forgive you. Marcus returned to lying on his back, so he wouldn't have to look in his friend's eyes and see the hurt and concern in them. Truth is, he'd never really considered the prospect of joining the mission at all, certainly not by himself. He had always secretly assumed that neither of them would win a spot, and that, while his friend would be disappointed about it for a time, life would go on, and he would get over it like so many other things. If he had been worried about anything, it was the prospect of Hugh alone winning a spot. He certainly thought that going together would be fun, and it wasn't just being able to continue hanging out with his friend. The idea was undeniably appealing in its own way. He enjoyed space travel in general, after all, and at his age he viewed joining the New Horizon mission as something akin to early retirement. Maybe, he thought. He dismissed the idea of going on his own too quickly. Too out of hand, perhaps. Maybe there was indeed an argument to be made in favor of going by himself after all. He'd have to investigate. It's not Amber, you know. Or anyone else for that matter. Maybe once upon a time she may have had that kind of hold over me, but not anymore. Not in a long time. Actually, I think it's you. I kind of liked the idea of us going together. When I found out that I had won a spot, but you hadn't, I really just assumed I wasn't going without really thinking about it at all. I never seriously considered going alone. Not really. Well, then, consider it. Then go. I will consider it, Hugh. I won't say either way at this point, but I promise I'll give it some real thought. The two got into their respective sleeping bags and continued to look up into the vast and expansive sky, which was completely unobstructed from horizon to horizon to horizon. So what are you teaching this year? Hugh asked, changing the subject. Oh, well, let's see. Intro microbiology, of course. Cellular metabolism, gene expression, and a lab in DNA transcription. This year I think I'll have the lab class's final project be to make something glow in the dark. I'm hoping someone will tackle a mid-sized rodent like a guinea pig or something. They both had a good laugh at the prospect, imagining the result. How about you? Oh, the usual, Hugh replied. A few first-year intro history courses, and I still have some grad students working on the nuclear tragedy. But I'm more looking forward to presenting perspectives on the Great War, the long 19th century, and of course, utopia and terror in the 20th century. Your favorite, Marcus chuckled. That's right, Hugh replied half defiantly, half proudly. The atrocities of the 20th century were one of Hugh's academic specialties, along with the nuclear tragedy of the 21st. His interests in these particularly dark chapters in relatively recent human history were part of what made Hugh a particularly interesting and unique person. Marcus greatly appreciated the novelty of Hugh's view of things, and that it was often different from his own. Marcus had sat in on his classes from time to time. He had a strong interest in history, but for himself it was amateurish, more of a hobby subject. What he'd learned about it had sometimes puzzled him, though. He didn't doubt the evidence or the narrative of what happened during that dark century, especially during the Great Wars, but he had trouble resolving that the tame and timid humanity he knew today could be the same humanity who had organized death marches and genocides, who had engaged in mechanized killing and the utter obliteration of entire cities and nations, whether with conventional weapons or atomic ones. Hugh, do you ever wonder, Marcus asked tentatively, if we really deserve to be spreading out into the galaxy? I mean, as a species, do you really think that the universe is ultimately better off for us? You're the history prof specializing in military history. You know what we humans are really like when you strip us of all of our creature comforts, when you really stress us. We can be so brutal and nasty, murderous even, highly irrational and unstable, so destructive. Do you really think these things are good for the galaxy to be proliferated with? I do. Well, he sighed heavily. I believe we at least deserve the chance to try. I think we've earned that over the last couple centuries. Yes, we have our demons, but we also have so much potential to be so much more than that, to do so much more than that. Yes, we have a brutal history, but truthfully, things like the Great War and the nuclear tragedy are the exceptions in history instead of being the norm. Humans are a paradox. We are capable of such beautiful artistry. We're smart enough to figure out how to do science, and wise enough to trust what it tells us. Tragedies like those only occur when we let the worst of us lead us. And I really think it means something that in almost 120 years since the nuclear tragedy, not a single life has been lost as a result of interstate warfare. I believe we've turned a corner in our long history. When he paused his speaking, the silence was filled by the omnipresent crickets and rustling of the grasses, which also filled the air with their scent. Yes, we have our demons to wrestle with, but without them, I suspect we'd lose at least as much as we'd gain. How boring humans would be if they weren't tortured so. How gray and inartistic that world would look like. What it's coming to look like. Yes, Marcus. Over the last couple centuries, and especially over the last 120 years, I believe we have earned a right to try. Whether we succeed or not, well, that's up to us, isn't it? It'll depend on whether or not we're ready, and whether or not we deserve to thrive out there. So we'll see. Yes, we will. Chapter 6. It was late in the evening on board Orbital 1. Late, that is, for Marcus and Hugh, who were still on Vancouver time. Earlier they had checked in with the station's New Horizon office, and then gone to check into Hugh's hotel room where Marcus would be staying with him just one night, but where Hugh would be staying the week to see his friend off and to watch the New Horizons launch. Once he'd settled into his room, they returned to the central corridor and made their way to the space outback. It was understated and dimly lit, with a grand piano to one corner of the room. It was occasionally played by professionals, but it was unfortunately also sometimes played by drunken customers until the other patrons complained enough and they were finally removed from it. The two sat at the bar, each drinking a half-liter glass of beer. "I'm thinking of having a kid," Hugh stated casually as Marcus was taking a drink, which nearly made him choke on it. "What? Since when?" Hugh had never mentioned any desire for children before, and they had both long confirmed the absence of any such interest. "Well, I've been thinking about it for a few months now, actually. Thinking about what things will be like once you're gone. I haven't decided anything for sure yet, but I have been thinking about it. I've never been as strictly anti-having kids as you were. Myself, I was just certain that I didn't want to do it with the wrong woman. I'm 48 years old, Marcus. It doesn't look like the perfect woman is going to just come along for me now. So yeah, I'm thinking of doing it on my own. I can get a donor egg and create an embryo, then just grow it in a home incubation tank. I think I can do it on my own. I can retire early, and then when the kid is old enough, I can return to work part-time." "Wow. You've really thought it through, haven't you?" "Well, you could just clone yourself and skip the whole donor egg part," Marcus offered. "Well, sure, but it's a little weird," Hugh answered, a little confused. "It's done," Marcus shrugged. "It's not common and you don't hear about it much, but it's done. I could help you modify it just enough so that it doesn't look like you, and no one would have to know the difference." "You won't be here to help with that," Hugh stated flatly. If they didn't know each other so well, the statement could have been misinterpreted as a quick passive-aggressive stab. He was just stating a fact he was not terribly happy about, though. "Don't get me wrong, you know how excited I am for you. But it'll still be very lonely on this planet once you're gone." And at that, Marcus understood. Hugh was worried that losing his best friend would leave a hole in his life, and he was considering different ways he might fill that void once he was gone. Having a child might indeed be one way for him to go about it. "What about enhancement?" Marcus asked. You could make your child stronger, more athletic. You could shape the brain towards being superior on one of the main axes. Oh, come on. I'm not going to be one of those people, Hugh answered. It was essentially a joke for his friend to even suggest such a thing. Although it was certainly possible to improve a human being either genetically before it was born or at any point afterwards technologically, it was rarely done. Like everything else, though, there was a niche group for whom it was amusing and satisfying to do so. It was a zealous subculture which was generally looked down on by the rest of society, much like it was in previous eras for people who were enthusiastic about tattoos and piercings or excessive cosmetic surgery. It was the new fad which made somebody unique by making them just like all of their peers. With the end of the grinding and unyielding competition between people which had characterized most of human history, people were no longer consumed with giving themselves or their children every possible advantage over every other human being. Either way, the modern reality was that anything an augmented human could do, a machine or computer could still do far better. And at some point, humans just stopped trying to keep up. With the ability to effortlessly operate any kind of machine by thought control, there was little point in taking it to the next step and further integrating the technology into one's own body. Humans instead embraced thorough use of the machines while increasingly valuing the preservation of their humanity wherever possible, as they lived in an ever more technologically saturated world. Improving on humanity lost its appeal once it was realized that on some fundamental level, it was precisely humanity's weakness and fragility which distinguished it from the machines they had created. Technology could do anything better than a human being, with the sole exception of being a human being, which is ultimately why simulants came to exist. After losing interest in making humans more like machines, there became great interest in making the machines ever more like humans. "May I inquire, sir," Marcus politely asked the bartender when he returned, "do you have any children? My friend here is thinking about having one of his own." He was unconcerned with whether or not it was an appropriate question to ask a stranger. He was on the initial buzz from his first beer, and still felt somewhat ruffled by Hugh's pronouncement. "Can't have children, mate. I'm a sim," he replied. It was hard to gauge how he felt about this unavoidable fact. "Oh, I see," Marcus replied. "Does that bother you?" Hugh asked. The sim shrugged. "Nothing to be bothered about. It's just, the nature of my existence. Reckon we've all got our existential limitations, don't we?" "Quite right," Marcus answered, drinking deeply once his fresh glass had been poured and delivered. "Too true," Hugh uttered somewhat glumly. The comment seemed to hit a little home for him. Artificial intelligence was a part of everyday life in Marcus and Hugh's world. There were simple drone robots, such as the ones serving as flight attendants on the shuttle which had brought them to Orbital 1. Such devices could be seen everywhere, but especially in space where gravity was a non-issue. They were always buzzing around cleaning, maintaining, and faithfully serving. Also referred to as drones were the bulkier manufacturing robots, which were anchored in one place, as well as small decimeter-wide drones working together in great swarms. What all drones had in common was that they were not at all shaped like a human. They were of limited intelligence, and they were purpose-built with a specific task in mind. It was not uncommon for professionals like Marcus and Hugh to have their own small private swarm of drones serving as personal assistants. Their intelligence was not global, but they were smart enough to perform many specific tasks which were thought at them, though their inability to solve complex problems sometimes led to them making mistakes. In very rare cases, people had gotten hurt or even killed by such errors, but far more often hilarity ensued as a result of coming to understand exactly how they misunderstood their instructions and got themselves into the trouble they did. The appeal was much like that of the amusing videos and images of animal pets doing silly things. Drones were also like scrolls in that they were ubiquitous and customizable to personal tastes and styles, much like when smartphones first became widely used in the early 21st century. They had no mind or cognition to speak of, and therefore appropriately had the legal status of any other tools, which is to say, no legal status beyond that of the property rights of their owners. Androids and simulants, however, more commonly referred to as droids and sims, were different stories altogether, though. These two kinds of beings were believed to have independent thoughts and minds of their own, which afforded them certain rights. Androids had a legal status much like that of pets. Although they were considered property, they had certain legal protections against being abused. People indeed tended to regard their droids as something between capable pets and faithful servants. As a result, their abuse was almost as infrequent as the abuse of animal pets. Androids were mass-produced, and aside from differences derived in what they learned from their individual life experiences, they had effectively identical personalities, behavioral patterns, and appearances. These characteristics were usually based on a particular individual, or based on a compilation of a few individuals, which tended to make them more believable and easier to relate to. They looked very much like a person, but were unmistakably inhuman. Care was taken to make them look enough like humans to make them relatable, but not so human that people got the creeps from them. Androids were used in the place of people for many things, usually for jobs which were too dull or dangerous for humans, yet too complex for the less sophisticated drones. With the wide proliferation of drones, the old economics model which dictated that as many humans should be working as possible at any given time utterly collapsed under the wide availability of a labor force which in many respects was superior to human workers. Between drones and droids, there were simply not enough jobs for actual people anymore, so the expectation that everybody ought to always be working gradually eroded away. This led to the Global Baseline Benefit Initiative, which was a cornerstone of the formation of the new Commonwealth. The scheme was an admittedly simple one, that every man, woman, and child received a yearly salary equivalent to a single person living at a minimum subsistence level in their province or state, regardless of their income. The baseline benefit ensured that no one under the new Commonwealth umbrella would ever be without shelter and food as a basic human dignity, but for anything extra beyond that basic subsistence, they would have to work. Business owners, employees, and consumers all paid increased taxes to pay for the benefit, but the cost was offset for each. Businesses were in a period of ever-dropping labor costs after full globalization of labor and the proliferation of drones. They also benefited from the baseline in that there was no longer any minimum wage. The wages they needed to pay were kept artificially low, since anyone that was paid for work was being paid over and above the baseline benefit. The result was a hybrid system between capitalism and socialism, in which market forces were harnessed like a water wheel harnesses the run of a river. It was made just a little harder for everybody to gain advantage over others, and in return, human misery was reduced to levels unprecedented in all of human history. When the baseline was originally drafted and instituted, there was of course widespread criticism. Some believed that nobody would work if they didn't have to, but it didn't turn out that way. Yes, there were less people working, but it was still the case that most people still worked full-time, happily incorporating their baseline benefit into their monthly finances as just another minor income source. Only those in the top quartile of wealth were exempted from the baseline benefit. Taxes were flat. Everyone paid the same rate of taxation on their absolute earned income, regardless of where that income came from. There were no exemptions, and there were no rebates. The system was completely transparent. It was found that something in humans made most of them want to work, even if they didn't have to survive. Even if they weren't gainfully employed, most people found something they cared about to work on. Most people are driven to be productive and creative, and they tend to not want to work if the only work they can get is not at all suited to their abilities or aptitude. In general, most people genuinely want to contribute to and be a dynamically integrated component of their social group. People generally love to work if it is something they are interested in or care about, but they tend to utterly loathe work that they are not and do not. Happily, now there were drones and droids for that kind of work, and human energy and creativity was no longer wastefully bled out into the ether. Now human potential could be better focused on innovation, invention, and on a new renaissance of science and art. The particular task determined whether or not a human or droid was most appropriate to use. The choice was usually based on the fact that human workers were immediately available for a modest wage, while droids had virtually non-existent operating costs after demanding a steep initial investment. It would not have been unusual for Marcus and Hugh to have had a droid serving them their drinks, for example, but for a sim to be serving them it was. Each sim was a unique and individual being, and was virtually indistinguishable from a human without conducting physiological tests. They were also typically based on real people, or on composites of a small number of people. While it was possible to create a novel personality from scratch, this took far more work than even the already immense undertaking of duplicating an existing person and their personality. Each sim was a very expensive one-off, a unique being in their own right, crafted one at a time with incredible care, precision, and attention to detail. The team of artists who created them specialized in creating convincing humans in both appearance and personality. But while matching the appearance exactly was comparatively easy, the ease of matching their personalities depended on how many resources and reference sources were available to the craftspeople. They were always convincingly human to those who weren't acquainted with the original human they were based on, but unauthorized sims were always imperfect due to limited resources and references available to base their personality on. However, if the original human and the people they knew were involved in the project, duplications could be so perfectly made that they could fool even those closest to the original person. The reasons for their creation were as unique as they themselves were, and each one had their own story, both in the how of their creation, as well as in the why. In some cases, people commissioned the creation of sims duplicating themselves as a way to get more out of their life and to get more done. They would send their sim off to do things in their place, allowing them to work collaboratively, according to the old saying that 2 heads are better than 1. This motivation, unfortunately, had the most illicit problems. Living a double life was, after all, made much easier by physically being 2 people to live the 2 lives with. Sometimes people had them created and stored away, only to be activated upon their death. They somehow saw it as a way to cheat death and live on afterwards. But it was no doubt a hollow victory, since they themselves, nevertheless, remained dead. There were even situations where one duplicated themselves as a young man or woman, only for their sims to be activated decades later nearer the end of their life, so their younger and older selves could have an existentially bizarre tete-a-tete. There were also some who were created to replace loved ones lost, but this was a controversial thing to do. On the one hand, anybody could understand the motivation to recapture something of someone they'd lost. At the same time, though, there was the sense that it inhibited the natural process of grief and mourning. It was something frowned upon by society but not forbidden, and there were some mental health professionals who specialized in either helping such people be able to let go of their sim, or at least to be able to let go as fully as possible. They were helped to appreciate that their loved ones were dead, and that the sim was a different and separate being. The only law surrounding their creation and commissioning was against the simulation of a living person up to 100 years after their death without their consent or the consent of their estate. This was considered an affront to a person's individual dignity, and it didn't take many celebrities and politicians being duplicated for the law to be passed. It was rooted in the classical likeness rights, the idea that a person's name, image, and likeness were their individual property. Enforcement of this law was problematic, though, since once created, any given sim had the same basic rights as a human person did, and could not simply be destroyed. The new Commonwealth could only work to prevent their construction in the first place, and sanction those whom they caught if they failed to stop them ahead of time. The law against unlawful simulation only covered unauthorized sims, though, and many celebrities eagerly commissioned simulations of themselves. While most forgeries were visually convincing, the personalities of the authorized sims were far more accurate and convincing than any forgery could ever be, since the models were themselves involved in their sim's development. Since each was a custom creation, they typically went up for auction, and the more popular the celebrity, the more astronomical the cost. "Won't you have to pay back all of your extra baseline payments?" Marcus asked Hugh about his idea of having a child. "Absolutely," he answered. "In order to curb overpopulation, accidental pregnancies, and people having children too young, it was new Commonwealth policy that anyone who voluntarily sterilized themselves and made a commitment to not have children of their own would for life receive a double payment of their global baseline benefit. Sterilization was not as absolute as it had been in times past, since modern genetic technologies made it possible to easily convert healthy ordinary skin cells into sperm and ova. Sterilization did, however, make accidental pregnancies and unwanted children quite impossible, which was thought to be enough justification of the program in and of itself, regardless of any further positive spin-off effects. It was quite acceptable to change one's mind later in life, since the only qualification was the ability to pay back in a lump sum all of the extra payments one had received. This in part helped verify a certain economic health and responsibility, and even if it was all the money one had, they would then continue to receive a double payment once a child was born. Some people shrewdly made this deal with the new Commonwealth only to be able to invest their modest extra payments until they were ready to have the children they'd always planned on having anyways. Even this, though, was beneficial to the overall economic activity and encouraged a certain forward-thinking outlook, and in the long run cost the new Commonwealth very little. The best result was the way it encouraged a certain conscientiousness about one's family planning, if one planned on having a family. "Isn't that a lot?" Marcus asked. "Quite a bit when you add up the last, almost 30 years. Marcus and Hugh had both volunteered for the program when they were 18 years old, before entering their mandatory year of service to the new Commonwealth. The two served their duty with the peacekeepers and worked at cleaning up orbital debris, which could be dangerous in high concentrations, but one could perform the required service in any of the new Commonwealth ministries. The service was unpaid, but they received their regular baseline benefit during the year. "I can afford it, though," Hugh continued. "I put away quite a nest egg. Plus, with a kid, I'll start getting the double payments all over again. Not to mention my salary from the university." "Wow. You really have thought this through," Marcus glumly commented. "Since you won a spot and I didn't, yeah, I've been thinking about a lot of things. There's a lot of new and interesting possibilities open to me. Always something new to discover in life, I would think, their host offered. Marcus turned to the sim bartender and tried to change the subject. He would have to process this new development with his friend before he'd want to discuss it any further. "May I ask what you were created for?" he inquired. It was a common enough and usually innocuous question to ask a sim, since they each had a unique story surrounding their creation. It was a personal question, but not an inappropriate one, much like asking him if he had any children. "Not at all, mate," the sim answered as he poured them 2 more half-liters of beer. "Man I was modeled after died about 20 years ago in a de-orb accident. His wife had me created to replace him." "Oh," Marcus replied. This was not a motivation too out of the ordinary, but it was nonetheless often a psychologically problematic one for those who commissioned sims for this reason. Nothing to be embarrassed about, friend. I was what the old lady needed at the time. But she was able to let me go near 15 years back now, after she got the help she needed. She still lives down in Darwin. Dear old bird's nearly 80 on now. Lives well, though. When we went our separate ways, I came up here to take over for the old man's bar full time. We own it jointly now, and I send her down half the profits." "Good," Hugh stated. "I'm glad it's worked out for you. From what I understand, there are a number of sims who have a pretty rough go of it in that situation. A lot of humans who have them created and then aren't ever able to let them go." Marcus and Hugh had been to this bar a number of times, but they had never met Colin the sim, who was apparently the joint owner of the place. How serendipitous, Marcus thought. The sim nodded. "Yeah. A lot of those blokes can't bring themselves to leave those who created them. Lucky for them, the humans eventually die, though." The sim burst out into a loud and boisterous laugh, which was so contagious, Marcus and Hugh found themselves joining in on the dark humor. "I really don't hear about a lot of sims being abused, though. I mean, why create one of us just to fuck it up?" Marcus and Hugh nodded their agreement with this point. "Let me ask you something else," Marcus offered. "As humans, Hugh and I have to create for ourselves any purpose in our lives. It can leave us wondering if we're living our lives well, and if we're spending the limited time we have as we'll wish we had in the future. Sure, once upon a time, religion offered a satisfying purpose and narrative to our existence, but it was wrong. Without it, now we mortal beings are left to figure out our own purpose, to figure out our own narrative of where our lives have taken us and where we hope to go. I'm curious, what about you? Do you have any such concerns as a sim?" The bartender looked up towards the ceiling, rubbing his chin. "Honestly, mate, can't say as I do. There's really no mystery about my origins or purpose. I know exactly what I am, where I come from, and why I'm here." "Will you ever do anything else?" Hugh asked. "What about when your lady down there dies? Are you just going to run this bar until the end of time? What do you want to do when you don't want to do this anymore?" The sim bartender just shrugged his shoulders. "Why'd I want to do anything else?" Hugh chortled. "Fair enough." "So," the sim continued, "anyways, what brings you two gents to our humble space station?" Hugh, now 3 beers in, put his arm around Marcus and proudly informed Colin, "My friend here is New Horizon." Marcus winced a little at the hug. He was in general far less comfortable with casual physical contact than Hugh was. Marcus was pretty introverted in general, sometimes even to the point of being neurotically shy in situations where he perceived intense scrutiny, like in media interviews or when talking to women he was attracted to. As a result, he tended to avoid including others in his private conversations the way Hugh was now. Somehow, he'd always had a different response to Sims than to humans, though. He could never tell that they were Sims until he was told so. But once he knew they were Sims, for some reason his apprehension tended to dissipate. Hey, that's a big deal, mate. Congratulations. And you must be here to see him off, then? He asked Hugh, who nodded in acknowledgement. I'm guessing you're a wild card since you're just coming up now? This time Marcus nodded. I've been keeping my eye on that one. I have a window view on the station. I've been watching him build that thing for a better part of 2 years now. I see a lot of ships built up here, but I never seen a beauty like that one. When she was still docked here, I got the construction crews and principals in here all the time, telling me all about it. I gotta tell you, I'm a bit jealous, mate. Sounds like quite the adventure. Sure, Marcus answered, then finished his drink. If you like going off to certain death in the interstellar void. Marcus laughed at himself, but the Sim looked at Hugh confused. Hugh shook his head back at the Sim as if to say, Don't ask. Chapter 7. The next morning, Marcus and Hugh made their way down one of the lifts towards the shuttle launch area at the center of the station. Not much was said between them as they went. They were both somewhat glum, but each for their own reason. On Marcus's mind was all that he was about to leave behind, while on Hugh's mind he imagined was all the adventure he was about to miss out on. On both of their minds, though, was losing their best friend. They came to the Peacekeeper's security gate where they would have to part ways. Only those who were booked on a flight were allowed past the security checkpoint, beyond which were the airlocks to the awaiting shuttles. The two of them floated in silence together for a few moments, while other passengers passed by them either on their way through security or going the other way up to the habitat ring from a recently arrived shuttle. Well, this is it, Hugh declared, attempting but failing to feign enthusiasm. Yeah, Marcus replied. Neither knew quite what to say. They had been the closest of friends for over 40 years, and now they were supposed to find a way to say goodbye to each other forever. Hugh shook his head, apparently giving up on finding the words, and instead just pulled his friend into a big, lingering hug. Godspeed, Marcus, he whispered into his ear before pulling away. There was nothing else to say. Marcus simply nodded his acknowledgement and turned around to make his way towards the security gate. Hugh Nye wasn't religious today, but he'd been raised that way. Well into his teens he had been a faithfully observing Mormon along with his mother and father, and when his parents had signed up for the Mormon GSS mission in Hugh's early teens, it had just been assumed that he would go with them. Somehow, though, at that age Hugh already had the wherewithal and conscientiousness to go against his family and choose for himself not to go. Already he had begun to discover deep cracks in the worldview he had been raised with, and the more he learned about the Mormon GSS project, the more serious his reservations about going along became. For Hugh's parents, there were never any doubts about the truth of their religion. It was for them as obvious a truth as the truth of water being wet. Hugh grew up listening to his parents complaining about what a tragedy it was that society had become so godless, so irreverent, so hedonistic and decadent. Fortunately for Hugh, he met Marcus a few years before the Mormon GSS launched, and the two became fast friends. It was Marcus who introduced him to the secular worldview shared by most of the rest of the world. The greater the penetration of the secular world into their lives, the harder it became for Hugh's parents to insulate their children from it. This sense of their worldview being suffocated led a great many religiously minded parents to consider joining a religious GSS project. Year by year, the whole world grew more and more secular and rational, and as a result, their communities had to become ever more insular to maintain their beliefs. As the march of science and liberalism drove ever forward, they ceaselessly demonstrated the ever-increasing improbability of their metaphysics and the incongruence of their moral beliefs. In response, religiously inclined people like Hugh's parents were required to become ever more radical about their beliefs and ever more fervent in their denials to prevent their children from being exposed to the real world. The impossibility of this task is what ultimately made escape on the Mormon GSS so appealing. It was the last possible remaining alternative to evolution. Try with Hugh as his parents might, their worldview for some reason never entirely took hold with him. Long before he had the capacity to critique different pieces of information against each other, he very naturally believed everything he was told. But once he did have that capacity, he always preferred to pursue the truth instead of pursuing reaffirmation of what he had been taught to believe. This set him apart from the rest of his family, in that when exposed to conflicting views of the world, he had a sense that the world could only be one way or the other. Throughout his childhood there was a voice whispering in his ear, telling him that it really mattered which way the world really was. Over time, and with Marcus's help, Hugh achieved greater and greater evolutions in his understanding of the cosmos and his place within it. When, and only when, he was finally ready, he came to accept, by coming to understand, the profound truths which all religions are at their essence a bitter and fundamental denial of: that there is no life after death, and that the universe has no agency. At least, that is, he admitted that there was no reason to find either premise plausible, let alone probable. He grudgingly came to accept, for better or worse, that there is no guiding hand dictating how things turn out in life, no intelligence cruelly and seemingly arbitrarily determining who lives and who dies, or who prospers and who suffers. At the time he described to Marcus that he felt very alone and scared, as if the ground beneath him had fallen away and that he had nothing to anchor himself to. It was so significant a moment for him that he still tended to think of his life as being divided into the times before and after. As time went by, he came to appreciate the elegance of the universe as it was. Hugh found that these revelations made his life not less special but more, and he ever after found a quirky enthusiasm for life out of a sense of the sheer serendipity and seemingly ridiculous impossibility of his existence. His fascination with the mind-boggling contingencies of his improbable existence is what ultimately led him to his deep love of cosmic and human history. It was to him a very personal story of how all eternity could lead to a phenomenon so singular and distinctive as his own life and consciousness. This more personal fascination with history gave way to a more sophisticated appreciation of the complexity of forces which shape human history. The more he learned about the past, the more he wished he could glean of the future. He studied war because he loved peace. He wanted to understand what led to such horrors in our history, so that the early trends could be identified in the present, and the ugly consequences of the future possibly avoided. One of the reasons why he loved to study and teach utopianism and totalitarianism in the 20th century was because throughout most of human history prior to it, war often involved religion. In the 20th century, though, wars were fought by totalitarian regimes which, while not religious per se, certainly used a lot of the same strategies for social control as religious institutions historically employed. Most obvious was the singular official national policy and narrative from states like Soviet Russia, Mao's China, Nazi Germany, and Mussolini's Italy. Heretics and blasphemers became dissidents and seditionists. Another totalitarian tactic he found, reminiscent of religious tradition, was the policy that anyone who dissented was by default an enemy of the state, to be eliminated without compromise or hesitation. Marcus believed that this was the ultimate source of his friend's passion for the New Horizon mission. Early in his life, he had rejected everything he had known at great personal cost, both in terms of what he thought he knew, as well as with the people he knew. Years after the first 2 GSS missions had launched, he had come to see them as cowardly in retrospect. He regarded them as unprecedented efforts of denial, of escape from reality, and ultimately, escape simply from the truth. The New Horizon struck him as the very antithesis of this, as the positive act of harnessing passion for truth, for discovery, and for humanity's potential. He romantically perceived it as an attempt to launch out into the universe in concentrated form, the very best which humanity had to offer, in the hopes that it would thrive and spread while staying true to that center. As Marcus went through the airlock and started looking for his assigned seat amongst all the empty ones, he found that the only other person was a woman floating over towards the other end of the cabin, talking sternly to a face on the screen in front of her. Her shoulder-length jet-black hair, which could be seen wandering aimlessly about her head in the microgravity, made him realize that this was one of the people who had been on the first shuttle with him, but he had yet to see her from the front. He'd figured by her green engineering coveralls that she was a maintenance monkey for the station, but the authority of her voice immediately disabused him of this impression. "I don't care, Fraser. I need it here in 2 days. I need a definitive answer. Can you do it or not?" Something about that voice. It had a subdued Indian accent to it, and he swore he could recognize it. "Yes, sir. You'll have it in 2 days." "Thank you," she barked, and then thought the call closed. "Damn drone," she muttered irritatedly, condescendingly implying that he was easily confused or inflexible in his behavior like drones could be. Marcus found his seat and politely made enough noise to be noticed by her without startling her, but carefully not enough to be bothersome. As he pulled his seatbelt and shoulder straps around him, he looked up at the woman who had now turned around and headed towards him, presumably to her own seat. As soon as he saw her somewhat round face full on, with its light brown skin and dark brown eyes, he instantly recognized her and mentally kicked himself for not recognizing her earlier. It was Master Sadika Sengupta, a legend in the biotech field, and a principal founder of the New Horizon mission, one of its 4 principal founders. Her eyes narrowed as she scrutinized him. "I don't recognize you. Are you New Horizon crew?" "Yes, sir. Wildcard," he answered a little hesitantly. He was intimidated by her. Years ago he had met her at a synthetic genetics conference, but he doubted she remembered. It was brief, and he had been just one of many of her fans there. "Ah, well, that would explain it. I take it you know who I am?" she asked expectantly. "Yes, of course. I'm in the biotech field myself. I was," he muddled with a touch of confusion. At his small betrayal of vulnerability, her expression softened a bit as her managerial mask lifted, and she floated her way over to the seat across the central aisle from him. "Nervous? Don't be. It'll take a while for your language to adjust. When we first started talking about this mission, I constantly had to correct myself too. I had to remember that we wouldn't have anything to do with the arrival procedures, but that they would." She mused to herself over that briefly, and then asked, "What's your name?" "Marcus Boland." "Boland? As in Boland Power Systems?" "Yes, well, I mean, my grandfather originally started that company, yes, but my mother and brother run it now. I've, I've never had much sense for business. I see. So what kind of sense do you have, Marcus Boland? You said you were in the field? I was, yes. For a while I headed the synthetic genetics department at the University of British Columbia. Oh, that Boland. Yes, I'm familiar with the work you did there. A flight attendant drone emerged from the forward flight deck and warned them that they were about to leave and that they needed to secure themselves into their seats. Sidika started securing her seat straps, and Marcus watched her while trying not to stare, deflecting his gaze out the window beside her and back and forth. He was still sharply intimidated by her. If memory serves, you developed the procedure that stabilizes the genomes of cloned organisms, correct? She asked. Marcus beamed. The innovation was on his short list of proudest achievements in his professional research career, and he was doubly pleased that she recognized him as being involved with it. Yes, that's right. Well, nice to meet you, Marcus Boland. I'm sure you'll make a solid addition to the team. Thank you very much. She simply nodded in response. He was honored. This was high praise from a woman whom he'd admired and been inspired by for decades. We've had a lot of dealings with Boland Power Systems, and I don't think we've ever had any complaints. I was impressed with how well the company was organized, owning themselves all the base resources they needed to build their power cells and fusion cores. They cut out as many middlemen below them as possible to keep their costs down and stay competitive. I respect that, she remarked. Sidika was not only a giant in the scientific field, but Brahma Biotech was a legend in the commercial sector as well. Yes, sir. I'm very proud of what my mother and brother have been able to do with the company over the years. Aren't they in the 30s in the global Transnet ratings? Yes, sir. 33rd in the world, last I heard. 21st in the Commonwealth. But if I'm not mistaken, isn't Brahma Biotech 6th? Sidika smirked. Yes, it is. And closing in on the top 5, thank you very much. The shuttle softly jetted away from its moorings on the central hub of Orbital 1, and then they both felt the familiar soft accelerations in multiple directions as the autonomous piloting program orientated the ship for a short main engine burn towards the new horizon. Have you been on board yet? Sidika asked. The new horizon? No, he admitted. Well, whatever expectations you have, prepare for them to be shattered. There has never been a ship quite like the New Horizon, she declared, beaming with pride. She had personally been involved with and overseen the development and construction of virtually every aspect of the ship, and she was clearly very proud of what they had all accomplished together. Master Sengupta, may I ask you a personal question? He asked self-consciously. Well, you might actually find it more of an odd question than a personal one. She nodded her assent, seemingly without much of a thought. I know my own motivations, of course, but they're very much my own, and I'm curious about what's made other people want to join a mission like this. People like you. So, why? Is that all? She laughed. Marcus nodded sheepishly. Yes, sir. If it's not too personal. Oh, no. She took a moment to consider her answer, looking out at the apparently growing new horizon in the window as she did so. She shrugged her shoulders and, while still looking out the window, stated simply, somebody had to do it. It just had to be done. I didn't want anyone else to do it before we did. I suppose I really just wanted to be the first. He nodded again, but this time countered. But the Catholics and more— They don't count, she stated defiantly, cutting him off and momentarily flashing her managerial mask. Then, in response to Marcus's confused look, she continued more gently. They don't count, Boland. They did what they did to hide from progress. They were just escaping. We are exploring. Chapter 8. You understand, Marcus, that your psychological profile is not considered ideal for New Horizon, simply that you didn't trigger any of the exclusion parameters? Yes, that's what they told me. He found her South African accent to be the sexiest thing about her. It was Marcus's intake interview aboard the New Horizon, and he was sitting in one of the 2 chairs facing hers across the modest office's rectangular desk. He'd been immediately attracted to Kirsten Jackson when he first saw her. Her sandy blonde hair went past her shoulders and was currently tied loosely behind her. She was looking intently at his file on her view screen, occasionally reading aloud things which struck her as being of interest, with an apparent and unusual lack of sensitivity. She was dressed very casually. She wore loose-fitting dark blue pants and a long-sleeved tan shirt with the sleeves rolled up. There was no uniform or official dress code on the ship, but coveralls color-coded to different departments, including the generic gray, were available to all and were widely used, especially during the pre-launch phase of the mission. You applied for one of our discretionary positions, won a spot in the lottery. Yes, he cleared his throat and then meekly added, that's right, wild card. Right, well, everything seems to be in order for you. Have you gotten your welcome package yet? I have. He gestured towards his wrist scroll, which secured one of its rods to his wrist, allowing the second to be pulled away, revealing a modest screen 15 centimeters across. All right, then. Let's get going. I'll show you to your suite. At that, she got up to leave, and he followed her out. After going through the door, it closed behind them, and then Kirsten turned and headed down the hall at a decent pace. Marcus tended to stroll when he walked, and he consciously had to speed up from his usual pace to keep up with her. After a few moments of silence between them, she half turned to him and asked what had brought him to the New Horizon, as though she expected him to have some sort of canned, all-encompassing explanation like everyone else apparently had. He found her question interesting, and her more interesting for asking it. It was a very similar question to the one he had been wanting to ask her. Much to his surprise, he found that he did, in fact, have just such a canned and pithy response. I was bored, he answered, surprised with himself. It was a question he might not have been able to answer a week ago. What does that even mean? Amber asked Marcus when he told her that he had applied for one of the New Horizon wildcard spots. It was 2.5 years earlier, and Hugh had recently talked Marcus into applying along with him. The existence of the New Horizon was no secret. In fact, it was the subject of a great deal of conversation on Earth. Even now, almost 3 months before the very public accident which claimed the life of the well-known Neil Sagan. Much like in the personal lives of most applicants to the New Horizon mission, the lack of understanding between Marcus and many of the people he knew was as vast as the divide between all of those who would wish to go and the wide majority of modern humans who would not. Amber was having particular trouble understanding what Marcus meant by what he had just said, that his motivation was ultimately simple boredom. I just really don't feel challenged in any way that matters to me anymore. I don't feel like there's anything else that I can do with my life on Earth that is truly meaningful to me. It had taken him years, decades of self-reflection really, to be able to articulate so concisely the way he felt. It was a deep existential boredom that had been growing in him for decades, long before he'd ever even heard of the New Horizon. He had hit every mark in his life, accomplished every goal he had realistically set for himself, and in a lot of ways, he really didn't know what to do with himself these days. His salvation was currently his work. It at least kept him busy, and while retirement was still decades away, he already had the first seeds of dreading it. If he was already bored now. Well, what makes you so special? Do you think you are the only person who feels that way? I feel like that all the time. It's just life. You can't just run away from it, Amber exclaimed. Well, actually I can, he chuckled. If I want to spot, that is. Why can't you just stay here and, I don't know, you could keep teaching and researching, couldn't you? Or maybe you could start researching or teaching a different discipline. You're certainly qualified. You've already done a lot of independent study in history, philosophy, social science. You could just focus on that more. Or maybe you could go the other direction and get into physics or chemistry. You could open your own research institution, Marcus. There's a lot you could do, she pleaded. The idea of opening a new private research institution might have interested him a lot more in years past, but it was still a perfectly valid suggestion. It's the kind of thing he probably would have ended up doing if he hadn't wound up winning the lottery. Yes, Amber, there's lots to do. Yes, there are endless opportunities for distraction. But I already have 5 advanced degrees. I'm so bored with teaching at this point, and to be honest, It hurt him very deeply to say this aloud, but I've been losing my passion for academia in general for quite some time now. Don't get me wrong, I still love it, but what? She pressed. But I can tell it won't be enough for me forever. At some point, the thinking, the speculating, the analyzing just gets old. It's all in my head. There's never any action or excitement. I've already done most of the things that are supposed to be interesting in the solar system, and I've found nothing that excites me anywhere near the way being in academia has. That was until I heard about the New Horizon mission. That idea excites me. It didn't at first, but the more Hugh talks about it, the more interesting it sounds. Amber sighed heavily. She looked up and brushed her brown hair behind her ears. She was fighting the urge to cry as she looked up at him. He looked at her with sadness in his eyes, as he often did when she wasn't looking. He told her he loved her, but he was only able to because he didn't really mean it. He'd never experienced a truly penetrating romantic relationship. The usually uncomplicated convenience and comfort of Amber was the most serious relationship he'd ever had or sought out. He was in some sense afraid of the intimacy and loss of autonomy which most others find attractive about a relationship. With the people in his life whom he had sincere love for, like his family and his best friend Hugh, it always seemed awkward and contrived to actually tell them that he loved them. It was just implied. They were cuddling naked under the bedsheets. The religious layers of shame and guilt around sexuality from centuries past had fallen out of fashion along with any serious objections to birth control or abortion, the necessity of which had become exceedingly rare with diligent, widely available, and uncontroversial contraception for both sexes. Marcus's plain white bedroom was complete with white bedding, furniture, carpeting, and curtains. Current design trends tended to attempt to distract with bright, cheerful colors and use design features that draw the eye's attention. Marcus preferred a sense of simplicity to his home surroundings. It didn't help his sense of existential boredom, but he did find the order and simplicity of the room soothing. It was one of his favorite places to think, since there was very little to distract him from getting lost in his thoughts. Marcus had met Amber almost 20 years ago at McGill University in Montreal. She had been a new student, and he was working in his first paid academic position after his postgraduate work. He was 11 years older than her, and he had been immediately attracted to her. The two of them becoming involved was, of course, strictly forbidden by university rules, since he was a professor and she was a student. But Marcus had never been one to automatically follow rules and laws by rote. He tended to consider what consequences any given rule or laws were likely created to avoid. and then did his best to avoid those consequences themselves from coming to be. He first became aware of Amber on the first day she'd showed up in his first-year biology class, and he knew right away at the sight of her that she'd be trouble. Marcus had understood that the rule against dating students was for two reasons, both to avoid favoritism of one student over others, as well as the problem of the professor having a position of power and possibly creating a situation where such power might be abused. Knowing this, he waited until after that semester was over before approaching Amber, and ever after making sure that she was never his student ever again. Hugh and Amber had an immediate dislike of one another, and after initially meeting each other a few times, they very rarely ever saw each other except in passing. Part of it was simple competition. Both recognized that they would now have to compete for Marcus's time. After all, it was also around this time that Hugh also took a postdoctorate position at McGill just to be able to spend more time with his friend. Even so, there was more to it than that. Hugh appreciated Marcus's rationality. It had, after all, been so instrumental in himself being saved from religiosity. He didn't like the way she sometimes was able to make his friend think and behave so irrationally. He believed that Marcus breaking the rules and risking so much to see her was itself a result of him not being able to control himself in the face of her influence. He was wrong, though. He failed to appreciate the degree of Marcus's general ambivalence towards rules in general, and his willingness to break them whenever it sufficiently suited him. He didn't mind violating the rules when he felt that he was not violating the spirit of the rules, or when his wishes were simply more powerful than the loose respect he had in general for things like rules, authority, or the law. He simply didn't mind breaking the rules when he really wanted to, and when he thought he could get away with it. As for Amber, she just stayed away from Hugh since she could sense his animosity towards her.
Haven't you ever wanted more? You know, like a new challenge, or to take a big risk?
Marcus asked, a little exasperated.
Of course, Marcus. That's life. Like I said,
Amber declared, equally exasperated.
You really think you're the only person who feels rudderless, directionless, purposeless? We all do. But we just suck it up and get on with our lives, trying to create little bits of meaning every day as we go.
She paused and then added a little disjointedly, but feeling a need to say it.
We have each other.
We have that. He flinched at hearing her say it. It implied a depth of connection between them that he wasn't comfortable with. He reached over and gave her a hug to satisfy her. He enjoyed the hug, but there was something painful about his enjoyment of it. It was in part self-loathing over giving a less than completely sincere hug, but it was also a result of a more general problem which he had. He found that he couldn't really enjoy anything that felt good. It would always start out feeling good, and then bleed into some undefined sadness. He was unable in those moments to forget that nothing lasts forever, and doubly so with things that felt good. The enjoyment of anything always reminded him on some deeper level that nothing ever lasts forever. Change, death, and renewal are ultimate and fundamental realities of existence, which are unavoidable to all. But it was more than this nihilistic pain which afflicted him. The experience of any other positive or emotionally moving experience always made him feel a little sad and lonely. There was something so viscerally subjective about the experience, which made any attempt to communicate or share it ultimately impossible. Buried within the person that was Marcus Boland was an entity that could never be completely known or understood by any other being. Not really. No matter how close any two people became, an unbridgeable gulf still inevitably divided them.
If asked, Marcus would be unable to say with any confidence whether that unbridgeable gulf was narrowest between him and Amber, or between him and Hugh. Somewhat blinded by the more visceral and experiential side of his existence, he might claim it to be Amber since she was his sexual partner. If breadth and richness of connection were instead the measure, though, if one was speaking of sheer bandwidth, it would unquestionably be Hugh. He was the one with whom he never ran out of things to talk about with, as he often did with Amber. As close as Marcus was to either of them, though, the unbridgeable gulf remained impenetrable. "Look, Amber, it's a lottery," he said as he continued to hug her. "The odds highly favor neither me nor Hugh being selected, and I really don't think I'd go if I won a spot and Hugh didn't, so you probably don't even have anything to worry about." "I guess. It just bothers me that you'd want to do that under any circumstances. You can't just run away from your problems, Marcus. I wouldn't be..." He couldn't be bothered to finish his sentence. He just sighed. They were both quiet for a few moments, and then Amber asked, "You really think you can find that kind of meaning with that ship?" "I don't know. I'm starting to wonder, though. I've been thinking a lot lately about what is really keeping me here on Earth and what I want out of the time I have left in my life." He paused and then continued, "I've been around most of the solar system. I've already seen and done pretty much everything I ever wanted to." He surveyed the room as though he were seeing past it and surveying the cosmos themselves, and with a wave of his hand he finished his thought. "Around here." She understood. Many people living in their era understood the feeling which the majority was still as blissfully ignorant of as ever. There was an acute horror in having nothing to struggle against, nor any demands or expectations of you. There were endless opportunities to fill one's time, whether through work or entertainment, but things worth cherishing and devoting oneself to, things worth believing in, were truly few and far between. Marcus believed that what Amber had difficulty understanding was the appeal of his solution, if not the nature of the problem. Like many people, she was raised to be oriented towards one's social world, to one's family and friends, and to construct meaning for one's life out of those human connections. Marcus was aware that Amber had for some time wanted to start a family of her own, and that he was her first choice to mate with. This was her solution to the absence of meaning and purpose in her life, to literally create that purpose. This seemed like such a common and pedestrian solution to him, though. People like Marcus and Hugh were dreamers, though. Hugh was the one consumed by it, but Marcus understood it, even if he didn't feel it as fully. That was the connection between them which was absent in Amber. Hugh, and to a lesser extent Marcus, had it in them to think big and to see the bigger picture, a larger view of the world and of humanity. They were able to look at something like the New Horizon mission and to see its significance in the scope of human activity. Hugh especially sought to hitch his own personal sense of meaning onto that of the New Horizon, and to become an inseparable part of its place in history. Marcus was discovering that he simply could no longer be genuinely happy without a similar sense of purpose, even if he wasn't yet entirely convinced that the New Horizon was what could give him that feeling. He had become increasingly consumed with seeking it out, and the New Horizon seemed to be as good an answer to the problem as any. A feeling he had always shared with Hugh was the need for his life to have some sort of connection to the mythical epic poems of antiquity. They both wanted to be part of some story which would last and be told throughout time and over countless generations. In short, all he wanted was immortality. Not much to ask, really, nor was it a particularly unique desire. He simply wanted to live forever, if not in body as he had come to concede over the years, then at least in human memory. His nightmare. The dark place within him which Amber could never know. The place that he would never share with anybody, and that he himself had yet to thoroughly explore, was his knowledge that ultimately, and on a long enough timeline, and from a sufficiently removed point of view, it is simply not possible for any such meaning to exist in any way. All life was ultimately devoid of any true meaning or purpose. He eventually came to understand that it was incumbent on each individual person, if such meaning was ever to be found, to construct it for themselves out of the fabric of their own lives. So, this is your suite. Why don't you have a look around and make sure everything's in order? It usually is, though. We're all about accuracy and precision around here. Most people have at least one thing or another to ask me about within a few minutes, though, and I hate getting only a few dozen meters down the corridor and then having to turn back. Or worse yet, getting all the way back to my office. Kirsten said this with a bit of an ironic drawl, indicating that she didn't want to actually discourage him from calling for assistance if he really needed any, but that he really should have a look around for any issues before she left. Somewhat timidly at first, Marcus entered the main area of what would, after all, be the place he would live in until he died, at which point someone else would take his place in it. It was a comfortable enough size for one person, well lit and clean, obviously hardly touched since it was originally constructed and furnished. It had a small kitchenette against the wall to his right, and further on the same side was the dining area. To his left were the open doors to the bathroom and his bedroom. At the far end of the rectangular space was the living room, which had a large circular window in the floor. As he approached the portal, Marcus found the earth just hanging there outside the window, with the view slowly changing as the ship's ring he was standing in and the planet below him both slowly revolved. Kirsten was standing in the doorway with her arms folded, leaning up against the side of the doorframe, neither coming in nor leaving, watching him move about the suite and doing a mental checklist in his head. There'll be a reception for the wildcard crew who are all due to arrive by tomorrow. Any questions you might have, they'll be able to answer for you there, and you'll get a much more thorough orientation than I have time to give you now. You have this small kitchen here, she continued, but there are meals in the main hall 4 times a day, and most people expect to eat the majority of their meals there. You have to notify in advance of every meal since we can't waste anything, but if you miss it or don't like what is served, you can just cook your own food in here. For that, you can visit the onboard grocery where you can find schmeat and schmilk from our labs, as well as fruit and vegetables from the Arboretum Gardens and Aeroponics Bay. Until the launch, though, there will be 3 different meals available to all crews 24 hours a day. Once underway, we'll begin the strict schedule. As you know, every month you're expected to contribute 50 brain hours and 50 body hours. The lists and sign-up sheets are all in your welcome package. I suggest that you check on them regularly, since the last picked jobs can be, well, she wrinkled her nose, the least favorable. Marcus was already aware of everything she was telling him. He would never have come aboard without a thorough understanding of the ship's regulations, since he always liked to be as prepared as possible for everything. After all, it was the rest of his life he was preparing for. The brain hours versus body hours distinction was in recognition of the fact that exercising one's mind and exercising one's body each take different kinds of effort. It would, after all, be unfair to force anyone to completely devote either their body or their mind, or, perish the thought, both, to a task that is simply a prescribed duty as opposed to a captivating job which one is passionate about. Right, and the life task? He asked, curious as to how she would define it. Yes, each resident of the New Horizon is required to be willing to put their life at risk for the good of the ship and crew, but only once. Of course, you can volunteer as often as you like, but every single crew member must accept the responsibility of being willing to sacrifice their life if unforeseen dire circumstances should require it. But don't worry, it's not like there's going to be a ton of situations where that's going to come up. But, well, the unexpected is by definition the unexpected. It's more than that, though, isn't it? I was thinking about it, and it seems to me that it could also serve as yet another way to screen out undesirable crew. Maybe anyone who isn't willing to commit to that responsibility isn't the right kind of person for the New Horizon. It probably serves to foster solidarity on the ship, too, knowing that everyone around you has the same level of commitment to your safety as you have to theirs if things came right down to it. It's kind of special, I think. Kirsten looked at him as though she really didn't know what to make of his comment. I suppose that's true, too, but I don't think that's where the idea originally came from. Marcus looked at her and suspected that she didn't really understand what he'd meant. He imagined that she probably didn't know what it was like to feel a distinct absence of that kind of loyalty. The problem, for which this seemed a novel solution to Marcus, didn't exist for Kirsten. I'm pretty sure the founders came up with that rule as a way to honor Neil Sagan. Yes, I heard about that. Pretty devastating. I was, very big fan of his work. We all were, she replied somberly. I think they just wanted to make him the benchmark for required commitment to the mission. Marcus nodded as he walked down to the living room window and looked down at the brightly lit and majestically sprawling earth below him. Using the Pain Personal Area Network eyes contact lenses he was wearing, a gadget which could, among other things, capture visual information as well as display it directly in front of one's pupil, he thought commanded the capture of his view out the window and sent it to Hugh's Pan Personal Area Network, his local network consisting of any and all devices Hugh's brainchip was currently linked to. The brainchip system, which most people of his day had implanted in their brain, allowed them to operate devices such as the Pain and the Ear Enhanced Auditory Rebroadcaster, all by thought control alone. The ears were tiny devices implanted into the auditory canals, which could both capture and discreetly play sounds in conjunction with the brainchip and Pain. We better soak up that view now while we still can, huh? He suggested to Kirsten, who still remained in the open doorway. I guess, she shrugged as she turned to leave. Before the door closed behind her, she added, I myself can't get away soon enough. After she'd left, Marcus's eyes stayed fixed on the door for a few seconds before he turned back around and looked down on the African continent as her words echoed in his ears. I've never heard anyone talk like that down there, he reflected. Chapter 7. The next morning, Marcus and Hugh made their way down one of the lifts towards the shuttle launch area at the center of the station. Not much was said between them as they went. They were both somewhat glum, but each for their own reason. On Marcus's mind was all that he was about to leave behind, while on Hugh's mind, he imagined, was all the adventure he was about to miss out on. On both of their minds, though, was losing their best friend. They came to the Peacekeeper's security gate where they would have to part ways. Only those who were booked on a flight were allowed past the security checkpoint, beyond which were the airlocks to the awaiting shuttles. The two of them floated in silence together for a few moments, while other passengers passed by them either on their way through security or going the other way up to the habitat ring from a recently arrived shuttle. Well, this is it, Hugh declared, attempting but failing to feign enthusiasm. Yeah, Marcus replied. Neither knew quite what to say. They had been the closest of friends for over 40 years, and now they were supposed to find a way to say goodbye to each other forever. Hugh shook his head, apparently giving up on finding the words, and instead just pulled his friend into a big, lingering hug. Godspeed, Marcus, he whispered into his ear before pulling away. There was nothing else to say. Marcus simply nodded his acknowledgement and turned around to make his way towards the security gate. Hugh Nye wasn't religious today, but he'd been raised that way.
Well into his teens, he had been a faithfully observing Mormon along with his mother and father. And when his parents had signed up for the Mormon GSS mission in Hugh's early teens, it had just been assumed that he would go with them. Somehow, though, at that age, Hugh already had the wherewithal and conscientiousness to go against his family and choose for himself not to go. Already he had begun to discover deep cracks in the worldview he had been raised with, and the more he learned about the Mormon GSS project, the more serious his reservations about going along became. For Hugh's parents, there were never any doubts about the truth of their religion. It was for them as obvious a truth as the truth of water being wet. Hugh grew up listening to his parents complaining about what a tragedy it was that society had become so godless, so irreverent, so hedonistic and decadent. Fortunately for Hugh, he met Marcus a few years before the Mormon GSS launched, and the two became fast friends. It was Marcus who introduced him to the secular worldview shared by most of the rest of the world. The greater the penetration of the secular world into their lives, the harder it became for Hugh's parents to insulate their children from it. This sense of their worldview being suffocated led a great many religiously minded parents to consider joining a religious GSS project. Year by year, the whole world grew more and more secular and rational, and as a result, their communities had to become ever more insular to maintain their beliefs. As the march of science and liberalism drove ever forward, they ceaselessly demonstrated the ever-increasing improbability of their metaphysics and the incongruence of their moral beliefs. In response, religiously inclined people like Hugh's parents were required to become ever more radical about their beliefs and ever more fervent in their denials, to prevent their children from being exposed to the real world. The impossibility of this task is what ultimately made escape on the Mormon GSS so appealing. It was the last possible remaining alternative to evolution. Try with Hugh as his parents might, their worldview for some reason never entirely took hold with him. Long before he had the capacity to critique different pieces of information against each other, he very naturally believed everything he was told. But once he did have that capacity, he always preferred to pursue the truth instead of pursuing reaffirmation of what he had been taught to believe. This set him apart from the rest of his family, in that when exposed to conflicting views of the world, he had a sense that the world could only be one way or the other. Throughout his childhood there was a voice whispering in his ear, telling him that it really mattered which way the world really was. Over time, and with Marcus's help, Hugh achieved greater and greater evolutions in his understanding of the cosmos and his place within it. When, and only when, he was finally ready, he came to accept, by coming to understand, the profound truths which all religions are at their essence a bitter and fundamental denial of: that there is no life after death, and that the universe has no agency. At least, that is, he admitted that there was no reason to find either premise plausible, let alone probable. He grudgingly came to accept, for better or worse, that there is no guiding hand dictating how things turn out in life, no intelligence cruelly and seemingly arbitrarily determining who lives and who dies, or who prospers and who suffers. At the time he described to Marcus that he felt very alone and scared, as if the ground beneath him had fallen away and that he had nothing to anchor himself to. It was so significant a moment for him that he still tended to think of his life as being divided into the times before and after. As time went by, he came to appreciate the elegance of the universe as it was. Hugh found that these revelations made his life not less special, but more, and he ever after found a quirky enthusiasm for life, out of a sense of the sheer serendipity and seemingly ridiculous impossibility of his existence. His fascination with the mind-boggling contingencies of his improbable existence is what ultimately led him to his deep love of cosmic and human history. It was to him a very personal story of how all eternity could lead to a phenomenon so singular and distinctive as his own life and consciousness. This more personal fascination with history gave way to a more sophisticated appreciation of the complexity of forces which shape human history. The more he learned about the past, the more he wished he could glean of the future. He studied war because he loved peace. He wanted to understand what led to such horrors in our history, so that the early trends could be identified in the present, and the ugly consequences of the future possibly avoided. One of the reasons why he loved to study and teach utopianism and totalitarianism in the 20th century was because throughout most of human history prior to it, war often involved religion. In the 20th century, though, wars were fought by totalitarian regimes which, while not religious per se, certainly used a lot of the same strategies for social control as religious institutions historically employed. Most obvious was the singular official national policy and narrative from states like Soviet Russia, Mao's China, Nazi Germany, and Mussolini's Italy. Heretics and blasphemers became dissidents and seditionists. Another totalitarian tactic he found reminiscent of religious tradition was the policy that anyone who dissented was by default an enemy of the state, to be eliminated without compromise or hesitation. Marcus believed that this was the ultimate source of his friend's passion for the New Horizon mission. Early in his life he had rejected everything he had known at great personal cost, both in terms of what he thought he knew, as well as with the people he knew. Years after the first 2 GSS missions had launched, he had come to see them as cowardly in retrospect. He regarded them as unprecedented efforts of denial, of escape from reality, and ultimately, escape simply from the truth. The New Horizon struck him as the very antithesis of this, as the positive act of harnessing passion for truth, for discovery, and for humanity's potential. He romantically perceived it as an attempt to launch out into the universe in concentrated form, the very best which humanity had to offer, in the hopes that it would thrive and spread while staying true to that center. As Marcus went through the airlock and started looking for his assigned seat amongst all the empty ones, he found that the only other person was a woman floating over towards the other end of the cabin, talking sternly to a face on the screen in front of her. Her shoulder-length jet-black hair, which could be seen wandering aimlessly about her head in the microgravity, made him realize that this was one of the people who had been on the first shuttle with him, but he had yet to see her from the front. He'd figured by her green engineering coveralls that she was a maintenance monkey for the station, but the authority of her voice immediately disabused him of this impression. "I don't care, Fraser. I need it here in 2 days. I need a definitive answer. Can you do it or not?" Something about that voice. It had a subdued Indian accent to it, and he swore he could recognize it. "Yes, sir. You'll have it in 2 days." "Thank you," she barked, and then thought the call closed. "Damn drone," she muttered irritatedly, condescendingly implying that he was easily confused or inflexible in his behavior like drones could be. Marcus found his seat and politely made enough noise to be noticed by her without startling her, but carefully not enough to be bothersome. As he pulled his seatbelt and shoulder straps around him, he looked up at the woman who had now turned around and headed towards him, presumably to her own seat. As soon as he saw her somewhat round face full on, with its light brown skin and dark brown eyes, He instantly recognized her and mentally kicked himself for not recognizing her earlier. It was Master Sidika Sengupta, a legend in the biotech field, and a principal founder of the New Horizon mission, one of its 4 principal founders. Her eyes narrowed as she scrutinized him. "I don't recognize you. Are you New Horizon crew?" "Yes, sir. Wildcard," he answered a little hesitantly. He was intimidated by her. Years ago he had met her at a synthetic genetics conference, but he doubted she remembered. It was brief, and he had been just one of many of her fans there. "Ah, well, that would explain it. I take it you know who I am?" she asked expectantly. "Yes, of course. I'm in the biotech field myself. I was," he muddled with a touch of confusion. At his small betrayal of vulnerability, her expression softened a bit as her managerial mask lifted, and she floated her way over to the seat across the central aisle from him. "Nervous? Don't be. It'll take a while for your language to adjust. When we first started talking about this mission, I constantly had to correct myself too. I had to remember that we wouldn't have anything to do with the arrival procedures, but that they would." She mused to herself over that briefly, and then asked, "What's your name?" "Marcus Boland." "Boland? As in Boland Power Systems?" "Yes, well, my grandfather originally started that company, yes, but my mother and brother run it now. I've never had much sense for business." "I see. So what kind of sense do you have, Marcus Boland? You said you were in the field?" "I was, yes. For a while I headed the synthetic genetics department at the University of British Columbia." "Oh, that Boland. Yes, I'm familiar with the work you did there." A flight attendant drone emerged from the forward flight deck and warned them that they were about to leave and that they needed to secure themselves into their seats. Sidika started securing her seat straps, and Marcus watched her while trying not to stare, deflecting his gaze out the window beside her and back and forth. He was still sharply intimidated by her. "If memory serves, you developed the procedure that stabilizes the genomes of cloned organisms, correct?" she asked. Marcus beamed. The innovation was on his short list of proudest achievements in his professional research career, and he was doubly pleased that she recognized him as being involved with it. "Yes, that's right." "Well, nice to meet you, Marcus Boland. I'm sure you'll make a solid addition to the team." "Thank you very much." She simply nodded in response. He was honored. This was high praise from a woman whom he'd admired and been inspired by for decades. "We've had a lot of dealings with Boland Power Systems, and I don't think we've ever had any complaints. I was impressed with how well the company was organized, owning themselves all the base resources they needed to build their power cells and fusion cores. They cut out as many middlemen below them as possible to keep their costs down and stay competitive. I respect that," she remarked. Sidika was not only a giant in the scientific field, but Brahma Biotech was a legend in the commercial sector as well. "Yes, sir. I'm very proud of what my mother and brother have been able to do with the company over the years." "Aren't they in the 30s in the global Transnet ratings?" "Yes, sir. 33rd in the world, last I heard. 21st in the Commonwealth. But if I'm not mistaken, isn't Brahma Biotech 6th? Sidika smirked. "Yes, it is. And closing in on the top 5, thank you very much." The shuttle softly jetted away from its moorings on the central hub of Orbital 1, and then they both felt the familiar soft accelerations in multiple directions as the autonomous piloting program orientated the ship for a short main engine burn towards the New Horizon. "Have you been on board yet?" Sidika asked. "The New Horizon?" "No," he admitted. "Well, whatever expectations you have, prepare for them to be shattered." "There has never been a ship quite like the New Horizon," she declared, beaming with pride. She had personally been involved with and overseen the development and construction of virtually every aspect of the ship, and she was clearly very proud of what they had all accomplished together. Master Sengupta, may I ask you a personal question? He asked self-consciously. Well, you might actually find it more of an odd question than a personal one. She nodded her assent, seemingly without much of a thought. I know my own motivations, of course, but they're very much my own, and I'm curious about what's made other people want to join a mission like this. People like you. So, why? Is that all? She laughed. Marcus nodded sheepishly. Yes, sir. If it's not too personal. Oh, no. She took a moment to consider her answer, looking out at the apparently growing new horizon in the window as she did so. She shrugged her shoulders and, while still looking out the window, stated simply, somebody had to do it. It just had to be done. I didn't want anyone else to do it before we did. I suppose I really just wanted to be the first. He nodded again, but this time countered. But the Catholics and more— They don't count, she stated defiantly, cutting him off and momentarily flashing her managerial mask. Then, in response to Marcus's confused look, she continued more gently. They don't count, Boland. They did what they did to hide from progress. They were just escaping. We are exploring. Chapter 8. You understand, Marcus, that your psychological profile is not considered ideal for New Horizon, simply that you didn't trigger any of the exclusion parameters? Yes, that's what they told me. He found her South African accent to be the sexiest thing about her. It was Marcus's intake interview aboard the New Horizon, and he was sitting in one of the 2 chairs facing hers across the modest office's rectangular desk. He'd been immediately attracted to Kirsten Jackson when he first saw her. Her sandy blonde hair went past her shoulders and was currently tied loosely behind her. She was looking intently at his file on her view screen, occasionally reading aloud things which struck her as being of interest, with an apparent and unusual lack of sensitivity. She was dressed very casually. She wore loose-fitting dark blue pants and a long-sleeved tan shirt with the sleeves rolled up. There was no uniform or official dress code on the ship, but coveralls color-coded to different departments, including the generic gray, were available to all and were widely used, especially during the pre-launch phase of the mission. You applied for one of our discretionary positions, won a spot in the lottery. Yes, he cleared his throat and then meekly added, that's right, wild card. Right, well, everything seems to be in order for you. Have you gotten your welcome package yet? I have. He gestured towards his wrist scroll, which secured one of its rods to his wrist, allowing the second to be pulled away, revealing a modest screen 15 centimeters across. All right, then. Let's get going. I'll show you to your suite. At that, she got up to leave, and he followed her out. After going through the door, it closed behind them, and then Kirsten turned and headed down the hall at a decent pace. Marcus tended to stroll when he walked, and he consciously had to speed up from his usual pace to keep up with her. After a few moments of silence between them, she half turned to him and asked what had brought him to the New Horizon, as though she expected him to have some sort of canned, all-encompassing explanation like everyone else apparently had. He found her question interesting, and her more interesting for asking it. It was a very similar question to the one he had been wanting to ask her. Much to his surprise, he found that he did, in fact, have just such a canned and pithy response. I was bored, he answered, surprised with himself. It was a question he might not have been able to answer a week ago. What does that even mean? Amber asked Marcus when he told her that he had applied for one of the New Horizon wildcard spots. It was 2.5 years earlier, and Hugh had recently talked Marcus into applying along with him,
The existence of the New Horizon was no secret. In fact, it was the subject of a great deal of conversation on Earth. Even now, almost 3 months before the very public accident which claimed the life of the well-known Neil Sagan. Much like in the personal lives of most applicants to the New Horizon mission, the lack of understanding between Marcus and many of the people he knew was as vast as the divide between all of those who would wish to go and the wide majority of modern humans who would not. Amber was having particular trouble understanding what Marcus meant by what he had just said, that his motivation was ultimately simple boredom. I just really don't feel challenged in any way that matters to me anymore. I don't feel like there's anything else that I can do with my life on Earth that is truly meaningful to me. It had taken him years, decades of self-reflection really, to be able to articulate so concisely the way he felt. It was a deep existential boredom that had been growing in him for decades, long before he'd ever even heard of the New Horizon. He had hit every mark in his life, accomplished every goal he had realistically set for himself, and in a lot of ways, he really didn't know what to do with himself these days. His salvation was currently his work. It at least kept him busy, and while retirement was still decades away, he already had the first seeds of dreading it. If he was already bored now. Well, what makes you so special? Do you think you are the only person who feels that way? I feel like that all the time. It's just life. You can't just run away from it, Amber exclaimed. Well, actually I can, he chuckled. If I want to spot, that is. Why can't you just stay here and, I don't know, you could keep teaching and researching, couldn't you? Or maybe you could start researching or teaching a different discipline. You're certainly qualified. You've already done a lot of independent study in history, philosophy, social science. You could just focus on that more. Or maybe you could go the other direction and get into physics or chemistry. You could open your own research institution, Marcus. There's a lot you could do, she pleaded. The idea of opening a new private research institution might have interested him a lot more in years past, but it was still a perfectly valid suggestion. It's the kind of thing he probably would have ended up doing if he hadn't wound up winning the lottery. Yes, Amber, there's lots to do. Yes, there are endless opportunities for distraction. But I already have 5 advanced degrees. I'm so bored with teaching at this point, and to be honest, It hurt him very deeply to say this aloud, but I've been losing my passion for academia in general for quite some time now. Don't get me wrong, I still love it, but what? She pressed. But I can tell it won't be enough for me forever. At some point, the thinking, the speculating, the analyzing just gets old. It's all in my head. There's never any action or excitement. I've already done most of the things that are supposed to be interesting in the solar system, and I've found nothing that excites me anywhere near the way being in academia has. That was until I heard about the New Horizon mission. That idea excites me. It didn't at first, but the more Hugh talks about it, the more interesting it sounds. Amber sighed heavily. She looked up and brushed her brown hair behind her ears. She was fighting the urge to cry as she looked up at him. He looked at her with sadness in his eyes, as he often did when she wasn't looking. He told her he loved her, but he was only able to because he didn't really mean it. He'd never experienced a truly penetrating romantic relationship. The usually uncomplicated convenience and comfort of Amber was the most serious relationship he'd ever had or sought out. He was in some sense afraid of the intimacy and loss of autonomy which most others find attractive about a relationship. With the people in his life whom he had sincere love for, like his family and his best friend Hugh, it always seemed awkward and contrived
to actually tell them that he loved them. It was just implied. They were cuddling naked under the bedsheets. The religious layers of shame and guilt around sexuality from centuries past had fallen out of fashion along with any serious objections to birth control or abortion, the necessity of which had become exceedingly rare with diligent, widely available, and uncontroversial contraception for both sexes. Marcus's plain white bedroom was complete with white bedding, furniture, carpeting, and curtains. Current design trends tended to attempt to distract with bright, cheerful colors and use design features that draw the eye's attention. Marcus preferred a sense of simplicity to his home surroundings. It didn't help his sense of existential boredom, but he did find the order and simplicity of the room soothing. It was one of his favorite places to think, since there was very little to distract him from getting lost in his thoughts. Marcus had met Amber almost 20 years ago at McGill University in Montreal. She had been a new student, and he was working in his first paid academic position after his postgraduate work. He was 11 years older than her, and he had been immediately attracted to her. The two of them becoming involved was of course strictly forbidden by university rules, since he was a professor and she was a student. But Marcus had never been one to automatically follow rules and laws by rote. He tended to consider what consequences any given rule or laws were likely created to avoid, and then did his best to avoid those consequences themselves from coming to be. He first became aware of Amber on the first day she'd showed up in his first-year biology class, and he knew right away at the sight of her that she'd be trouble. Marcus had understood that the rule against dating students was for two reasons, both to avoid favoritism of one student over others, as well as the problem of the professor having a position of power and possibly creating a situation where such power might be abused. Knowing this, he waited until after that semester was over before approaching Amber, and ever after making sure that she was never his student ever again. Hugh and Amber had an immediate dislike of one another, and after initially meeting each other a few times, they very rarely ever saw each other except in passing. Part of it was simple competition. Both recognized that they would now have to compete for Marcus's time. After all, it was also around this time that Hugh also took a postdoctorate position at McGill just to be able to spend more time with his friend. Even so, there was more to it than that. Hugh appreciated Marcus's rationality. It had, after all, been so instrumental in himself being saved from religiosity. He didn't like the way she sometimes was able to make his friend think and behave so irrationally. He believed that Marcus breaking the rules and risking so much to see her was itself a result of him not being able to control himself in the face of her influence. He was wrong, though. He failed to appreciate the degree of Marcus's general ambivalence towards rules in general, and his willingness to break them whenever it sufficiently suited him. He didn't mind violating the rules when he felt that he was not violating the spirit of the rules, or when his wishes were simply more powerful than the loose respect he had in general for things like rules, authority, or the law. He simply didn't mind breaking the rules when he really wanted to, and when he thought he could get away with it. As for Amber, she just stayed away from Hugh since she could sense his animosity towards her.
Haven't you ever wanted more? You know, like a new challenge, or to take a big risk? Marcus asked, a little exasperated. Of course, Marcus. That's life. Like I said, Amber declared, equally exasperated. You really think you're the only person who feels rudderless, directionless, purposeless? We all do. But we just suck it up and get on with our lives, trying to create little bits of meaning every day as we go.
She paused and then added a little disjointedly, but feeling a need to say it.
We have each other.
We have that. He flinched at hearing her say it. It implied a depth of connection between them that he wasn't comfortable with.
He reached over and gave her a hug to satisfy her. He enjoyed the hug, but there was something painful about his enjoyment of it. It was in part self-loathing over giving a less than completely sincere hug, but it was also a result of a more general problem which he had. He found that he couldn't really enjoy anything that felt good. It would always start out feeling good, and then bleed into some undefined sadness. He was unable in those moments to forget that nothing lasts forever, and doubly so with things that felt good. The enjoyment of anything always reminded him on some deeper level that nothing ever lasts forever. Change, death, and renewal are ultimate and fundamental realities of existence, which are unavoidable to all. But it was more than this nihilistic pain which afflicted him. The experience of any other positive or emotionally moving experience always made him feel a little sad and lonely. There was something so viscerally subjective about the experience, which made any attempt to communicate or share it ultimately impossible. Buried within the person that was Marcus Boland was an entity that could never be completely known or understood by any other being. Not really. No matter how close any two people became, an unbridgeable gulf still inevitably divided them. If asked, Marcus would be unable to say with any confidence whether that unbridgeable gulf was narrowest between him and Amber, or between him and Hugh. Somewhat blinded by the more visceral and experiential side of his existence, he might claim it to be Amber since she was his sexual partner. If breadth and richness of connection were instead the measure, though, if one was speaking of sheer bandwidth, it would unquestionably be Hugh. He was the one with whom he never ran out of things to talk about with, as he often did with Amber. As close as Marcus was to either of them, though, the unbridgeable gulf remained impenetrable. "Look, Amber, it's a lottery," he said as he continued to hug her. "The odds highly favor neither me nor Hugh being selected, and I really don't think I'd go if I won a spot and Hugh didn't, so you probably don't even have anything to worry about. I guess. It just bothers me that you'd want to do that under any circumstances. You can't just run away from your problems, Marcus. I wouldn't be..." He couldn't be bothered to finish his sentence. He just sighed. They were both quiet for a few moments, and then Amber asked, "You really think you can find that kind of meaning with that ship?" "I don't know. I'm starting to wonder, though. I've been thinking a lot lately about what is really keeping me here on Earth and what I want out of the time I have left in my life." He paused and then continued, "I've been around most of the solar system. I've already seen and done pretty much everything I ever wanted to." He surveyed the room as though he were seeing past it and surveying the cosmos themselves, and with a wave of his hand he finished his thought. "Around here." She understood. Many people living in their era understood the feeling which the majority was still as blissfully ignorant of as ever. There was an acute horror in having nothing to struggle against, nor any demands or expectations of you. There were endless opportunities to fill one's time, whether through work or entertainment, but things worth cherishing and devoting oneself to, things worth believing in, were truly few and far between. Marcus believed that what Amber had difficulty understanding was the appeal of his solution, if not the nature of the problem. Like many people, she was raised to be oriented towards one's social world, to one's family and friends, and to construct meaning for one's life out of those human connections. Marcus was aware that Amber had for some time wanted to start a family of her own, and that he was her first choice to mate with. This was her solution to the absence of meaning and purpose in her life, to literally create that purpose. This seemed like such a common and pedestrian solution to him, though. People like Marcus and Hugh were dreamers, though. Hugh was the one consumed by it, but Marcus understood it, even if he didn't feel it as fully. That was the connection between them which was absent in Amber. Hugh, and to a lesser extent Marcus, had it in them to think big and to see the bigger picture, a larger view of the world and of humanity. They were able to look at something like the New Horizon mission and to see its significance in the scope of human activity. Hugh especially sought to hitch his own personal sense of meaning onto that of the New Horizon, and to become an inseparable part of its place in history. Marcus was discovering that he simply could no longer be genuinely happy without a similar sense of purpose, even if he wasn't yet entirely convinced that the New Horizon was what could give him that feeling. He had become increasingly consumed with seeking it out, and the New Horizon seemed to be as good an answer to the problem as any. A feeling he had always shared with Hugh was the need for his life to have some sort of connection to the mythical epic poems of antiquity. They both wanted to be part of some story which would last and be told throughout time and over countless generations. In short, all he wanted was immortality. Not much to ask, really, nor was it a particularly unique desire. He simply wanted to live forever, if not in body as he had come to concede over the years, then at least in human memory. His nightmare, the dark place within him which Amber could never know, the place that he would never share with anybody, and that he himself had yet to thoroughly explore, was his knowledge that ultimately, and on a long enough timeline, and from a sufficiently removed point of view, it is simply not possible for any such meaning to exist in any way. All life was ultimately devoid of any true meaning or purpose. He eventually came to understand that it was incumbent on each individual person, if such meaning was ever to be found, to construct it for themselves out of the fabric of their own lives. So, this is your suite. Why don't you have a look around and make sure everything's in order? It usually is, though. We're all about accuracy and precision around here. Most people have at least one thing or another to ask me about within a few minutes, though, and I hate getting only a few dozen meters down the corridor and then having to turn back, or worse yet, getting all the way back to my office. Kirsten said this with a bit of an ironic drawl, indicating that she didn't want to actually discourage him from calling for assistance if he really needed any, but that he really should have a look around for any issues before she left. Somewhat timidly at first, Marcus entered the main area of what would, after all, be the place he would live in until he died, at which point someone else would take his place in it. It was a comfortable enough size for one person, well lit and clean, obviously hardly touched since it was originally constructed and furnished. It had a small kitchenette against the wall to his right, and further on the same side was the dining area. To his left were the open doors to the bathroom and his bedroom. At the far end of the rectangular space was the living room, which had a large circular window in the floor. As he approached the portal, Marcus found the earth just hanging there outside the window, with the view slowly changing as the ship's ring he was standing in and the planet below him both slowly revolved. Kirsten was standing in the doorway with her arms folded, leaning up against the side of the doorframe, neither coming in nor leaving, watching him move about the suite and doing a mental checklist in his head. There'll be a reception for the wildcard crew who are all due to arrive by tomorrow. Any questions you might have, they'll be able to answer for you there, and you'll get a much more thorough orientation than I have time to give you now. You have this small kitchen here, she continued, but there are meals in the main hall 4 times a day, and most people expect to eat the majority of their meals there. You have to notify in advance of every meal since we can't waste anything, but if you miss it or don't like what is served, you can just cook your own food in here. For that, you can visit the onboard grocery where you can find schmeat and schmilk from our labs, as well as fruit and vegetables from the Arboretum Gardens and Aeroponics Bay. Until the launch, though, there will be 3 different meals available to all crews 24 hours a day. Once underway, we'll begin the strict schedule. As you know, every month you're expected to contribute 50 brain hours and 50 body hours. The lists and sign-up sheets are all in your welcome package. I suggest that you check on them regularly, since the last picked jobs can be, well, she wrinkled her nose, the least favorable. Marcus was already aware of everything she was telling him. He would never have come aboard without a thorough understanding of the ship's regulations, since he always liked to be as prepared as possible for everything. After all, it was the rest of his life he was preparing for. The brain hours versus body hours distinction was in recognition of the fact that exercising one's mind and exercising one's body each take different kinds of effort. It would, after all, be unfair to force anyone to completely devote either their body or their mind, or, perish the thought, both, to a task that is simply a prescribed duty as opposed to a captivating job which one is passionate about. Right, and the life task? He asked, curious as to how she would define it. Yes, each resident of the New Horizon is required to be willing to put their life at risk for the good of the ship and crew, but only once. Of course, you can volunteer as often as you like, but every single crew member must accept the responsibility of being willing to sacrifice their life if unforeseen dire circumstances should require it. But don't worry, it's not like there's going to be a ton of situations where that's going to come up. But, well, the unexpected is by definition the unexpected. It's more than that, though, isn't it? I was thinking about it, and it seems to me that it could also serve as yet another way to screen out undesirable crew. Maybe anyone who isn't willing to commit to that responsibility isn't the right kind of person for the New Horizon. It probably serves to foster solidarity on the ship, too, knowing that everyone around you has the same level of commitment to your safety as you have to theirs if things came right down to it. It's kind of special, I think. Kirsten looked at him as though she really didn't know what to make of his comment. I suppose that's true, too, but I don't think that's where the idea originally came from. Marcus looked at her and suspected that she didn't really understand what he'd meant. He imagined that she probably didn't know what it was like to feel a distinct absence of that kind of loyalty. The problem, for which this seemed a novel solution to Marcus, didn't exist for Kirsten. I'm pretty sure the founders came up with that rule as a way to honor Neil Sagan. Yes, I heard about that. Pretty devastating. I was, very big fan of his work. We all were, she replied somberly. I think they just wanted to make him the benchmark for required commitment to the mission. Marcus nodded as he walked down to the living room window and looked down at the brightly lit and majestically sprawling earth below him. Using the Pain Personal Area Network eyes contact lenses he was wearing, a gadget which could, among other things, capture visual information as well as display it directly in front of one's pupil, he thought commanded the capture of his view out the window and sent it to Hugh's Pan Personal Area Network, his local network consisting of any and all devices Hugh's brainchip was currently linked to. The brainchip system, which most people of his day had implanted in their brain, allowed them to operate devices such as the Pain and the Ear Enhanced Auditory Rebroadcaster, all by thought control alone. The ears were tiny devices implanted into the auditory canals, which could both capture and discreetly play sounds in conjunction with the brainchip and Pain. We better soak up that view now while we still can, huh? He suggested to Kirsten, who still remained in the open doorway. I guess, she shrugged as she turned to leave. Before the door closed behind her, she added, I myself can't get away soon enough. After she'd left, Marcus's eyes stayed fixed on the door for a few seconds before he turned back around and looked down on the African continent as her words echoed in his ears. I've never heard anyone talk like that down there, he reflected. Chapter 9. Casual acquaintances didn't interest Marcus much, since he found the frivolity of small talk incredibly taxing.
He was much more at home with a select few meaningful relationships, the kind that are so rare he could count on his fingers how many he'd had in his whole life, although he would need both hands. In contrast, he'd also had about as many simple acquaintances, relationships of no real value to him that he nonetheless dutifully maintained for one reason or another. Unfortunately for him, most of his family fell into this latter category. Their familial link forever tied them together for better or worse, and he felt as though he basically owed each of them a life debt on that basis alone. But these relationships did not penetrate for him the way his close friendships did. Marcus couldn't bring himself to blame any of these people for the situation, nor did he particularly regard it as a problem. The absence of those kinds of connections in his own family had led him to seek out a new small family for himself, with people he had much more in common with, but without any sort of blood relationship. He supposed it was simply a question of shared interest. Marcus had always lived somewhat in his own head, off in his own world, and always with a look in his eyes which indicated he was looking somewhere past what he saw, and was trying to put the pieces together and really understand what he was seeing. Meanwhile, his family more practically occupied themselves with more earthly matters of work, having a family, or if they felt the call, public service. He simply had very little overlapping interest with them. It wasn't anyone else's fault. It was simply the way it was. His own mother was a perfect example. A few months ago, after finally deciding to accept the spot he'd won on the New Horizon, Marcus had taken his mother out to lunch at her favorite restaurant to break the news to her, and they were halfway through their entrees after having had appetizers. They usually wouldn't have bothered with the appetizers, but Marcus was stalling, and time was now definitely running out for him to finally get to the point. The diner was busy, full of professionals either on business lunches or simply refueling before returning to work. There wasn't much distinctive about the place. Some tacky decorations on the wall, some sports he didn't care much about on the monitors. They were in Vancouver's downtown core, near the headquarters for Bolin Power Systems, and it had only taken Marcus about 20 minutes in a road pod to get there from the university's peninsula grounds. Transit was free and the fastest option in the city, but today he'd paid the extra charge for a road pod to give himself the chance to make some private calls in the comfort of his own vehicle. He still wasn't sure how he should play this. Come on, Marcus, now or never. It's why you're here, he told himself. Try as he might, he couldn't imagine any way of presenting the news to his mother that wouldn't immediately make it seem like bad news. I have good news, Mom. He realized after speaking that his tone hadn't matched his words. He made it sound like he needed to tell her that one of them was dying. Well, she eyed him suspiciously, putting down her fork. It sure doesn't sound like good news from your tone. As much as they didn't share, they had always shared a keen sense for other people's expressions and body language. Sometimes it was almost like a sixth sense, but it was nothing that any keen observer couldn't be trained to observe deliberately. For them, it was just a natural talent that ran in the family. It had probably played a part in his original fascination with psychology, the minor he'd chosen in university to complement his major in synthetic genetics. He looked away and silently chastised himself for being so transparent. I'm sorry. You're right. He resumed her gaze. Well, sort of. The thing is, it's good for me, but I suspect you're not going to feel the same way about it. How are we doing here? The bubbly male server asked, seeming to emerge out of nowhere, and naturally at the most inopportune time. Not now, Amra, his mother snapped, almost before he could finish asking. The poor young man slinked away. His mother ate here often, which explained her knowing him by name, but it was her naturally acerbic nature and often unforgivable bluntness which explained the rudeness. Well then, out with it, boy. It can't be that bad if it's good for you. She took another bite of her salad. Marcus bit his lip. You say that now, he thought. Have you heard about the New Horizon mission? Yes, I've seen it in the news. The new generational ship. She stopped eating and paused, put her fork down, reached for her wine, and finished the almost full glass all at once. Oh, Marcus. Yes, Mom, that's right. I applied for one of their wildcard spots along with Hugh, and, well, I won a spot. He shrugged his shoulders and put his palms up as if to say, who knew? Or, I never imagined it'd actually happen, while forcing an unconvincing smile. Oh, Marcus. She put her forehead in her palms, propped up by her elbows on the table, and slowly shook her head side to side. You couldn't. I mean, how could you? Those horrible cult ships spreading that ridiculous religious nonsense across the galaxy? How could you? What could possibly compel you to... Oh, no, Mom. Don't worry about that part. This one is very different, believe me. It was Hugh's idea originally. You should know him well enough to know that he'd never go for something like that. Not with his parents having gone on the Mormon one and everything. No, we are going to be the first secular ship to launch. Our best and brightest are going this time to go start an entirely different kind of colony. It's... He sighed and leaned back in his chair. He could tell he wasn't getting through to her. It's a reimagining of the whole concept. He was still waiting for her to realize what her greatest objections would be. It's a very important mission, he muttered as he slowly bled conviction. His sudden burst of enthusiasm gave way to sheepishness. But what about all the people you're going to leave behind? Are you just going to abandon us? Me? What about your brother? What about Zorro and Dao and Sufi? What about Amber? What will this do to her? She was fighting back tears. So far she was winning the battle, but she would ultimately lose the war. His mother had always misunderstood his relationship with Amber. To this day she had some notion of them eventually getting together officially and starting a family, despite both of them insisting they had no such intentions. She liked Amber, and that's why she wanted to see them together. Certainly she liked her more than she liked Hugh. She had somehow gotten the impression that he was a bad influence on Marcus. This was a profound irony, given the disproportionate influence Marcus had had in Hugh's breaking away from his parents' religion, as opposed to the other way around. No, Mom, no, he tried to reason. Look, it's not like I'm going to just vanish or something. I can stay in touch with you and the rest of Earth by lasercomm. He paused and then added, it'll just be an increasingly long lag time the further away we get from Earth. A few moments later, his mother suddenly looked directly at him through wet eyes that had yet to burst. He could hardly blame her. From her perspective, she was simply going to lose him, and it was not the first time she had lost a child. Marcus had once had a sister, Cornelia, who had been 4 years older than him. When Marcus was 8 months old, though, there was an accident at Bolin Power Systems. Cornelia had wandered off from the office into the research complex, and on the one day a new employee had neglected to secure the door to the test chamber, she found her way into an unshielded section during a test of a prototype fusion reactor. She took a heavy dose of neutron radiation, and a couple months later the first tumors started forming. Their parents had hoped that the exposure had been minimal, but there was no way to know. All they could do was regularly take her to the hospital to have her blood screened for cancer markers and have regular full-body scans to watch for anomalies. It took a couple months, but when they came, they formed all over her body, and there was no way to cure her. She had taken as heavy a dose of radiation as they'd feared. She was treated, and her decline was slowed, but after that first doctor's visit when they learned her ultimate prognosis, nothing in their household would ever be the same. She died several months later, and naturally, it devastated their parents. Fortunately, their relationship was strong, and they were able to get each other through the tragedy together. They embraced Marcus anew, and eventually even decided to have another child, his younger brother Brachus. Marcus was not so lucky, though. It just so happened that all through his most formative first and second years before his parents rebounded, he had been steeped in misery and emotional distance. While many could have bounced back from this without much effect, Marcus, unfortunately, also had a natural predisposition towards being a rather shy person who was generally avoidant of social interaction. In his early childhood environment, the family focus was entirely and exclusively on Cornelia, and when attention was paid to him, those who did were upset and distraught over his siblings' struggles. Even in infancy, he was able to perceive this emotional climate and be sharply affected by it. That naturally avoidant disposition hardened as a result into a mental stumbling block which he would spend the rest of his life tripping over in one way or another. It was the feeling he spent his whole life reacting to. Marcus grew up socially insecure, and this made him focus on particular individual relationships with people whom he learned he could trust. This searching was also the same force which later matured into his academic interests, which continued to revolve around that singular question: what made a person who they were, and why did they behave the way they did? He wanted above all to understand what made himself the way he was. His mother had been worried about the idea of losing another child, which is how she ultimately perceived the news she was now receiving. But then her expression shifted as she switched perspectives and came to realize what it ultimately meant. "Oh, Marcus, I hadn't even thought about that part. You're gonna die out there, in deep space. I'll never get to see any grandchildren that you'll have. You're gonna live the rest of your life out there and then just die. Why would you do that to yourself? What about everything you're leaving behind here on Earth?" At that, his mother put her head back on her hands and started softly sobbing to herself. She was trying not to make a scene, and Marcus was grateful for it, though she wasn't the dramatic wailing sort in any case. She was a strong and proud woman. She always had been. Marcus looked down at his food in disappointment and pushed some vegetables around with his fork. He had eaten the steak first and had now lost his appetite for the steamed vegetables and French fries which had come with it. He had been here before, where it seemed he was confronted with the conjunction of an unstoppable force and an immovable object, his guilt facing off against his passions. A bit later, his mother had for the most part composed herself, and they returned to slowly finishing their meals in relative silence, each considering the implications of the brief exchange that had just occurred between them. He knew that she would never understand, and that she would always feel as though his leaving were some sort of personal insult to her. In a way, he realized that she was probably right. At its essence, his decision was a fundamental rejection of the world she had brought him into. She had given him this world, and now he was handing it back to her. An hour later, they were standing outside the restaurant, about to go their own separate ways. His mother was still glum, but had long since stoically composed herself. It was the dead of winter, though in Vancouver it never really got that cold, and it was still well above freezing. The air was heavy with the nearby ocean. Wet and salty air occasionally blew past them in gusts, blowing through their coats and up their nose.
His mother demanded a hug, and while they embraced, she said, "Serves me right, I guess. I did raise you to have a mind of your own, after all. Maybe I knew you needed it, given how controlling I can be." She pulled away and put her gloved hand on his rosy cheek. "I don't want you to go, son. I know you'll do what you think is right, though. I wanted you to go into the family business, too, for all the good that did me. I hated the idea of you going into science instead of engineering at the time. And that didn't turn out so bad, did it?" She was understating. He knew how proud she was of him and his position as a tenured professor of genetics at the university, and as a well-known and respected person in his field. "Like I said, Mom, I'll be out of physical reach, but I won't be out of touch. Not by a long shot. 20 years ago, I probably would have agreed with you. But I feel I've accomplished all of my terrestrial goals. Yes, there are other things I could do, but something about this just feels right. It's scary, of course, and there are many risks and unknowns, but somehow it just feels right. It feels like a calling. So many people applied, and out of all of them, it was me who won a spot. Neither of us believes in fate, but I almost feel like I owe it to all of the people who wanted to be a part of it and didn't get the chance. Like you. Do what you believe in, son. Always. But please reconsider. For me. You can't ever undo this choice, and I don't want you to go." "I know, Mom. I know." Chapter 10. 35 years ago. When he was 13 years old, Marcus Boland underwent a procedure which left a significant impression on him for the rest of his life. In the 22nd century, the brain chip had become the most underappreciated technological development in history. It was such a casual and integrated part of a person's experience that it was easy to take for granted. Until it had been perfected, it was considered science fiction, but within a decade of being widely available, most people had one, and a decade later, most people wondered how anybody had ever been able to cope without one. It was as much a part of a person's body as their eyes or hands, and one thought explicitly about their existence and operation about as much. A brain chip consisted of 3 small devices, each about the size of a grain of rice, and all implanted into different key areas of the cerebral cortex. The first went into the motor cortex, where the summed activity of large populations of neurons could be recorded to collectively indicate directionality. Individual neurons were imprecise, but neurons always worked together, and collectively they could give a very clear impression of something like direction. The brain chip was able to record, learn, and interpret these signals, and then translate them into being used to navigate a computer interface, or remotely operate anything from a replacement synthetic limb to a shuttle in flight. Another of the 3 chips was in the visual cortex at the back of the head, more specifically, in the region most heavily associated with to what and to where in our visual field we are paying attention, amongst all that we see at any given time. This allowed users to use the location of their attention within their visual field as a kind of cursor to the environment, like the computer mice which were necessary before widespread adoption of brain chip technology. In this way, users could select things in their environment to wirelessly interact with, or to indicate to a networked drone a particular location to place or grab something. The third chip was located in the left precentral gyrus, which is deeply involved in the generation of speech. By placing a chip here, narration could be taken soundlessly by one's pan, allowing the dictation of anything from brief text messages to entire novels. It could be used for the silent uttering of passwords as well as a host of other applications. Collectively, all three chips had come to be referred to in the singular as the brain chip, but in reality, it was a system of these three marvelous devices working together in all three different brain regions. Each was able to sample a great deal of information in their particular brain region, but having chips in multiple locations also allowed the system to sample global brain activity to a high resolution as well. The brain chips developed in succession and were never widely accepted in the first place until the system was proven entirely secure from any kind of hacking or tampering. Although this claim had been made from the earliest days of their development, from time to time there had nonetheless been breaches in the system's security, which were then quickly closed. Like any technological system, it devolved into a constant cat-and-mouse game between those trying to breach the security and those trying to keep the system secure. Generally speaking, though, in almost all cases, almost all of the time, the system was indeed quite secure. The first chip developed was the one which was able to pick up simple directionality. Then the more sophisticated visual attention tracking component was developed and perfected. And then later released was the most advanced chip commercially available today, the one which could process the thinking of words. The next generation brain chip, currently in development, was a far more complicated, full visual field mapper. Current research prototypes consisted of a square decimeter electrode map surgically implanted into the visual cortex. Its promise was the ability to record the entire visual field like a video camera, but not just live view, active memory and imagination as well, since all three functioned by piggybacking on the processing of the visual cortex. There was great excitement about the idea of being able to directly show other people exactly what one was remembering or imagining. The promise of being able to directly project onto a screen one's wildest, surreal, and esoteric imaginings drew great enthusiasm for the project. Another promised practical application was in legal proceedings with the identification of criminal suspects. But the problem immediately arose that with this application, it could only be as reliable as memory itself. If someone genuinely didn't remember what a person looked like, the projection from the visual cortex map would be vague and ill-defined. Likewise, if a person was wrong about whom they saw, but believed it was them nonetheless, their memory would obediently generate the image of that wrong person. Although there was much promise and excitement over its development, so far the electrode map required a severely invasive brain surgery to implant, and for years had only been approved for experimental trials. Prospects for widespread implanting and use were poor unless the device could be further miniaturized, or the risk from its implantation procedure greatly reduced. The existing small brain chips widely used today required very little power to operate, and what little energy they did require, they were able to extract from glucose in the user's blood, and in a similar way to how the neurons around them did. The tiny transmitters inside them could only transmit amongst each other and about 2 meters outside of the head, and the signals were heavily encrypted so that only the user's authorized devices were able to interface with them. The invasiveness and recovery time of having the brain chip system implanted had been continually reduced over the decades, but it nevertheless still involved drilling small holes through the skull and injecting the devices into the outer layers of the brain. It remained a serious procedure requiring at least 2 nights of recovery in the clinic in order to monitor for complications and to begin preliminary training in its use. Marcus,
Are you awake, son? His mother asked as consciousness slowly dawned on him.
Hi, Mom, he groggily responded.
How do you feel? She asked with concern.
Fine, I think. My head hurts.
He reached up to touch the bandage covering the parts of his head that had been shaved for the procedure.
It went okay?
He asked.
Oh, yes. They tell me you did just fine.
Were you worried?
No, not really. Is it too early to try it out?
He asked with excitement in his eyes as he realized he now had the power which he'd been so anxious for.
Not at all,
answered Megan, the brain chip technician, as she entered the room. She was about 1 3/4 meters tall and of a typical build, with beautifully pale skin, long wavy red hair, and big green eyes. All quite similar to Marcus, except that his own hair was cut short. She bounded into the room with an obvious enthusiasm. This appeared to be her favorite part of the job, to be there with clients during those first few attempts to use their new power, in the eureka moment when they first discovered within themselves how it was done. "Try not to touch the bandage, all right?" she asked as she looked over a few things on the monitor above his bed, silently switching by thought between a few different status screens. "Everything looks good, Marcus," she said as she swung a different monitor on an adjustable arm from his bedside table around so he could see it. "All right, so you remember what we talked about before the procedure, right? I'm going to make sure your chip is properly interfaced with the training system, and then you can run through the programs by yourself, okay?" She looked at his mother and invited her acknowledgement that soon she too would leave her son to his exercises. She obliged with a nod of understanding. "I'll start with simple directions, then," she said as the word "up" appeared in bold white letters against a solid black background on the monitor. Marcus focused on thinking "up," and after a few moments the screen switched to "down," and he obediently held the thought for a few moments before the screen switched again, the next time to the left, and then finally to the right. The brainchip system was interpreting the different patterns of brain activity which resulted from him thinking about the different directions. The actual word "up," in conjunction with his sense of the direction up, and his sense of the upper part of his visual field, were each measured separately. Over the coming days and weeks, his personal computer network would learn how to separate and interpret different combinations of the multiple layers of information. All of the practice programs were necessary because the network had to learn how to understand his brain as much as he had to learn how to use the system. "Okay," Megan said, again reviewing some readings on the monitor above his head. "We're getting good strong signals. Let's run through that a couple more times." And they did. Twice more the screen flashed the 4 directions for a few seconds each, and Marcus did his best to think of that direction and only that direction. Once finished those simplest trials, they went through another set of 3, but this time with bold arrows pointing in the directions between the ones he had just done. First up and to the left, then up right, right down, and finally down left. "I think we have enough for you to try to start controlling a simple cursor, Marcus," she said, again regarding the screens above his head. A small circle appeared in the middle of the monitor in front of Marcus. "Move it," she said. "Try to move that cursor around a bit. I think you should be able to. Start with just trying to move it up, okay?" Marcus focused for a moment, trying to get the cursor to move, but nothing happened. "Nothing," he said, somewhat deflated. "Very few get it on the first try, hon. It's okay. Try again, and remember, try not to think about moving the cursor. Try to just imagine about the idea of up, like before. Think about where the cursor needs to end up, and what direction it needs to go to get there." Marcus closed his eyes and slowly took a deep breath. He opened his eyes and tried to think about the concept of up in relation to the cursor. It suddenly lurched up a few centimeters on the screen,
and all three of them erupted in cheers at his accomplishment. With time, Megan told him, you'll be able to move beyond single discrete commands like that. You'll learn how to command it continuously, and be able to steadily move the cursor around the screen. You're well on your way for sure, though. And hey, look at you go, she encouraged enthusiastically, as he set to making the cursor lurch in a variety of directions, a few centimeters at a time, across the screen. All right, hon, you're all set up. There's a lot of training programs in the system here. There's the basics like numbers, more directions, and simple commands, but there are also more challenging ones all the way up to the expert levels. You'll do most of that at home, but we want you to get started and be well on your way before you leave the clinic. If you get stuck in a program somehow and can't think your way out of it, do remember that all these screens still operate by touch. But hopefully you won't have any problems, though. Thanks, Megan. I'll do my best, he responded, eager to please her. Oh, I know you will, she said as she tousled his hair. Good luck, Marcus. I'll check back in with you a bit later. Thanks again, Megan, his mother added, to which she smiled and nodded in response, then turned to leave, off to help another brain-chip virgin. Well, his mother said, I guess I should leave you to it as well. I'm going to go home for the day, and I'll come back this evening with your father and brother to visit you. All right, kiddo? Thanks, Mom. Bye. I'm really looking forward to practicing and getting good at this, he said with a smile. Just remember, Marcus, while it can be fun, it's not a toy. It's a tool that represents a lot of responsibility, and which takes a lot of diligent practice to master. I know, Mom. He had been told as much many times before already. Bye. Marcus sat up straighter and started touching the screen in front of him, scrolling through the different beginner programs available to him, and selected the numbers program. His mother smiled. She said goodbye again, and then left him alone. At first, the sensation of using the brain chip was very bizarre to Marcus, unlike any feeling he'd ever previously experienced. It was the feeling of being an integrated component of the technological infrastructure around him. It was like reaching out with a hand he couldn't see and had never had or used before. The boundary between him and his technology was no longer as sharply defined as it had been before. Humans used to be very afraid of becoming so intimately interwoven with their technology, and of somehow losing their humanity in the process. But the nature of humanity continually changes over time, as the circumstances of its existence changes. In the world Marcus grew up in, and was now being fully initiated into, the state of humanity was one which was very intimately interconnected with the technology around them. It was frustrating to learn how to use the brain chip at first, since one could only move the cursor intermittently and in uncontrolled lurches. As one practiced and eventually mastered its use, though, the technology similarly improved its ability to accurately interpret the commands issued to it. There was a fine line between a command working properly and not, though, and brainchip users all developed their own unique relationships with them, their own way of parsing fine particulars in their thoughts. Marcus was a quick study, and it wouldn't be long before he was well beyond simple commands, and able to operate any device his pan was synced with, and able to dictate text by thought far faster than he could ever speak it aloud. Chapter 11. It had been a few hours since Kirsten had shown Marcus to his room. At first he'd just walked slowly through the suite, rubbing his chin. This was his home now, his world. This was his life now. Tentatively at first, he had started opening the storage containers he'd sent ahead of him. All of his everyday needs would be provided for here on the ship, so all he'd brought with him were things he had an intangible attachment to, as well as his favorite clothes. His hunger was beginning to overwhelm his desire to finish the task he'd begun, so he figured now was as good a time as any to investigate the food situation. He hadn't eaten since he'd had breakfast with Hugh that morning, and this seemed as good a time as any to make his way to the dining hall.
He was a little particular about his eating habits. Perhaps it was simply an extension of his more general preference for privacy. He found that eating is one of those activities which can far too often result in embarrassment, something he tended to try to avoid at all costs. One such strategy was a dislike of eating in front of strangers. His anxiety was magnified by the fact that without Hugh, he was now alone on the ship, completely on his own and without any social backup. He would be spending the rest of his life with these people, and the 40 or so people currently in the dining hall might forever remember their first impression of him as the stooge who spilt the spaghetti all over himself on the first day. He resolved that he would inevitably have to eat many meals here, so it would probably be best to familiarize himself with the enemy territory as soon as possible. Marcus knew from studying the mission literature that there would typically be 4 or 5 entrees available, and one simply chose between these no later than an hour before mealtime. That way everyone who was dining could be served without anything being wasted. However, strict adherence to this policy wouldn't begin until after the actual launch. Although as much as possible was being done to create an illusion to the contrary around here, absolutely nothing could be wasted on the ship, and everything had to be recycled back into the systems one way or another. There would, after all, be no resupply missions, and for their 160-year mission, there would be no new matter of any kind taken aboard. Upon arriving in the dining hall, Marcus was impressed by its size. He had read its dimensions a while ago, but that could only be so useful. As he looked around, Marcus figured that this was probably the largest room in the ship, and, aside from the Arboretum, he was correct. This was a room designed to accommodate the 300 people expected to be on board when they finally arrived at Haven. With the entire crew coming and going at all hours of the day and night, it was also expected to become a social hub of the ship. Standing at the counter to one end of the large room, he considered whether he wanted the steak sandwich, the sushi, or the daily dinner salad, which today happened to be a spinach and raspberry number. Auspicious beginnings, he muttered to himself. Marcus hated both sushi and spinach. Fortunately, he was an absolute hound for red schmeat, and he quietly salivated to himself over the thought of a nice steak. He thought steak sandwich towards the selection screen, which changed to a doneness selection screen, which he obliged with the thought medium. A list of available side dishes then appeared, and he selected the Caesar salad. The room was large enough to clearly betray the habitat ring's curvature. The room was so large that one could clearly see the ceiling and floor curving parallel to each other. Much like the central corridor of Orbital 1, this room had a large main floor with second-level balconies which projected out some ways over the lower-level areas. The room had a remarkably open space feeling to it, with high 2-story ceilings in the middle of the room between the upper levels. The spacious effect was further enhanced by the long strip of window which lined the floor of the open central area. The current view out the window was the same continually changing one he'd seen out the floor window in his own suite. Off to his side there was a staircase which led up to the second-level balcony sections, which served as overflow seating overlooking the main floor below. The captain's table stood out. It was a large round table situated in the middle of the room in the lowest point of the floor's faint curvature. The rest of the tables were rectangular and neatly arranged in rows down the length of the room. Marcus found it refreshing to see the authorities of the ship in full display and accessible to the crew, not locked away in some private captain's dining room. Captain Weeramoo Tynes wore no special affectations, and was dressed as casually as the rest in red operations coveralls. It had been some decades since he'd seen Tynes in person, but he had no problem picking him out from the rest at the table. The other 2 surviving principal founders of the mission were also at the table. As much as everyone involved in New Horizon loathed being compared to a cult, There were, nevertheless, some unfortunate parallels.
Doomsday cults of the past were dangerous and hurtful because the leaders would require the surrendering of all personal possessions to the cult, and it was usually that point at which somebody took the money and ran. But here, in this case, it was quite literally true that whatever wealth the crew had would be completely useless to them after the launch. While making sure that loved ones left behind were well taken care of was certainly understood, it was suggested that the crew contribute to the mission in any way they could. The mission founders were, to varying degrees, fabulously wealthy themselves and had led by example, essentially devoting their entire personal fortunes to the project. One of them was Master Sengupta, the woman whom Marcus had met in the shuttle earlier that day. He would have recognized her regardless, though. Sengupta was the woman behind the biggest biotechnology company in the world. She started out working as a biotechnologist, and then broke out on her own with some other talent she'd personally recruited. These days, when it came to quality bioreactors, DNA transcribers, protein sequencers, or any other kind of biotechnology, Brahma Biotech was a brand with a singular reputation for quality. It was the only line Marcus had used when he'd run the cloning integrity lab at UBC. But now that seemed to be part of a past life. Siddiqa was one of the richest people in the world, despite contemporary economics, which made ever larger fortunes ever harder to enlarge. She had committed the entirety of her fortune and influence to make the New Horizon mission a reality. The third principle of the mission was sitting with them as well, the writer and philosopher Kim In-soo. The Korean-born wordsmith knew over a dozen different languages and spoke 8 of them with perfect fluency. Academically, he was best known for his renowned and superb work in the translation of ancient and obscure texts. Publicly, he is best known for his novels, which he translates himself from his native Korean into English, Mandarin, Hindi, and Arabic. Marcus had read some of Kim's work and had been a fan of his since he first started reading him. Kim wrote with a philosophical undertone which particularly appealed to Marcus, and his best novels could be dramatic, sad, funny, and exciting all at the same time, while dealing with deep metaphysical questions about humanity in the narrative. Marcus had come to believe in reading his work that Kim was trying to reignite a renewed relationship with the philosophical puzzles of the ancients, and to encourage contemporary readers to think again about what it really meant to live the good life. Marcus was certain that this is what made the novels so indescribably appealing, but he was skeptical that the messages would penetrate that deeply with most of the general public. Kim hadn't published anything since he signed up for the New Horizon mission. Presumably his efforts had been focused here. Marcus noticed that Kirsten Jackson was also seated with them, along with 3 others he didn't recognize at the table, 2 other women and another man. When looking over the table, he lingered to take a longer look at Kirsten. She was attractive, and he'd already decided he liked her, but acknowledging it to himself made him a little anxious. He recognized each of the others as department heads, but their names and positions, while almost on the tip of his tongue from the personnel files, ultimately eluded him. He still hadn't had a chance to familiarize himself with every file. In fact, far from it. 100 detailed bios were, after all, a lot of reading.
Marcus?
A disembodied yet polite voice originating from the food counter asked, as a fresh steak sandwich with Caesar salad slid onto the counter in front of him. He took his tray and proceeded to try and find an out-of-the-way table off to the side of the room somewhere. Before he could settle on a sufficiently obscure spot, though, Sengupta called out to him from behind.
"Bolin!"
He spun around quickly to find all 7 of them scrutinizing him intently, and he immediately began squirming under his skin as a result.
"Come here."
Sengupta demanded.
Startled,
but not yet scared, he brought his tray over to join them. As he approached, she motioned for him to take one of the empty seats at the table. Initially concerned that he may somehow be in some sort of trouble, Marcus took a seat at the table facing the captain with Kirsten to his left and Kim on his right. "What can I do for you?" Marcus asked hesitantly, while trying not to sound hesitant about asking. "You told me in the shuttle today that you have a background in genetics, correct?" "Yes. Well, among other things. While at UBC I specialized in mapping correlations between genetic patterns and neurophysiological structures and/or observable behaviors. I also helped to develop the current technique of transcribing an artificial synthetic genome. But of course it was Master Sengupta here who developed the idea into practical technology. I believe it's the technique that that we are planning to use here on the New Horizon." He offered an acknowledging and respectful nod to Sengupta, which she returned. He could go on about his qualifications. He did, after all, hold multiple distinctions, honors, and degrees in a variety of fields. This was something which was rather unavoidable if one wanted to work in the kinds of highly integrated research areas Marcus was interested in. He stopped short of reciting his entire CV, though, having learned long ago that open bragging tended to lessen other people's opinion of him rather than increasing it. "Well, that's just perfect," she replied. "It turns out that our head of genetics had to back out at the last minute. It's not a numerical problem, since we can just replace her with the next name on the wildcard list. But we do need to worry about filling her position as department head. I remembered speaking to you earlier today when I found out, and, well, it almost seemed like Providence. I looked over your file, and frankly, no other crew member is anywhere near as qualified for the position as you are. Certainly no one who isn't positively needed in some other position. It'd be a win for us if we could just recruit you to the position instead of training up someone less qualified or rushing a new recruit. It would lock up some of your brain hours too, by the way." They were all scrutinizing him very carefully, but trying not to do so in so obvious a way as to be impolite. Marcus was nonetheless fully aware of the scrutiny, and it grated at him as it always did when he felt under a microscope. "It certainly sounds like something I'm qualified for. What exactly would be involved?" He was less concerned with the volume of actual work as he was with the amount of responsibility and oversight he would be burdened with. This time one of the women he had failed to recognize answered him. She was clearly very deeply African, with eyes, curly hair, and skin, all a lighter shade of coal. With such a small and finite population, we are very conscious of maintaining genetic integrity and diversity in such a closed system. She spoke fast and had an accent he couldn't quite place. "Focus," he silently chastised himself. "Instead of natural reproduction, gametes will be harvested from all crew members, and when a couple wishes to have children, we can then artificially create a zygote for implantation, one which we can be sure is free of anomalies. Long-term storage of all personnel zygotes will also allow us to combine deceased personnel with future living personnel as well." Marcus was mystified at how she could speak such technical language so rapidly. He had to really pay attention to catch everything she was saying. "This will allow natural, though guided, genetic recombination between living crew and any former crew members, which should help us create novel genomes and avoid unhealthy ones," she concluded. The captain now spoke to make clear what his responsibilities would be. "You would be head of genetics and ultimately responsible for two things: tracking the lineages of the crew to ensure appropriate genetic matches, and overseeing the actual physical blendings. Our medical staff will handle the actual implantation. Oh, and for the record, taking a department head position counts for all of your required brain hours, and you'd have the discretion to spend your body hours working in your lab, but you'll have a small staff to assist you in both the brain and body work either way." "Do you have a genetic transcriber?" Tynes and Sengupta looked at each other with just a hint of concern before they both turned their gaze back to Marcus. "No, but it was deliberate. Sengupta answered. It seemed important to her that it not appear to be an oversight. We decided we wanted to commit to a more natural approach. As ironic as that may sound, given the job we're offering you. She appeared to pause for a moment to muse at herself over the contradiction. We wanted to preserve live gametes and blend them naturally to allow for productive mutation, so a transcriber didn't seem necessary. The woman paused and appeared to gently bite her lip in concentration while determining precisely what she wished to say, and then finally continued. We want to continue with and explore the gene pool we left Earth with, as opposed to artificially creating new genetic variations. I understand. Marcus didn't really, but he was willing to play along. We can still do it that way if we bring a transcriber, though. More to the point, I would be very uncomfortable taking on the responsibility of such a small genetic population without one. I would insist on it, if only to repair what damage might be done to the stored gametes and embryos. If any were physically destroyed, a transcriber would allow us to recreate them from records. Plus, we might need one for replicating bacteria or viruses for medical applications, too. After all, we have exactly zero clue what the microbiology on Haven will be. It's all well and good to want some sort of genetic purity, but with a genetic transcriber, the digitized genetic information can serve to back up the physical biological material. Of course, Sengupta contemplated. She appeared a little pained, though Marcus thought she was hiding it well. He imagined she might be a little disappointed in herself over the failure to consider the possible ultimate need of such a device once the GSS arrived at Haven. Yes, of course. I think I have to agree. She turned and looked at the captain, who nodded back at her. It makes sense to me, he added. The two of them looked at Kim, who silently nodded back at them. They only needed 2 votes between the 3 of them to decide such a thing, but it was unanimous in any case. Marcus's gaze fell on Kim, but something in his eyes held him captive as he prolonged his gaze. The man's bio said that he was 65, but he would swear that he looked more like a man of 45. Kim had yet to say anything. He seemed content to focus on negotiating his spinach salad. Kirsten seemed to have lost interest in the conversation. Apparently, genetic engineering didn't interest her much, which Marcus initially damned, but he soon came to acknowledge that 2 people didn't need to share everything in common in order to form a deep bond. In fact, he had found that it is oftentimes the differences between people that made relationships interesting. Well, Captain Tynes stated decidedly, thanks for your input. How about we meet again in the morning? That'll give you the night to consider our offer, and we can discuss any further concerns or recommendations you might have. All right? Yes, sir. Sounds good. I still have some things to take care of myself, Marcus declared as he gestured towards his food tray. I was planning on finishing this in my suite. It was a lie, but he was eager for his encounter to end so that he could retreat to the safety and privacy of his room and thoroughly process the experience. While he got up, he added, "Good evening, sirs. It was very nice to meet you all." He put on a smile, turned to leave, and exited the dining hall, heading for his room to eat his now cold steak sandwich. Do I really want to be a department head? He thought as he wandered down the corridor towards his suite. He had been looking forward to taking on as little responsibility as possible, something of an early retirement. Being idle and staying relaxed were never Marcus's strong suits, though. He had never had to work on Earth. No one did. But Marcus had nonetheless worked hard all of his life. It was a matter of pride and self-respect. But it was also a matter of staving off a profound and penetrating boredom. And taking on this responsibility appealed to him for the same reasons. There was something else which he felt, though. He was quickly noticing that the people he was meeting here on the ship were a different kind of people from those he tended to run into down on Earth on a day-to-day basis. They were different in a way he couldn't quite put his finger on. Not yet, anyway. They were more his kind of people somehow. Whatever it was that he really liked about Hugh, he could feel that the people here were saturated with it as well. He was feeling increasingly comfortable with the idea of becoming ever more involved with this tight little community. He understood that if he truly wished to integrate with this crew, assuming the position and responsibilities offered to him would be a great way to start. Chapter 12. 37 years ago. When Marcus was 11 years old, his family made their way to Ottawa for the festivities celebrating the new Commonwealth's centennial anniversary. It was the first transnational metastate, and widely considered the most reputable and integrous. It involved some elements of the classical British Commonwealth and her allies, but today consisted of the individual provinces, states, and territories of Canada, Great Britain, Australia, New Zealand, and many other nations in Africa, Asia, Europe, and the Americas. At the center of the centennial festivities was the opening of the new Peace Tower, which was erected for the occasion, and was now the new tallest building in the world. Although the old Canadian Parliament and Peace Tower were preserved as a historical site, a larger and more expansive complex was now required for the political city which sat at the center of a vast global community, and the impressive new Peace Tower was the final piece of the Ottawa River complex. Young Marcus stood on the transparent floor on the bottom of its disk, looking down through the glass floor he was standing on towards the ground below. Canada was one of the few nations which in many ways benefited from anthropogenic climate change, with much of its territory becoming more hospitable with much milder winters. The country was also fortunate in that very few of its large cities were on the ocean, and thus not inundated by the dramatic 2-meter rise in sea level over the last 2 centuries. Parts of the Vancouver Lower Mainland, Marcus's hometown, were saved using the local expertise gleaned from keeping Richmond dry below sea level. Fortunately, most Canadian cities were situated in the prairies or on the Great Lakes. They were unaffected directly by rising ocean levels, and only suffered the same ever more frequent and extreme weather events, which were more generally challenging people all over the world. Canada was already a popular immigration destination before the warming, but once it began, there were mass migrations the world over, away from the unbearably hot and dry equatorial regions. Canada became the most appealing immigration and refugee destination of all, and its warming land made it ever more inviting. As a result, politically and economically, Canada became the most prominent region in the world, which led one of its more ambitious and dramatic prime ministers to declare the founding of the new Commonwealth from the steps of the old Parliament building in Ottawa, after the Constitution was changed to allow other nations and states to join into the new and more inclusive meta-national institution. Enticed by the offers of equal status and protection as new Commonwealth citizens, many nations and states democratically accepted the terms of entry into the new Commonwealth, and it grew, all leading to this day celebrating the achievement. It was found that only once a people felt secure in their borders, ethnicity, and culture could they look outwards with a cosmopolitan mentality and look more favorably upon the formation of political unions with other groups. All over the world, countries which had once fought bitterly to establish their independence from the domination of their neighbors found themselves long after engaging in regional political coalitions which, now feeling confident and on an equal footing, could be negotiated fairly and equitably on their own terms, without any group feeling like they were being taken advantage of by any other. It started with the European Union, bitter old regional powers, once feeling secure in their own borders and cultural integrity, somehow found it possible to do what was once the unthinkable: unify in peace after centuries of attempts at forced unification through war and domination. What was impossible in the long term through war became almost inevitable through peace. Night had fallen, and from the observation deck of the tower, Marcus was looking down through the periscope telescope mounted to the glass floor beneath him, which allowed him to clearly see the brightly lit flurry of activity below. He could see individual figures, but not much detail. They were all moving about, obviously with their own aims and motives, each no doubt with a unique story, a perspective and worldview all their own, and dispositions of varying instabilities. They sometimes appeared to bounce off of each other, or to merge into a single entity and then separate again as they all walked in their own directions. From his perspective, they appeared less substantial than ants. The entirety of the saucer atop the tower was made of transparent material. It was intended to signify the mutual trust and openness between nations which the new Commonwealth represented. During the day it could be tinted to spare visitors what could be the harshness of the midday sun. But at night it was clear, and tonight so too was the sky, without a trace of clouds. Young Marcus pulled away from the periscope and was drawn to look upward. He saw the night sky anew, in a way that he never had before. His sense of perspective had lagged for a moment after looking down, and he was now seeing those stars as he had seen the specks below. Now the stars were not mere points of light to him. They were each massive entities with their own story to tell, just like those people down there, moving in similar ways in relation to each other, only infinitesimally slower. He found himself temporarily disoriented. It was somehow difficult to tell the difference between the stars above him and those shadows down below him. Each point above was a whole universe unto itself, the raging inferno of a star, a fierce nuclear fireball burning away for eons and eons. He even knew that half of the points he could see were actually multiple stars, forever dancing about each other like those shadows dancing below. Planets and other debris around those stars were perpetually forming, living, and dying in celestial epics above, no less worthy of story and song than any of the figures below. And below there were as many more universes again. Each shadow was somehow a universe all to itself, complete with its own creation myth, metaphysics, and existential narrative. Inside each mind was a unique perspective, an entirely unique universe, entirely contained within just one brain. The experience was so powerful that it overwhelmed his young and still forming mind. But the experience had also shaped him in a very important way. Beyond learning where the value in a human life lies, that being the existence of a unique universe inside every human mind, he also learned that they were at the same time nothing special. Human beings were the most significant phenomenon in the universe, and somehow, at the same time, entirely insignificant. To go visit one of those stars, to map its debris and study its unique composition and furious dispositions, would be a wondrous adventure, as marvelous a journey of discovery as plumbing the depths of any one individual person's mind. Their uniqueness was equally riveting, equally worthy of study and understanding. And yet in both cases, a standard pattern was followed. Each individual instance only a subtle variation on overwhelming similarities. Both were equally valuable and somehow both equally worthless. He saw how, from his perspective, any one of those nondescript shadows down there could blink out of existence, and he would be hard-pressed to miss it, and to honestly claim that he could tell whether one had really been lost, or which particular mote it had been. The same could equally be said of the stars above him. Perspective-wise, he was equidistant from both. He was able to see the objects above and below both as collections of things, and simultaneously as individual things, each with their own unique quirks and stories to tell. He became aware that neither view was in any sense wrong, and that both perspectives were equally and necessarily valid, that both stars and people were somehow simultaneously large and small. He spent the next several decades of his life trying to understand how this could be. Chapter 13. Marcus awoke the next morning feeling less rested than he usually did. After lying in bed reflecting for a while, he finally came to feel his head sufficiently cleared. He thought, "Lights up," at his suite, and the room obediently lit up. He yawned and stretched as the words, "Now make coffee," scrawled across his mind while he rubbed his eyes. Off in the kitchen, he could hear the whirring of coffee beans being ground before dropping into the coffee maker. After getting out of bed naked with the stagger of a newly birthed fawn, he started sifting through his clothes. He thought open a daily checklist for himself, to which the large screen at his bedroom workstation displayed an inviting checklist creation wizard. While getting dressed into a casual button-up red shirt and a pair of blue jeans, he thought, "See Kirsten," and the words came up with a checkbox beside it near the top of the screen. Check out the genetics lab, then meet with the captain, check out the engine room, and then check out the medical bay. All obediently appeared one by one on the screen as he thought them. After he paused for several seconds, a soft, neutral voice asked him if he wished to make an appointment with the captain. The system contextualized his list and anticipated this need. He agreed, and a list of available times appeared on the screen. He chose one a few hours from now at 12:30. That would allow him the chance to get a couple of things done first. Heading for the kitchen, the smell of coffee increased in magnitude as he approached the machine. On his way, he thought, large, 2 cream, 2 sugars. He then added, "Remember that," so that his first cup would be prepared to these specifications automatically next time. Removing the cup from its dock embedded in the wall of the kitchen, he turned and leaned against the wall, pausing to drink in the aroma. He slowly took his first sip while emptying his mind of all but focus on the sensation and enjoyment of the morning's first cup of fresh coffee. After a moment, he allowed his thoughts to mature into more complex forms again. Time until launch? The monitor in the kitchen displayed 8 days in large red characters against a black background. Ever since Kirsten had shown him to his suite yesterday, he had been trying to come up with some plausible excuse to speak with her again. Despite being stuck together on a ship for the rest of their lives, he felt a strong eagerness to approach her soon, and if possible, to arouse her attention in him, the way his attention had been aroused by her. The silliness of his apparent urgency was not lost on him, so he wasn't that concerned with his apparent lack of ability to come up with such an excuse. He'd do this sometimes. He'd make a big deal in his head about being attracted to a woman way too soon. He'd quickly fall in love with the idea of her in his head, with an ideal to which she could never live up to in reality, and which was usually wildly inaccurate. He earnestly wanted to avoid this pattern with Kirsten, but when a reason to talk to her did finally reveal itself, he smiled at the thought over his coffee as it steamed up around his face. He put his coffee down onto the kitchen counter and headed back to his room to retrieve his wrist scroll, which was standing up out of its docking port embedded in the surface of the desk. He opened the drawer and pulled out the complimentary Velcro wristband and securely pressed one of the scroll bars onto it. With a flick, the scroll extended and revealed its screen. He brought it up to his face and asked it, "Direct me to Kirsten Jackson's office." A map of the entire ship appeared on the screen, and then zoomed in to show his location, hers, and a suggested route in between. Since he'd woken up that morning, Marcus's thoughts had been preoccupied with considering the prospects of his working in genetics again. It really hadn't appealed to him much at first, though. The truth was that he had rather resigned himself to being done with the field altogether. But the captain made it sound like a pretty hands-off job. As far as Marcus was concerned, if that was indeed the case, and he could burn off some brain and body hours in a field he was already totally at home with while he was at it, well, that didn't seem so bad. It was, after all, just the grunt work that he'd grown tired of, much more so than the more interesting and higher-order theoretical aspects, and it sounded like he would have loyal lab minions to do the things he didn't care to do anymore. He used to love the grunt work, back in the days when every aspect of the discipline was still new and exciting. He got a charge just from being in the lab. He still had a much more global passion then, when he was still learning about it on the kind of steep uptake curve a child faces when first learning a language. What he loved most was the feeling of concepts expanding and blooming in his mind, of connections being made between new and existing information and resulting in a whole new inference, or when seeing something gives you a fresh new perspective on what you thought you knew already. When that kind of passion goes, when one really has to start digging down deep to bring themselves to do the boring grunt work, when research becomes more about debating the finer points of more and more obscure details, Marcus found he lost interest pretty consistently, in whatever field. This in many ways explained his success. It also, however, helped to explain his general restlessness, academically, professionally, and personally. It's also why he had so many advanced degrees, though multiple higher degrees were not uncommon these days. Once the information revolution happened, it made the millennia-old physical campus universities less necessary. The older and better established universities proudly maintained beautifully manicured campuses, where physical research was conducted and where administration databases and library archives were based. Telepresence was ubiquitous, though, and was often the only available option, like for those who lived in the more remote places on Earth, or elsewhere in the solar system. Some students still preferred to go to the physical space itself to communicate directly and personally with the esteemed professors, and to be physically present when the lectures were recorded, and live class discussions were hosted by video conference. Alternatively, it was some students' preference to only actually go to the physical institution as a sort of pilgrimage at the very end of their studies to participate in their convocation. There were some students who had never actually visited their alma mater campus in person. A related change in the nature of education as a result of the information revolution was that the emphasis on being able to recall fine details on command was greatly reduced. In the modern information era, any information was widely and readily available to anyone, at any time. As a result, comprehension, understanding, seeing how all the conceptual pieces fit together and being able to manipulate them, had become the emphasis of higher education. There were still some students who chose the traditional route of mastering some particular domain of factual knowledge, though, and who enjoyed the constructivist approach to analysis and synthesis of information. For Marcus, once he found himself essentially an expert in some area, he soon found himself losing interest in the work. Although he still had passion for the knowledge and understanding, his excitement at discovery gradually died away until the required grunt work became barely tolerable. Early in his career, he took this as a cue that he had simply chosen the wrong field to specialize in, and promptly found something new to discover. This happened repeatedly throughout his professional career, and while he spent most of it in genetics and adjacent fields, he also held advanced degrees in neighboring fields like cognitive psychology, neurophysiology, neurophilosophy, biochemistry, and molecular biology. At this point in his life, he had at least become better able to articulate his deeper interests, though. He was curious about the notion of self, personhood, and personal identity. He was intensely curious about what made people the way they were, what made him the way he was, and more generally, what made people different from each other. He had a need to understand why he felt himself to be so different from everybody around him when he was growing up, and even now as an adult. He never doubted that there was some reason, though, some underlying factor which ultimately explained his uniqueness, some key to his existence which he would someday stumble across. He was also driven by a wish to see the world from an ever larger and broader perspective. Although he was often pleased with what he saw, he also found that when he drew back the veil on the reality of human existence, he sometimes found things which disturbed him and which he wished he could forget. He was raised in a typical humanist tradition, with the belief that humanity has a special status in the world by virtue of its conscious experience and its ability to understand the consequences of choices. It was thought that it was humanity's capacity for joy and sorrow with regards to concepts alone, instead of the simple satisfaction and frustration of animals, which made humanity special somehow, and placed it in a position of moral significance above and beyond any other form of life on earth. He had been taught that other life was always to be considered valuable in its own right, and that animal life of any kind deserved basic respect. He had been taught that all life was valuable in and of itself, but that it reflected a hierarchy of moral concern and value, with complex and conscious human beings at the apex of concern. The view was thought to be the height of social and biological ethics, and in stark contrast to ancient times, when one human being could dehumanize another, thinking them somehow a lower form of life. Now only lower forms of life were considered lower forms of life, and this was believed much better. Although he had been taught all of this, he'd never really understood it. He often used to wonder if anybody really did understand. But now he was convinced that nobody really did, that it was one of those things which people tended to believe that they understood, but never could. The woeful inadequacy of the philosophy was accentuated for him when he'd sit in on Hugh's history classes and hear about what humans used to routinely do to each other: murder, war, human sacrifice, genocide, torture, rape, necrophilia. All things which only we superior beings used to do with such relish. He sometimes wondered how different they really were from their jungle-dwelling forebears. Today, Marcus found this philosophy a useful moral guideline, but in no way a fact written into the fabric of the universe, like the relationship between mass and gravity, or the half-life decay rates of different radioactive materials. Marcus remained unconvinced that human rationality was as unique or precious as many others self-congratulatingly made it out to be. He found it ridiculously arbitrary, convenient, and self-serving for humans to develop a moral hierarchy which just happened to place themselves at the top and all of creation beneath them. Marcus shook his head as if to clear the slate of his mind and return to the present, after becoming lost somewhere in his more distant thoughts and memories. He'd been down that intellectual path many times before, about largeness, smallness, significance. He realized long ago that no answers could ever be found down that road, only more questions. It was a wonderful topic for esoteric philosophical debate. Not so wonderful for getting a checklist done, though. Chapter 14. Well, I'm happy for you that you're liking what you're seeing at this point, Amber offered. She sounded like she was only dutifully trying to be supportive. But I thought part of the whole idea for you was to effectively retire. Oh, well, you know me. I already feel bored not having worked the last few months. To be honest, if everything looks good after I look into it, I rather like the idea of taking on some responsibilities. Besides, it'd probably mean I could skip some other duties I'd probably like far less. Right, she said in her non-committal way, which indicated she didn't know what to say next. Anyways, I should get going.
I have some appointments to keep soon." In truth, he just had a sudden and severe desire to end the conversation. "Right. All right. Talk to you later, Marcus," she offered. "Right. Bye." Marcus blinked for a few moments after the screen Amber's face had been on went blank. Eventually, he just shrugged and got up to leave. As Marcus walked towards the door, it slid open for him, confronting him with the noisy bustle in the corridor outside his room. The New Horizon was still bristling with a flurry of last-minute work and finishing details. Everyone was working on final preparations, checking things over, rechecking, and then doing it all over again. They needed to be as close to absolutely certain as was possible by human or machine that they were getting everything right. They would only ever get the one chance. There would be no resupply or rescue mission, and there would be no stops along the way. Occasionally passing people who really seemed in a hurry to get where they were going, he followed the map on his wrist pad and the arrow indicating his position. Those who went by him offered only a passing greeting, obviously having little but their work on their minds, with little attention left to spare for simple formalities or pleasantries. Marcus was in any case taking much more notice of the decor as he walked through the ship. He hadn't before taken the time to notice how distinct it was. Long ago on Earth, health psychologists had identified which colors were predominantly associated with which emotions. Colors associated with particular emotions were paid more attention to by people in particular states, and it was also found that these colors gently encouraged the expression of the emotions they were associated with. Yellow and other soothing colors had been shown to predispose people to feelings of warmth and happiness. The result was a very happy-looking world. Warm yellows, soft blues, pale magentas, and dull greens had pervaded human life on Earth. Most people appreciated it and happily acknowledged the effect it had on them. While Marcus didn't hate it, it did always bother him somewhat. He thought that maybe it was the fact that it was just so fucking ubiquitous. Always the same variations of warm and soft colors the whole world over. It was so sickeningly cheerful. Humans needed, or at least Marcus found that he needed, variety in everything, and it was just too much of the same for him. He made the walls of his apartment bedroom back in Vancouver entirely white to clear his color palette. Out in the rest of his apartment he had decorated and painted with much bolder, richer, and darker colors. He used more mysterious navy blue, royal purple, and scarlet red, colors with character. But this ship was decorated in a very different and unique way. By design, it seemed impossible that it could be by accident, not with how carefully every other minute detail of the mission was planned. It was furnished in what was to Marcus a rather comfortably elegant and minimalist design sense. It was inviting, but in a somehow cold and standoffish way. Much was left the dull silver of treated metal from which the bulkheads were originally constructed. It may have been the intended decor, or maybe it was just work to be done in flight and there was a storehouse of paint somewhere. He had his doubts about that, but in any case, Marcus decided that he liked it the way it was. He somehow found that it didn't impose itself on him. He liked that it didn't presume that he should feel any particular way. It just was what it was, bare and exposed for all to see. It was honest, and he liked that. The same went for the flooring. It was simply the bare metal grating from which the deck had been constructed, and again it may have been the case that somewhere on the ship there was a storehouse of carpeting awaiting installation. But carpets don't last forever. They would eventually need to be replaced if they are going to be used. It was, after all, going to be a very long trip. A very long trip, he thought. Sometimes the scope of what he was a part of now, and the timescales involved. Well, they eluded him, and he had to focus himself once again. Following his pad, he made his way to Kirsten's office again, and after a moment of standing in front of the clear sliding door with her name and position printed on it, it promptly opened for him. He found Kirsten sitting at her desk, hunched over and looking very intently at her screen. Today she was wearing green engineering coveralls, with her blonde hair hidden away by a purple bandana. She was softly but intently biting on a screen stylus, and rapidly bouncing one of her legs up and down. He found this nervous habit endearing, and he mused over what he might infer about her personality based on this. It wasn't something one saw much these days, except, of course, for in classical cinema, a genre he loved but shared with only a select few. His collection of films and his personal archives, which he had been amassing most of his life, was a particular point of pride and occasional joy. The Earth General Archive had most films present and past which most anyone would ever want to see, but to dig deeper and access a richer and broader collection, one had to approach specializing collectors like Marcus. With so much cinema having been produced over so long a time, collectors tended to specialize in just a few very specific genres, because those specific interests alone consumed more than enough of their leisure time. Marcus's own favorite genre was science fiction, and as far as he was concerned, the earlier the better, though he found that all eras certainly had their jewels. There were also some which were absolutely terrible, and while there were some people who actually enjoyed those films for just that reason, Marcus was not one of them. What he found fascinating were the hopes and dreams that people of the past projected onto their visions of the future, a future he now lived in. Kirsten looked up briefly to identify him and then turned back to her screen and stylus. Gotten yourself into trouble already, have you? Well, not trouble per se, but there is something you can help me with. He was trying his best to be genial, a skill he had been practicing since his youth, as it had never come naturally to him. He found it usually the most effective way to exercise soft power and get people to want to do what he wanted them to do. She wrinkled her nose, turned towards him, and looked at him oddly. You're very literal, aren't you? She didn't wait for a response. She looked back at her monitor and continued, I was kidding. What do you need? You almost missed me. My schedule's a little light today with most of the crew already aboard, so I'm giving the engineering crew a hand in taking the fusion core and ion drives through their final checks before the launch. How can I help? Ah, Marcus thought to himself. That explains the green coveralls. She's going to go work in the engineering section. There were a variety of colored coveralls for people to wear on the ship. It wasn't any sort of official uniform, but it was a reflection that clothing on board was quickly becoming much more about utility than fashion. People brought clothes with them from Earth, and there would be people on board who could repair clothing and create new garments from scratch. But for the most part, gone would be the days of dressing to impress. There were more important things for people to concern themselves with now. It's okay. I'm actually interested in the engines and power core myself. Bit of a tech buff, but I don't have the kind of practical experience you obviously must have. Another odd glance from her. He was trying to compliment her, but he could feel that it had come out awkwardly. Her expression changed to one of expectancy. She was clearly waiting for him to get on with what he'd stopped by for. As privately as he could, he composed himself and continued. Before I make my final decision about the genetics position, I thought it would be a good idea to go see the lab for myself and meet the staff. Good thought. She looked back at her screen. Well, I'm pretty much finished here. I was just running a simulation. Sometimes the engine team, power team, and construction teams don't all quite speak the same language. She tapped at her screen a few more times and then plucked her medium scroll out of its dock in her desk.
The medium-sized, 30-centimeter across scrolls were most commonly used for work which could feel cramped on the smaller wrist models, and for which the larger half-meter ones were unnecessary or would be unwieldy. I'm heading back to the engine room now, but the genetics lab is on the way. Come on, I can walk you over and introduce you to your team. They can show you around the lab and answer any questions you have. She walked past him and out the door without looking back. He kicked up his feet and hurried up to follow and keep her pace. They're not my team yet, you know. I still haven't decided, he pointed out as they hurried down the hall. Uh-huh, she retorted dismissively and powered on. Marcus was a little out of breath from following Kirsten. He was an academic who didn't exercise nearly enough, and she was clearly in much better shape, and apparently in a hurry to get wherever she was going. Despite his breathlessness, though, he wanted to know more about her. "Where are you from, Kirsten?" he asked. She looked back at him curiously. She obviously wasn't expecting such a question. "South Africa, originally. Cape Town." "And?" Marcus dug. "And, well, I was director of station personnel on Orbital 1 for 7 years before being recruited to the New Horizon mission about a year ago. Before that, though, I rather thought of the station as my home." "I can't really relate to that," he replied. "I've lived most of my life in and around Vancouver." He had to talk in fits, trying to catch his breath in between. "I did some of my graduate work at McGill in Montreal. But other than that, I grew up in Vancouver and I spent most of my career there. Don't get me wrong, I've been all around the solar system, but I've always had a very clear idea of what home was and how far away I was from it and, you know, what it means to be leaving it all behind." He was sad now. It had snuck up on him. She stopped a little abruptly, and Marcus thankfully had a chance to catch his breath. "Are you hungry? I have some time for lunch if you'd like to talk." Marcus noticed that her abrupt stop had been in front of the dining hall. It was hard to tell if she had suddenly become a bit more interested in him, or if she was simply doing her job as the ship's head of human resources. Sensing that a new crewmate needed to talk about something, he assumed the latter by default, but he hoped it was the former. "Oh, sure, that would be great." Being attracted to her made him anxious, and he felt he could manage a one-on-one situation far more comfortably than a group setting like he'd been confronted with in the dining hall the night before. She nodded, and then led him through the door and into the dining hall. "Let's see," she said, reviewing the choices for lunch. "Cobb salad, club sandwich, vegetable pho." She tapped her finger against her chin while thinking about it for a moment. "Cobb salad, I think. How about you?" "Club sandwich, definitely, with fries." She silently ordered the 2 meals for them, and then leaned against the wall and folded her arms. She looked at him with a curious scrutiny that made him just a little uncomfortable, but not too much. "I haven't thought about my pre-Horizon life in a while. It's not something we talk about much around here. It's not like we're not supposed to or anything. It's just that we've always been so busy, you know? Preoccupied. That being said, though, we all have a story. I mean, we all come from somewhere." Marcus nodded, indicating that he understood. "And people we've left behind," he added somberly. She rolled her eyes a bit, but they stopped at the ceiling, and then rolled back down again the way they came instead of completing the roll. "Yes," she acknowledged more reflectively. "People we've left behind." The dispensary presented their meals, and they each grabbed their respective trays.
She led him up one of the stairwells to the second level and selected for them a table by the balcony, from which they could look down on most of the main floor. I was married. Marcus nearly choked on his first bite of sandwich.
Technically, I guess I still am.
She laughed out loud abruptly and heartily, seemingly surprising even herself at her own amusement. He's the head of flight operations on Orbital 1, but we haven't spoken in over a year, since I came to live on board full time. Both my parents died a long time ago, so there really isn't anyone else I'm leaving behind. Just him. Oh, and he was furious. He never understood at all what I found so appealing about this ship and its mission. How about you? Any kids? Never married? No. Neither, actually. Never even close. I was always married to my work, Marcus remarked. I can relate to that. My husband often complained about always coming in second behind my work. We were young when we got married. Too young, apparently. And we were pressured into it by his parents. I think that's part of what appealed to me so much about this mission at first. That it was an easy out from that situation. Marcus remembered from her file that she was 34 years old, and if she'd been married too young and still was, the quick math in his head informed him that she'd probably been married a decade and a half or more. Forgive me, but you don't strike me as a woman who needs an easy way out for anything she wants. She looked at him, apparently a little surprised by his comment, and then she smiled warmly. Thank you, she softly replied, then asked, So how about you, Marcus? Why the New Horizon? What made you apply? My best friend Hugh, actually. Truth is, this was his dream, not mine. I only applied because he did, but in the end, he poked himself in the chest. I won. He didn't. It actually took some convincing for him to get me to go without him. He's excited for me. No one else in my life wants me to go, though. They're not furious with me or anything, but they are all somewhat disappointed. That must be hard, she remarked. Yes, but to be honest, less and less so since being here. This ship is amazing. To see it in person really is something else. He looked fondly down on the earth through the window in the floor of the dining hall's main level. Life will go on down there, you know? With or without me, or any of us. Absolutely, she answered. Life will go on. Chapter 15. As the door slid open to the genetics lab, Marcus was not immediately encouraged by what he saw. Coming from a university research background, he was used to seeing state-of-the-art equipment which was much larger, more comfortable, and, yes, yellow workspaces, with all the possible materials and equipment which any genetic researcher could hope for. Back in academia, it seemed as though he couldn't go a whole month without stumbling upon some instrument or piece of equipment which he had never used before and couldn't recognize. But here in front of him was a space no larger than the main living area of his quarters on board. One wall was entirely covered with drawer fronts arranged in a grid, each about a quarter-meter squared. There were 2 men in the room, one of whom was observing a monitor displaying the optical output from a microscope. On the display were several small clusters of circles. They appeared to be zygotes after only a couple rounds of division. At the far end of the room, the other man was sitting reclined in a chair, intently engaged with his medium scroll and tapping at it with a stylus. They both looked up inquisitively as the door opened. "Kirsten," the man watching the screen said warmly as he got up to greet her. What can I do for you? The other man had returned to his scroll without a word. It's actually what you can do for him, she answered as she gestured towards Marcus. This is Marcus Bolin. He's a wildcard crew member, but he has an extensive resume with all things micro and bio. The captain has offered him the head of genetics position, and before making his final decision, he wanted to come down here to meet you two and poke around the lab. Startled, and suddenly realizing that this was potentially their new boss, the man in the chair quickly leapt up and came to join the conversation. This is Jatal, she said as she gestured towards the one who had greeted them as they entered, then towards the man who had been sitting, and this is Herman. Jatal appeared to be West Asian, with brown skin, brown eyes, and black hair that came down to his chin. He had a wiry frame and appeared to have no fat on his body at all, which, when combined with how tall he was, made him appear almost cartoonish. Both men were wearing the powder blue coveralls typically used by those working in biomedical fields. Herman, on the other hand, was clearly African, with incredibly dark skin which made the whites of his eyes stand out very dramatically against his dark brown irises and short black hair. He was rotund. He didn't appear to be of an unhealthy weight, but he definitely appeared well fed. "Hello, Marcus. Nice to meet you. Call me Herm," he said as he raised his hand and gave a little wave. People didn't shake hands much anymore. No one really knew why. It had simply fallen out of fashion. "Nice to meet you too, Herm. You too, Jatal," Marcus responded, feeling just a little forced and strained with the effort that such required pleasantries always drew from him. Kirsten touched Marcus's arm to get his attention again and warmly asked, "You good?" He told her that he was, and she promptly exited through the door again after saying goodbye to Herman Jatal, presumably heading once again for the engineering section. There was an awkward silence after the door slid closed, as the three men looked at each other, all unsure what to say next. Marcus finally broke the silence. "So, why don't we start with what your primary mandate is here?" He knew that they were academics, and that he just had to get them started talking about their field. After he got them started, the hard part would be getting them to stop talking. It was Jatal who answered first. "Well, our first job after we launch is to screen the crew for discrete genetic anomalies. Primary testing was to screen out people with existing anomalies, but it will be our job to project potential problems between genomes and to direct breeding away from those potential problems. Our second responsibility is to keep living gametes from every individual we launch with through our eventual arrival, so we can match an original launcher's gametes with someone several generations down the line if we want or need to. Our third responsibility is to do just that, the selective genetic combination, incubation, and implantation." "May I ask what your background is more specifically?" "Well, my last related position was the head of cloning research at the University of British Columbia. I'm afraid I've got quite a lot to do today. Why don't you show me the equipment you've got here?" Herm responded this time, which led Marcus to guess that his talents probably fell more on the technical end of things. "Well, along this wall," he motioned to the wall with the grid of drawers, "we have storage capacity for 2,500 live gamete samples." One of the drawers along the wall opened, presumably in response to a thought from Herm, and condensation mist rushed out from the refrigerated chamber. Marcus could now see that the drawer front was just a cover, and that attached to the inside was a cylindrical central beam running far back into the wall, but for exactly how far he had no way to tell. Opaque spheres were arranged around the central beam in a circle, and rows of those circles were lined up one after another, extending as far as he could see into the wall. A pale blue light emanated from the inside chamber, the light that was ideal for this kind of preservation. It may have simply been a result of what he had come to associate with that color light, but for whatever reason, it was one of Marcus's favorite colors. 2,500. Wow. Marcus was becoming genuinely impressed. He was starting to realize that this cramped space was not devoid of advanced technologies at all, but rather that it was a pinnacle of their miniaturization and integration. It occurred to him that Siddhika Sengupta herself probably had a major hand in developing this lab, and that she probably had a large research and development department at Brahma Biotech, working for years on fitting all the technology they needed into as small a space as possible. You've got some pretty amazing miniaturization here, don't you? Absolutely, Herm replied proudly. Only the best. Master Sengupta wouldn't have it any other way. Besides, we can't exactly order replacements, you know? We have all the equipment we would need here to do some pretty cutting-edge research. Sure, Marcus replied. But pretty soon there'll be no practical way to communicate it to the rest of the existing body of scientific knowledge. Well, then, we'll just have to create our own independent and continuing body of knowledge, Herm offered. I like the sound of that, Marcus admitted. That's never really happened before in the history of science, has it? A sort of segregation into two different bodies of science. The three stood in silence for a few moments, contemplating the thought. Marcus broke the silence again by asking, So all this tech, but no transcriber? No need, replied Jital. We won't be doing any transcription of our own, only coding and combining. I understand that, and maybe it's just because of my background, but it seems to me that it's just one of those things you never know you'll need until you do, and that it would be better to have one and never need it, than to ever need one and not have it. What if we encounter a new disease on Haven that we have to transcribe a retrovirus to go after? What if you have a failure in your storage units? No replacements, after all, right? At least with the personnel's gametes on file, you can manually transcribe it with a sequencer if you lose the original. Well, we really don't ever plan on having such a failure, Jital reassured him. No one ever does, replied Herm and Marcus in unison. At this they looked at each other, then both looked at Jital, then back at each other, at which point all three burst out laughing. They were going to plan on having such failures, but had interrupted each other. Eventually, Jital managed, Well, you may have a point there. While they regained their composure, Marcus felt his wrist scroll vibrate and was reminded of all the things he wanted to get done today. He was satisfied that this lab would more than do, and that Herm and Jital would as well. Well, it was nice to meet you two, but I have lots to get done today, as I'm sure you do, so I'm going to get going. It was nice to meet you fellows, though. I'll see you both later. The two men politely reciprocated the farewell, and Marcus left to go meet with the captain. After meeting the two he would be working with, he was definitely leaning towards accepting the position. Before he could make it out the door, though, Herm called out, Marcus, have you seen the Sims yet? Do I need to? Well, it's just, they only came in today, but they haven't been put into long-term storage yet. They did a truly amazing job on them. You should probably check them out while you still can. We were just about to go there ourselves when you got here. You want to join us? 15 minutes later, the three were standing outside the secure storage bay more commonly known as the Sim Bay, a room only accessible to department heads. It was here where things you wouldn't want children getting into were stored, namely the limited small arms carried aboard, certain hazardous materials, and the Sims. As the acting head of the genetics department, it was Jital who was able to access the room and get them in. The door slid open after Jital thought his credentials at the security nodule beside the door. Marcus noticed that when he activated the door with his brain chip, he'd done it with a single hard blink. He presumed that this was just his own quirky way of operating his brain chip. There was no right way to use the brain chip. Each user developed their own system of communicating with it. This room also serves as our humble armory, he said as he opened the door. We also have some shotguns and laser rifles for use on Haven once we get there. But the real thing to see here is these guys. After leading them into the room, he gestured towards the 4 coffin-shaped plastic crates standing upright with their lids stacked against an adjacent wall,
revealing the vacantly expressioned automatons in the crates. They were simulants of the 4 principal mission founders, including the now deceased Neil Sagan. "Oh, wow," Marcus uttered despite himself as he approached the Sagan simulant. "They're deactivated?" he asked. Marcus had never seen a deactivated sim in person before, and he found it pretty creepy. Once they were activated, they usually never went offline except when they were damaged. They certainly looked real enough, but they eerily seemed to be something neither alive nor dead. "Technically," Jital answered, "they've just never been activated in the first place. They were constructed based on the way their likenesses were when the order was taken, and they were only delivered yesterday. It's a strict mission protocol that, under no circumstances whatsoever, are they to be activated before we get to Haven. So tomorrow they'll be permanently sealed into these enclosures." He blinked hard, and 4 person-sized holes appeared in the wall after their coverings had slid up and away. "I never really did understand," Marcus admitted, "why they had themselves simulated. Why them, and, well, why have any sims at all?" "Well, the legitimate reason," Herm answered, clearly implying that there was also a less than completely legitimate reason, "is that they'll be the first to land on Haven. It's a way to minimize risk to the human crew. They won't be vulnerable to any potential biological hazards on the surface that we wouldn't be able to detect from orbit. Plus, we don't know what aspects of our biology may be infectious to life on Haven. We'll want to do every conceivable test as safely as possible, and we can only do that by sending the Sims down first to do all of the initial testing. They can be completely sterilized. Humans can't be." Marcus moved over to inspect the Kim simulant very carefully. He got right up close, and nose to nose he looked it right in the eyes. "It's creepy," he remarked. "They're such precise replicas. So lifelike. It would be hard to tell the difference, except them being inactive makes them so obviously artificial." "I get a similar feeling when looking at them," Herm admitted, apparently a little uncomfortable. Marcus moved over and stood in front of the Sengupta sim and inspected the strange automaton. "And the illegitimate reasons?" he asked. "Well, it's hardly illegitimate," Jital admitted. "Obviously this is in large part their mission, and they have every right." Marcus rolled his hand around as if to say, "Yes, of course, go on." "But in reality," Jital continued, "a quality, off-the-shelf team of multi-purpose droids would have sufficed. So, I think I'd say there's a degree of vanity in what they've done here." "Vanity? They really don't strike me as the type," Marcus stated as he moved over to inspect the Tyne sim closely. Somehow he was much more intimidating in this state, like a sentinel which could wake up and strike him down at any moment. He had a strange feeling that the sim might somehow attack him. Marcus shook off the thought. "I think I'd do it, if I was them. Wouldn't you? I mean, they've devoted every material and psychological resource they have to this project, just to die in deep space and never get to see how it all turns out. This is a way for them to be around when the ship finally gets there. Sure, these aren't actually them, and they won't actually still be around to see it, but in a way, with these in a way they can be. It's certainly the closest thing to being there that they can hope for." He turned back to Herm and Jital. "I think it's also an important way for them to still be able to influence the crew's behavior and decisions when they finally get there. It'll certainly be much more effective than just leaving instructions for them. These sims will allow them to exercise some control over the mission long after their deaths, and after all, is it not their mission, and their prerogative to exercise as much control over it as they wish, and in as many ways as possible? Don't they have the right?" Chapter 16. Captain Wiremu Tynes was a 45-year veteran of the Trade Corps and had experience on a wide variety of new Commonwealth ships operating throughout the solar system. Yesterday evening in the dining hall was the first time Marcus had actually met the man, and he'd reviewed his file again ahead of today's meeting. Tynes was from New Zealand, and his father was a Maori who'd given him his first name, while his mother was a New Zealand woman of European extraction who had given the captain his last name. He had the clear remnant of a Kiwi accent, but it was subdued after decades away from his homeland, unlike Kirsten Jackson, whose South African accent was still quite pronounced. Marcus had been rather intimidated by him. Tynes was a man of action, while he was one of thought. Throughout his life, Marcus had found this dichotomy with other people trying. He was always trying to get them to think. They were always trying to get him to act. Last night, though, the captain hadn't particularly struck him as the type he was likely to have this problem with. Yes, Tynes was an action-oriented man, but he was 65 at this point, and as often happens with warriors who are unfortunate enough to suffer retirement, he was probably more relaxed in his middle age than he had been in his brash youth. So, when Marcus came to the captain's office door, his apprehension rose to an appreciable but manageable level as he activated the door chime with a thought. The door opened, and Captain Tynes looked up at him from behind his desk. "Ah, Boland, welcome. Come in and have a seat." Marcus obeyed. He was interested to find that the captain had the same kind of small, windowless office Kirsten had, as opposed to a larger one like Marcus's brother had as the CEO of a large company. "I heard you met Wingus and Dingus. What'd you think of the lab?" "Well, He couldn't resist. He wanted so badly to resist. He knew he should just let it go, but he simply could not help himself. I'm sorry. Wingus and Dingus?" "What?" "Oh, I call everyone Wingus and Dingus. It's kind of an inside joke. Don't worry about it. You were saying?" Tynes clearly didn't want to dwell on it, so Marcus begrudgingly resolved to oblige. It sure did sound like an interesting story, though. No, actually, he just couldn't quite let it go yet. Marcus cocked his head slightly to the side and asked, "An inside joke for one?" He immediately regretted it. Tynes, now far less genial, put on a very serious expression. He locked eyes with Marcus and flatly stated, "Yes." Although his body was still, Marcus was squirming on the inside in response to the stare, but he was somehow able to maintain his composure. Best move on, he thought. "So, yes. Yes, sir, I did visit the lab today. News sure travels fast around here." Speaking got easier again as he continued. "But I do think you're right. It seems like a good fit for me so long as—" He almost said Wingus and Dingus, but managed to stop himself. Herm and Jatal are doing most of the bodywork. The captain smiled, broadly enough to indicate that he was pleased, but not so broadly as to appear very surprised. "However, if I am to be charged with stewarding the entire project's future genetic health, then I have a request I must insist upon if I am to assume that responsibility in good conscience." "The transcriber?" Tynes asked. "Yes," Marcus nodded. "The transcriber. I've discussed it with the other senior personnel. They agree with me that it is unlikely to be necessary, but at the same time we do of course try to take as much of a better safe than sorry policy on the ship as possible. After all, we only get one chance to get everything right here. So, if you think we may need it at some point for legitimate reasons, then we will make sure to have one just in case." "Excellent," Marcus smiled. "In that case, then I would be quite happy to accept the position. After all, the equipment in that room is truly marvelous." "Wonderful. One more piece in place then, eh?" An even broader and clearly genuine grin extended across his face, which was stubbled with a few days' growth of multicolored hair. It was mostly white, but generously interspersed with colors ranging from light blonde to completely black. Under his short-cut hair, which overall was black but was also graying at the temples, the man had a broad and worn face, which revealed a lifetime spent in physically trying environments. When looking closely at his face, or at the face of his sim for that matter, one could see a variety of small scars in discolored areas, but they were all secondary to the one long scar running along his left cheek. He had asked Herm and Jatal about the scar in the sim bay, but they could only tell him that it was something of a mystery. They only knew that it had something to do with a sim that had gone on the fritz long ago, on one of the trade corps ships Tynes had captained. Marcus himself had grown tired of regularly shaving long ago, and had decided to have his beard follicles permanently deactivated. It was a common enough procedure these days, and as a result, facial hair of any kind hadn't been much in fashion for quite some time. Tynes stood up and walked around his desk towards Marcus to escort him out the door, a polite way of getting rid of him with their business at hand now concluded. Marcus stood still as Tynes approached him, becoming lost in a train of thought and staring blankly towards where the captain had been sitting, until he turned around to ask, "Captain, may I ask you a personal question?" "Go ahead." "Why did you choose to be part of the New Horizon mission? I don't mean commanding it, I mean committing to it in general. Most people down there," Marcus gestured in the general direction of Earth, "never seemed to understand why I was interested. But it seems like everyone here has a reason all their own." Tynes himself paused and stood still as the door opened in front of him. He seemed to be pondering his answer. He then turned around, leaned on the door frame, crossed his arms, and looked squarely at Marcus. "Well, it's pretty simple, really. Of all the things I like to do, I'd already done it all around these parts. I'm not a researcher or a scholar. And to be perfectly straight with you, I've never been a man particularly interested in having his own family. Though, that may change once we're safely out there cruising," he reflected for a moment. "What I love is exploring. I love seeing things I've never seen before. Things that nobody has ever seen before," he continued, his eyes betraying him to have become a little lost in his own thoughts. A woman in red operations coveralls walked past the open door and said hello to the captain, and he nodded back at her, breaking his focus. "As a kid, my parents couldn't keep me on the property," he chuckled. "I was always jumping the fence to explore the forest out behind our house. Like a restless dog, you know?" Marcus nodded. He had some understanding of this kind of restlessness, but for him it had always been more existential than physical or spatial, as the captain seemed to be describing it. "As soon as I was old enough to get my pilot's license, I signed up for a tour with the Peacekeepers. Then I worked in the Trade Corps for a couple decades after that, until Neil and Insu first approached me about their idea for the project. I've been all around this solar system, and I see as much of it as I care to. I welcome the idea of a new challenge, a new kind of discovery and exploration, a new..." He slowly shook his head, grasping to find just the right word. "Purpose," Marcus uttered despite himself, completing his thought for him. "Yes, purpose. I guess that's as good a word for it as any," Tynes replied in the most somber tone Marcus had heard from him so far. "I think I understand, Captain. In our own ways, I'm getting the impression that that's why all of us are here. Good day, sir." "To you too." 13 years ago. It was a warm summer's day in Manhattan's Central Park. It was not yet an uncomfortable heat, though, since it was still quite early in the summer. Many of the coastal regions of the world's continents had been surrendered to the water after the rise of the oceans, and subsequently new beachfront areas had been created. Some regions, which should have otherwise been inundated and resigned to the sea, though, were too precious, or their inhabitants too wealthy, to simply allow the area to be lost. Manhattan Island was one such area. There was too much history to be preserved, and too many wealthy people willing to finance its preservation for it to be allowed to be lost. all the way around Manhattan and around other key parts of the area. And more extensively than for any other city in the world, 6-meter dikes had been erected to hold back the ocean. At first, though the need for them was understood, many complained over what an eyesore these giant walls were. They obscured the view of the water, though many enjoyed the park space on top of the dike, where they could picnic or exercise on the continuous trail now running all around the perimeter of the island on top of the seawall. Over time, a ring of 2-story residential and commercial development occurred around the base of the dike wall. In an ambitious mayor's push to beautify the city nearly 100 years ago, all around the island the space between the top of the dike and the nearest towers was covered over to create a sheltered space below and a much larger park and recreation service on top. Between the conventional skyscrapers which occupied a single city block, and the much larger buildings which consolidated 2 or even 4 entire city blocks into one massive building, additional coverings began to appear between the buildings, furthering the extent of the subterranean world, and ever expanding the continuous public gardens and green spaces above. Beneath the surface there were extensive residential areas, but there were amenities as well, including an underground sports arena and extensive shopping malls. In the underground one was never very far away from an elevator which could take them up to the surface, down to the subway, or to any other level of the underground, making passage between worlds quick and easy. The process was fully finished only recently, now resulting in what from a bird's-eye view of Manhattan appeared to be continuous green space from the outer dikes to the spaces between the towers and the roofs of the towers themselves, and all converging on the interior Central Park. It was believed that these measures would be sufficient to protect the island until the waters stopped rising and eventually began to recede 100 or so years into the future. Many believed that it was a change in political will that led to action as weather events became increasingly severe and costly in lives and treasure over the 21st century. But in reality it was just one technological innovation which made a great deal of change possible. It was an international consortium of engineers and scientists who finally brought about the fusion revolution. In 2028, with global impacts of climate change becoming ever more severe, and in the absence of any meaningful technical or political solutions on the horizon, engineers and scientists the world over founded the International Fusion Consortium in Halifax, Nova Scotia. The association had one singular goal: to make fusion power a practical reality and render fossil fuels obsolete overnight. Although they went on to branch out into different areas like next-generation liquid battery systems for grid-level storage and transportation, as well as remediation strategies such as the algae bags which were still continuously sucking carbon out of the atmosphere, their paramount focus was always the practical development of fusion power. They did a lot of research themselves, but their primary role was the soliciting of funds from governments and concerned wealthy individuals, and then dispersing those funds throughout a close network of researchers, who in exchange all agreed to freely share data from their own different approaches with the rest of the network. From the stripped-down and budget-conscious General Fusion Research Facility in Burnaby, British Columbia, to the multi-billion-dollar International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor Mega Research Program in southern France, each approach and each successive experimental reactor created more data for the next generation of experiments in a positive feedback cycle until several different facilities simultaneously stumbled on the secrets which made fusion a practical possibility. Before long, an energy generation revolution changed the world as new approaches were pioneered and existing methods were refined, perfected, and miniaturized. Large power stations were constructed to supplant and replace all carbon-emitting power plants immediately, and within only a few more decades of research, fusion cores as small as beer kegs were being mass-produced. This, combined with ever-increasing sophistication in batteries of all sorts, and synthetic biofuels for the first stage of orb-ups and the powering of vintage automobiles, is what finally ended human civilization's dependence on and vulnerability to fossil fuels. The rest stayed in the ground. Vancouver-based Bolin Power Systems had been founded not long after this energy revolution, and they specialized in commercial production of these smaller fusion power cells. Once the preeminent manufacturer, it merged with General Fusion, which became their applied research division. Together they continued to work on miniaturization of the technology, as well as perfecting different approaches of safely achieving fusion. General Fusion's original stripped-down piston pressure approach provided data instrumental to making fusion possible in the first place, but after merging with Boland, they began working on compact, super-powerful second-generation magnetic confinement reactors, such as the one which would later be used to power the New Horizon, a ship for which the idea was about to be stumbled upon. "That 100-meter telescope on the far side of the moon is really something," Neil Sagan remarked to his friend Insu as he looked at some of its images on the large scroll he had propped up on his lap. "In fact, that whole Armstrong array has been continually amazing me since they put it up there. I dare say it's probably one of the best and most significant things that humans have ever done," he mused. "For now," Insu agreed. Neil frowned. Insu was right. As impressive as it was, he could only hope that the best was yet to come. Neil Sagan was a large African-American man. He towered at just over 2 meters and had the kind of broad-shouldered, thick build that made him appear rather like a brick wall. The physical contrast with Insu was often found comical, since he was a slender reed by comparison, at just barely 165 centimeters tall. The two often made a point of finding the time to relax together in Central Park and do some work in each other's company. They had been friends since they first met at a Munich conference when they were both in their late teens. The topic of the conference had been deceptively succinct: the future. Neil had attended because he was science-minded, and having worked hard to get into the Bronx High School of Science, he had come to the conference with a small delegation representing his school. As an artist with a variety of interests, Insu had attended out of both an interest in the subject matter as well as an interest in new topics to write about. Upon meeting, they quickly became the best of friends, and kept in close communication afterwards. A few years ago, Insu had moved to New York after being invited to collaborate with a think tank dealing with the preservation of dying languages and the translation of obscure texts. This suited him just fine, since it allowed him to be close to his friend Neil, who for several years had been serving as director of the Hayden Planetarium. Living in the same city allowed them to have occasions such as these, to work together in the park on a warm, sunny day. There was an obvious dichotomy in their work and in their styles. While Neil was working on his large half-meter scroll with his brain chip, Insu was working with an eraser-tipped pencil on a paper notebook. Occasionally, Insu would chew on his pencil when he was especially deep in thought. To Insu's knowledge, however, Neil had never chewed on his scroll. "It's 15 years ago today," Neil remarked without looking up from his work. 15 years ago today that the Mormon GSS launched. "Does that bother you?" Insu asked. "Oh, Insu, I so want to say no. I want to just feel good about any humans being on their way up to the stars, and for it being just that much harder to wipe humans out altogether. You know, like how it would be if we were still stuck entirely on Earth and in this solar system," he remarked, his bushy black eyebrows raising slightly as he thought about it. "But," his friend prodded. "But they're the wrong humans, damn it," he exclaimed, defeated. "They were humans who used science to escape science. It just doesn't feel right. I so hope that they'll learn, that they'll mature, that they'll find a way to... I don't know. I guess I just wish that with 2 religious ships heading out into the stars, that there was at least one going out there which represented the best of what we have here, our best thinkers, our best scientists and doers, heading out into the stars that have a passion for discovery, for new horizons to explore, for a whole new age of exploration.
There's just so much to see out there, so much to learn. So do that, Insu stated matter-of-factly, as though it was nothing, as though it was the easiest thing in the world. Do what? That thing you just said. Put together a new generational starship mission with Earth's best and brightest. Instead of hollowing out an asteroid to fit a huge population into, though, you could instead have a much smaller crew of maybe 100 or two, and purpose-build a much smaller and faster spacecraft. Insu was again speaking as though what he was proposing was a simple task, something to be done in an afternoon, maybe. What would you need? Well, money. Lots of money. And somebody who knows everything you could possibly know about putting together a long-duration spaceflight mission. Somebody with more money than they know what to do with, and a passion for pulling off the extraordinary. And somebody who has seen and done all there is to see and do in space. Someone who's seen it all. Insu retrieved his small wrist scroll out of his pocket and pulled it apart. He infrequently used scrolls, but there were inevitably some things that his notebook and pencil simply couldn't accomplish for him. After some taps and swipes, he held up a picture of Sidika Sengupta, who Neil recognized immediately. "This woman," Insu remarked. "I recently heard her in an interview talk about how she was looking for the next truly bold and daring endeavor to really make her mark in history with. From what I hear, she is positively loaded with wealth as well." "Now that you mention it," Neil remarked, directing his friend's attention to the screen of his own large scroll, and after a few taps and swipes of his own, pointed out, "I heard similar statements from this man." He showed Insu the image of Weir Mutines on his pad. "He doesn't have the money, but he's basically the most decorated and experienced spaceship captain in the whole solar system," he remarked. "If we could draw these two into a secular generational starship project, we just might be able to pull off something extraordinary," Insu finished. Chapter 17. Marcus stood in the hallway nearby his room, studying a map of the ship that he'd summoned upon one of the larger general-purpose display monitors. He was still trying to get a feel for the layout of the habitat ring. Schematics for one thing, but being able to actually navigate yourself in the physical space was, sadly, another thing entirely. He was doing some exploration of the ship ahead of the wildcard orientation later this afternoon, and noting that the Arboretum was nearby, he figured that being on his list, it was as good a next stop as any. He well understood the necessity of an Arboretum on any long-duration spaceflight, but each Arboretum was a different work of art, and he usually found them quite impressive. The Arboretum's plant life served to scrub the carbon dioxide from the air and provide fresh oxygen, carrying this ancient relationship between plant and animal out into space with them. This was their primary, indispensable function. But having these arboretums on board for long-distance voyages also allowed food to be grown along the way, as well as giving people a place to feel more at home in an ancestral sense. Generational starships had to be especially closed and integrated systems with virtually zero waste. For example, all human waste was recycled into water and fertilizer for the Arboretum gardens, as well as raw material for the creation of synthetic meats. Projects such as these simply couldn't be done any other way. Beyond these purely practical needs, the psychological value of having a genuine green space as a sanctuary from the emptiness of actual space was absolutely invaluable. "Wow," Marcus uttered as the doors to the Arboretum slid open. This was on a scale, both in size and majesty, which he had never imagined, let alone seen in person before. It was positively huge. It occupied a full third of the ship's habitat ring with the middle decks taken out, making it by far the largest open space on the entire ship.
It was encased in some clear material which looked like glass but couldn't be, with the only opaque walls being the ones adjacent to the rest of the habitat ring, and the ground covered in black fertile soil. The ceiling and walls had imaging projected onto them, which created the illusion of an infinite space. The effect successfully betrayed the senses into the impression of being down on the Earth's surface. There were trees which must have been well over 20 meters tall. He'd never seen such large trees in space, but then again, he'd never seen an arboretum big enough to house them. The space station only had a great many smaller arboretums. Walking in, Marcus immediately had a visceral sense of familiarity and nostalgia. The types of plants in an arboretum didn't matter much, since each plant had an engineered strain specialized for arboretum use. As a result, arboretums had become works of art, with some horticultural architects devoting their whole careers to creating one contained, beautiful green space after another. They usually had a theme, and Marcus was brought nearly to tears to be able to immediately recognize this one's. It was a forest just like he was familiar with back home, the great coastal temperate rainforests of British Columbia. Marcus felt at home in a way that was so overwhelming it surprised him. Growing up in Vancouver, this was the environment one found anywhere they went outside the major urban area. Some people who lived in the lower mainland complained about how much it rained and how frequently the sky was overcast. But what they got for it was this: the cool, humid jungles of the north. Most of the forests in the northern hemisphere were typical arboreal forests, which consisted of endless evergreen trees for kilometers and kilometers, all occasionally renewed by great fires. This landscape dominated much of northern Europe, Asia, and North America. While special and beautiful in their own way, in comparison to this temperate rainforest, the regular arboreal forests could seem positively barren and lifeless. Much like jungles in more equatorial regions, it was rich with life from soil to canopy, with every possible niche exploited. It was an artificial environment, though, and if one was as familiar with the real thing as Marcus was, certain differences were obvious if looked for. Mixed in with the spruces, firs, and cedars, there were also some leafy trees like aspen and birch. Below the trees was dense underbrush covered with ferns and lichens. The place was positively thick with emerald green life, to the point that the very air almost appeared to glow green. Leading from the doorway, there was a path which disappeared into the woods. On either side of the path, the earth was littered with needles, mosses, leaves, twigs, and fallen trees in mid-decay. They must have started this arboretum years ago, just after initial construction began. He started down the path, not sure where it might take him, or what he might find. As he progressed along the path, every once in a while Marcus would come upon something which simply didn't seem to belong for one reason or another. At one point he saw a collection of banana palms, which seemed completely out of place in this kind of forest, but you had to be right in front of them in order to see that they were there at all. This is what he found over and over, and he imagined that it was probably the intended effect of the winding pathway. He was particularly relieved to see the coffee shrubs when he came across them. Every once in a while there was a side path which branched off of the main one into the forest, presumably to another hidden oasis or farm. After an absolutely captivating 20-minute stroll, he almost forgot that he was in space at all. That is, until the sky suddenly dispersed to reveal the central engine section of the ship through the now clear ceiling, with the other side of the outer ring behind it, all backdropped by what from this angle was a gibbous earth. To look up and see this sight peeking through the dense canopy, it suddenly became very hard to forget exactly where he was. He couldn't resist taking his pane glasses out and taking an image of the view and sending it to Hugh. Marcus had opted not to use his contact lenses today, and instead was carrying the equivalent glasses around in his pocket. They were less expensive than the state-of-the-art pane contact lenses, but had far greater functionality. The pane looked very much like the glasses people used to wear before poor vision became part of the standard genetic screening. It had 2 eyepieces which, by BrainChip command, could go from perfectly transparent to a soft heads-up display overlaid on top of one's environment to totally opaque. On the inside of the lenses, the user could see and use the same home interface they used on any device synced to their pan. It housed within it an ultra-high-definition camera, as opposed to the relatively low-definition camera which could be fitted into the contact lenses. Much like the scrolls, images could be displayed on either side of the screens. One could also have the image displayed on only one opaque lens, with the other lens transparent to the outside world, or displayed on the top half of both lenses, or even just in the top corner of one eye. One could use whatever display configuration they wished with a single thought directed towards their panes with their BrainChip. Between the eyepieces, there was a digital camera and microphone which could be used to take images, sound recordings, or video, as Marcus was doing now. Continuing to make his way through the forest, he would occasionally come across park benches, which he noted as spots which might quickly become one of his favorites on the whole ship. As he rounded a corner, he found somebody sitting on one of the benches. He hadn't seen anyone else in the Arboretum on his walk so far, but he'd written that off to the fact that everyone else seemed so busy getting ready for the launch. He figured that they probably imagined, and they were right, that there would be plenty of time afterwards for rest and relaxation. That didn't explain why he wasn't running into more wildcard crew like himself, though, he considered. After a brief moment, Marcus realized that it was Kim In-soo sitting there, looking up to the sky and tapping a pencil softly against his angular chin, with an old-fashioned paper notebook opened on his lap. His straight jet-black hair came down below his ears, but not so low as his sharp jawline. He was dressed in a light blue button-up shirt, with the top couple buttons left undone, on top of tan cargo pants. "Mr. Kim!" Marcus exclaimed autonomically in surprise. In-soo squinted ever so slightly as he scrutinized this intruder of his peace. "Yes?" he softly responded. "Oh, nothing, really. I'm sorry, I was just surprised to find you here. I hadn't come across anyone else yet." This explanation somehow seemed to satisfy him. He closed his book and turned his full, penetrating attention to Marcus. "So what do you think?" Of what?" "My garden," In-soo replied as he waved his hand in the general direction of all around them. "You did this?" Marcus asked as he cautiously moved towards him, more than a little intimidated. "Not personally, nor physically, no. But I did design this place, yes." "Well, in that case, thank you very much." In-soo's expression revealed inquisitiveness, allowing him to ask a question without speaking. "I mean, it's so beautiful. It's just like home. I'm from British Columbia." Homesick already, are we?" "Oh, no, no. No," he finally uttered decidedly. May I?" Marcus gestured to the other side of the bench. In-soo declined and instead got up and motioned for him to follow. "I was actually inspired by the temperate rainforests of my Korean homeland, but I did study all of the temperate rainforest zones and drew heavily from the Western North American incarnation as well." There were several moments of silence as they made their way through the forest without speaking, instead absorbing the beauty of the space together. Though it looked much the same, there was hardly a fraction of the animal and insect life compared to the natural forests Marcus was familiar with. There were some to be found, but only those that were absolutely necessary for the life cycles of the plants which were brought here. They were much harder to control, and one certainly didn't want an insect infestation on the rest of the ship. That could spell disaster. Did you notice the name on the placard at the door? No. Sorry, Marcus admitted, embarrassed. Insu uttered, seemingly disappointed. It read, Neil Sagan Memorial Arboretum. Oh, muttered Marcus, suddenly putting all of the pieces together. Of course he had heard of the accident, and had been familiar with Sagan's work long before that. This place is where he lives now. His body was incorporated into the soil. Somehow, none of us could bear to not take him with us in some form or another. I see. I assume that Kirsten informed you of the life debt that you owe by accepting a position on the New Horizon? Indeed she did. He had been aware of the policy long before that, though. Sidika, Weiremu, and I wrote that policy after the accident. We unofficially call it Sagan's Law. We all agreed that nobody belonged here who was not willing to make the same sacrifice that he was, and that to be unwilling to do so would be to dishonor his sacrifice. That makes a lot of sense to me. Marcus wasn't quite sure what was bringing this conversation about. He felt as though he were just along for the ride in it. He got the impression that Insu had things he needed to say, and that whoever had found him there would have heard him say them. I'd known Neil for decades before I ever met Sidika or we, and long before anyone had ever dreamed of the New Horizon. Well, that's not entirely true. I suspect that in some sense Neil was born with the dream of the New Horizon. Are you familiar with his work? Oh, yes, Marcus answered with genuine enthusiasm. In fact, he has been something of a role model for me, especially when I was a professor. I understood and greatly appreciated what kind of change he was always trying to make in people when he reached out publicly. I always tried to accomplish the same thing, but of course I never met with much success. Neither did he. But I suspect that was neither of your faults. Marcus nodded, and then shook his head. Well, actually, he worked on me. He spoke with such a passion, the kind of passion I'd never heard before and have rarely heard since. Yes, we were soulmates, he and I have never been quite so close to anyone else in my life. He looked down for the first time. I will forever miss him. He looked up again at Marcus. He shared his brilliance with me, and I shared my soul with him. We were both made more complete for it. He's gone now. But this ship, this journey, this launch is his legacy. This is his dream, and he is the original dreamer of it. They continued to walk in silence through the dense forest, only the sight above their heads betraying their true location. This is your first time in the Arboretum? That's right. Then I shall have to show you the best part. Insu pulled a small scroll out of the side pocket of his right pants leg. He pulled it apart and tapped at it for a second or two, and in response the sky completely changed. The beautiful clear blue sky returned across the previously transparent ceiling of the Arboretum, and then against the blue background came the sun. It was obviously artificial, but Marcus could feel warmth from it, and the illusion of the sun being up in the sky was almost complete. It was this light which would feed the Arboretum plants and power their indispensable photosynthesis. Without a deliberate effort to press the illusion, there was no longer any obvious way for his senses to betray the fact that he was not back on Earth, strolling through his beloved coastal rainforest on a perfectly clear and sunny day. Chapter 18. 2 years ago. You gonna have it ready on time? Marcus asked his brother, who was darting about in preparation of going to lunch, while he sat waiting in one of the comfortable chairs opposing Brackus's big executive chair, behind an equally large and imposing desk. Brackus went around his sizable office, putting things in his pocket, starting operations on his desk terminal, and flipping through forms on the large scroll he'd propped up beside the main screen on his desk. "Of course!" Brackus exclaimed. "I've never missed a deadline my whole time sitting in that chair. I certainly don't intend to start now." Understood. But it is a prototype. They were talking about the custom fusion core that had been ordered for the New Horizon vessel, on which construction had recently begun in orbit. "Yes, it is. But I'm already looking forward to the next opportunities. This is a next-generation core, and based on its design, I can produce a whole series of them." Brackus spoke quickly and had a go-go way about him. He always put just enough work on himself for it to be almost too much. It was just his way. It might have had something to do with him assuming leadership of the family company younger than anyone had ever planned for him to. Marcus figured that deep down he might still be worrying about letting everyone down. "I've got a bunch of ideas for applications we can pitch to," he continued. "Anytime you can squeeze more energy into a more compact and stable package, the market will find you and exploit that capacity. I have a number of applications in mind. Like on the New Horizon, one of these cores alone can do the job of 2 or 3 of the leading heavy-duty cores on the market today." "Yes, that's definitely something to be proud of," Marcus answered, and then continued. "And just imagine what you could power if you combine 2 or 3 or even 4 of these cores together." Deciding himself adequately collected and prepared, Brackus led Marcus out of the office. "You're quite right, Mark," Brackus replied. "In fact, I had a meeting just yesterday with a senior fleet manager in the Trade Corps. We were talking about using just such a setup to create gigantic lumbering cargo ships for carting raw resources all over the system. But it could also power much smaller, super-fast vehicles for rapid transportation and delivery. He showed me some plans that their builders have had on their pads, just waiting for a sufficiently efficient power source." Having made their way down the hall, the two entered the elevator. The doors closed after Brackus ordered it to the ground floor with a thought. "And what about your other market?" Marcus asked. Military vessels needed fusion cores too, and Bullen Power Systems was the primary supplier to the new Commonwealth Peacekeepers. The Peacekeepers were a meta-national police force which served the new Commonwealth. Inspiration was drawn from the traditions of both the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, as well as the peacekeeping traditions of the United Nations. They were the military which defended new Commonwealth borders and possessions, as well as the intelligence service for the entire new Commonwealth and backup to the civilian police forces. Their main role in space was essentially to be the Coast Guard service for the Trade Corps and other civilian ships operating throughout the solar system, ready to leap into action on a humanitarian rescue mission at a moment's notice and from bases all over the local solar system. These operations were paid for in part by all of those who benefited from the service, primarily the Trade Corps, but all civilian activities shared in the costs as well. Serving in the Trade Corps was a well-respected vocation in Commonwealth society, but being a current or former peacekeeper elicited a certain special status in society, as someone who has honorably served their society by putting their lives at risk to protect it. Their primary role on Earth had in this peaceful era become one of rapid humanitarian response. They were the first responders to any kind of disaster, delivering aid in the form of food, fresh water, energy, medical care, and temporary shelter when needed. Although their primary role was military defense of the new Commonwealth and off-world policing, every mass mobilization of the peacekeepers since they were founded a couple decades after the nuclear tragedy had been a humanitarian mission. When the peacekeepers arrived, desperate humans anywhere in the solar system knew that they were saved and that things would start getting better again. They were not the only military force in space, but they were by far the dominant one. Their impeccable record for obeying international laws to the letter, and their willingness to assist non-Commonwealth vessels in distress allowed the leaders of other major powers to be comfortable with leaving these very expensive responsibilities to the peacekeepers. After all, rapid emergency response to civilian ships all around the solar system, enforcing compliance with global treaties on orbital regulations, as well as serving as a military deterrence to the limited piracy operations which occasionally took place, did all add up to enormous operating costs. It was much easier for the other metanationals to just pay an annual fee to the peacekeepers, instead of operating their own parallel service. In space they acted on the authority of the new Commonwealth, but in cooperation with the other major powers of the world. Very promising. In fact, Mom and I have a meeting with them tomorrow morning. Of course, more power means more speed, which they always welcome. But the way we incorporate more rapid cycling into this model also has them interested in using them to power a new generation of laser cannon. They think that with the increased power and faster cycling, they can cut their cannon recharge time in half, so yeah, they're watching our work here very carefully. Marcus was pleased to find that certain indescribable quality he'd sensed in some of the selected crew he'd already met appeared to be found in the wildcard crew as well. All 50 winners of the New Horizon wildcard lottery were required to board the ship no later than 1 week before the launch, and being a week away today, the senior staff were holding an orientation in the dining hall for all of the new arrivals. He was delighted to see sparkles of excitement in the eyes of everyone around him, something he came across so rarely down on Earth. As a result, he temporarily forgot his shyness and found himself making introductions and joining in on conversations he heard around him while they all waited for the mission founders to arrive. When one of the main doors to the dining hall opened, Kim In-soo, Sidika Sengupta, and Weir Mutines entered the room, greeted by an impromptu eruption of roaring applause. They paused in their approach towards the stage at the far side of the room and opposite the kitchen. They appeared somewhat taken aback by the response, but their now long experience as public figures kicked in, and they continued on towards the stage and stood shoulder to shoulder, allowing their fans the chance to appreciate them before they began to speak. When the applause died down, Kim stepped forward to address the crowd. "Welcome aboard the New Horizon." Thunderous applause and cheers once again spontaneously erupted, even louder and more enthusiastically than before, and the 3 mission principals looked around at each other with smiles. Marcus imagined that, after being bunkered in the ship the last year and a half overseeing its construction, these 3 might not have had much of a chance to drink in a moment like this, to step back and reflect on the scope of what they were about to attempt and the excitement surrounding it. "You are the wildcard crew," Kim continued. "Over 1 million people applied, and from them only 6,000 were deemed qualified, including all of you. From that pool, only you 50 were lucky enough to win a spot on this mission. Congratulations to you all." Energetic applause and cheering erupted once again, and Kim stepped back, allowing Tynes to step forward. "I want to make something very clear today, though," he said. "The qualification standard we had for the crew members we selected personally were no more stringent than the standards of excellence which each and every one of you had to meet to qualify for the lottery. The only difference between the 2 crews is that the selected crew members were chosen for specific roles on the ship, while all of you will need to discover and create your own roles en route. From this point forward, there will be absolutely no distinction between selected and wildcard crews. We are now a single crew, with one singular purpose, and all a part of the same unified effort to create a permanent secular colony on a planet around a distant sun." The crowd roared with enthusiasm. This was why every one of them was here. This was the dream they all shared, the one they were all in the process of realizing. Pulling Kim along with her, Sengupta came up beside Tynes and stood between the 2 men with her arms around their shoulders. She was a few centimeters taller than the average-sized men she stood between. "One more thing before we take you on the formal orientation and welcome tour of the ship. Although we are not the first generational ship, it is important that you all recognize that we are the one that really matters. The two that went before us, she continued, were cowards and hypocrites who escaped the modern world using the technologies of that modern world. Their ships were haphazardly constructed and their crews unsophisticated. The human race cannot count on them arriving at their destinations and surviving. It is we who are the best hope humanity has for successfully establishing a self-sustaining and thriving colony in another star system. Our primary mission, our be-all and end-all priority, is to create a thriving sister civilization to Earth. Once our new home is settled, if either Earth or Haven is somehow destroyed, humanity itself will still survive. We will survive! She had to raise her voice to a shout at this point to be heard over the excited and growing cheering from the crowd. Humanity will endure, and we will continue to flourish! Chapter 19. I still can't really believe that you're actually going to go, that you would just take off and leave us all hanging like this. It's so... Marcus knew his brother well enough to know that he was searching for a less incendiary word than the one that first came to mind. Inconsiderate, he finally concluded. Soon after arriving back at his suite, Marcus had received a video call from Brackus. He could tell that his brother was at work in his office by the view of the Vancouver harbor behind him out the window. It was midday down there, and Marcus could see a variety of crafts out on the water beyond the high seawall. Brackus had always looked more like their mother, while Marcus more like their father. Brackus had a somewhat rougher look than Marcus, though. There was always something about their respective appearances which betrayed, in sometimes too obvious ways, that Brackus lived a quite physically active life, while Marcus was an academic who lived an all too sedentary and indoor life. Brackus was also younger and somewhat shorter, but rougher around the edges. He was energetic and enthusiastically pursued recreational sports his whole life, such as the amateur hockey league he played in. His thick, heavy beard always made him look unshaven, even though he shaved every morning. I understand, Brack, but I have faith in you. I know that you can not only keep the business together, but that you have it in you to make it grow even more than Dad did. You have the mind for business that our parents did, Brack. I never did. You could hire somebody who would be much more useful to you than I could ever be. I'm certain of it. Please don't worry. Marcus didn't believe in faith. It was just an expression. He did have quite a lot of confidence in his brother's business savvy, however, as well as confidence of his own complete lack of any such talents or interests. Yes, Mark, but I trust you. I can't buy that. In business, it's essential to know that someone has your back like that, to have someone with you at the table that you really trust. There was a brief silence as the brothers both took a deep breath and sighed heavily. It was a very old argument that they had had over and over again. Tell me, Marcus asked, trying to take an interest in the business. Have you decided whether to go human or mecha for the production of the new GSS-class cores? It was a common question in the industry. Thanks to the global baseline, labor was cheap since companies only had to pay employees over and above their basic needs. While bots or droids were much more expensive at the outset, their maintenance and regular operating costs were much lower than human labor. Well, his brother reflected, successfully distracted for the moment. Human, for sure. We won't be making that many, so each one will require a lot of fine craftsmanship and customization, even if they're based on the same basic design. I'll bring in a crew of professional craftsmen and probably reassign a few multi-purpose droids from elsewhere in the operation to assist them. That sounds about right, Marcus reflected. Besides, I never really like hiring out for general labor. People who are content to live at the baseline and only get jobs for a few weeks or months at a time and then go back to doing absolutely nothing. I don't get it. They never work very hard while they are here anyways. Not like the professional craftspeople, though. They're different. They're more like artisans. They actually seem to enjoy their work. I like that. They take so much pride and care in their work. They're a pleasure to work with by comparison. I don't really understand that either. So many people just do nothing. They just live on their benefit and, well, I don't even know, do drugs all day, I guess. Watch shows. They claim to be content, but I think it's sad. You and I are different in a lot of ways, but we certainly have in common that neither of us ever seems to have enough time for everything we want to do. I guess that's just how we were raised, Brackus remarked, raising his eyebrows. Brackus was the current CEO of Bolin Power Systems, but it was their grandfather who had founded the company and figured out how to miniaturize and mass-produce General Fusion's technological breakthroughs. It was their grandfather who merged with General Fusion and later handed the company down to Marcus and Brackus's father, who went on to take the company to its current status as the preeminent multinational fusion corporation. Marcus and Brackus's father had died suddenly in an accident when Marcus was 19, and their mother had initially assumed control of the company. Around 10 years later, when Brackus was old enough, he took it over from her and she stayed on as his advisor. The company was a prominent one, primarily involved in the design and manufacture of power cells. They mass-produced the smaller, simpler, and more commonly used varieties, but they also created larger and much more powerful cores which were special orders customized to their specific use. Essentially, they manufactured and installed anything from small batteries to microfusion generators which powered things like small vehicles, all the way up to the massive fusion generators and battery systems powering ships like the New Horizon. For a long time, Brackus had been the assumed successor of their father, but the handover had been expected to be much further into the future, after the son had worked his way up through the company under his parents' tutelage. Brackus had a rough go of it at first after taking over for his mother, and Marcus had dutifully assisted them both in any way he could, out of love and concern for them and the company, but also to honor his father. Together they managed to keep the company going, eventually even expanding its operations. For a time, Marcus found some small comfort, as he imagined his brother and mother did as well, spending time in his father's world. His long shadow over the company had allowed them something of their father to cling to and connect with. Inevitably, though, Marcus got bored with the work once the novelty wore off, and the pain in his heart was reduced to a dull and soft, ever-present throb. The silence between them was growing awkward. "So, how's the family?" Marcus asked dutifully to break the silence. It was his obligation to care and to ask, but he did quite genuinely care. He found Brackus's wife Jane to be a warm and charming woman, as well as a fine mother and nurturer of their girl and 2 boys. Ethnically, she was fully Chinese, but it was her grandparents who had immigrated to Canada long before she or even her mother was born. She was fully embedded in local and New Commonwealth culture, but she kept one toe in contact with her Chinese heritage. Living in Vancouver made this easy, though, since Chinese culture had for so long been such a prominent element of the city. Marcus enjoyed visiting with Brackus's family and watching his niece and nephews grow up. Not having children of his own, he enjoyed being able to be very close to them and enjoy the good times, while having the luxury of being able to leave the rough and challenging times for their parents to deal with. This suited Marcus just fine. He enjoyed the positive parts of having kids which he got to share as an uncle, but he was well aware of the miserable parts which his brother and sister-in-law sometimes had to suffer through. He didn't wish this on himself, so he chose not to have children of his own. They're well. It's Zoro's graduation from high school next month. He's pretty excited. Well, we're all pretty excited for him. Despite being genuinely pleased, Brackus still looked glum and disappointed, presumably over failing yet again to deter Marcus from leaving on the New Horizon mission. Of all the people in his life, Brackus had always seemed the most intransigently opposed to his joining a mission headed for deep space, never to return. Marcus had always figured it was because Brackus was the most grounded person he knew. Well, that's great. He's old enough. Now he can start helping you at work, right? I suppose. But he hasn't shown much interest. It's really Dow who does. He already comes to work with me sometimes and claims to be excited over the idea of eventually taking over the business. Brackus brightened a bit at this. But he's only 12. Who knows what he'll want when the time actually comes? The brightness left his face again. And how is Sufi? She's good. She's excited to be off school for her summer break and, well, she misses you. Sufi, their youngest child and only daughter, was an adorable 7-year-old whom Marcus felt quite close to. As expected, the comment about her missing him stung quite a bit. There was an awkward silence between them yet again. Well, I have to get back to work. We'll talk again before you launch, right? Of course, Brack. Of course, he answered. Brackus hesitated before saying goodbye. Mark, you know that I won't hold it against you, right? I mean, I'd do anything to convince you to stay, but, well, I love you. And I know that you have to do what you have to do just like anyone else. I just wish that what you had to do was to stay and help me. He laughed, and they both had a good chuckle. It was a welcome reprieve. Yeah, I know. Now get back to work and go take care of that family I still have so much stock in. Yes, I'll talk to you later. Bye. The screen switched off and the room darkened. After switching off the screen and ordering the lights in his suite off, he sat in silence and lost himself in his thoughts, looking through the large round window on the floor. He could see a field of stars slowly moving past the window, and as he often did, he felt drawn to them, as though they were gently beckoning him, like rippling waves of weak but perpetual gravity drawing him out into the void. He felt warm and large, and as he contemplated the immensity and scope of what he was seeing, and the miraculous privilege it was to be able to witness it, simply and specifically, in this place, at this moment in history, across the whole and entire immensity of space and time. As he meditated on the vision out the window, his sense of himself melted away, until there was no meaningful distinction between what was out there and in here. He became one with the universe. And then, seemingly out of nowhere, he was reduced to silent, shuddering sobs. Sufi, Tao, Sorrow, I won't see you grow up. I'll never get to know the persons that you will become. I wish so much that I could. I won't be there to help you find your way and to help you discover who that person in the mirror is. Oh, I'm so sorry. You three are the only ones that I wrong. Chapter 20. Marcus awoke the next morning to a repeating tone coming from the screen beside his bed. It was only half an hour before his alarm would have woken him up anyways, but he was disoriented by the unexpected form of rousing. He sat up and steadied himself before thinking answer and opening the call. It was his brother again. "Good morning, Rack," he offered groggily. What's up? What do you need?" "What time is it there?" "Wait, what time is it here?" he muttered, confused, as he looked over at the screen. It's early. Look, Marcus,
I have bad news. There was an accident at the lab. Marcus's own heart sank as he watched his brother gradually betray ever greater concern, appearing more and more emotional. He had obviously put on a brave face before making the call for his brother's sake, but the facade was gradually cracking as their conversation continued. "What is it?" Marcus asked his brother softly. "It's Mom. She's..." They were testing the prototype for the new generation class fusion reactor early this morning, and I don't know how, but there was a breach in the containment vessel.
Everyone in that section got bathed in neutron radiation.
Marcus, a lot of radiation. Brackus was speaking slowly and deliberately, using whatever effort it took not to let his distress occlude his speech. "Oh no. Brack. Not Mom. Not again," Marcus pleaded desperately. Then a few moments later, his curiosity got the better of him. "How bad is it? How many did she take?" he asked. "Based on where she was standing, our best guess is between 60 and 70 grays of whole-body exposure." Marcus put his hand up to cover his open mouth. That was bad. A matter of only a couple of months, if lucky, kind of bad.
"I need you to get back down here now."
They say they don't know how much longer she has. Brackus's voice was even and thin, almost as though he was speaking through gritted teeth, though he wasn't. "How many others were in that section?" Marcus asked. 32. His brother replied grimly. 4 dead already. The ones in the courtroom when it happened. They didn't last the hour. Brackus was clearly lost in his experiences of the past few hours. "Will you come?" he asked, snapping back to focus again and speaking more forcefully to his brother now, more demandingly and expectantly. He was successfully giving the impression that he would not take no for an answer. "Yes, Marcus. I believe there is still enough time. I'll come back," Marcus conceded. He sat there blinking in the dark, thinking about how hard it had been for him to leave Earth forever the first time. He knew that if he returned now, it would be even harder to leave again. Maybe even impossible to go through with a second time. But he had reassured his mother that his leaving wouldn't be as bad as she imagined, since they could remain in laser contact for years and years. As such, they never had to say goodbye with any degree of finality. This time he would have to say goodbye to her forever. And she apparently had very little time left. Going back now, though, he knew that the same people would pressure him to stay behind again, and that they would apply that pressure especially harder this time. "How could you leave your mother now, in this condition?" they will ask. "What about Brackus and his family?" His mother, Amber, probably even Brackus too. He figured they'd probably do just about anything to help him miss the launch if he came back down again now. Maybe he was giving them too little credit. He was upset, and it was hard for him to tell. "I will come home to say goodbye to Mom, Brackus. But you must understand, I will be returning to orbit. I'm sorry, but I will not stay any longer than I can to make that deadline." Brackus winced, but then nodded and cut the transmission without another word. Marcus sat up in bed, now in near total darkness, and still light-blinded for a moment after thinking the screen off. As he sat in the dark, gradually his eyes adjusted to it, and he could see the outline of his window on the floor. Then his desk,
in the doorway to the rest of his suite. He was stunned. He could only begin to process the fact that his mother was going to die soon. He hadn't foreseen anything like this happening, and now he would be in a far tighter spot trying to leave than he had been before. There would be a lot more pressure on him to stay this time. His father had died so suddenly, he hadn't had any chance to prepare for it. It was something that he just had to start getting over from scratch. But what happened with his mother was a very different situation. She had been exposed to a lethal dose of neutron radiation. Her remaining time was so variable, and yet so invariably short. As best he could remember from his safety training while working at that facility, that amount of radiation exposure spelled a maximum prognosis of only a few short months. There would be time to say goodbye this time. Time to put affairs in order and be in some way ready. But one can never be truly ready for death. His father had died instantaneously, literally in a puff of smoke, but his mother would suffer one of the most unpleasant deaths he could imagine. It would be very painful and agonizingly drawn out. This would be particularly burdensome on Brackus. Their mother was his partner in the company, and he would probably have to hire several people to pick up her responsibilities where she would now be abruptly dropping them. It would be a significant loss to both of the two brothers, as well as to the company. It was hard to tell how long he sat up in the early morning dark, lost in his thoughts with his mind reeling and swarming with points, counterpoints, and realizations about his loss. He was the type to think things through when pressured, too often at the expense of actually making any decision. He knew that at some point the emotionality of his experiences would strike him suddenly, but for now it was all theory. By thought, he requested his bedside terminal make a call to Hugh. If he was looking for someone whose PAN profile he didn't already have in his contact list, the same system served as a directory, and there were a variety of vectors from which somebody could be tracked down and identified in order to communicate with them in one form or another. The screen indicated the computer to be obediently searching, and then on the screen some text popped up identifying Hugh Nye, Professor of History at the University of British Columbia, Vancouver. As the screen made obviously artificial and stylized ringing sounds, it sent a communication invite to Hugh's PAN, which consisted of the wireless network between all the devices and terminals he might be using at any given time. This could be a road pod he was riding in, his pains if he was wearing any, whatever assortment of scrolls he had on him, as well as the terminals in his home and office all linked together. A person's PAN always knows where their subject is, based on what devices their brain chip is linked to at any given time, and any welcome communication requests are routed to them wherever they are via their PAN. As it turned out, Hugh was still in bed on Orbital 1, as Marcus could see after the call went through. Marcus? What's wrong? He appeared groggy. It was still very early in the morning. There's been an accident at one of my family's labs. My mother's been hurt. She took a lethal amount of radiation while they were running tests on a new prototype. Oh, fuck. Marcus, I'm so sorry to hear that. He was very obviously concerned. I think I have just enough time before the launch to come back down to Earth for a few days, he continued. Hugh appeared concerned at this. Don't worry. I have every intention of making it back to orbit in time. Hugh nodded. I understand. I assume you'll be making your travel arrangements with the New Horizon people? That's right, he answered. I guess. I mean, I hadn't really thought that far ahead yet, but it makes sense now that you mention it. All right. I'll make my own private arrangements to come down. But Hugh, what if you can't make it back for the launch? I mean, I'll have the resources of the whole mission behind me. You could too easily just miss a flight or something. I'll make it back. Even if I don't, though, I think it'll be worth going back. I can't leave you to go through all of this on your own. I have a feeling you might need a reminder at some point about why you thought it was a good idea to leave Earth in the first place. He paused and then added, Besides, it's not about seeing the ship off anymore, Marcus. At this point, it's become about seeing you launch. Goodbye, Hugh. Bye. Chapter 21. 29 years ago. It's not fair, Marcus declared to Hugh as they sat on the side of a hill on Vancouver's north shore. They were overlooking downtown Vancouver, and the sounds of the late evening bustle could be heard even at their distant perch. It could only be heard in murmurs, though. No individual sounds were discernible. Earlier that day, Marcus's father had died in a deorbiting accident. A small piece of orbital debris had chipped the ablative ceramic tiles underneath his shuttle just before re-entering the atmosphere, and the ship instantaneously incinerated at some point during their re-entry. Accidents like this used to be much more common before spacefaring nations got together and conducted the great orbital cleanup of the late 21st century. They'd always known it would be impossible to get all of the orbiting debris, but they knew that they could get enough to make such events far rarer. They succeeded in this regard, and similar accidents only occurred once every few years or so now, though they did still occur. Accidents were infrequent enough that they were truly shocking when they did happen. Most shocked by such accidents were, of course, those directly involved, and Marcus was no exception. At 19, his life had so far been quite sheltered from death, especially from the sudden and unexpected kind. He was still young and naive enough to have never known death so intimately before. He'd been under the perfectly natural, though gravely mistaken illusion that his father would live forever, much like he'd figured that he himself and everyone he knew would live forever. As a child, he'd been affected by his sister's death, but he didn't experience it in so direct and personal a way. No previous experiences in his life had ever compelled him to seriously consider the impermanence of life. He'd never experienced before how quickly and abruptly it could all change. Never in his life had there been so dramatic a break between what had been and what would now be. Today was the first day of his life without a father. Of course not, Marcus. It's not something anybody should ever have to suffer, Hugh offered. He also had no personal knowledge of death, but he certainly had an appreciation for how dramatically life could change. Like when he woke up to a scientific outlook, or when his parents left on the Mormon GSS. He couldn't really understand what his friend was going through, but he was there for him, in whatever limited capacity he could be. The rawness of the emotional experience shared tonight would further cement a lifelong friendship between the two men. Marcus, who found emotional trust so difficult, tonight learned that he could trust Hugh when he was at his most vulnerable. He watched as Hugh half-heartedly shuffled around the pebbles and dirt at his feet. There was something else Marcus was coming to understand for the first time as well. Beyond simply coming to understand loss, he was discovering what made loss itself so terrible. Everything that he loved about his father was gone, his mind and spirit vanishing as abruptly and unforgivably as his body. He'd always been a material humanist. But this was the first time his conviction was brought to bear against the full force of reality. I think I get it now, Hugh. Get what? Faith. I mean, religion, God, spirituality, all that. How so? Hugh cautiously asked. It is so hard to really believe that my father is just gone. That the person I knew and loved is actually gone. That he really did just... He looked up into the dark sky. Just incinerate up there. The idea that any of us could just... Marcus snapped his fingers as he said, "Bam! No more Dad!" The idea that we're all so transitory, so illusory. It just seems so implausible that something so vital, so animated could just be brain. That it could be just a complex of neurons. That the mind could really be just as impermanent as the body. Marcus plumbed the depths of this understanding as he looked down at his own hands. Well, yes. But that doesn't mean that it's true, Hugh carefully clarified. The spontaneous adoption of a religion was as rare as deorbing accidents were, but the probability of both occurrences always remained non-zero. Marcus was no exception. No, of course not. I'm just saying that I think I understand the psychology better. Marcus noticed that Hugh had turned away and was shaking his head. Your father just died, and you're already trying to figure out what you can learn from it. I suppose it's often when we hurt the most that we have the clearest opportunities to learn. Most people don't have it in them to exploit the opportunity. During Hugh's own time of intense turmoil and conflict a few years earlier, Marcus had helped Hugh see what he could learn and how he could grow from it. Marcus didn't answer. Instead, he held up his hands and looked through his fingers at the city outstretched before them, and then dropped his hands dejectedly. It was fully nighttime now, and the lights of the city were mesmerizing. Looking out on the city, he thought about how abruptly anyone's life could be extinguished, without any ultimate cause, or according to anyone's agenda. He thought about the impermanence of everything, of humanity, and of the earth itself. That must be why they had to leave. The Mormons, I mean, Marcus offered as he turned to look at Hugh. The Mormon GSS had left several years ago, but the Catholic mission had only been announced a few months ago. Their collective delusions simply couldn't survive the modern information epoch. They'd been slowly dying for generations. Reality was encroaching on their beliefs, threatening to kill their dead. All of them who believed in an afterlife, it was really always just an escape from the pain they felt when a loved one died. A way to forever deny the so bitter realities of that death. Of all death. They couldn't ever be saved from their religion, because in their minds, only their faith in it saved their loved ones from complete death, allowing them to stay alive in some perverted way. To break from their delusions, to truly accept mortality, and to really suffer the aching, unrepentant sadness that I feel now, was just too much for them to accept. Too much to burden their children with. So they left. That ship wasn't
just an artificial environment for their biological systems, Hugh. It was an artificial environment for their faith as well. Out there, protected from the world that could survive, unmolested by evidence or heretical facts. A physically removed and intellectually insulated generational starship. It was the only remaining environment in which mass delusions could persist. Hugh looked at Marcus while he gazed out over the city, but he eventually turned to take in the view himself as well. They sat that way in silence together for some time, each lost in their own thoughts. Being perfectly comfortable in silence together was a hallmark of their friendship. Neither ever felt responsible for keeping the other entertained. "Do you think they were right to go?" Hugh finally asked. "They're just crazy." Marcus chewed on this for a moment. No, not crazy, Hugh. Just wrong. In fact, I think they were quite rational in their own way, at least from a certain point of view. They were just wrong on some basic premises about life, the universe, and everything. And much of what they extrapolated based on those bad premises was wrong in turn. They're rational, just wrong, and absolutely committed to the wrong things they believe. I think there's a little bit of that in all of us. Everyone has quiet little lies they tell themselves to hide some truths from themselves. They were just really committed to a really big lie. The digression into a subject which fascinated him granted Marcus an ever so brief reprieve from his grief. He had just begun the long intellectual journey which would ultimately lead him to the New Horizon. That fall he had started his first year of university, and he was finding himself increasingly interested in the mind. After today, after trying to resolve this sudden confrontation with the impermanence of existence, he would develop a concurrent interest in philosophy, and come to integrate the two in his own unique ways. His respite ended, his misery returned again in full force, and he began to cry. Hugh put his arm around his friend's shoulder. It was a gesture Marcus would ordinarily recoil from, but in his grief he hardly noticed. They sat together in silence as the lights of the city blinked and twinkled at them, and Marcus blinked back at the city through tears. Chapter 22. Kirsten? I need a favor, Marcus stated after he found the woman in her spartanly furnished office. He wondered if she preferred simple surroundings, or if she just hadn't gotten around to decorating yet. He was hoping she could help him arrange transportation. Apparently her stint in engineering was over for now. She was out of her coveralls and back into the dark blue pants and tan shirt she was wearing when he'd met her. "What can I do for you?" she asked, hardly looking up at him from her work. She obviously hadn't noticed how shaky his voice was. "I need to get back to Earth for a couple days, and then back here before the launch." She paused a moment before looking up at him. "Why?" she asked, eyeing him suspiciously. "Does it matter?" he asked after taking a deep breath. "Well, if you'd like our help, then yeah, it really does. It would take some doing at this point. You're committed. If you went back now, there'd be too significant a risk of you not making it back in time. That would create real problems for us. There's a reason why we asked wildcars to report in a week ahead of the launch. So, yes, it matters." At that, she went back to her work. Damn, Marcus thought. Checkmate. He was an exceedingly private person in general, and his problem felt like an especially personal one, at least to him. In his experience, knowledge was power. And the more someone knew about him, the more ammunition they would have to use against him if they became so disposed. That's why he felt he had to choose very carefully who he placed such trust in the first place. It was also why Marcus had so few friends himself, and even fewer people he was exceptionally close to, like Hugh. He made a conscious decision to trust Kirsten. He was going to need to make new friends on the ship eventually anyways. He was, after all, leaving all of his existing friends behind on Earth. Since he'd met Kirsten, he found himself wanting to know her better in any case, and he'd found in his life that offering someone his trust often led to them offering their friendship in return. In any case, he had little other choice at this point but to confide in her. "It's my mother," he said. "She's very sick. Well, really, she's dying. And soon." He paused a moment to let the gravity of the statement descend upon the room. "There was an accident yesterday at a fusion research lab, and she apparently took 60 or 70 grays of full-body exposure. You work in engineering, so I imagine you know what that means. I owe it to her to see her one last time and to say goodbye in person before I leave. We never said goodbye before I left. Not really. We didn't think we had any need to, since we'd still be in contact, but..." At this point, Marcus was thoroughly emotional and tearing up. He wasn't going to allow himself the luxury of betraying his emotion any further, but it was meaningful for him to find that he could expose himself to her even this much. "Oh, Marcus," she uttered, apparently now regretful of her earlier dismissiveness. "Oh, I'm so sorry. How many, was anyone else hurt?" Despite his state, Marcus still had the wherewithal to appreciate her blunt curiosity, a kind of curiosity he'd always shared with Hugh, but which had always been conspicuously absent in Amber. He added it to the growing list of things he liked about her. 32 were in this section. The 4 that were in the core room itself are already dead. He paused, then considered, "Well, actually that report is hours old. There have probably been more fatalities by now," he realized with a raised eyebrow. "Right. Again, I'm so sorry, Marcus. I'll see what I can do right away. We still have a lot of last-minute cargo traffic between Earth and the ship. I should be able to work something out for you, but you'll have to just give me a bit of time with it, all right?" she gently pleaded. "Of course. I understand. I'll be grateful for whatever you can arrange for me. After all, I know this isn't exactly your job," he offered. "Actually, it kind of is. Don't worry about it." There was a moment of silence between them. "Do you want to stay here and keep me company while I work at it?" It was a kind offer, and clearly not the kind she was used to making, which made it that much more appreciated. But he nevertheless declined. No, I really do appreciate the offer, though. I think I'd rather be alone at this point. If you know what I mean." It was true. In times of stress, awkward social interaction was especially taxing for him, and each pleasantry he had to force sounded positively gruesome on his tongue, dripping as it did with inauthenticity. "I do." He sensed that she did in fact understand in her own way. "I'll contact you as soon as I come up with a travel plan for you, all right?" "Yes. Thank you very much, Kirsten. I could probably figure it out for myself like Hugh, but don't worry about it." "Wait, who was Hugh?" "Hugh Nye, the friend I applied with.
He's on Orbital 1? He's making his own arrangements to get down and back before the launch with you? Yeah, that's right. Well, then I'll make arrangements for the both of you. It won't be much more difficult. He'll need to cover the costs, of course, but it'll cost less doing it together than separately, and at least that way you two can travel together. And he can be sure to get back in time for the launch, too. That is why he's here, right? Yes. Thank you, Kirsten. Unless you wanted to be by yourself and you wanted to travel alone, she offered. Marcus thought about it. He thought about it good and hard. Then he shook his head decidedly. No, please make the double plans. Thank you, Kirsten. I'll let him know. Hugh was a very good friend, and he knew him well enough that if Marcus really did want to be left alone, he would obligingly ignore him entirely. He turned to leave, but she interrupted him. Wait, I forgot to ask, where on Earth do you need to go again? Vancouver. Right. And, I'm sorry to ask, but, well, I think I have to, given the circumstances. You are sure you're coming back, right? I mean, I should go ahead and book your orb up as well, and I shouldn't report to the other department heads that we may need another new head of genetics. She was clearly trying to convey that she'd be going a bit out on a limb to not report any of this up the chain. Marcus moved to the door and paused as it opened for him. His answer was not automatic for the first time, and this both surprised and disturbed him. Yes, he said reservedly, and then perhaps to convince himself as much to inform her, he cleared his throat and defiantly stated again, Yes, I will be coming back. Chapter 23. 2 days later, with Hugh in tow, Marcus found himself in the departure bay of Orbital 1. Good to her word, Kirsten had arranged transport down for the both of them on a regular commuter service. For their return, she had found them a spot on one of the last cargo transports, coming back to supply the New Horizon, only 18 hours before the launch. That would be his last chance to re-embark. The cargo transport, which would be bringing them back to orbit, was going directly to the New Horizon without stopping at Orbital 1. This meant that Hugh would have the chance to see the ship for a few short hours before having to board the last empty supply shuttle leaving the New Horizon for the station, from which Hugh could keep his original travel plans back to the surface after the launch. I hope I'll get to meet this Kirsten when we get to the New Horizon. I want to thank her in person for making these arrangements for us, especially for including me. I'm so excited to have those few hours on board and to get a chance to see the ship before you launch. I know it's just out of necessity and that's a special exception, but still, that just makes it that much better. Hugh was grinning. He had never imagined that he would get the chance to see the ship in person before it left. He appeared to be attempting to contain his glee out of consideration, but he was failing miserably. Marcus tried not to hold the cause of his good fortune against him. It was, after all, a grim affair which called him back to Earth, and back to his life. The departure bay was divided into 3 terminals, one for D-orbs, and the other 2 for going elsewhere in the solar system. It was divided into local traffic within the asteroid belt, and deep space, which consisted of any destination beyond it. Marcus was looking up some figures on his medium scroll while waiting nervously in his seat for their shuttle number to be called. Herman Jital had sent him a list of possible models for his sequencer and asked him to pick one for the ship to procure. Most of them were compact and efficient enough, and there were only a few features he considered absolutely essential. He narrowed the list down to 3 candidates he was comfortable with, and then sent it back to them, asking them to use their best judgment in the final selection between the 3. Any one of them would have been adequate, but Marcus found that he liked one model in particular, for no particular reason.
This meant that really it just came down to a question of aesthetic taste in the design. It was a bit of a test to see which they would pick among the 3 options he'd given them. Hugh poked him in his shoulder to interrupt him. "Hey, relax. You can do this." Apparently prophetic, Hugh's words were punctuated by their D-orb number being called out, at which point they each grabbed their respective travel bag and headed to the gate together. In a deliberately symbolic gesture to himself, Marcus had left most of his belongings back on the New Horizon. Everything he'd wished to take with him on the trip, his most valuable possessions, everything of sentimental value, he had left behind on the New Horizon. It was an added insurance of his return, and hopefully it would serve as a reminder to himself of how important the launch was to him if at some point he should need it. The bag he carried now only contained his large scroll and a few days' change of clothes. This was all he should need. Hugh, on the other hand, had his proper travel luggage which he had brought up and had checked into the station hotel with. He had checked out of his hotel early, and would bring up what he needed for his return trip again when the time came. As they approached the gate, apprehension seized Marcus. He had de-orbed many times before, but to this day it still made him anxious due to the circumstances of his father's death. He had thought when he orbed up this last time that he would never have to suffer another de-orb. It was just so profoundly unsettling to be so acutely and so overtly reminded of how easily one could be blinked out of existence in, well, less time than it takes to think the thought blinked out of existence. Marcus tried not to dwell on the feeling, but it always crept back when the time came for him to actually board a shuttle bound for terra firma. When his place in line reached the gate, he thought his name at the panel beside the door, to which the red light switched to green and he moved on. Hugh then did the same behind him and followed him on. The central core was a lightly restricted area, and this was the extent of the orb port and station security identification. The brain chips which most people had operated on encrypted frequencies which people could be identified by and granted access to security systems and secure areas. The system was fast, secure, and effortless, and almost impossible to compromise. Through the gate was one of the same lifts which had taken them to the outer section of the station, which would now return them to the station's central hub. As opposed to the trip up to the outer section which reversed the gravity halfway up, the trip down, in contrast, simply matched the acceleration to maintain a steady 1g until late in the descent. At this point, it would ease off the acceleration and bring the lift to a smooth stop at the central hub, with the perceived gravity gradually falling off towards the end of the trip. It was at this point that those in the lift with them would slowly lose their faith in the idea of ground or up. There were 10 other passengers in the lift with Marcus and Hugh, which constituted its maximum seating capacity. The lift would go back and forth as much as needed to ferry all the passengers, but there were departure bays at the top of each of the station's 6 spokes between the central hub and the habitat ring. As Marcus looked around this time, he could be pretty well certain that no one on this trip with him would be New Horizon crew. They had all arrived already, and it was far too near the launch for anyone to risk missing it by returning to Earth this late in the countdown, with the exception of extraordinary circumstances such as Marcus's. Looking at the people in the lift with him, there seemed to be something missing about them. In the last few days he had already gotten used to getting a certain kind of vibe or attitude from the people aboard the New Horizon, something he thought he could now sense the absence of in these people, but he shook it off, finding it too easy for him to be imagining it. "What?" Hugh asked in response to Marcus shaking his head. "Nothing," he answered dismissively with another shake of his head. When the artificial gravity came to a complete absence, all that could be felt was an ever so gentle lateral pull as the spoke they were in slowly moved around the hub. It was barely noticeable, but definitely noticeable.
When the lift doors opened onto the appropriate corridor, the 12 of them extricated themselves from their seats' straps and clumsily made their way towards the proper shuttle, using the handrails to guide them while flying down the corridor. The microgravity central hub of the ship, beyond serving as the station's orb port and orbital construction platform, also served as a zero-gravity playground of sorts. There was a food court, for example, where people from all over the ship could come to enjoy the novelty of eating one's food in weightlessness, which could be explored to both delight and occasionally horrific messes. Many of the construction and shuttle crews took their lunch here, though with their experience, they hardly ever made any kind of mess. Finally, they came to their lander's airlock, and upon entering it, the only passengers already on board were those who had for some reason required assistance in the microgravity. Making their way down the central passageway of the shuttle, Marcus and Hugh found their seats and strapped themselves in. Marcus set himself to work at simply remaining calm. He had been through this many times before, but it had never quite gotten to be routine. It was hard for him to ignore that he may be disintegrated within the hour, entirely and utterly obliterated. Ill-fated or not, once the passengers were all seated and secured in their straps, and double-checked by the drone flight attendants, the clamps on the shuttle disengaged, and a soft reversing jet nudged the shuttle backwards and away from the central hub of Orbital 1. A complicated set of soft jet bursts turned the shuttle around and maneuvered it into position for descent, lining up the correct angle of re-entry into Earth's atmosphere. Marcus could gradually begin to feel the steadily increasing acceleration as the primary engines lit up, and the shuttle slowed in its orbit enough to begin hurtling back down towards Earth. As they penetrated ever deeper into thicker and thicker layers of atmosphere, the air outside of Marcus's window began to glow. Steadily increasing now, the air just outside the window became a glowing orange fireball as the ceramic tiles underneath their feet were slowly ablated off of the underside of the lander. Friction between the tiles and the atmosphere bled the energy of their orbital velocity into heat energy as they descended into the ever-thickening atmosphere. This was the part he really hated, the part he would never quite get used to, the part where his father had died. The slight vibration of the vessel, which, despite a couple centuries of valiant engineering efforts, had never been completely eliminated, caused Marcus to grab his seat's armrest tighter and tighter until his knuckles showed the white of the bone beneath. And then suddenly, it was all over. The ride smoothed out completely, and the view out the window returned after the last few licks of flame had lashed out from the shuttle's belly. Through the window he could see land which from experience he could recognize as the northwest coast of North America. From their current altitude, he could see all of Vancouver Island and just barely make out the Haida Gwaii Islands off on the horizon. It was always so beautiful from this altitude, about 80 kilometers at this point he'd imagine. In exactly the same way as the original NASA shuttles had returned from orbit, this contemporary descendant of the original shuttle would now glide down unpowered the rest of the way towards its destination in Vancouver, making long and lazy banks from side to side to bleed off the speed and altitude which had originally kept them in orbit in the first place. Unlike the original shuttles, this one carried reserve fuel, and if necessary it had the ability to fire its engines and boost itself back up to a higher altitude again to delay their ultimate glide down to a landing. Fortunately for Marcus and Hugh, though, today there was no delay in their landing at the major orb port on Sea Island in the Vancouver borough city of Richmond, which was situated in the delta of the mighty Fraser River. The flight down would take another 40 minutes or so. Now Marcus could fully relax. He reclined his chair as much as it would go, and then laid back and closed his eyes in a vain attempt to prepare himself for the conflict he was dropping in on. As he closed his eyes, his thoughts were consumed with his mother. Their relationship had always been, well, it had never come easily for either of them. Marcus certainly loved his mother, but in that way in which one is obliged to love close family members,
whether or not you like them. He never felt as though his mother had ever done wrong by him, per se, or by his brother for that matter. In fact, he happily acknowledged and appreciated that as far as he could tell, she had always done everything she could to help them, especially after the death of their father. He readily admitted that she had made every effort to be a good mother, and that it was hard to criticize her for her best not being ideal in the kinds of circumstances she was faced with. Marcus had always wondered what was different about him. Why, for example, his mother and brother always seemed to be closer, but he never seemed to connect that deeply with either of them. When a baby comes into the world, they are, for all intents and purposes, the very center of the universe, according to all of their perceptions. There is always an amorphous me from the very beginning, which people process everything they encounter in relation to. They commonly have the impression that they are a little person inside their heads, listening with their ears, watching through their eyes, and pulling the appropriate levers to respond to what they are seeing and hearing. Through childhood, this illusion is complete and absolute. They think that they are that little person imagined to be in their heads. Everyone in the world comes into existence as the center of the universe, the very locus of all existence. Gradually, though, step by step, that illusion is weakened. New barriers to perspective are lifted, and cognitive evolution can occur. Toddlers develop a theory of mind. They learn that there is a difference between their own minds and the minds of others. They learn that others have minds like their own. This allows them to learn that other beings have feelings and desires just like they do, that they have a similar internal state of being. They realize that they are only one mind amongst many, and that they need to learn to negotiate social relationships in order to get what they need, and thus complex human socializing is made possible and necessary. One big difference between him and his immediate family was that he found such things fascinating, while the eyes of his mother and brother tended to glaze over when he tried to discuss such things with them. There was a jarring jolt as the shuttle touched down on the tarmac. Marcus had been so lost in his thoughts that he had blanked out the entire glide down, and hadn't realized that they were about to land. He closed his eyes again, took a deep breath, and then slowly let it out. He then did it again. "You can do this," he whispered to himself. Chapter 24. He couldn't do this. He instead found himself sitting with Hugh at the Orbport bar, drinking a beer and ignoring the news programs being displayed on the screens around them. "What value does the news have for me anymore?" he silently asked of his beer as he looked deeply into the bubbling amber liquid. "This isn't even my world anymore." Problematic use of alcohol and other drugs was as unusual as ever in contemporary society, but it persisted nonetheless to a limited degree, as it probably would for as long as there were human beings. Efforts were made to minimize whatever harm did occur by social and biological scientists who studied the effects of drugs like alcohol. They worked on developing ever more effective models of preventing substance abuse and treating it when it did occur. Between the institution of the global baseline benefit, the ending of drug prohibition, shifting of public policy on substance use from a criminal model to a health model, and a public commitment to adequately fund mental health prevention, treatment, and long-term care when necessary, a number of social problems dissipated throughout the new Commonwealth, gradually being reduced to very low levels. Homelessness and street addiction disappeared from cities. A successful baseline housing industry sprang up, catering to people previously living on the streets of major cities. Families tended to stay together more, and domestic violence rates dropped. Violent crime and low-level theft became virtually unheard of. Murder still occurred from time to time, but the most frequent crimes were instances of what was once called white-collar crime, perhaps an enduring commentary on some deep and undeniable reality of human nature. Many people spent their whole lives merely existing on the baseline just as it was feared they would. Importantly, though, the percentage of the population who did not increase over time as some also predicted. In the end, it took less public funds to provide the baseline than it did to not provide it, and then have to pay to mitigate all of the harms resulting from widespread poverty. Marcus himself could never understand why anyone would ever choose to just waste their lives that way and to just exist. It always seemed so sad to him, such an unnecessary waste of the rare, precious, and wildly improbable gift that was life. He couldn't understand the appeal of a sloth's lifestyle. Neither could anybody he was close to. For every person who wasted their lives on the benefit, though, there was another person who, because of it, had the opportunity to pursue their passion and develop some art or craft, develop some ingenious invention, or discover a wonderful scientific truth, instead of devoting that time and energy towards earning the ability to merely continue to exist for another day. And for every dozen or two people who have the chance to pursue their passions and curiosity instead of wasting their energies on subsistence, at least one tends to achieve something truly amazing, which would have otherwise been lost to the ether. Marcus looked deeply into the pale amber of his beer, as though he was trying to see its molecular structure, or maybe looking past the beer into a memory from long ago. His mind was blank, but active. He held no specific conceptions in his head. No words were spoken in his mind, and the machinery of his less conscious intellect was left hard at work, considering paradoxes and mapping out points of influence which he might exploit. He was lost in reflection, and his thoughts were on seeing his mother in the hospital. It was all so unfair, he ruminated. He had already gone through the process of saying goodbye to everyone already. Returning to Earth now somehow felt like such a defeat for him. Yes, he was back on Earth, but he was not yet ready to face his terrestrial existence again. Nobody knew that he had arrived except for Kirsten and Hugh. He had deliberately kept the specifics of his travel plans a secret. He simply felt the need to compose himself after the de-orb, and before confronting his next challenges. He finished his beer and considered ordering another. But when he looked at Hugh, something in his expression let Marcus know that this was not the place his friend wanted or needed to be. When the android bartender asked him if the two would like another round, he declined, and instead Hugh settled the tab by thinking authorization of payment towards the till. Marcus had given Hugh a sizable sum of his money before he'd originally left for the New Horizon. Most of his money had gone to the mission coffers, but he'd left most of the rest for Hugh since he wouldn't need money where he was going. Given this, Hugh had agreed to cover Marcus's remaining expenses until he left. Hugh's payment was acknowledged by a soft tone and a discreet green flash of light, and after the two men exchanged mutual gratitude and goodbyes with the droid bartender, the two friends headed for the exit. As the sliding doors opened to the outside world, Marcus breathed in fresh air for the first time since he'd left Earth. It was cool and salty sea air, heavy with moisture. Many found the humidity and frequent rain of the Fraser Valley to be off-putting, but Marcus couldn't think of it as anything other than home. After savoring the unquantifiable imperfection of the unidentifiable sense just beyond the edge of his perceptions, which unmistakably characterized natural air, as opposed to the sterility of the air in the artificial environments in orbit high above them, they headed down to where the waiting robots were parked. "Hugh, I have some things I want to do before we get to anything else," Marcus declared after the road pod door opened in response to his thought commands, and he threw his bag inside. "I'll meet you at your place in a few hours, all right?" Hugh nodded his understanding and got into the road pod waiting behind the one Marcus had commissioned. It immediately drove off and disappeared. Marcus got into his own road pod, and it too immediately took off without any commands, and with seamless acceleration. It drove autonomously and without delay to a waiting area, surrendering its space just outside the Orport exits to the next awaiting road pod. It would wait here in this holding area for a command indicating its destination. There were no front seats nor driver, and the modestly sized vehicle's interior only housed 2 3-seat benches facing each other. After some thought, Marcus issued to the road pod the address he wished to go, and it obediently took off from the waiting area. A half-hour later, Marcus was standing alone over his father's grave. There had been nothing of his father to bury, which made this site more of a memorial than a grave. Standing here and looking at it, though, there was no way to tell the difference. It was raining, but very softly. The late afternoon overcast sky appeared as though it were wax paper dimly lit from behind, horizon to horizon. Marcus stood there, somberly looking down at the ground. He, his mother, and his brother had each chosen something of their father's to bury at his memorial, so that there was something of him here to mark the spot. Each of them had chosen a memento that particularly exemplified their own bond with the man. Marcus had chosen one of a pair of figurines which his father had made by hand long before he'd met his mother and started a family with her. They were the only things he had really wanted of his father's when he died, and it had taken a great deal of contemplation to be okay with leaving one of them behind to his memorial. The figurines were from even before his father had gone into business, back in his youth when he had mused that he might have liked to have become a professional artist. This part of his father, the artistic and existentially contemplative side, the side that Marcus had most strongly identified with, was also the connection that within the family only the two of them had shared. Alternatively, Brackish shared with their father an industriousness and a strong sense for business. The figurines Marcus had chosen were 2 cats which fit together to form a roughly circular shape. One was black with a big white spot, and the other white with a big black spot. The artifact had successfully conveyed the effect of representing a yin and yang symbol stylized into the form of 2 cats. Marcus had laid the black cat down in place of his father, and carried the white one with him. It was currently prominently displayed back on the New Horizon. It was the first thing he'd unpacked to decorate his suite with before hearing from Brackus about the accident. He'd left it there just to serve as one more reason that he could never forgive himself if he stayed on Earth. Before coming to the graveyard, he had stopped at a bookstore, and had picked up one more final gift to leave at his father's grave as an offering to his memory. It was a bound copy of Arthur C. Clarke's complete Space Odyssey tetralogy. When he was 12, his father had found that young Marcus was interested in science and space travel, and gave him a similar bound copy for his birthday. Marcus pored through those books lovingly and decided that he wanted to be an aeronautical engineer and join the Trade Corps or the Peacekeepers when he was older. This suited his father just fine, since it was also an avenue into his ever-growing power cell business. An engineer in the family would certainly have come in handy. Marcus discovered this interest long before he discovered that he had difficulty staying with one specific intellectual discipline, though. Sadly, as Marcus got older, he found that he wasn't particularly talented in high-level mathematics, nor did he have much in the way of mechanical talents with his hands. Disappointed at first, he ultimately decided that it was probably for the best. That experience had led him to a more scholarly study, and into the worlds of neuro/genetic psychology and existential philosophy which he had come to live in and love so much today. He had discovered and grown deeply curious about notions of personhood and identity, about what makes one person think and act one way, and others act and think in such different ways. Marcus stood silently, somberly, and motionless.
He was lost in Saudachi, and trying desperately to reinforce the cruelly fading memories of his father. It was so hard at this point to be sure of what was still a genuine memory, and what had been fabricated over the years to replace missing elements of the memory. It could all too easily be imagined, or filled in, or altered in some way in the intervening years. So unreliable one's memory ultimately was. He understood the bitter reality that there was no such thing as a genuine and discreetly packaged memory. There were only ever reconstructions of events, and reconstructions of reconstructions. Kneeling on the wet grass, he opened the book to the last page of the first book and quoted. Then he waited, marshalling his thoughts and brooding over his still untested powers. For though he was master of the world, he was not quite sure what to do next. But he would think of something. At that, he carefully and gingerly laid the book down onto the headstone and left. Chapter 25. After going to the gravesite in the Vancouver borough city of New Westminster, Marcus ordered his road pod to return to Hughes Place in central Vancouver. Public road pods were all rentals, and could be found just about anywhere in the city. Once in use, a sizable deposit was applied to a user's account, but was returned once the road pod was released, and only a modest charge was excised based on the distance traveled. The system was so convenient and efficient that between fully subsidized mass transit and these pay road pods, for most people living in the city, there was little justification for having one's own private vehicle. Those who did own their own vehicle usually did so for only one of two reasons. Some people required a vehicle with a more extensive range than a battery-powered road pod could provide, and they had modern vehicles which employed small fusion cores. These required refueling only once every few years, and thus provided an effectively unlimited range. There were some, though, who were enthusiastic collectors of classic automobiles from the 20th and 21st centuries, which were run on synthetic biofuels. The effect on the city roads was an interesting juxtaposition. All the vehicles were either generic and drab high-technology road pods, or were by comparison almost cartoonish-looking classic cars from 200 years ago. The practicality of the public road pod system was contingent on the fact that the pods were all driverless, and that they were driven exclusively by the onboard computer. The intelligence of the road pods had a near-perfect safety record, unlike perpetually error-prone human drivers, who statistically would have too frequently crashed the pods to make the system economically viable if they drove themselves. The pods driving autonomously could drive in close formation and network together to move around each other with an efficiency and precision well beyond human drivers. Those who still wanted to drive personally needed to be properly licensed, and they were viewed by the intelligence of the pods as a hazard on the road, which they needed to be cautious of and allow a wide margin for error around. Marcus's road pod arrived onto the city's downtown central corridor and made its way down Broadway Street. Vancouver had grown so much that the entire peninsula had become some sort of giant's pincushion, with one densely packed high-rise after another, all laid out in a grid. The lower mainland already had a dike system before the ocean levels began to rise, but like many other coastal cities, they required substantial improvements and extensions. They were fortunate, though. Many other cities had required far more dramatic measures to preserve them against the rising waters and ever more frequent flooding. Some lower-lying areas of the Vancouver lower mainland were filled in with earth trucked in from excavated mountains nearby, material which was also used to build up new and extended dikes, especially around the downtown core. Fortunately, the measures required to hold the ocean back here were not as extensive as had been required in a place like Manhattan. Some of the seemingly endless skyscrapers were office towers, and some were residential, but mixed in amongst them there were also towers devoted entirely to agriculture and recreation. Some were exclusively co-op farm towers, known as agri-towers, with floor after floor of hydroponic gardens and protein labs generating fresh produce, grains, meats, and dairies for everyone in the city to eat. In co-op agri-towers, members signed up for tower volunteer hours in return for a discount on the goods the tower provided, in some cases including discounts on the recreational facilities as well. Although some towers were single-purpose, many were mixed-use and contained an assortment of all with some residential, some commercial, and some agricultural use, all in the same building. Even some of the agri-towers, though they tended to have agriculture on most of their floors, sometimes had floors dedicated to all kinds of recreational use, from retail businesses and restaurants to amusement parks, social centers, and public parks. Many of the skyscrapers, both residential and commercial, had a variety of commercial businesses like shops and restaurants at street level too, with a different flavor in every multi-block borough. Producing all the animal and plant agriculture locally in these towers allowed all foods to be produced locally, with meaningful positive environmental and social consequences. A result of this was that most of the farmland in the world was allowed to return to a wild state, resulting in agriculture with a relatively small physical footprint on the environment. It also helped the climate change problem in two ways. For one, it eliminated the pollution resulting from the transportation of foods to and from all corners of the world. More importantly, though, using Schmeat and Schmilk technology meant that live animal farming was largely phased out, which spared the atmosphere the methane emissions of those animals, a gas with a far worse greenhouse effect profile than carbon dioxide. Aside from the large and historic Stanley Park, there were very few public parks at ground level. The ground between buildings was still used to move people and things between places when not using the underground SkyTrain. Instead, in addition to there being some park floors and recreation towers, most buildings, but especially those with residential housing within them, had public parks up on the roofs of their buildings. Some included community gardens, but some were simply places to eat al fresco picnic amongst the trees or in some cases even enjoy the swimming pool. Coming up on his left was one of Marcus's favorite complexes. It consisted of 4 towers in close formation. 3 of them were entirely devoted to agriculture, but the 4th was entirely dedicated to recreation. The agriculture towers were essentially giant greenhouses with elaborate watering and lighting setups. Such towers consumed incredible amounts of energy and water, but being such a tightly controlled environment, there was very little waste of these resources, so the net consumption of resources was actually much lower than for food produced on traditional farms. Whole series of floors could be devoted to wheat, or to tomato, or to Schmeat, or various milk dairy products. It was the technology of these agriculture towers in major cities around the world that allowed a great deal of the Earth's agricultural land to be reclaimed by nature and allowed to lie fallow once again. The recreation tower had just about anything you could imagine such a tower might have, including an amusement park with a roller coaster emerging from the side of the building way up high, which then looped back into it several floors below. There were whole floor arcades, bars, and at the very top of the tower one of the best-rated restaurants in the city. Together, these buildings embodied the change that had occurred in urban habitation the world over, that of densification. Vancouver stopped spreading out for hundreds of kilometers around it, though those flatter suburb cities continued to exist, and had instead learned to focus on building up, on densifying into a high-rise megacity like Hong Kong, which had only a few small islands upon which to accommodate millions of people. It was something of an oddity in such a large city where millions of people were so physically close to one another, that people could find they were closest to people living hundreds or thousands of kilometers away, while those who lived mere meters away from them were usually total strangers. The perfection of communication technologies made it effortless to maintain close relationships with people whom one was truly close to, wherever they were around the planet or in orbit. though it was challenging with people living elsewhere in the solar system due to the communications time lag. Instead of forming physically localized social groups, people tended to group together according to the kinds of people they were and the kinds of interests they had. They developed clusters of friendships online with cerebral neighbors instead, though many still made a point of physically getting together with their friends a few times a year when they could. One could have a very active and fulfilling social life while living in a city where one doesn't socially know a single other person. Devices like the Panes made this kind of interaction effortless, to the point that one could go to the market with a friend halfway around the world, or watch a video on the couch together with several friends in different locations. Virtual presence and augmented reality had been perfected to the degree that one could look over at the other end of the couch and, if looking through panes, see their friend sitting there beside them with no visible indication that it was only their image superimposed onto an empty couch. A more sophisticated version of the same kind of system allowed the use of devices known as avatars, which were like simulants, but without any brains to speak of. Their speech and movement were remotely translated through the use of special transmitting suits. With 2 transmitting suits and 2 avatars, even virtual physical encounters between 2 long-distance lovers were possible. Near Columbia Street, the roadpod came off of the main road and swung silently into one of the few dozen roadpod alcoves around the base of the tower where Hugh lived. Once docked, its doors swung open onto the building's main floor lobby. Chapter 26. "I have a surprise for you," Hugh revealed as he opened the door to his apartment for Marcus. When the door opened, he understood. Sitting in the living room waiting for them was Lavinia Ungurianu, the most memorable professor either of them had ever had at UBC. Today she was a long-retired professor emeritus, but she still wrote position pieces from time to time on issues of contemporary importance. If he hadn't been able to see her, the smell of cigarette smoke when Hugh opened the door would have informed him of her presence all the same. When Marcus was young, he could remember having seen, and smelled, more people smoking cigarettes, but by his teens and early 20s hardly anyone still did. Certainly nobody he went to university with. Lavinia was the exception. She had been a voracious smoker since long before he'd first met her over 20 years ago. She was as surprised as anyone else that she was still alive at 102 after 85 years of smoking, though. But that was just her way. She was a contradiction. She seemed too powerful to die, despite her frail and worn body. Her sunken eyes betrayed her sharpness and intensity. Here was a woman simply too defiant to die. Lavinia had had a strong influence on both Marcus and Hugh. She was an existentialist, a living paradox. She was someone who had the courage to stare down the emptiness and meaninglessness of life, and in doing so find a reason to live. She was at once humanity's worst critic and its greatest cheerleader, as she had been for the 2 men as well. She was never afraid to be brutally and uncompromisingly honest with either of them, but she was never too embittered to be unsympathetic. She was a force of nature, one who had helped shape the both of them. "Marcus," she croaked, "you miserable bastard. You were really going to leave without saying goodbye?" "Oh, you're right, too, Lavinia," Marcus uttered as he went over to hug her in her chair. It would have been too much work for her to get up to hug him. "You're right. I'm so sorry. I don't know why I did that. But it's not like I'm going to be out of contact, though. I mean, we'll still be able to talk by laser." "Yeah? And what? A few months before real-time conversation is impossible, then it's just cosmic pen pals? Anyways, you're here now," she stated matter-of-factly. "And I hear you have a problem." She pulled a fresh cigarette out of the pack and eagerly lit it. "You've got to be more interesting than Alfie here," she asserted. As though on cue, Alfie entered the room and asked if anyone would like a drink. "Sirs, madam,
May I offer you a refreshment? He had the voice of a tired old man no younger than Lavinia. He was an Alfred VI model, one which was beloved by many, but not by most. It was a mass-produced house-servant model, and was the 6th generation in the Alfred line. He wore a spotless, full-dress tuxedo beneath the long, snouted, floppy-eared head of a dog. Somewhat cartoonishly stylized, it was very hound-looking, with big floppy brown ears, and a long thick brown snout tipped with a large black rhinarium. There was a patch of white on the left side of his face, and filling out his distinguished look were his thin wire-framed glasses. "Beers all around, please, Alfie," Hugh kindly asked. Alfie bowed and disappeared into the kitchen. "Go ahead," Lavinia mumbled as she lit the tip of her cigarette. "Spill," she strained as she held in her first drag. It was her way. She could be insensitive in being so direct. Marcus had stumbled into Lavinia's class only 6 months after his father's death. It was first-year philosophy, and Marcus's newly discovered love of the discipline recharged his passion for discovery and understanding, a passion which had been temporarily muted by the devastating loss of his father. Most people were well served by widely available mental health professionals when they run into problems such as these, when they need help to confront the untidy corners of their psyche, or to learn how to resolve hurt or unconfronted feelings. Clinical psychology really took off once practitioners were able to stop placating religiosity and confront it directly as oftentimes a contributing factor to one's mental health problems. But for an introvert like Marcus, who was already a keen student of psychology, he was much better served by being helped to delve deeper into the metaphysics of life and death, of meaning and ethics and personhood. He later understood these as the antecedents of psychology, as the untidy philosophical mess from which the science of psychology was crystallized out of, and on which its least stable support floated. It was during these explorations that he had confided in Lavinia during those hard times, and matured some of the finer foundational philosophies of his worldview. Hugh and Marcus discovered philosophy together, and as much as Lavinia helped Marcus, she helped Hugh as well. Under her guidance, he was able to finally tear down the sturdier psychological foundations of his religious upbringing, and reconstruct his worldview entirely from scratch and from first principles. It was this highly and explicitly rational and procedural view of the world that allowed him such insight into its history. Marcus was definitely pleased to see Lavinia again. It was good that he would get to see her in person one last time. It was much more satisfying than saying goodbye over a video link would have been. Genuine communication between two people is hard enough under the most ideal settings, and so much more is lost in any kind of communication at a distance. After all, there is so much communication between humans which is beyond just words. My winning a spot on the New Horizon is just the backstory, I'm afraid, Marcus continued. A couple days ago, there was an accident at my family's energy research facility. My mother was exposed to a lethal dose of radiation in the accident, and she only has a few weeks to live. Maybe months. Oh, Marcus. I'm sorry to hear that. I only met your mother that one time. She seemed like a fine woman. This was high praise from Lavinia. Alfie emerged from the kitchen again with 3 open bottles of the local beer Hugh had in the fridge. He carefully laid down a napkin for each of them on the rectangular coffee table. On one long side of the table was the couch which Hugh and Lavinia sat on. Marcus was sitting in the chair on the short side of the table, beside Lavinia. Alfie placed a beer on each napkin and then put down a bowl of barbecue-flavored peanuts. Right. Well, now I've come back to say goodbye. Because when I said goodbye before, I figured we'd still be in laser contact for decades more, but well, now I have to say goodbye. Goodbye. He was tearing up a bit, thinking it through more clearly now than he had at any point since hearing the news. He steadied himself, and then continued. I'm afraid they will try to convince me to stay, and now I really want to go. He paused and seemed to think about what he'd just said. You know, I was hesitant at first, but now, he continued, well, now I've been there, and it's amazing. Not just the ship, but the people I met there, too. They're all so impressive, so accomplished, and so interesting. Each and every one of them, as far as I can tell. The miserable truth, though, is that my family needs me right now. And now, more than ever, I think. Besides being with my mother to the end, with her not being able to work anymore, my brother will need my help keeping the business running while he hires and trains up the several people it'll take to replace her at the company. And you feel guilty, as though you don't have a right to abandon them in their time of need, to so selfishly pursue a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Lavinia asked. It's got to be said, though, Marcus reflected as he sat forward and grabbed his drink. I don't think they're entirely wrong. Family is very important, and in a very real way, I'm abandoning people here who really need me. And just when they need me the most. He took a substantial first drink. I get that, Marcus. I really do, Hugh offered. I've always admired how close you and your family are, and how open you seem to be with each other. At least by comparison. You want him to go, I take it? Lavinia asked Hugh. She butted out her cigarette and took a generous drink of her own beer. She smiled to herself and looked at the label as Hugh answered her. Well, I wanted to go myself more than anything. But I wasn't given the chance. Somehow, Marcus going seems like the next best thing at this point. At the same time, though, I understand the situation with his family, and I'm trying not to push and just be supportive. Lavinia burped loudly, and seemingly as unexpectedly to herself as to Marcus and Hugh. Apparently pleased with herself, she grinned as she rolled her hand at Hugh to indicate that he should continue. Hugh said, smiling. I mean, it's up to him, obviously. Marcus chuckled. You once told me you'd never forgive me if I didn't go. Hugh rolled his head to the side in acknowledgement that yes, he had, and then defended himself by pointing out, a lot's happened since then. So, Marcus, Lavinia announced after finishing her first glass of beer and pulling out a fresh cigarette. She lit it and took her first drag before continuing. You want to go. You have every intention of going. But you feel guilty about leaving your family in their time of need. And you're dreading the inevitable confrontation with them about it? Basically, yeah. I guess that pretty much sums it up. Why? She asked. Marcus shot an inquisitive look at his former professor. What I mean is... She paused to draw on her cigarette again and exhale after a moment. I mean, why is it that we feel guilt at all, Marcus, in general? She asked. From first principles. Marcus thought about this for a moment. He had to load certain large nodules of knowledge into his active memory and cross-reference them in order to provide a satisfying answer. Well, at the most fundamental level, We feel guilt because we are self-interested individuals who live in a community of self-interested individuals. The survival of any individual within a cooperative species such as ours is dependent on our ability to maintain our status as a member of the group. Without needing to be asked, Alfie emerged from the kitchen again with another 3 bottles of beer, since they had all finished their first already. Any human who finds themselves alone in the wild without any technology, Marcus continued. Well, in that case, we're basically prey animals. In a group, we're powerful, though. As a group, we've conquered the whole world. And the space around it, too, he added thoughtfully. He hadn't thought about human expansion in quite that way before, and the idea made him smile. Since our survival as individuals is so dependent on remaining a part of the group, we evolved a variety of biopsychosocial mechanisms to allow and motivate us to maintain our good standing within the group. Positive emotional experiences are how we know we're engaged in group-conducive behavior, he continued. Things like happiness, love, passion, satisfaction, sense of connectedness. Negative emotional experiences likewise help us identify counter-group behaviors like guilt, anger, and fear. Depression. Marcus was stopped short by a sharp awareness of his own experience with all of the negative emotions he listed, and his utter alienation from the positive ones. Depression? Hugh asked. Sure, Marcus answered. One of the most common manifestations of depression is the feeling that one is alone, and somehow on the outside of every possible group. In the early stages, it can motivate us to appropriate steps to correct the situation that led to us feeling that way in the first place. But it can easily become a runaway clinical case. Marcus had had a history with depression. Everyone afflicted with it has their own reasons and their own sources. For Marcus, it involved a very deep-seated feeling that he was worthless, that he was in some fundamental way unimportant and unloved. It wasn't something that he consciously believed or that he told himself. Instead, it was more like a soft voice in the back of his mind, whispering to him his whole life that he wasn't good enough, that his accomplishments were meaningless, and that nobody could, or ever would love him. Most days he was able to ignore it and almost forget it was there. But in moments of weakness or vulnerability, that voice grew louder and louder. This was in contrast with the struggles which from time to time Hugh had described to Marcus. Being someone who emerged out of a religious worldview into a reality-based one, he had a deep-seated resentment about the absence of any ultimate purpose or meaning to his existence, something which he'd felt when he was still a believer. He once tried to explain to Marcus how much it had hurt for his place in the universe to fall from something rather like a god to something rather like a bacteria. Marcus didn't really understand what he was describing, but it sounded bad enough. Hugh said that it left him with a deep and nagging existential sadness, which he could never escape. Though, over time, and with the help of friends like Marcus and Lavinia, he'd learned better and better how to live with it. Since his fall from the kingdom of heaven, Hugh had been struggling to find something more terrestrially worthy of his total commitment. The closest thing he'd found to date was the New Horizon project. Hugh had fallen in love with the idea of the New Horizon mission. Here was finally a truly worthy purpose, something enduring and larger than himself, which he could become an immortal part of. At length he described to Marcus his imaginings of the legend and myth which would evolve over the centuries in the future of the mission, about those brave adventurers who first cast off their terrestrial shackles and dared to fly boldly into the abyss. What makes humans unique, though, Marcus paused to sip his beer, is the frontal cortex, and our ability to second-guess ourselves by imagining the future results of our choices in the present. We make choices based on both this rational analysis and based on our emotional experience, which helps us to recognize how much certain ideas or individuals mean to us. Could you say, Hugh asked, that love is a category of that which we value the most and most want to preserve in our decision-making? Absolutely. And guilt is the experience of being acutely aware that our actions have, or will, or might, harm somebody we care about in some way. Seeing someone we care about suffer, especially if we are the cause of that suffering, causes us to have a deep psychic pain, which we call guilt. It serves to motivate us to correct these behaviors and avoid such consequences in the future, so as to remain part of the group. It sounds like you are suggesting that there is some deep and fundamental connection between love and guilt, Lavinia suggested leadingly. Absolutely there is, Marcus snorted. Without love, there would be no guilt at all. Not even over wronging strangers. That's what people like psychopaths lack. That deluded sense of love for all human beings as the in-group that we're all ultimately a part of. It's a feeling almost all people have. That deluded love becomes concentrated into smaller in-groups and particular people as particular instances and examples of that greater love. Guilt is just an acute sense that one has in some way wronged that which they love. You could say, Lavinia suggested as she drank the last of her second beer and dropped her lit cigarette butt into it, that the problem you are facing now is a conflict between your rational brain understanding the lack of consequential difference between you staying and going, and your emotional brain telling you your family needs you. Yeah, I guess that's exactly it. Marcus let out a long, slow, and labored sigh. All it knows is that my mother and brother need me, and that as her son and his brother, I have a duty to respond. That part of me simply can't have any more complex thoughts than that. But you can, Hugh offered, a little meekly. Indeed, Lavinia added firmly. Right. There was quiet for a few moments before Lavinia broke the silence. Let's get the hell out of here, she declared. If we're going to have such a depressing conversation, let's at least have some fun while doing it. Chapter 27. So you feel guilty, right? I mean, that is what we're talking about. From Hugh's home, the three had piled into a road pod at the base of his building and had it drive them to one of the entertainment towers a short distance away. After their road pod docked into the tower's main lobby, they made their way into the elevators and up to the 42nd floor. I guess so. Marcus hadn't really thought about it in such blunt terms, but it was true. I mean, I could certainly provide some moral support for Brackus with the company. But as far as business sense and knowing how to maintain it, let alone growing it, I can't see how I would be able to do anything but get in the way. When I worked with Mom after Dad died, I had every instinct wrong. If it had been left to me to run instead of Brackus, I would have driven it directly into the ground. And very quickly, I suspect. Marcus was sitting in a royal blue chair, which was very typical of the Cheshire Cat Lounge, which was to say, atypical. The room was decorated with purple and pink irregular stripes along the walls, ceilings, floors, and furnishings. All of the walls and furniture were plush and felt velvety to the touch. There were strange decorations as well, like the large stone face looking down on everyone from the ceiling, and the aerial warplane battle frozen in time, suspended from the ceiling with crafts included from every era of flight, even fictional space and airships. It was a rolling battle that went over their heads from one end of the room to another. As for Hugh and Lavinia, they were sitting on a couch that was made to look rather like an orca whale. Despite the superficial eccentricity of this particular establishment, it was in a larger sense typical of a certain kind of niche establishment which had emerged after the end of drug prohibition in Canada, and later throughout the whole new Commonwealth. There were a number of substances which were strongly discouraged, but none were illegal. When the market was opened up and false propaganda was no longer deemed necessary, it was found that, given the choice, people tended to gravitate towards the safer substances and away from the more dangerous ones. Under Prohibition, if people wanted to get intoxicated, they would use whatever substances they could get, as opposed to making an informed decision about the most appropriate ones for them to use, and with the security of knowing exactly and precisely what products they were purchasing and ingesting.
It was found that most of the worst problems associated with substance use were due more to their illegality than anything to do with the substances themselves, like improper manufacturing and dangerously imprecise dosing.
Between the global baseline, the end of drug prohibition, and a robust, well-funded mental health system, problematic substance use became the exception. It certainly still occurred, but the damage done was muted by earlier intervention and harm reduction strategies. Upon arriving, the three were presented with a purple and pink striped menu. Available was a full food and drink menu, as well as an extensive list of intoxicants available with a description of their effects, potential side effects, length of effect, and what they do and don't mix well with. A number of the food items were prepared with certain substances included, while some other substances could be added to most of the normal food on the menu. The people working in the bar had to be licensed by the new Commonwealth to ensure that they were appropriately versed in the dangers of the substances they were serving, as well as the right questions to ask would-be users beforehand, and these licenses were something which could be revoked for violations. Establishments like the Cheshire Cat Lounge were the product of an evolution of regulation. After ending Prohibition, there were indeed problems, but each time one was identified, a new, prudent regulation was introduced to remedy that particular harmful effect. One such was the requirement for security personnel in case of a physical incident, and somebody on duty with first aid training just in case. The product of this evolution of regulation was a space where people could come to take substances safely while ensuring their own personal safety, as well as ensuring the safety of everyone else in the process.
They were all greeted with large glasses of water as they sat down, and when the server first came around, Hugh had requested a particular cigar off their list after watching Lavinia light her first cigarette once they'd sat down.
When it arrived, he lit it and inhaled deeply, enjoying the flavor and the nicotine rush. He knew from his genetic profiling and extensive experimentation that he had virtually no predispositions to addiction at all.
As a result, he was practically immune to nicotine addiction, and this cigar was something he was able to indulge in only once or twice a year.
"Would it matter," Hugh asked, "if staying could somehow help your mother's condition? I mean, your brother will figure out replacing her at the company. No offense, but you're not much help to him as far as running things goes. I mean, you've certainly never really been the business type. Besides, the harsh reality is that whether or not you stay, either way, it can't change your mother's prognosis," he grimly pointed out. "I mean, obviously there's no way you could help her medically. I think what I'm getting at is that moral support, more specifically in-person moral support, as valuable as that may be, compared to, moral support by Lasercom, seems to be all that you could really provide to your brother and mother if you stayed, compared to leaving. You're right, of course. I mean that staying or going doesn't change the ultimate outcome of anything. But isn't that always true? In every decision we make? I mean, if we're going to talk about ultimate outcomes, yes, she dies whether I stay or go. We all die in the end, no matter what choices we make. But my staying would mean a lot to her in the time she has left. Of course it would, Hugh acknowledged. Their server came back to ask if they'd had a chance to look at the menu. The young man was thin, brown-skinned, and friendly. Servers like him at clubs like the Cheshire Cat Lounge were modern-day shamans, extensively informed about every drug they offered in both physiological and subjective effects, as well as their toxicity and safe dosage. They were also expected to have a certain degree of clinical psychology training, since oftentimes when people felt the need for an intoxication, it was for all the wrong reasons, and what they really needed was just someone to talk to and help them figure out solutions to the challenges they were facing in their life. When appropriate, their training also allowed them to help their patrons engage in modern-day vision quests, where they took heavy psychedelics under their server's close supervision and guiding influence.
I don't need to look,
Lavinia declared.
I want the THC lollipop.
Of course. And what flavor, madam?
Cherry.
Wonderful. And you, sirs?
Beer, please. I'll have, Okanagan Springs Pale Ale, please, Marcus ordered.
The same for me, please, Hugh asked. A beer as well. Perfect. I'll be right back and with some more water for you as well.
What happened to you two?
Lavinia said to them with a feigned look of disgust.
I remember you in your heyday.
She was just trying to lighten the mood. While there was a plethora of synthetic intoxicants available, each with their appropriate time and place for an enthusiast, alcohol and cannabis remained the far and away favorite intoxicants of society. There was something special about substances like alcohol, which humans had been perfecting for more than 6,000 years, much like how modern cannabis was the product of many centuries of selective breeding. Human cultures have spent centuries refining these substances to maximize their desired effects and minimize the harmful ones. Yes, there were many synthetic intoxicants available in the Cheshire Cat Lounge, but most of the time for Marcus and the wide majority of other people, the traditional intoxicants remained the most popular. This preference didn't exist out of any particular bias towards the semi-natural versus the synthetic, but was instead due almost exclusively to these substances' prevalence in the culture due to tradition and heavy advertising. Synthetic intoxicants were used primarily for specific boutique effects, which were different from those possible with alcohol or cannabis. The end of the era of substance prohibition also had profound impacts in the psychiatric fields, and a new era in psychopharmacology was realized. Since no substances were explicitly illegal anymore, this opened up the field to experimental use of certain formerly illicit drugs for psychological treatment applications. For example, on several occasions when Marcus was in the throes of a particularly pernicious bout of depression, his psychiatrist had suggested that he try, in a controlled way, a substance known as MDMA. It certainly didn't solve his depression by itself, or in any permanent way, but in using it as clinically directed, it allowed him to more openly pursue social interactions, to be more emotionally receptive, and to build up his sense of social connectedness. This helped bring him out of his depressed state because his depression was wrapped up in feelings of loneliness and unlovability, which made him pull away from all social interactions in a downward spiral. Appropriate use of the drug allowed him, in a sense, to jumpstart his sociability. Likewise, Hugh had benefited greatly from the use of psychedelics and guided therapy when coming to terms with his family's abandonment. It was very important to him being able to successfully excavate the psychological substructure of his religious indoctrination. The increased suggestibility of the state he was put in allowed him to tackle painful elements of his psyche, which his normally functioning brain would so effectively and efficiently forbid him from addressing.
The places he could go under the influence of psychedelics, and with the guidance of his psychiatrist, were places that his normal mind would avoid, like trying to push together two magnet ends of the same polarity. "I'm sorry about your mother, Marcus,"
Lavinia continued.
"but I'm with Hugh here. I suggest you let your rational side make this choice. Emotion will just cloud the issue. Give yourself license to be honest with yourself about the reality of your situation. You should embrace the fact that nothing of consequence can be changed by giving in to your guilt and staying behind. You've said it yourself. Your rational brain knows better than your emotional brain, especially if it takes what that emotional brain is telling it into consideration."
The server returned with their orders as well as fresh water for all of them. They thanked him, and he disappeared again into the ether. Lavinia unwrapped her spherical red lollipop and popped it into her mouth. Marcus took an initial sip of his beer while Hugh puffed at his cigar. "So do you think that guilt should always be ignored, then?" Marcus asked thoughtfully.
"Oh, certainly not,"
she cried, pulling the lollipop out of her mouth. She then used it like a wand to illustrate her points in the air.
"Emotions are valuable indicators of what matters to us. To ignore altogether what our emotions tell us would be foolhardy at best. You just have to appreciate where they come from, and that they can only provide simple messages. I merely suggest that no deeper, mysterious meaning should be ascribed to them."
She put the lollipop back in her mouth and sucked on it thoughtfully for a few moments before continuing.
Whatever emotional state you find yourself in, it is important to recognize and understand what created that state within you in order to react to it wisely. Clearly you have some sort of problem, some conflict which demands address. Wisdom is in part about being able to welcome all sources of insight, both emotional and rational, and the ability to be honest with yourself in weighing the two against each other. Likewise,
She continued,
in your situation, it is important to understand the genesis of your guilt, so that you can appreciate that it is in this particular case not informative, since you can't change the outcome either way. Your mammalian brain may not be smart enough to know it, but your sapient brain is. If you were about to leave, but staying could somehow buy your mother another 10 or 20 years, well then, it would be a more accurate response. Then, it would certainly be irrational to ignore those feelings. But that's not the case here, is it?
The three absorbed these words for a while as Marcus sipped his beer, Hugh puffed at his cigar, and Lavinia worked on her lollipop. Pretty soon she'd have to put it down to light a fresh cigarette, though. Fortunately, ventilation wasn't a problem. The entire lounge was constructed in such a way that the air was continually being replaced with fresh air. It was a gentle enough current that it was hardly noticeable, but it was strong enough that no smoke had any chance to linger.
You're right. If that were the case, I'd probably have to stay.
Chapter 28. 1 hour later.
Marcus, people are like ants.
I know, he answered.
What?
Lavinia asked in a bit of a fog.
No, I mean the behavior, the whole nature of the individual's existence as an integrated component of the larger whole. It's just one cog with a singular function amongst a teeming mass of other single-purpose biological cogs.
To talk about an ant, it's more appropriate to refer to the colony as the individual organism instead of to the individual cogs which constitute the larger complex. Same deal with pack animals like wolves. Sure, if you want to study individual ants or wolves, you certainly can, but you can't learn enough that way if you want to understand its nature in any sort of comprehensive way. For that, you need to recognize that it is a component within a larger organism. Just like individual organs serve as components within your body's more complex whole system. They must be understood as such in order to understand them.
She had a soft but distinct European accent, which was a cross between Romanian, where she was born, and Parisian, where she had studied. It was buried, though, underneath the rasping gravel of a lifetime of cigarette smoking.
Humanity is a force of nature, which acts in ways which cannot be attributed to nor controlled by any one individual. Humanity's largest impacts on the environment are necessarily communal enterprises by virtue of their scale and scope, much like an anthill.
She banged on the table to emphasize her point.
That's why all any of us are ever truly seeking out of life is to find a place where we feel like we belong, to feel the security of being an integrated component of a community.
Marcus had always enjoyed the amusingly surly expression of her philosophy, which was always so well punctuated by the lit cigarette she perpetually held between her fingers as she lectured, something which was not possible in most public spaces due to health regulations. As she considered what to say next, she appeared transfixed by the lit tip of her cigarette. It was almost as if the artfully curling smoke rising off of it was a prop which inspired her, a muse from which she was drawing inspiration as well as smoke. Our community is critically relevant because we are an inseparable part of it, Marcus. Lavinia continued.
We can't ever escape that intrinsic connection, child,
she said.
And those who make plans without accounting for that fact inevitably suffer defeat and disappointment. We must always be mindful of what ripples into our community our actions will have.
But that doesn't mean that we have unavoidable obligations to our kind, to our community and everything, Marcus asked. Whether particular or absolute, doesn't that mean definite duties to our group?
Absolutely it does, child. But not in the way you seem to think.
She made the claim as she butted out her cigarette and popped the nearly depleted lollipop back in her mouth.
The question is, between the groups you belong to which do you have a higher obligation?
I don't understand.
Of course not. If you did, I wouldn't have to explain it to you. Look, in the before time, in our prehistory, there was only ever one group, the tribe. There was your tribe, and there was everything else in the world. Our extended family of between 100 and 250 people was our group, and we belonged to no other. Other tribes and families were automatically, necessarily, obviously other, obviously outgroup. Do you see where I'm going?
I think so, Marcus offered.
Humans evolved in that context. We evolved to feel terminally loyal to the group we belong to, but we have since developed a way of life that has us belonging to multiple groups simultaneously, each with their own particular obligations and demands. Sometimes those obligations and demands come into conflict, Too often they come into miserable and pointless conflict. But sometimes that conflict is absolutely instrumental to human flourishing. I have a conflict between my obligations to my blood family and my intellectual family, for lack of a better way to put it. Yes, child, that's it. Your family and the New Horizon mission are both calling to you, but you can only pick one. You know where your obligations lie, but what your higher obligation is, well, that is something you must choose. Can I get you anything? The server came back to ask. No, but Marcus and I are going up to the roof for a bit. Sorry, Hugh, but I need him alone for a few minutes. Certainly, ma'am. Good timing, too, he replied. It's nearly sunset. It was true. After climbing the short flight of stairs, they emerged onto the rooftop section of the Cheshire Cat Lounge. It was a beautiful rooftop garden, with lush vegetation and comfortable seating all the way around the outside of the roof. There was probably a dozen or so people sparsely spread out across the roof, and it was more private than downstairs, which was a little busier. It was early July, and being just past the summer solstice, the sun was just settling to the horizon around 9 o'clock in the evening. The contrast between the dark and somewhat claustrophobic interior lounge and this bright and colorful open space was off-putting at first, but Marcus quickly adjusted to it. The two sat down on a couch facing the North Shore Mountains in the distance above Vancouver Harbor. They were quiet for a few moments as they watched the sun slowly dip down over the horizon to their left. Finally, Lavinia broke the silence. It takes all kinds to make a community, child. Even rebels. It is the role of most people to simply serve their community as is, wittingly or not. It's most people's jobs to keep the equations of society balanced, and that is generally a good thing. But sometimes a civilization, or a community, or a society needs rebellion. Sometimes they need dissenters, and people who refuse to just go along with the prescribed flow of their lives. They serve a productive and necessary role in the dynamics of humanity. It is their job to unbalance the equation and force everyone else to rebalance the system in a more honest, just, and productive way. Lavinia paused to light a fresh cigarette and let what she had said linger in the air. Marcus suspected that coming here, to this rooftop, at this point in all of time and space, was no accident. He suddenly became acutely aware that if he were to go on the mission, tomorrow evening would hold his very last sunset. The last sunset of his whole life. He suspected that Lavinia brought him here specifically for this reason. He believed that she wanted to force him to viscerally understand in a space beyond words what he was really leaving behind, while using words to explain why he needed to go away. It was her way. She had an affinity for the added perspective which could be gleaned from multimodality. Marcus, if no one ever critiqued their own culture, then how could any culture ever learn, or change, or grow? If conventions were never challenged, then how could our institutions ever mature? It is easy for humans to see forest fires and only see their immediate destruction. It is hard for us to appreciate the longer cycles of forests, in which fires are a natural and necessary part of their renewal process. If no one ever thought they could do better, or never thought that they could build something better than what already existed,
then there would be no progress of science, or of technology, or of art, or philosophy. None of this could ever have occurred without both inspiration and dissension, Marcus. A single flame can be used to both create and destroy. Fire can be used to harden the steel we use to build and farm a better civilization, or used to then burn that entire civilization to the ground. Power itself is both creative and destructive. It depends on who wields it and in what direction they unleash it. Dissent, rebellion, an exploring spirit. These are all essential elements of who we are as human beings. But no less essential than those who embody those things are those who would hold you back. You serve your community by critiquing it, child. That is your purpose. Choosing to abandon it is the most profound critique you could possibly make. Do not be surprised by those who would rebuke your evaluation and try to force you to stay, if only to silence that critique. Resistance and resilience are the seats of your power, Marcus. Never shy away from them. Maintain allegiance to your authentic self.
She accentuated the syllables with firm pokes to his chest with her bony index finger.
And never forget that you hold the power of change, child. Life, the universe, everything in it is forever in a state of change. Don't ever forget that,
she said. She drew off of her cigarette again as the last sliver of the sun's photosphere dipped below the horizon. Not long after, the two returned to the interior of the Cheshire Cat Lounge to meet up with Hugh again, who was sitting at the end of the bar talking to the security guard on duty. They spent a couple more hours there that night and had dinner before taking a road pod home to Hugh's when they were ready to leave. Although it was never said, there was a clear understanding between all three that this was the last time they would have the chance to spend time together in person. They enthusiastically discussed their favorite finer points of philosophy, as well as speaking at length about what was known about Haven, the planet the New Horizon was ultimately destined for. They discussed their hopes and dreams for the mission, for themselves, for humanity, and about what they thought the first secular generational starship meant for humanity. They speculated over the fate of the Earth after they were gone, the Earth from which it was believed that both Marcus and his mother were soon to be departing, and all too soon Lavinia herself as well. Eventually, of course, and on a long enough timeline, even Hugh, Brackus, and Amber's time would come as well. Sooner or later, they would all depart life on Earth, one way or another. They wondered not just about what would happen to Earth, but also about what fate might await its people, what fates they might deserve, and which they might not. Friends and colleagues, brothers and mother in all but blood, they shared their minds with each other late into their last night together. Chapter 29. The next day, Marcus found himself at the expansive Vancouver Hospital complex. Upon his arrival, his pen immediately began interfacing with the facility's servers, which made it possible for him to ask his wrist scroll to direct him to his mother's room via his brain chip, and to have it promptly bring up a navigation display with clear directions. He drove his road pod up to the front door, and then got out and ordered it released with his brain chip. The road pod obediently drove off and out of sight, presumably to some large on-site docking bay. Marcus walked through the front doors and followed his scroll through several areas of the hospital before coming to the right one. At some point he came to a door he couldn't open, and he turned to the reception desk inquisitively. "I'm going to need you to check in before getting in there, sir," the male receptionist politely demanded.
Marcus walked over to the counter and thought his basic identification at the transceiver the man was pointing to with a stylus. "All right. I see this is your first visit, Mr. Boland. Through those doors, you'll find a series of glass-walled rooms. Your mother is fourth from the door here. If you want to go into the room with her, you'll have to scrub down and suit up. To do this, you go behind her room through one of the doors between the glass rooms, and somebody back there will help you sterilize." "Thank you," Marcus offered dispassionately. "Would you like me to fetch the doctor for you?" the man behind the counter warmly asked. "That shouldn't be necessary. My brother's in there, and I'm sure he can fill me in," Marcus answered. The younger man thought his credentials towards the secured door, and a light to the right of it flashed green. At the same time, a buzzer sound came from the door. Marcus approached it, and the doors obediently slid open for him. He walked through and past the first room. A few people were in the room with the patient, a couple more watching from outside the glass. As he passed them, his brother noticed him approaching.
"Marcus!"
His brother called over from his chair beside the glass room their mother's bed was in. The glass was a synthetic material which was thin but nearly impossible to penetrate by either biological agents or knife stabs, but usually not bullets. The material was so thin and easy to see through that, unless you touched it, and smudged it, it was difficult to tell that it was there at all. It ordinarily hung down flat like a curtain to allow some tactile contact across the loose material, but for cleaning and other reasons, with a small electrical current, the material could turn stiff and rigid like a pane of glass. The most obvious giveaway that there was anything between the visitor and the patient was the microphone and speaker system, which had to be used since the barrier obscured any transmission of sound through it. Marcus found out from Brackus when they spoke earlier that day that he had been there since this morning, and he was clearly very happy to see his brother. After getting up to greet him with a big hug, the two sat down morosely. His mother was apparently asleep, but Brackus nonetheless reached over and switched off the microphone, so that if she woke up or was only half asleep, she wouldn't be able to hear them talk. "They've got her in this clean room. They don't really know what else to do. They don't have any treatment options. They just said that in cases like these, the longer you can avoid any kind of infection or anything, her immune system is it's just gone. Completely? I hadn't thought she'd taken quite that much." "Well, not gone," Brackus conceded, "but seriously damaged and not getting any better." He gritted his teeth while delivering the news. "Oh, this is terrible, Marcus," he continued. "It wasn't enough to kill her in a matter of hours or days, and it wasn't little enough to just add to her cumulative lifetime exposure. It critically damaged her, and now she's condemned to a slow and painful death." The normally impeccably composed man was near tears. "How long?" Marcus asked his brother. "Well," he said, attempting to compose himself, "they say that if she stays in one of these isolation rooms and they do everything they can with medication and stem cell infusions, she might last 2 or 3 months. On the other hand, she could come home tomorrow and be dead in a week or 2 from what would in normal circumstances otherwise just be a common and minor infecting agent." "What do we do?" Marcus asked, unsure of what else to ask and becoming somewhat self-conscious of his lack of emotional response in contrast with his brother. "Well, we let her pick. So far, she's okay with being here. But in the end, she may choose
Brackus looked down in a half-hearted attempt to hide his choking up at the thought. She may choose to go home for the end. The two sat in silence for a few moments. Look, Marcus, Brackus began. I know I may have come off, well, I know how I probably came off the other day. I want you to know that I support you. I don't want you to go. Now, more than ever, I don't want you to leave Mom in this condition. But the truth is, I just don't want you to go at all. And this is just one more huge reason. I'm just really, really going to miss you. Especially now, he said, tearing up again and looking at their mother and away from his brother. I want you to stay, he continued. Now more than ever, but I've always respected your choice to go. And I still do. Especially since you came back, he sighed heavily. Thank you for coming back to say goodbye. It means a lot. To me and to her, he said, still looking at their mother. Thank you for making that happen. Marcus got up and stood behind his brother, putting his hands on his shoulders while he sat and looked at their mother. Thank you, Brackus. Are you two talking about me? Don't mute the thing, his mother uttered groggily as she woke up, and then, as she realized the significance of seeing Marcus there, she excitedly exclaimed, Marcus! Hello, Mom, he said with a half-hearted smile. He didn't know what else to say at this point. It's good to see you. I take it Brackus told you everything? Marcus nodded. That's right, he answered. What would you do, Marcus? Would you slug it out here for every last possible second? Or at some point would you just want to go home for a shorter, more comfortable end? I guess I'd want to go home at some point, but not until I was really ready. I agree, she replied. The three were silent for several moments. It was an awkward silence. Brackus, his mother finally said, could you please give us a few minutes? Sure, Mom, he said. I'm going to go get a drink. He turned down the hall and walked out of the isolation ward. Thank you for coming back, Marcus. Of course, he replied. I'm glad there was time. I really wish you would stay. Brackus will need your help at the company now more than ever, and, well, I know it's selfish, but I'd hate to not be able to see you ever again in the short time I have left now. Mom, he sighed. He was prepared to address those points, but he could tell that she wasn't done, so he instead just let her continue. It's not just that, though. It took some effort, and she seemed to wince a bit in response to some pain in the process, but she sat herself up. Earth. The solar system. This is your home, son. When you launch off in that ship, you'll be gone, never to come back, just disappeared from our story here on Earth. I really hoped that eventually I'd get to see you fall in love and have some of your own children. Well, now I wouldn't get to see that even if you stayed, though, she remarked. Somehow you just disappearing into the ether feels worse than you just not having a family here. You won't be part of Earth's story at all anymore. Marcus sighed as he collected his thoughts. I will tell you this, Mom. There's something about that ship that makes me want a family up there more than I ever have down here. There's something about that mission that really speaks to me now. To something deep inside me, he reassured her. More than that, though. I won't go missing from the story of Earth, Mom. I'll be writing a new branch of it. I'll be at the beginning of something amazing. I think that where I'm going, there will be a new story, a new part of a larger narrative that includes the Earth. He paused to consider the role he would serve on the ship. I'll be an ancestor, he reflected. Part of the beginning of something, instead of part of an ending. He wasn't quite sure why he'd added that last part or what he'd meant by it, but for some reason it resonated deeply within him. In the end, his mother's normally boisterous voice grew quiet, and Marcus found himself having to turn up the volume control on the panel in front of him. In the end, the choice is, of course, yours. Thank you for coming back again. I'll respect whatever choice you ultimately make, but Marcus, I want you to promise me something. Go ahead, Marcus answered, committing to nothing. I want you to seriously reconsider if going on this mission is what you really want. If you don't really want to strike out on a new venture here, maybe find yourself a wife and start a family which can be close with Brachus's. I want you to be absolutely certain that forever closing the door on all of that is what you really want to do. In the end, if you decide that it is, I will support you. Thank you, Marcus replied softly. I promise I will. Chapter 30. In the waiting room beyond the security door, Marcus found Brachus and Amber sitting in waiting room chairs and talking. When they saw him, they both stood up to greet him. How are you? They both managed to say at exactly the same time, then both nervously laughing a little at having done so. Marcus thought about it earnestly and then answered, I'm okay. I think we're okay, he said, glancing over his back. Well, I'm going back in there, Brachus announced. Amber, good to see you again, and Marcus, I'll see you later on tonight. At that, he nodded over to the same person behind the counter, who promptly unlocked the security door for him. Once he was through and the door closed behind him, Amber and Marcus stood together quietly for a few moments. Things felt awkward, but Marcus wasn't sure why. It might have just been that they'd already done the last hugs and goodbye for everything, yet here they were. Want to get lunch? Amber finally asked. Marcus found that, yes, he was indeed hungry after having had only a light breakfast, so the two of them went to the hospital complex's nearby food court. Following Marcus's wrist scroll, they made their way to the large circular food court on the 4th floor. A good third of it was a simple and relatively inexpensive cafeteria, with a ring of commercial fast food restaurants encircling it. Some of the storefronts were entrances to full-service restaurants hidden away behind the restaurants facing the cafeteria in the middle. Marcus and Amber got some pizza and drinks from one of the vendors at the food court and found themselves a booth to sit down at. Marcus paused to smell the relatively fresh pizza and savor the strong scent of the pepperoni. He adored pizza. Around them there was a constant dull murmur, which was irritating at first, but their ears soon adjusted to it. "Did you have a good visit with your mom?" Amber asked. "Yes," Marcus answered listlessly. "Well, as good as could be expected. I mean, she asked me to do a serious reconsidering of my decision to go on the mission. To go over it all again and make absolutely certain that I don't want to stay here and start a family or something, I guess." "Oh," Amber responded a little sharply. "And what did you tell her?" "I told her that I would, and I intend to. Although I don't see what could change my mind or what might, tip the balance for me. In the beginning, when I was first selected, I was full of doubts. I really don't think I wanted to go at all at that point. But since then, especially since seeing the ship and standing on it, I just know that that's what I really want. If you really are serious about reconsidering, even if just to be sure, then maybe there's something you should know." Amber uttered a little sheepishly and while looking down. "What's that?" he asked, eyeing her suspiciously. "Well, it's just," she pleaded. "I didn't expect that you'd have any reason to know until after you were well on your way. You have to know that, and you have to believe that," she insisted as she reached over the table to put her hand on his. "What? What is it?" Marcus asked, increasingly concerned. "Well, a couple of weeks ago, I took a sample of your cells to a fertility clinic, and I had them turn those cells back into stem cells and then into sperm cells. Then I fertilized one of my eggs with them, and, well, voila!" she exclaimed shakily with comically feigned excitement, gesturing towards her midsection. "You..." Marcus was aghast. "You what? How could you do that?" he blurted out involuntarily. What a violation!" "Marcus, dearest, you have to understand. I know it sounds crazy and horrible. I know what a violation it must feel like, but, well, I was very hurt when I realized that you were really going, and I wanted to keep a piece of you with me. I was never going to ask you for anything. I knew you were going away forever. I wasn't even sure I was ever going to tell you at all, but definitely not until after you launched," she admitted. "Amber, this is..." Marcus was shaking with emotions which felt very powerful, and many of them seemed to sharply contradict each other. Under different circumstances he might have been impressed by her newfound resolve and deceptiveness, but not today. Not with this. I only tell you now because of what you told me your mother said, because of what she asked you to do. I never expected anything of you, Marcus, but I do love you, and I would adore the chance to start a family with you. I must admit that I've always secretly wanted this for us, whatever I may have said to the contrary in the past." She was looking down. She was ashamed of herself. "But it's important for you to know that," she continued, "that if you really want to reconsider it, the situation is just... just waiting for you if you want to have it with me. Or not. You don't owe me anything. I just thought you should know you had the option available to you. So now you know. Marcus was stunned. He had no idea what to say. What could he say? He was angry at being so violated, and in so proprietary a way. The intersection of deception and genetics was where he lived, not her. Or so he narcissistically imagined. He thought he was happy that he would be a father. But if he was, it was despite himself. He hated her for doing this, but at the same time, he found the idea of playing family with her for the next 30 or 40 years to be appealing in its own twisted kind of way. Sure, he might hate her today, but he knew from years of experience that hate between them today would be strong dislike by next week or next month, and merely disdain by the same time again after that. He was a bioengineer himself. He couldn't help wondering what had been done to the genome in the lab. Damn it, he thought. If I'm going to have an engineered child, it should have been me engineering it, he silently exclaimed. Genetics research and prenatal gene therapies had cured most heritable defects, and had even made modern humans more robust and injury-resistant. But impacts of these research areas and subsequent modifications had far wider implications which were yet to be realized or understood. Now parents essentially had the capability, and by custom the right as well, to genetically select and design their babies. Everybody for the most part does a basic health screening, but many opt to personally select every single characteristic they possibly can, from physical appearance to mental strengths to sexual orientation. I have to go, is all he could say, and go was all he could do. Chapter 31. After his encounter with Amber, Marcus was in a daze, and he took a road pod aimlessly around the city, with no particular direction in mind. Something within him compelled him to seek out a simple and uncomplicated pleasure. He had the road pod take him to see Molly, his favorite simulant prostitute. He used to invite Hugh to come along and visit one of her associates, but he'd stopped asking long ago. When Hugh refused, Marcus didn't really understand and only blinked in response. Eventually, he just stopped asking. For whatever reason, it was just something Hugh had never been interested in. Human prostitution was legal, but it was ever rarer these days. The proliferation of sex sims of all kinds had effectively saturated the market, but human prostitution had dried up even more due to the relative absence of desperation in the new Commonwealth. It was simply not possible anymore for one to have to prostitute themselves for lack of other options as a matter of survival. The baseline ensured that it was effectively impossible for someone to have to sell their body to eat for another day, or to have shelter for the night, or to get their next fix. Human prostitution still occurred, but the relative scarcity of humans willing to do so meant that those who were willing could command extraordinary prices from those solicitors who, for one reason or another, preferred them over simulants. Those who did engage human prostitutes swore they could tell the difference, but simulations were so perfect this was not really possible, and blind experiments confirmed this. The only difference was the psychological gratification of knowing that they were purchasing a real person. Ironically, there had even been some cases of the more crafty sex sims marketing themselves as humans and operating this way for years before being caught. None of their clients ever seemed to notice before they were caught. Reasons for humans to engage in prostitution nowadays varied as much as the reasons for solicitation itself did. Most commonly, it was the appeal of the incredible prices they could command and the lavish lifestyle it could afford them, a lifestyle well above and beyond what they could have just collecting the baseline or with any entry-level job supplementing it. Fewer still did it just because they enjoyed it,
or were drawn to some aspect of the power dynamic of being dominated or of dominating their clients. As in all things, the reason for the behavior was as diverse as those who engaged in the behavior themselves. Whatever the reasons, though, between the baseline, the ready availability of high-quality sex sims, and perhaps most importantly, the absence of a shroud of criminality around it, the exploitative prostitution of the past had disappeared entirely. "Hello, Marcus," she smiled warmly. "It's been too long. How are you?" she asked. She had her thick dark blonde hair in broad loose curls. Her lightly bronzed skin and somewhat large shapely breasts were clearly visible through her sheer pink negligee with white frills about the edges of it. The color of the white frill matched the white panties she was wearing, just as the pink of her lipstick matched the color of her negligee. She wasn't quite as tall as Marcus, and when they stood beside each other, she was clearly at least a couple decimeters shorter than him. "I'm good," he answered reflexively before confessing the truth. "Actually, I'm not good. Actually, I'm quite devastated and incredibly conflicted." "Oh, no. I'm sorry to hear that," she replied sympathetically. She looked at him with her sincere hazel eyes opened even wider than they normally were. "Do you want to talk about it?" It was a perfectly reasonable question, but one she'd never had to ask before. He'd never had much interest in having conversations of any depth or consequence with her. It was usually just some exchanged pleasantries, and then he'd want to get right down to business. Either activity was fine for her, though. Many came to her as much for someone to talk to in complete confidentiality as they did to partake in her body. Molly was an authorized sex sim of a woman who was older than Marcus, but decades ago had been a phenomenally popular music star. When Marcus was 12 or 13 or so, and just beginning to discover his nascent sexuality, the woman whom Molly was based on had burst onto the pop culture scene in her late teens. This model was based on the original Molly when she'd been about 18 and was just hitting the heights of her popularity. She'd been Marcus's first infatuation, an infatuation he found eminently safer than any interest in any of the real girls around him. Her celebrity made her something of a fictional character to him, something safer to be captivated by than anyone real. As a fictional character, she could never reject him. A couple decades later, when the original Molly's music career was clearly in its twilight, she'd authorized the creation of a dozen sexual simulations of herself, and this contract with the manufacturer was more than enough to keep her in a lavish lifestyle until the end of her days. Each sim of any kind was a carefully crafted work of art, brought into existence by craftsmen with an artistic talent and attention to detail which was truly unparalleled. Sex sims were one of the first applications of high-quality simulants once the technology was perfected. In fact, the demand for such beings was one of the principal drivers for the development of the technology in the first place. Sex sims were undoubtedly the most common purpose of any unlawful simulations, but Molly was commissioned legally and with the full input and support of her original progenitor. Not only were the simulations physically identical to her younger self, but her personality, or at least her public persona, was an incredible match because of her progenitor's direct involvement and participation in the simulation process. Most celebrities found it unseemly to be involved in something like this, but some did choose to nonetheless. Some chose to out of vanity, others on account of the ease of the money, but some genuinely liked the idea of their fans being able to partake in their eternally youthful body without them having to physically participate themselves. They saw it as an unusual yet profound way to give back to their fans. The original Molly had been quoted as saying that she'd prefer that her fans from that part of her life remember her the way she'd been back then. For her it was a way of partitioning the life and person she'd been in her youth, and the life and person she was now, later in her life. As many people and celebrities as there may have been who liked the idea, though, even more found the idea somehow trashy. Sick, even. One of the mixed blessings of simulants, though, is that their minds subtly changed over time. It was found that they could only be truly convincing if they had this capacity. Any attempts to rob them of it always left them vacant somehow. As a result, from the moment of their creation, simulants of any kind began to gradually and subtly drift away from their original programming, and the original faithful recreation of their progenitor's personality. As a result, there was often a slow attrition of sex sims. Of the dozen models which were created of Molly, for example, around the world only 10 remained in service as sex sims. The other 2 had quit to pursue their own interests and their own lives. Since they were deemed to have the same intrinsic rights as humans, as fully self-conscious beings, nothing could be done other than allowing them to go and wishing them well. As long as they did perform the function they were created for, though, they paid a percentage commission of their sales to the simulant company which manufactured them. It usually didn't take more than a few years of operation for a run of a dozen simulants like Molly to recoup to the company the considerable costs of their creation. It was pimping of a sort, but the sex sims were created expressly for that purpose, and were programmed with a sincere desire to fulfill that purpose. And if they developed the capacity to wish for a life beyond it, they were promptly released and wished well on their journeys. It also had to be acknowledged that they would not have existed at all if they had not been created expressly for the purpose they were. Once high-quality sex sims were perfected, it wasn't long before child sex sims were produced as part of a research program to develop a comprehensive strategy for treating otherwise intractable pedophilia. They were found to be effective in many cases, ranging from simple curiosity to a tragically exclusive, unacceptable sexual orientation, and as a result there were currently in circulation quite a few child equivalents of Molly in a variety of apparent ages. In these cases, those who were cursed with a sexual attraction to children finally had a means of engaging in what was for them a natural feeling behavior, but without victimizing anyone, as had previously been a horrific requisite consequence of doing so. It was this inescapable reality which had previously forced the ones who wished to and were able to deny themselves the object of their sexual desires for their entire lives. In seemingly as many cases, however, the treatment was remarkably ineffective. Like those who preferred human adult prostitutes because it was the exploitation in particular which excited them, there were those who were not only attracted to children, but who specifically enjoyed the element of victimization. For these people, the sex sims were an ineffective surrogate, because for them it was about sexual attraction to abuse itself, to power, domination, and control. Knowing that their victims were not real children, in conjunction with the absence of being able to inflict upon them genuine pain, abuse, humiliation, or horror, ultimately made them an ineffective substitute. Researchers had toyed with the idea of creating adult and child sex sims who could simulate and display these negative feelings and experiences, but such a being would actually have to feel and experience these things in order to adequately simulate them. No one had ever had the heart to actually create such a tortured being for so explicitly terrible an existence. The simulation of a child for any reason was actually quite rare in any case. When it did happen, they were usually created by parents who had lost their child and wanted to bring their sons or daughters back from the dead. Much of the joy in having children originates in watching them grow and mature, but these were functions no mechanoids could ever duplicate. They would inevitably deviate gradually from their original programming, but at a glacial pace compared to the exponential rate at which real human children developed. Marcus told Molly everything. He could tell that she was taken aback by his exposing himself to her in this way. He had never spoken to her about much of anything at all, much less at length about something like the crisis he was currently facing. He told her all about the mission, his initial dubiousness and subsequent affirmation of it, his mother's accident, and now Amber's pregnancy. "Wow," she said. "I never knew any of this about you, Marcus. We've never really, talked before." She seemed genuinely pleased at his newfound comfort and willingness to open up to her. "It sounds like an incredible opportunity," she commented when he didn't offer any more information. "I know," Marcus said. "So many people wanted a spot on that ship. But it was me who won a spot. Somebody who never even really wanted it in the first place. It's crazy." "No," she answered with a slight giggle as she looked down for a moment. "I mean Amber. The pregnancy." "Oh," Marcus answered, surprised. "Really? How do you figure?" "I'm a sim, Marcus. I can't have children." "Oh, right," Marcus responded, a little embarrassed. "To be honest, I'm kind of jealous. Here you have offered to you on a silver platter something I could never have even if I really wanted it. You see, if I'm careful, my lifespan is effectively, limitless. But family, having one or starting one, well, that's one thing I can never do. Something forbidden from me forever. I may be ageless in my own way, but in this way I'm oh so painfully mortal. Reproduction is, well, it's what really separates your kind from mine, not the technology or the material we're made of." "You're right. I never thought about it that way before," Marcus reflected. "Does that really bother you? Do you think about it a lot?" he asked. She shook her head and the curls of her hair bobbed about in concert. "What's to be bothered about?" she said with a somewhat feigned smile. "It's just the nature of my existence." He detected a hint of sadness in her eyes now, something he'd never seen before. He wondered if he'd just never looked that hard before, if he'd just never thought of her as a person enough to really notice her feeling anything at all. "I'm sorry," Marcus found himself compelled to say for a reason he could neither identify nor understand. With her eyes just a hint wetter than they'd been before, she looked at him wide-eyed again with a charming smile. "It's all right," she responded reassuringly. "I imagine it's better than not existing in any form at all. I suppose we've all got our existential limitations," Marcus remembered someone saying. "Damn right," Molly agreed. "Marcus, can I give you some advice?" "I can use all the advice I can get," he answered somewhat ironically. "Don't let anyone else make this decision for you. It sounds like this may be the first truly consequential lose-lose decision you've ever had to make in your life. I think you'll be robbed of something if you don't really look inside yourself and decide what path you really want for yourself, based on knowing yourself in a way no one else can know you. The way I see it, you win either way. You only lose if you make the choice you don't really believe in. If if you make the choice you won't be able to live with. She shrugged, whichever that is. You're a smart woman, Molly, Marcus declared thoughtfully. I have my moments, she replied with a sexy smile, her spirits now fully restored. Marcus discovered he had a newfound affection for this woman, the sex-im whom he'd used so many times for his own gratification, with no regard for her thoughts or feelings or desires. In the same moment, he realized he had a painfully similar relationship with Amber. He tolerated a little more from her, and in exchange he got a little more out of their relationship. With Molly it was some money for some sex. With Amber it was some attention for some affection. Did he ever really care about her? Was it ever anything more than infatuation and the comfort of habit? Now he was beginning to wonder. You sure I can't interest you in some sex, Marcus? She said as she batted her eyes coyly and pushed her breasts together. I mean, you're already here. She gave him the sexy eyes and playfully tried to entice him. There's a part of me that really wants to, Molly, Marcus offered sincerely. The part that's kept me coming back all these years. But I think I finally understand why my friend Hugh was never interested in any of this. It's shallow. Don't get me wrong. I think you're great, and this has nothing to do with whether you're human or a sim. It's just you don't love me, she said with a shrug. And for some reason that matters to you now. Something's changed. Now you know what it means to really care about something. Exactly. I'm sorry. Hey, don't be sorry about that. Never. Caring is always a good thing. Believe me. A couple years after the launch of the New Horizon generational starship, the number of active Molly sex sims would be reduced to only 9. This third one to lead the profession she was crafted for would wander the earth for years, pursuing all of the experiences she could be granted given the nature of her existence. One day she would find her way up to the Orbital 1 space station and wander into the Space Outback bar and casino, where she would meet an Australian simulant working behind the bar. Over time they would fall deeply in love. Eventually they would together become the first simulants in history to commission the creation of their very own human baby, and they would name it Marcus. Under their watchful and loving eyes, the baby would grow up into a happy adult, who would later grant them the joy of their first grandchild, and later on their first great-grandchild, and then their first great-great-grandchild, and so on, for centuries. Chapter 32. Soon after leaving Molly's place, Marcus found himself back at Hugh's. Lavinia was still there, and they were both clearly, if reservedly, eager to hear how it had gone for him. Well, Hugh winced. How did it go? Marcus hesitated for only half a moment, and then told Hugh and Lavinia everything that had happened with his mother and her strange request, as well as Amber's bombshell about making herself pregnant using a sample of Marcus's skin cells. He didn't see any point to mentioning his visit with Molly. Hugh was touched and torn when hearing about his mother, and then absolutely mortified and befuddled over the news about Amber. What does this mean to you? He asked, seeming to restrain a rather strong emotional response. Well, Marcus answered, it's tempting in its own way. What? Hugh appeared as though he were about to choke. You could actually consider staying for that? With her? I mean, I can understand if you felt some sort of obligation to the child,
But I'd still tell you you're fucking wrong. I'd argue with you, but at least I'd understand. But for you to actually be considering staying here to be with her? This I can't understand at all. Hugh collapsed onto the couch behind him. He appeared exhausted, visibly depleted from his intoxication last night. In the state he was in, this seemed to be just too much for him to handle with his usual grace. I know. You've never understood us, though. I see no reason why you would start now. If you allow yourself to be taken in by this ultimate manipulation, well, that is a choice that you make. Lavinia was quiet. She looked very much alert and had listened intently so far, but had yet to say anything. No, Marcus answered. I don't think she's trying to manipulate me this time, Hugh. She was very clear, very emphatic about it, really. That she only did it when she thought she'd never see me again, and that she wasn't sure she would ever tell me about it at all. I really don't think that she made herself pregnant as a manipulation technique. Though, telling me now certainly may be. But I really do believe her that she just thought it was information that I ought to know if I was to do a serious reconsidering of my decision to launch. I'll never understand you two, Marcus. I know. There was silence for several moments. Do you want to stay? Hugh finally asked. I don't know. You could help Brackus adjust to keeping the company running without your mother. You could live with Amber. Fuck, you could even raise your child with her. And hey, you and I could even still go to Alberta every summer. Hugh. Marcus didn't think he needed this right now. But maybe he did. Maybe it's precisely why he'd come back here. Maybe that's why Hugh was his best friend. And then in 20 years, Hugh continued, you'll be 74. Probably sick of Amber by then, and bitter about having missed your one big chance in life to be part of something truly special and larger than yourself. And you'll have a kid. You! A kid you never wanted. A kid who will be around whether you stay or go. Ask that guy what you should do now, today. Hugh had more in him, but he let it go at that. Thanks, Hugh. I probably needed to hear that, Marcus admitted. There were again several moments of silence in the room, with Marcus lost in thought, and Hugh left to wonder what those thoughts might be. If only you could go instead of me, Marcus offered brightly. Yeah, right, Hugh retorted. And have you blame me the rest of your miserable terrestrial existence for taking your place? I think not. The two chuckled a bit, but it was half-hearted. Lavinia didn't laugh at all. I'm going to go, Marcus stated. I told Brackus I'd have dinner with him and his family tonight. We're all going to go visit my mother again tomorrow morning, and, well, for me, I guess it'll be my last chance if we're catching that 3 p.m. orb up. Before you go, Marcus, Lavinia finally said, can I have a word with you alone, please? Of course. The two made their way out of Hugh's apartment and up to the roof of his building. Up here there was the community garden for the residents of the high-rise, and a remarkable view of the city. The sky was bright blue with sparse clouds, which clashed uncomfortably with Marcus's internal emotional state. Where do new species come from, Marcus? The old woman asked as they slowly walked the path around the perimeter of the roof. Well, Marcus considered, it happens when one part of a species' population is somehow permanently separated from the rest, resulting in 2 independent breeding populations. After being separated, their different environments promote a divergence in their genetic adaptations to the point that they can no longer successfully interbreed and produce reproductively healthy offspring.
Right. And is this the only phenomenon which follows this pattern?
That was a really good question, which he had to chew over for a few moments. Well, he thought, I suppose you could say the same thing about culture, but it's not really the same thing.
Isn't it?
Lavinia pressed. What are you talking about? Cultural speciation? He looked out towards the horizon in the direction of Vancouver Island. A thick cloud passed in front of the sun, leaving everything in shadow. Do you mean like when a culture differentiates from a parent culture? Like the way the culture of the United States diverged from the culture of Great Britain? Lavinia shook her head.
Yes, of course, but that is too obvious and too literal an example. Besides, those two cultures are really just variations on a theme. No real difference between the two.
Marcus frowned. Well, Western and Far Eastern civilizations were incredibly different from each other. All of the early civilizations were founded on their own unique principles of culture. They were about as alien as civilizations could be to one another amongst the same species on the same planet. With globalization, though, they're all essentially homogenized now.
You're quite right.
Lavinia agreed.
They were civilizations entirely separated from each other, and they developed into rather different ones right from the beginning. But what about a more dramatic break and shift? Can you identify an equivalent schism which took place over only a few generations?
The Protestant Reformation? He asked, once again and forever her student.
Closer, yes. Closer. Revolutions in thought are what changed the world, Marcus. How many wars have been fought over encouraging or inhibiting an evolution in thought? Many, child. Too many. Perhaps even all the wars since the beginning of time. But that one point in history, the Protestant Revolution, that was when, in the Western sphere, it became acceptable to think independently about one's faith and to criticize the authorities' interpretation of Scripture and dogma. The Revolution inspired more and more people to study and to figure out things for themselves. For the first time in countless generations of Western civilization, there was a group of people who didn't want to simply receive knowledge passively, without any vigorous challenge and engagement with it. With this evolution in thought,
Lavinia continued,
the modern sciences were born in what we call the Enlightenment, and all the other wonders of the modern age.
She put a cigarette to her mouth and lit it, taking a long and deep draw off of it. Holding it in her lungs, she eventually blew it out evenly and slowly with obvious satisfaction. He found it amazing that she could still do that without erupting into hacking and coughing fits. But it's never been able to, well, culturate, I guess would be the word, Marcus offered. That part of humanity has never had the chance to really partition itself from the parts of humanity which hold it back.
Precisely. That is, of course, until this mission which you claim to care so much about.
The cloud which had obscured the sun passed on, and the sun once again brightly lit everything up. Lavinia stopped and took a seat on one of the benches lining the path.
Marcus, here on Earth, the weak will always plague the likes of you. All of you up there on that ship. Here on Earth, they will drag you down because they are jealous of you. But up there, on that ship. She looked up into the sky. Only the exceptional are going. You will urge each other on to further and further greatness, and I think that's very special. You have to wonder, Marcus commented, if the same balance of weak and exceptional will only reemerge after a few generations. That'll be a problem they run into. There is no question that they will, Lavinia stated. Marcus continued to look at her for a few moments, and then turned his gaze back to the view of the city. They plague us, he repeated. The way she had said it had disturbed him for some reason, but he could find no fault in the appropriateness of her phrasing. Lavinia stood up tall and straight, as much as she could, that is, at only 162 centimeters tall. She clasped her hands behind her back and stretched out, arching her back. She then walked over to the edge of the building and leaned over to look down at the street below. It's not their fault, you know, Marcus. They don't deserve any blame. It's simply who and what they are. They're no more responsible for that than you are for being the way you are. She turned to face Marcus again. They are what we used to be, child. But we are something new. And for us to thrive, we must, or at least some of us must, well, launch. You must leave this world, Marcus. You have a sacred duty to honor both what you come from as well as what you have become. You are in a classic double bind. The same double bind which has always existed in the heart of humanity. She poked him in the chest. And in the heart of every man. To leave dishonors your bloodkin and offends your community. But to stay dishonors yourself and forbids you from ever finding the community in which you truly belong. What is more important, that from which you come from, or that of which you are? I have to dishonor either my family or my community. Does what Amber told you really change anything, Marcus? Is leaving a child you neither created nor asked for before its life has even begun really any worse than leaving your nieces and nephews while they're growing up? Isn't that in some ways even worse? They will have to suffer actually losing you. That abomination Amber created will not. I'm worried about you, Marcus. I know what you're like. I know that news got to you. Please don't let it. I really did love being on that ship, Lavinia. It was like a whole ship of people. Well, people like you and Hugh. Of course! It's a ship full of people like us. But you absolutely cannot forget that we are the uncommon ones, Marcus. We are the anomalies here on Earth, child, not them. Don't you dare ever forget that. Lavinia pulled a fresh cigarette out of her case and lit it with the still-lit butt of her previous cigarette. She then tossed the lit butt off of the roof and down to the street below, much to Marcus's horror. Up on that ship of yours, everyone there is like us, and they are collectively going to be the parents of a whole new civilization, Marcus. And you have been asked to play a central role in that great epic. You are to be father to a whole new branch of humanity, to build a new way for human beings to exist, with an infant human civilization starting from the best possible ingredients. That is more important than than legitimizing what Amber has done to you.
At that, Lavinia simply hugged Marcus tightly, something which was quite uncharacteristic for either of them, but which seemed unavoidably necessary in this particular moment, and he hugged her back. She pulled away, and they faced each other. Lavinia put her hands on his shoulders and looked up, straight into his eyes.
Whether or not they are able to see it for themselves with their narrow perspectives, Marcus, only one path available to you truly honors your community here on Earth.
She turned back and looked out over the city again.
You've come so far. I remember when you first walked into my class. You were as vacant as any of the rest of my students, and just as oblivious as they were to what I was really trying to teach them. But something changed in you when your father died. It was your first violent shock out of your complacency. It was your first spark of conscientiousness about the world around you. It was for you the equivalent of what Hugh experienced in losing his family the way he did. You came to me as the last man, the ultimate man, the very spirit of your age, a man no more imaginative than most of the rest of your pathetic generation. You seemed tired of life, seeking only your own peace and comfort, which would forever elude you. But that day you started fighting your way out of that box. You had painfully slow progress over the decades, and I was worried that I'd die before you broke free of the world as you understood it the way Hugh did. I was worried that you would be a slave forever, when you had the potential to be so much more. It killed me to know what potential you had, and to see you just killing time, just waiting to be dead.
Waiting to be dead, Marcus repeated reflexively.
Something's changed in you now, though. I can feel it. You've taken a great leap towards becoming something more than just human, more than just a man. Being on that ship has changed you. I can feel it. The power you are only beginning to learn how to harness scares me a little. And it's wonderful. Humanity is something meant to be overcome, Marcus. Earth is something meant to be left behind. Do you understand?
I think so.
You have the opportunity to play father to a whole new civilization. And you must seize it. If you don't, well...
She sighed heavily.
Well, then I'm glad I won't be around much longer to see everything I love about you, and all the potential I see in you, slowly atrophy, wither away, and die.
Chapter 33. Marcus spent hours in the road pod sometime later, absently directing it around to different places of emotional significance to him. Places he'd gone to school, places he'd worked, places he'd been with his family. He was touring the things he'd never see again if he left. Finally, he directed the pod into the docking area of the lobby in the building where his brother lived. Like Hugh, they also lived here in the city.
Uncle Marcus?
Dow's face was pressed up against the window, looking into the pod and cupping his hands over his eyes to see inside better.
Dow, good to see you. How are you? Marcus exclaimed. He loved seeing his nieces and nephews. Dad told me that I could come down and wait for you after you called and said you were on your way. You'd better hurry up, though. Dinner was almost ready when I came down here to wait. The boy stated with the exaggerated sense of significance characteristic of a 10-year-old. Also consummate with his age was the metabolism of a hummingbird, so he was no doubt half-starved already. Lead the way, Dow. He grabbed his travel bag, scanned for any other items he was about to leave in the very public road pod, then opened the door, climbed out, and allowed himself to be led to the lift doors by his nephew. The boy was still quite short since he had yet to go through his major adolescent growth spurts. His short and messy black hair matched his light brown skin, and he was also just slightly on the chubby side. This left him with round cheeks, which combined with wide and light brown eyes to perpetually leave him looking excited. As they walked, the boy asked, "Dad said you're going on a long trip?" "Yeah, that's right, Dow. A very long trip." They got into the lift, and Dow ordered the correct floor with his brain chip. The door closed, and they began to ascend. "You're getting pretty good at that," Marcus exclaimed proudly. Dow had only received his brain chip a few months ago and was already displaying a high proficiency in its use. It was becoming more common to implant brain chips at a younger and younger age. While he'd received his at 13 years old, Dow here had received his at only 10. "Thanks," he muttered. His thoughts were clearly elsewhere. "Are you ever coming back?" he asked, looking up at him wide-eyed and expectantly. No, I'm not." The boy looked away, clearly disappointed, but at the same time not exactly devastated. "You gonna be okay with that?" "Will you laser me?" the boy asked expectantly. "Of course, as often as you laser me back, which you'd better do often." The boy's face brightened. "Okay then, all the time." The doors opened onto Brachus's family's suite, which occupied the entire 34th floor. They were a family of 5, after all. As they exited the lift, Brachus's wife Jane greeted them and offered to take Marcus's coat. "Thank you, Jane," he said as he handed his coat to her. Marcus leaned down to scratch the cheek of their black sim cat who had come to the door to greet him, and in response she pushed her cheek harder against his fingers and purred heavily. Animals, of course, were even easier to simulate than humans, and simulant pets didn't require feeding or cleaning up after, and as such had become quite popular. Not too far away there was even a simulant zoo which housed perfect simulations of present and extinct animals, with any number of odd conjunctions of body and mind. Most bizarre among them was the simulated Tyrannosaurus Rex named John, who had the intellect of an elderly professor, and with whom one could wax philosophical or engage in a friendly game of chess. After his sister-in-law hung his coat up in the closet, she hugged him and asked, "How are you holding up, Marcus? Are you going to be okay?" she asked as she pulled away from the hug. "Oh, Jane, you don't even know the half of it," he replied grimly. "What do you mean?" "Can you get Brachus so I can talk to you two in private for a minute?" Jane went off into the kitchen to tell Brachus to follow her, and instructed their oldest on how to continue in the final preparations for dinner. They assembled in Brachus and Jane's bedroom, where Marcus told them briefly about what Amber had admitted to him. Jane was stunned. "I didn't even realize you could do that," she uttered. She was a sweet woman, and Marcus liked her a lot. Since the first day Brachus had introduced her to him, he had immediately been satisfied with her as a partner for his beloved younger brother. Also fortunate for all concerned, she was in no way Marcus's type, and there had never been any jealousy or conflict between the two brothers over her. She and Brachus clearly belonged to each other, and he was very happy for both of them. "Oh," Marcus actually laughed. "Well, yes, it's very possible, believe me. Ironically enough, I actually helped develop the genome stabilization technology that makes it possible." "Marcus," Brachus said heavily after nervously looking at his wife. "I probably want you to stay more than anybody else, but, well, I don't want you to stay like this. Not for this reason. Look, Brachus, Jane, I just wanted you to know before we sat down to dinner, so you didn't have to guess at what's on my mind or think that what you already knew was all there was to know. I just didn't want you to be upset later that I didn't tell you earlier. Brackus was looking troubled. Brack, look, it seems to be hard for me to make anybody believe this, but I'm convinced that this is not a coercion technique on Amber's part. That certainly doesn't make what she did okay. But she did it at a point when she thought I was already gone for good, and that she'd never see me again. She only decided to tell me about it at all because Mom asked me to reconsider the launch, and she thought she owed me at least telling me that there was a ready-made family available. You know, so I could factor it in or whatever. I think you're naive, Brackus flatly stated. And you're probably right, Marcus sighed. After a moment he chuckled to himself, but Brackus and Jane didn't seem to be amused at all. So, are you reconsidering staying? Jane asked. She wasn't as emphatic as the others could be, but she considered him a part of the family and thus necessarily didn't like the idea of him disappearing forever. Marcus stood looking back and forth between them and their expectant expressions for a few moments before answering. There were always things about Earth and life on it that made me not want to leave. This was never a 100% decision. I'm very mindful of what I'll be leaving behind. My family and friends, my career, everything left to do and see and learn in the solar system. To never again be anywhere in the universe but inside the New Horizon for the rest of my life. And now this. I have to admit to you two that it's tempting, if only in a twisted kind of way. I think, though, that it's only a newfound, more general interest in having children that might have awoken in me. Maybe it was the ship, he reflected. They didn't understand. I guess what I'm saying is, I now think that maybe I might want to have a family. Well, I'm happy to hear that part at least, Brackus stated evenly. But not with Amber. Maybe one day on the ship, though. I've always hoped you'd come around to it someday. Not like this, though, Brackus admitted. I've never had any problem with Amber specifically, but this isn't the way to start a family. I want you to stay, but, well, like I said, not like this. Look, I'm honoring Mom's wish to seriously reconsider this decision, that's all. I must admit that this new information and her offer makes staying a much more appealing option. But I still don't think I'm ready to write off the New Horizon mission. Don't worry. Good, Jane stated with certainty, seemingly surprising herself a little. Then let's go back and have what is likely to be our last family dinner together, shall we? She suggested cheerfully. The three exited the bedroom and made their way back to the dining room and kitchen area of their large apartment, where Marcus sat down at the round table between Zorro and Sufi and across the table from his brother. There remained empty seats on either side of Brackus, where Jane and Dow would presumably sit. Behind the empty seats was a fish tank with a variety of simulated fish swimming slowly, randomly, and uncoordinatedly about, first one way, then turning around and moving back in the other direction. Instead of being battery-powered like the cat, the fish were instead simply powered by a small electrical current running through the water. So, Zorro, have you heard back from any universities yet? He asked while turning to his nephew, who had some distinctly Asian features he'd inherited from his mother. He was a skinny guy, with shoulder-length jet-black hair which often obscured his face, swishing about on either side of his sharp, angular nose. He was in his last year of high school and had just turned 18 years old. Just from UBC, they accepted me into their bioengineering program, but I'm still hoping to get into Beijing. Good boy. Certainly the right program, anyway. Marcus winked at him. But how is your Mandarin coming along? Pretty good. My tutor says that if I keep up the pace, I should be fully fluent in a couple years. It will come a lot faster and more naturally if I'm actually in China, though. Of course. I'm happy to hear that you're keeping up with all of that. You're going to keep up the good work, right? And pay attention to Asian philosophy, Zoro. I studied it myself in university, and I'm still friends with the prof who taught it. I just saw her again today, as a matter of fact. But as I'm sure you know, even a rudimentary understanding of the philosophies of a culture reveals a great deal about it. Zoro nodded in agreement. But wherever I get in, as you suggested, I plan to take a year off before starting post-secondary and give myself a chance to breathe. Good for you. I see first-year students who come right from secondary, and they all too often just burn out in the first year. Now that you're 18, your global baseline benefit is legally yours to do with as you please. I do suggest you take some time for yourself. Have some fun, learn about yourself, and then go in the next year refreshed and ready. You might even find you want to study something you'd never known you were interested in before. Well, could you tell my parents that? Zoro said in front of his father, because they're not too hot on the idea of me taking a year off. Marcus looked at Brachus and chuckled, then looked back at Zoro and said, Sure, I'll see what I can do. Marcus truly appreciated his brother and his talents, which were different from his own. He couldn't talk to his brother about existential philosophy, but that was only because it didn't interest him, not because he was incapable. A similar rift was shared between Zoro and his father, which might have something to do with the conflict over taking a year off of school. The reasons for it were so intangible. Brachus was great with the real world. He was good with his hands and good at organizing people to get complicated projects done on tight schedules, talents which Marcus himself was rather lacking in. Brachus was indeed good with the real world, but not so much with the world Marcus resided in. Neither envied the other in this respect, and they were both much more comfortable in their own respective domains. Marcus had long thought that he himself would never want a family, but he was happy for his brother that it had turned out so well for him. It also suited him very well to have the opportunity to be close to all of them, and to share the experience vicariously. Wondering as Marcus did about what made a person the way they were, led him to wonder about the differences between himself and his brother. In some ways they were unmistakably brothers. In the way they looked, their mannerisms, and their temperament sometimes. But in other ways, they were as different as two people could be from each other. Marcus was shy and introverted, a lifelong academic who generally preferred the company of ideas to the company of people. Brachus was the opposite, a go-getting extrovert who devoured challenges and was always the first to try to fix a problem in the most direct way. Marcus wondered how much of the difference was exclusively a reflection of how much he took after their mother, while Brachus took very much after their father. He wondered how much of the differences were a result of their radically different experience in the formative early years of their lives. As a result of his sister's death when he was very young, the emotional environment Marcus spent his first couple years in was one steeped in loss, suffering, and emotional distance, while Brachus was born only after his parents had largely grieved and moved on. Having sufficiently grieved before having Brachus, they then only cherished him that much more. The emotional environment of his first couple years was one of love, caring, and unyielding attention. Marcus couldn't help wondering if this was the true root of the differences between them. He found himself wishing there was a way to find out. Marcus was also convinced that if he tried to have children of his own, he would somehow contaminate them with the issues he carried with him. He was happy that his seemingly undamaged brother had chosen a seemingly undamaged wife, and that together they were raising 3 seemingly undamaged children. Although he was very happy for them that this was the case, he couldn't help wondering if they were all missing out on something with their absence of suffering, that there was some sort of character development or seasoning to their lives and personality that they were all missing somehow. As much as he loved them all, they were very much of the earth, and absent of that certain something he had fallen in love with during his short time on the New Horizon. So was Marcus at Zorro's age, though, so who knew what the future held for the children? "And how is Sufi?" Marcus asked as he turned to the little girl while she and her mother sat down at the table. "Are you getting into any trouble now that you're out of school?" But the girl didn't answer. In fact, she didn't even look up. Instead, she pushed herself away from the table, popped off her chair, and ran away from the table and into her room. Marcus shot a hurt look at Brackus and Jane. What was that about? "She's upset that you're leaving, Uncle Marcus," Dow answered for them. "She's too young to understand," Jane offered. There was a heavy silence around the table for several moments. "I'm going to go talk to her," Marcus offered heavily. He pushed himself away from the table, got up, and followed after her. Brackus called out after him, "Don't expect too much, Marcus, and try not to take it personally, all right?" "Sufi? May I come in?" She didn't answer. He slowly entered anyway.
Why are you leaving?
She asked as he approached, through the pillow she had buried her face in, her head completely obscured by a mess of her long black hair. He came over and sat on the bed beside her. At only 6 years old, it was easy for her to be overwhelmed by things that upset her, or that she couldn't understand. "I just have to, dear. I'm sorry. That's not true. Look, I want to, Sufi. It's an adventure for me. It's an opportunity I've always wanted." She didn't respond. He put his hand on her back. "We'll still be able to talk by lasercom, though." She leapt up and threw her arms around him, giving him a big hug.
It's not the same,
she exclaimed. "I know, Sufi. I know. I'm going to miss you so much, too. Believe me." He hugged her back even tighter, and then he remembered. "Oh, I have a present for you. Hold on." He left the room for a few moments and then came back with his bag. From it, he pulled out a scale model of the New Horizon, just about the size of a football. Clearly quite curious, she took it from him and looked it over in her hands. "What's that?" she asked. "That, my dear, is the New Horizon generational starship. You see, I'm going on an adventure, Sufi. I'm going to leave in a ship just like this one, only a whole lot bigger. We're going to go to a new planet that we think is like Earth, but around another star very far away. We want to go there and build a new home for ourselves. Do you understand?" "Why?" she asked, holding back tears more effectively now. He considered how to provide a more positive explanation than the brutally truthful reasons that immediately came to mind. How does one explain species survivability or existential malaise of a civilization to a 6-year-old? Well, part of it is just wanting to see if we can do it. Part of it is that it will be exciting to try. But most importantly, because we want to see just how incredible a thing we can accomplish if we really try. Does that make any sense to you?
I think so. But I'm still really sad. I still really want you to stay, she sniffed.
Oh, Sufi. I tell you, sweetheart, that just by itself is almost enough to make me stay right there. But I just can't. I hope you'll be able to understand that when you're older. You may not agree, but but I think you'll be able to understand.
The moment hung in the air. She was enjoying the attention, and he was acutely aware of the probable finality of this moment, of how there would never be another like it ever again. She would grow up and live a full life, and he would see none of it. The older she got, the longer it would take for messages to pass between them. All too soon it would take years. The dinner out there, visiting with Lavinia, the trips to Alberta with Hugh, and especially Zorro, Dow, and little Sophie here. He was to leave all of this behind? He was overwhelmed for a moment with a mixture of feelings. He was panicked at the thought of walking away from it all forever, but that panic was somehow combined with an excitement at the adventurism of it all, and mixed with the anticipation of walking entirely away from one social world and plunging into an altogether new and different one. It would be so easy to stay, and that was the problem, that it would be so easy to live with that choice, he thought. How about you and I go back out there and have a nice family dinner together before I have to go, all right? Aren't you hungry? She looked up and thought about it for a second, then enthusiastically exclaimed, "Okay!" as she bounded towards the door, still holding the New Horizon model. It would be a very long time before she'd ever let go of it again. Chapter 34. After dinner, Marcus left his brother's home, claiming that he simply needed to go for a walk. It was fully nighttime now, and it had started to rain. It was only a light rain at the moment, but it was the kind which seemed as though it would get heavier as the night went on and persist until morning. Everyone who grew up in the Pacific Northwest was something of an expert on rain. Given the weather, instead of going for a walk, Marcus got into one of the waiting road pods which were lined up around the interior of the building's ground floor. With a silent command once he'd gotten inside the nearest one, the vehicle exited its dock at the base of the tall apartment building and headed down the street. He had asked it to take him to a relatively quiet place on the waterfront and to just park there. It didn't take long for the vehicle to get to the waterfront and park facing the Burrard Inlet. It came to a complete stop in the dark, overlooking the water which was lighted a soft, deep blue by the lights of the city. Marcus sat in silence for some time, listening intently to the sounds of the night. The rain had eased off and he'd opened the windows, but only about a quarter of the way down. As his ears attuned to the quieter sounds around him and failed to find any, he instead heard a soft and familiar ringing in his ears as his auditory system picked up its own internal background noise. Eventually, though, as his ears filtered even this noise out, he began to hear some quiet and muffled sounds from the city around him, like the sounds of the water moving by, and whatever was moving in or on it. After about half an hour of being lost in silent thought and reflection, a ringing came through the speakers and screens of the road pod. The text on the screens revealed that it was Kirsten up on the New Horizon, and he took a moment to compose himself as best he could. He took a deep breath and steadied himself, and then thought his acceptance of the call to the vehicle's computer. "Hello, Marcus. How are you?" Kirsten asked after her face had appeared on all of the screens inside the pod. "It goes, Kirsten." "It goes? What's up?" "How's your mother?" she softly asked. "Still dying," Marcus replied belligerently and with obvious irritation. Kirsten looked down. I'm sorry," she offered, now clearly uncomfortable. No, Marcus answered, gradually getting over himself. "I'm sorry. I'm obviously in kind of a weird place right now." He looked up at the ceiling of the road pod for a moment and took a deep mental breath, trying again to compose himself and focus on the conversation at hand.
When he was ready, he looked back at Kirsten on the screens. Well, I just wanted to let you know that there's been a change in your travel plans. I've booked you on a regular commuter orb-up early tomorrow afternoon. There's a joint New Commonwealth and United Nations launch ceremony on Orbital 1, and all senior staff have been invited to attend. That includes you now. I know you're traveling with your friend, so I've reserved a pair of tickets for the both of you. Marcus was staring off into space and didn't answer. After a few moments, Kirsten asked, "Hello? Marcus? Are you receiving?" Kirsten, here on Earth, I've always been the kind of person who has only a small and select group of friends with whom I share deep and, well, sincere relationships. Okay, Kirsten uttered, not sure where he was going with this. I really don't know anyone at all on New Horizon yet, but He paused and bit his lip, then continued. I sense in you the possibility for such a friendship to occur. Voluntary vulnerability was very hard for Marcus. That moment when one has to put their hand out to another in friendship, and being totally unable to altogether avoid the risk of having it slapped away. To Marcus, it always felt more like putting his head in the guillotine than putting his hand out in friendship. I need someone to talk to. Someone removed from all of this who has nothing to do with any of it. Someone who can be objective. I'm incredibly vulnerable right now, though, Kirsten. And if you don't sense the same potential for friendship, well, then please tell me now so I don't ramble on and put us both in an even more awkward position, okay? Kirsten was obviously a little taken aback by the avalanche of intimacy being offered, and was no doubt more than just a little confused at this point. She nonetheless simply nodded her head and told him to go on. My mother is dying. She probably only has a month or two, depending on her treatment. My brother's family means so much to me. Not just my brother, but his kids. And how much I've enjoyed watching them grow up and being a meaningful part of their lives. I'll never see them again. Any of them. The thought of that breaks my heart. Hugh wants me to go more than anyone else does, but I'll still miss the fuck out of him as well. And now this. What? Kirsten asked. A longtime friend of mine told me earlier today that she's pregnant, and that I'm the father. I see, Kirsten said. She appeared uncomfortable for some reason, and at a loss for how to appropriately respond. Oh, there's more to it than that, believe me, he chortled. Actually, it's not what you think at all. I signed up for the voluntary sterilization program a long time ago. No, she took some of my skin cells to a lab. They turned them back into stem cells and then into sperm cells, which she fertilized herself with. Kirsten was speechless and clearly at a complete loss for words, so he continued. But it's still not what you think, he stated dryly. Until today, she wasn't sure she was ever going to tell me about it. Apparently, she only told me because I told her my mother asked me to sincerely reconsider my trip one last time, and she offered herself and
her situation as some sort of ready-made family, I guess. You know, if I was really going to do a serious reconsidering about staying behind. I know it sounds crazy, but it is crazy, Marcus. At least, it's fucking strange. The rain was picking up again, and he thought the windows fully closed. Anyway, he continued as though he hadn't heard her. Between that and spending time with my family today, I guess I just really am reconsidering. Like I told my mother I would. Look, Marcus, since we've decided that we're going to be, close friends and all, well, then I guess I ought to confide in you as well, Kirsten offered softly. My husband called me last night. He heard on the news that the big launch was only a few days away, and he wanted to talk to me again before it happened. It wasn't long before he was asking me to reconsider as well. After all, we only split up over my choice to join the New Horizon mission. He told me again that if I changed my mind and stayed behind, then we could get back together. That we could start a family. And then maybe we could move somewhere new and start all over. It appeared to Marcus from looking in her eyes that she was clearly somewhere else at this point. But she ultimately shook her focus and regarded him again. I told him I'd think about it, just to get him off of the line. She looked at Marcus, who was now looking away. It's so hard, isn't it? She continued. Being pulled so strongly in different directions like that. Marcus nodded in agreement. I think that to one degree or another, it is something that every member of the New Horizon crew is going through right now, she reflected. We're all in the final hours now, my friend. You know, Marcus, it may be that you and I are only seriously reconsidering because of the prospect of starting a family and having children. Isn't that a lot of the allure for you and your offer? I mean, isn't it more that element than the actual staying part? I think it is for me, anyways. But you and I... There was a pause after she cut herself off, and the free-floating idea of them as a pair hung in the silence. Should remember, she continued, and keep in mind that we're expected to start a family on the ship at some point once we're underway anyways. So that opportunity is, well, certainly available to you either way. To both of us. In either case. Marcus looked out the window. He wasn't focusing on what was beyond it, but on the water beating down on the outside of the window as he reflected on her words. There was a silence between them for only a few moments, but it felt like much, much longer. Do you want to stay, Marcus? Kirsten finally asked, looking off to the side of the screen as though she were afraid of the answer. Yes. More than I ever thought I would before I came back, he answered. But I can't, Kirsten. I just can't. Marcus snapped to a new focus and attention. He had apparently made up his mind. Once upon a time, Hugh said that he'd never be able to forgive me if I passed up the opportunity to go. He's since taken back the threat, but he took a moment to chuckle at the childishness of it in retrospect now. But now I think that in the end I would grow to resent absolutely everybody who contributed to my staying. And I don't think that I'd ever be able to forgive myself if I didn't take this extraordinary opportunity to be part of something so special. I think it's a very ancient choice that every human being has to make every day, Kirsten offered, about which of two motivations they're going to obey. The one that compels them forward and out towards the stars, or the other which compels them back into the safety of the jungle. We have to decide every day what kind of creature we're going to be, she stated with a certain degree of intensity and severity. It's a choice that every person has to make in life, and that humanity continually has to answer. The New Horizon is a physical manifestation of one answer to that question, Marcus. The choice between life and death, between growth and decay, between light and dark even, between fear and love. Marcus started tearing up. He understood precisely what she was talking about. It was that indescribable something he felt while aboard the New Horizon and meeting the people who inhabited it. It was the way he could feel around him a concentration of that enduring human spirit of inspiration and growth, woven into every aspect of life on that ship and its people. He had fallen in love with it completely once he had felt it, and fully appreciated how special it was. I want to launch, he stated softly but clearly. After a few moments of silence, Kirsten added, You know, Marcus, the New Horizon isn't just about exploration and everything. Look, I'm really sorry to hear about your mother and your problems with your family and your friend there. But that's your old family now. Marcus asked what she meant, and she managed to simultaneously look surprised and just a little hurt. Marcus, you're one of us now, and we take care of our own. You joined the New Horizon. You're not just crew or a passenger here, Marcus. You're family. I think you'll soon find a new appreciation of what that word can really mean. Marcus said that he understood her, and he felt that he really did. She verbally informed him of the specifics of his travel plans the next day, but also sent a data burst to his pan. The two then said goodnight, even though it was actually late in the morning to Kirsten. After the monitor went dark, the whole cabin of the pod fell into pitch blackness, while his eyes readjusted to the scarce light now available from the nighttime outside. Marcus found himself in complete darkness for the first time in a long time. He started rocking back and forth ever so slightly, shaking his head from side to side as he did, and gradually losing the war of containing his emotions within himself. He cried out into the bitter darkness, vocalizing all of the conflict and darkness within him. He violently erupted and burst out in screaming and roaring fits as he started punching at the inside of the pod, violently jerking himself back and forth against the back of his seat as his eyes filled with tears, breaking the dam of his eyelids and streaming down his cheeks. When his breath and strength finally gave out, so too did his roar, along with every single ounce of energy that he had left. He was mourning, suddenly and succinctly, everything he had been burdened with, and everything that he was leaving behind. If his mother's accident had been avoided, if Amber had not done what she had or had kept quiet about it, those relationships could have avoided all this. They could have simply continued by laser, painlessly growing more and more distant over time like some merciful kind of slow social euthanasia. But now he was more dramatically ripping himself away, having to face the immensity of all that he was losing all at once,
like a comically oversized weight falling on his head out of a clear blue sky. "It's not fair!" he screamed as he punched the ceiling of the pod as hard as he could to emphasize his agony. He then slumped, became quiet, and simply sobbed and shuddered to himself in the deafening silence of the night, until he eventually lost consciousness out of simple exhaustion. It was in that moment that he understood that there was no way to win. There was no right answer. He was beaten. He lost either way. All that was left was choice, and no external force was going to make the decision for him. Whatever he chose, he was going to have to let go of something important to him. There was no choice he was supposed to make, no default position. It was at once the most important choice of his life, and yet somehow it didn't even matter which choice he made. What mattered was that there was no way to avoid choosing. He came to understand finally that there could be no divine revelation of his correct path, because there was none. All his life he had been searching for something which could fulfill his deep hunger for meaning in life, as though there were some cosmic secret which he might discover, some codec which would make everything make sense, and finally make him happy and satisfied with life. Now he understood that this was impossible. He understood the absurdity of searching or hoping for it. He finally came to accept the fundamental, benign indifference of the universe. He woke up again about half an hour later and ordered the pod back to his brother's house where he spent the night. Chapter 35. The next morning, Marcus stepped out of the road pod at the front entrance of the Vancouver hospital complex where his mother was being treated. It was raining a modest morning shower, but he didn't hurry himself while making his way out of the vehicle and into the hospital. He was still rather emotionally drained from the night before. Amber was waiting for him in the central lobby inside the doors. He had told her to meet him there. "Marcus," she uttered as she approached, looking down the whole time and only furtively meeting his gaze. When she was within reach, Marcus put his hands on her shoulders, and then looked down for a few moments, collecting himself. He then held his head up and looked right at her, forcing her to look at him too by looking directly into her eyes. With his right hand he felt a bit of her hair and looked at it, trying to be as present in the moment as he possibly could. "I'm going," he declared with a confident certainty. He had chosen. "If you really are okay with that, and you really just wish me luck with it, then I can be okay with what you have done too," Marcus affirmed while looking intently at her and studying her responses carefully. Amber collapsed onto the couch behind her and teared up, but didn't descend into full-blown tears. "I'm sad," she stated. "I'm a little hurt," she continued. "I'm disappointed," she added. "But I'm not surprised," she said as she shook her head. "But like you said," she stated as she rose to her feet again, "if you can be okay with this," she gestured towards her midsection, "then I can be okay with what you're doing too," she conceded. "I'm actually quite relieved, to be honest," she admitted. "I was so worried that you would stay just because of this and wind up hating me for it." "I considered that too," he admitted. "Amber, there's something else I need to say too. I don't love you. I never did." The woman snapped to attention with hurt and shock. "I could have walked away without ever having said that. But I don't want to. I care about you," he admitted. "But not the way you want me to. Not the way you care about me. Not in a way that could have made me stay behind just to be with you. Why are you saying this? She asked. Now she was crying. I'm confessing, he explained with a shrug. I want you to understand. I don't want to leave you with any illusions. I've been callous and shallow. I've tolerated you because of what I've gotten out of our relationship. I paid some attention to you, and in exchange I received your affection. But I only ever accepted as much as I was willing to, as much as I was capable of desiring. You know, he exclaimed as he sat down beside her on the couch, working things through in his own head as he explained it to her. All the way up until a couple years ago, if he'd have done this before, I probably would have just fallen in line. I might have wound up hating and resenting you for it eventually, but in the meantime, I would have just gone along. I would have allowed you to make that choice for me. And it wouldn't have meant any more to me than any other life I might have lived. There wasn't anything I really cared about. Nothing so important to me that this, intervention would have interrupted. But now there is, she offered, apparently beginning to understand what he was getting at. Yes, now there is. Now there is passion. Now there is a sense of belonging for me, a self-awareness I didn't have before. And it's not here, and it's not with you. It's up there, with them, he declared as he looked up at the ceiling and saw past it, up to the ship in orbit and onward to haven, unconcerned with whether or not either were in his literal line of sight. You're still young, Amber. I hope you find passion. I hope you discover something that makes everything else seem pale by comparison, the way I have. I hope you find something worth dying for, and in the process discover what it means to truly be alive. I hope you find a way to teach that to your child, too. I hope you both come to see how anemic the age you live in is. It would be absurd to think you could do anything to change it, but I think it may be the most important thing in the world to at least be able to recognize it. She stood up, and then he did as well, following her lead. You still don't get it, do you? She asked, shaking her head. What? He pressed. She looked at the floor, continuing to shake her head. This child is that for me. That's why in the end I didn't care what you thought. Why I was willing to risk our friendship over it. This is my passion, she stated as she gestured towards her midsection again. And believe me, I certainly do see how woefully inadequate this world is for it. Now he understood completely. It may have been a common passion. It may have been the basest of all constructed human meanings, but it was nonetheless legitimate and a purpose all her own. For her, it was enough. For her, it was everything. For her, it was the new horizon. For her, it was a star. The two of them hugged. Their hug lingered as they sealed a new understanding between them, and the beginning of a new and final chapter of their relationship. I still don't want you to go, she admitted. I know, he replied. A little while later, after speaking with Amber for the last time, he went up to his mother's room. Hello, Mom, he said over the intercom, which allowed them to speak to each other through the clear material of her quarantine enclosure after he sat down beside her bed.
"How are you, son?" she asked. "Well, I did what you asked, Mom. I did seriously reconsider. I was even thrown a serious curveball from Amber, which really made me think. And what I decided is that I want to go. That is my choice. The mission really means that much to me." "What was the serious curveball from Amber?" she asked. The woman was clearly disappointed, but she didn't appear to be all that surprised. Marcus sat down close to her bed and looked into her rheumy eyes. "She's pregnant. I'm the father. Well, sort of." He appeared confused, but nowhere near as much as his mother seemed to be. What? She used skin cells from around my home and had them changed into sperm, which she used to fertilize herself with. She says she never planned to tell me, but she did after I told her that I was seriously reconsidering my decision, as you asked me to. She essentially offered herself as a family in waiting. And you said no, his mother responded, further disappointed the more her surprise wore off. "That's right, Mom. I said no. But I will tell you this. I really was tempted. Tempted enough to reconsider a lot of things. I hadn't thought much about having children. But once the ship is underway, we'll be expected to start families. For the first time in my life, though, Mom, I like that idea. I can't do it here on Earth. But I think I can up there on that ship. I see the appeal now in the way it fits into the bigger picture of the mission and life on the ship overall. Maybe part of not wanting children of my own has always really just been about not wanting to raise them here on Earth, in this environment. But there will be another child of mine back here on Earth, growing up and having its own existence separate from mine. But here, I like the thought of that, Marcus. In a weird sort of way, it's kind of like you're staying and going. Marcus leaned forward until his head grazed the isolation curtain. Yeah. I hadn't thought about it in quite that way before, but it's kind of true, isn't it? I'm keeping a foot in both stories, aren't I? The story of the Earth and the story of the New Horizon and its future colony. It was at that moment that Brackus and Jane entered the isolation ward, along with all 3 kids in tow. She knows everything now, Marcus mentioned discreetly to Brackus and Jane after standing up to make way for the kids at the intercom. Brackus went over to their mother and asked, "Everything okay, Mom?" "I think so. At least, I think it will be." Life goes on, after all, she mused darkly. It would, after all, not go on for her personally. Brackus and Jane quietly gasped, but Marcus nodded in agreement with her. "Indeed, Mom. Life does go on." "Brackus, I want you to include this Amber's child in the family. Make sure that your kids are familiar with their cousin," she said as she looked at Marcus. "And don't you two ever stop talking by laser," she said to Marcus and Brackus. "Family is important." "Of course, Mom," Brackus answered. "Mom, I think you should go home. I mean, you can certainly afford to have an isolation room installed in your Richmond house. You should get that place ready quickly and then head out there. You love that place. I'm sure Brackus and company would love to visit you there a lot more than coming here to the hospital." Some of the children politely indicated that they agreed on this much at least. That way you can have the best of both of your options. I think you're right, she replied. Brackus, could you set that up for me? Of course, Mom, he affectionately answered again. Of course. One more thing, Marcus. Have Amber contact me. I'd like to talk to her about my new grandchild. That's what it is, after all, right? Marcus smiled a somewhat mischievous smile and answered, Why, yes it is, Mom. You're absolutely right, he said. I'll put you two in touch in the next few days when I get the chance, all right? In addition to Amber having to suffer his dying mother, she also granted them a way for his mother to feel that in some way Marcus was no longer abandoning her and Earth. Now a part of him would be staying behind. Thanks, his mother replied. Marcus checked the time on his wrist scroll. I have to go, he uttered with a little disbelief. He thought there'd be more time. There had been before his plans were changed. I'm sorry, he continued. My plans changed and we were bumped up a bit so that I could go to this ceremony on Orbital 1 commemorating the launch. I'm sorry. I have to go. You should be here any minute to ride with me to the orb port. Goodbye, Mom. I love you. He hadn't told her so in decades, but it had always been implied. He put his open palm on the loosely hanging clear material separating them, and she put her hand against his for a few moments. He likewise didn't feel it necessary to say it to the rest of his family. He loved them. It just made him uncomfortable to say it when he really meant it. He showed them how he felt and cared and how he treated them. It was implied. Brackus, Jane, he said as he hugged them each in turn, lingering longer than usual. Zorro, Dao, Sufi, he uttered as he hugged them each in turn as well, finally kneeling down to Sufi's level in order to give her a proper hug. Goodbye, he whispered. Exiting the front doors of the hospital complex, Marcus found Hugh waiting, standing up beside a road pod and leaning against it. Did I miss anything? Hugh asked as Marcus approached the vehicle. I take it you made up your mind at this point? He asked as his friend thought the road pod doors open. Yes. I'm ready, Marcus stated, looking at his friend over the roof. Let's go, he said with purpose before looking ahead of them and climbing into his seat. It was time to go. Epilogue 10. The next day, Marcus was sitting on the floor of his cabin meditating. He didn't find any merit to the spiritual aspects some associated with the practice, but there were nonetheless some viscerally positive psychological effects which could not be denied. 9. He found it a useful practice to quiet his mind. His psychology training had allowed him to understand that by quieting his higher brain processing, he could allow the less overtly conscious parts of his mind to operate much more freely, unbound by the critical and rational eye of his subjective self. 8. He had come to peace with his decision. All of the people who meant anything to him had in their own ways come to understand his decision, and had somehow managed to find a way to be okay with losing him forever. He had said his goodbyes with them, and they had all wished him well. 7. Now he had a new challenge to confront, both alone and with others. He had a new community to integrate into, and new relationships to form. Under his watchful eye, a new generation of children would be born on the ship, who would live out their entire lives in deep space, who could know the Earth no better than Marcus could have known. 6. No, he couldn't even consider an adequate analogy to convey how alien the Earth itself, and the idea of growing up on a planet would seem to them.
they would never set foot on any planetary body. They would never know wind nor sunshine, neither summer nor winter. The more he thought about it, the crueler it seemed. Oh well, he thought. It was far too late now. 5. Marcus was sitting on the window in his cabin. He took one last look at the planet he would never know intimately again, and at the last planet he would ever set foot on for the rest of his life. He then got up, walked into his living room, and started moving containers of paint into his bedroom. 4. Earlier that day, he had taken it upon himself to paint his entire suite entirely matte black. As comfortingly not yellow as the bare metal of his suite bulkhead had been before he started, it still seemed dull and cold to Marcus, now far too much like the rest of the ship. It didn't feel like a problem out in the halls and the rest of the ship, but he felt that this place had no personality to it, no Marcus. 3. He picked up the first paint container and hesitated for a moment, then violently splashed its neon pink contents all over the walls. He paused to admire his handiwork with great satisfaction, and then went about the whole suite with a paintbrush, splattering the pink paint at random across all of the previously pristine black walls. 2. Satisfied with the amount of pink, he then picked up the container of electric green and gave it the same treatment while letting out a satisfying yell which was part rage, part agony, part triumph, part release, and part deliverance. He then picked up the container of yellow, a bright, horribly offensive yellow that was so beautiful it almost blinded the eye. Then came the blue and magenta. When he was all finished, he for some reason decided that the yellow was his favorite color on the walls. It was so incredibly defiant of the dull yellows he'd never been able to get used to on Earth. 1. The ship began to vibrate, subtly and barely perceptible at first. The mighty ion engines had been activated and were beginning the slow process of their departure from Earth orbit. Gradually, over time, they would boost their orbit around Earth until they were effectively free of its gravitational field, at which point the ship would have close encounters with all of the outer gas giants to gain some extra speed on their way out of the solar system. Then they were on their way, a one-way trip out of the solar system and into deep space. The only question was, would their humanity be their salvation or their undoing? Launch. Humans had built a utopia on Earth, but it was not their utopia. Now they had set out to build one of their own. Standing on the bridge, surrounded by monitors, Insu and Siddiqa proudly stood on either side of Captain Tynes as he barked the commands which got them underway. The three of them watched on the monitors as their distance from Earth gradually increased. They stood in silence for a time, savoring their moment of triumph. "We've done it, Insu. We've really done it. We're finally on our way," Siddiqa declared to the emotional Korean man. "Now comes the hard part," Insu reflected. "He'd be really proud of you two." "I hope you both know that," Weeramu offered. "No," Insu declared. "No, he would be proud of all of us, the entire crew. I really miss him." "I know," Siddiqa consoled him. "We all do." The three stood there, watching on the wall monitor as the entire Earth came into view on their large primary view screen. "You are cleared for LT flight, New Horizon. Godspeed. Good luck, and safe journey to the New Horizon and her intrepid crew from all of the people of Earth. Our thoughts will be with you, always." "Over," a disembodied voice announced over the bridge loudspeaker. It was a gracious message, one the Orbital 1 operations people must have been planning out ahead of time. The three felt it a thoughtful and worthy send-off. Weeramu opened the channel and responded. Clearance and message acknowledged, Orbital 1. Thank you. Good luck to you and to the Earth as well. You all take care of that planet for us, all right? Over. Roger that, New Horizons. Over. At that, Weiremu closed the channel. Now what? Sadika asked. Now we wait, Weiremu answered with a chuckle. And then, she asked. We'll think of something, Insu answered. Don't miss Part 2 of the New Horizons story, Midway. After 80 long years, the journey is only half over. The original crew who left Earth have all died, and new shipborne generations are having to suffer the existential nightmare of a complete and total absence of choice in their lives. A mysterious and unconscionable murder on board starts unraveling their small and seemingly harmonious society, threatening the mission and their lives.